As a summoner, I think about killing my own summons every day. It's because I can gain all the main attributes of the fallen summons. While other summoners hide behind their summons, trembling, I start to challenge dragons with one hand. Today is the day Ikuan high school students change their jobs. The teacher has said countless times that necromancers are the worst class. Yet I still chose to become a necromancer. As a result, I was mocked by the school's heartthrobs. But they didn't know I awakened the talent of the will of the beloved. When a beloved friend dies, you will permanently gain all their main attributes. When a beloved friend sacrifices themselves, their power is boundless, and a necromancer fights through their connection with the undead. At this moment, a male classmate wanted to spar with me, hoping to humiliate me. I agreed without hesitation. It was a perfect opportunity to test my talent's effect. He raised his great sword and said to me, "Wang Yang, level 1 warrior. Su Chen, level 1 necromancer." I nodded slightly. The pre-battle etiquette concluded, and the fight began. Summon skeleton, I waved my staff, and my mana instantly decreased. The skill, Summon Skeleton, consumes 20 mana. Summoning a skeleton that resonates with you, 1 point of intelligence can sustain 1 skeleton. Su Chen, profession, necromancer, level 1, mana, 100, strength, 4, intelligence, 10. With my current strength, I can summon 5 skeletons at once, so I naturally used up all my mana without hesitation. Magic circles formed, and black sludge appeared on the ground, like a vortex. Skeleton warriors, clad in tattered armor and wielding rusty long swords, emerged from the vortex. Skeleton warrior strength skill. Wang Yang looked at the little skeleton, which couldn't even defeat an adult, smiled slightly, then pushed off the ground and charged at me quickly. The skeleton instinctively swung its weapon at the opponent. However, Wang Yang simply slashed it away with one sword. Absolute power crushes. Wang Yang, strength, 10. Constitution, 4. This sword slash is powered by 10 strength, which is double that of the skeleton warrior. So I adjusted my strategy. The skeletons quickly formed a tight formation and pressed forward. Like a professional army, they quickly surrounded Wang Yang. Is this the connection of will that necromancers have? I thought to myself. The skeletons reacted automatically without needing to be told. At a moment's thought, the perfectly arranged skeleton warriors suddenly revealed a flaw. Wang Yang's eyes lit up. He suddenly swung his sword, using the skill cleave, and the greatsword fell heavily, splitting a skeleton in half. I frowned suddenly. Why didn't my talent trigger? Could it be because the skeleton was intentionally sacrificed by me? So I decided to relinquish control altogether. The agile formation of the undead quickly fell apart, and Wang Yang seized the opportunity, delivering a fierce blow that toppled another skeleton. Just as he was about to roar to show off his strength, unexpectedly, I wore a face of sorrow and wailed even louder than him. "Little Goo, what happened to you? You can't die, Little Goo. Even though we just met, didn't we promise to become the strongest together?" Everyone present looked stunned, and then a notification sound rang out. Triggered the talent will of the beloved. Your strength increases by 5 points. It really works. I quickly checked my attributes. The panel showed Su Chen. Profession, necromancer, level 1. Strength, 9. My strength really increased. I can summon 10 skeletons at once. If I get wiped out just once, I can gain 50 strength points. My eyes suddenly sparkled with gold. A primary damage dealer at level 10 might not even have 50 strength, while I just need to sacrifice a wave of cheap skeletons. I looked at the skeleton warrior that Wang Yang had killed, my gaze akin to that of seeing my best brother. "Little Goo, I will definitely take my brothers to avenge you." Everyone else looked even more confused. It seemed like you hadn't even been alive for 3 minutes. How did you become such good friends? Ignoring their confusion, I waved my hand. "Brothers, charge. Let him see our power." The remaining 3 skeletons swaggered forward, facing the mindless assault of the skeleton warriors. Wang Yang merely pulled back slightly, took a couple of agile steps, and easily created a one-on-one situation with the skeleton warriors. Then he swung his greatsword down fiercely, cleaving one in half, and continued this way. Soon the skeleton warriors were completely wiped out. "You bastard, you killed my little skeleton again. I won't let you off." I shouted angrily from the back, but Wang Yang stood there with his greatsword, looking like a top expert. "You've lost. It seems necromancers are still as weak as ever." "No, I haven't lost yet." I glanced at my attributes. My strength had already become 24. I clenched my fists. "I will avenge Little Goo. A mage with depleted mana is like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. How can you seek revenge like this?" Wang Yang scoffed, tightening his grip on his staff. "With this staff." Wang Yang looked at me and chuckled, tossing his greatsword to the ground, then confidently strode up to me. "Even without my weapon, I could kill you with my bare hands." The classmates around us shook their heads. Indeed, necromancers are the bottom-tier class. I ignored them and swung my staff down fiercely. Wan Young scoffed and crossed his arms in a defensive stance, thinking, what can the power of a mere necromancer do against me? Suddenly, he heard a sharp whistling sound in his ear. The next second, boom! 24 points of damage, his defense was shattered by my staff. Then it struck him hard in the face. He flew back several meters, blood spraying everywhere, and completely fainted. The warrior was actually knocked down by a necromancer's staff, and everyone around stared wide-eyed. I slowly put away my staff, wiped off the blood on it, then looked up at the teachers and students around me, who said a staff can't kill a warrior. The teachers frowned. That last blow from Suchen was quite powerful. He might have awakened some strong talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to be a necromancer. Then Lu Hongzhe calmly clapped his hands. Class 2 students, gather here. Let's discuss tomorrow's basic trial. After the job change, school will be dismissed immediately. The time after school is mainly for each student to familiarize themselves with their class. I also tried some simple tests of my talent to prevent any mistakes at critical moments. The next day, all the students were wearing the standard defense gear provided by the school, sitting neatly in the classroom. About 10 minutes later, the class bell rang. The homeroom teacher, Lu Hongzhe, strode into the classroom. Students, the basic trial is about to begin. This is your first time entering the Abyssal secret realm. Upon hearing this, the excitement on everyone's faces faded, replaced by seriousness and solemnity. Professionals can venture into the abyss to level up and defeat monsters for equipment, but dying in the abyss means true death. If you perform well in the trial, you may be sponsored by the company. The future is full of possibilities. I stroked my chin, pondering if I could attract investors with good results. A skill book for summoning undead creatures would really help me boost my health bar, especially since those skill books are very expensive. While everyone waited with their own thoughts, the abyss finally descended. The trial is about to begin. Welcome to the abyss. In the next moment, everyone's figures were swallowed by thick darkness. Abyssal Orc Empire, difficulty levels 1 to 20. The objective of the basic trial is to survive for 24 hours and kill 2 Taurun warriors. Blindness, kill 3 blood kickers. I stood on the soft grass, breathing in the fresh air and reading the text before me. Is this the abyss? Suddenly, I heard a roar. Who is it, and why are they in our Bloodhoof tribe's pasture? I turned to look, and there stood a Taurun, with 2 sharp horns, wild and fierce. Taurun Herder, level 41, health 6, attack power 40, skill 1, roar, skill 2, stomp. A weak monster. I thought to myself, even though its stats are significantly stronger than my skeleton warrior, weak monsters rely on numbers to fight. Perhaps hearing the roar of the Taurun Herder, 2 more Taurun quickly appeared around, charging towards me. I summoned skeletons, and 5 appeared, wielding rusty machetes, stumbling towards the Taurun Herder. The 2 sides fought evenly matched. As expected of a low-tier profession, they couldn't even defeat the weakest monster. Fortunately, I wasn't relying on these pathetic skeletons. After a long fight, one Taurun finally seized the opportunity. At the cost of being stabbed by a skeleton, he smashed one skeleton's head with a punch. My little bone, you died so tragically. I immediately shouted in grief at my fallen friend, triggering my talent, Will of the Fallen Friend. Your strength has increased by 5 points. I nodded inwardly. He had tested the triggering conditions of his talent multiple times after school yesterday, such as having someone kill his skeleton or doing it himself. However, the experiments were not effective. None of those actions triggered the talent. Thus, it can be inferred that only enemies killing the skeletons can trigger the talent for oneself. The Taurun herders didn't know any of this. Upon seeing my sorrowful shout, they became excited and roared angrily, launching a more reckless attack. About 5 minutes later, the weaklings had finished fighting. All 5 skeletons had fallen, while 2 out of 3 Taurun lay defeated. The remaining one was injured but still proudly approached me. Evil undead mage, remember the one who killed you, this Bloodhoof tribe, he said, as he swung a massive fist at me. I didn't even glance at him, and I threw a punch directly. The large Taurun was instantly shattered, minus 438, Taurun killed. You gained 18 experience points. With less than half health, a casual strike was enough to take down the Taurun. I opened my attributes, Susie. Profession, Undead Mage, Level 1, Strength 4,444 points, equivalent to attack power 440. Right now, I could easily punch myself to death. Undead mages are that fragile. I plan to continue testing my talents while completing the objectives. I wanted to first grind for the highest rating, so I confidently took a step, only to realize I didn't even know the way to the Taurun tribe. Not long after, another group of Taurun herders surrounded me. I started slashing through them, taking the opportunity to test my talents extensively. For example, I grabbed Small Bones' opportunity. Small Bones' legs were aligned. With both hands gripping the dagger, it felt as though Small Bone had transformed into a long sword. A Tauron herder charged at me. I met him head-on without hesitation. I then struck hard, killing the Tauron herder and gaining 17 experience points. Of course, Small Bone's upper body was also caught in the blow, triggering my talent, Will of the Lyzuman, increasing strength by 5 points. Damn, even using Small Bone as a weapon can trigger my talent upon its death. So I grabbed another skeleton nearby and continued slashing. Minus 691. As a group of Tauren fell, my Small Bone sword quickly wore out, but that was fine, I could still kill with my fists. I threw a powerful punch, minus 933, killing the Tauren herder. You gained 19 experience points. Congratulations, your level has increased to 2. With each level up, all attributes automatically increase by 1, and you gain 5 free attribute points. I had 95 points of strength to allocate. Who would have thought that my strength as an undead mage could completely crush a level 10 main warrior? I sighed. A level 10 character typically has around 50 points of strength, less than half of mine. I then allocated my points to intelligence, raising it to 16. Now, I can maintain a maximum of 16 skeleton warriors simultaneously. I strode up to a Tauron lying on the ground, blood pouring from its mouth. Hello, could you tell me where your tribe is located? I had specifically left this for interrogation. The Tauron, blood spilling from its mouth, glared at me with anger. You won't get any information from me. Oh, really? I stroked my chin, and a minute later, Grandfather, spare me. I'll tell you everything. My tribe is located 10 miles that way. Just give me a quick end. All right. Calmly, I twisted the Tauron's neck. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly saw a flash of golden light. Equipment acquired, giant wooden iron shield, normal quality, adds 3 to constitution, 5 to health. A plain breastplate. I joyfully put it on, feeling a sense of security. With this armor, my margin for error increased significantly. Great, I'll restore my mana and prepare to fight the boss. However, as I got closer to Brew, the number of herders increased, and my skeletons inevitably suffered losses. I had to resummon and meditate again. When I came to my senses, I found myself surrounded by a group of Tauron, with a giant Tauron at the forefront. This one was half a head taller than the average Tauron, clad in heavy armor and carrying 2 totem poles on its back. Clearly, this was the boss. I blinked. I hadn't even attacked the boss, and it was already coming for me. Evil undead mage. You have desecrated my kin. The Bloodhoof chieftain roared, 2 jets of white mist escaping his nostrils. Kill them, my warriors. He was the chieftain, and countless Tauron around turned to face me. These Tauron were robust, clad in thick leather armor. Tauron warrior, level 45, health 1000. Attack power 100. An elite monster. I raised an eyebrow. The second objective seemed to be to kill 10 of these elite monsters. However, there were at least 15 surrounding me now, not including the many ordinary Tauron. Soon, countless Tauron warriors charged at me. The skeletons actively engaged the enemy, and I didn't stay idle either. I grabbed a skeleton sword and thrust it hard. Minus 1231. Killing Tauron warriors, I gained 40 experience points. I managed to kill 3 Tauron warriors in one go with my skeleton sword, and as I struck the 4th, I met my end alongside the Tauron warrior. Tauron warriors are elite monsters with thick health and high defense. For normal players, it would require risking their lives to fight them, but I still managed to one-shot them. Congratulations, your level has increased. Susie, level 4, strength 153, intelligence 17. The monster kills along the way allowed me to level up twice. With a strength of 153, that translates to a base attack power of 1530. I could easily one-shot a Tauron warrior with 1000 health. Is this guy really an undead mage? The Bloodhoof chieftain looked bewildered. Which undead mage chases down warriors wielding weapons? Watching his kin fall one after another, anger surged in his heart. Damn it, don't harm my people. With a furious roar, he charged at me like an unstoppable war chariot. 5000 blood. Look at that amount of blood, a meat shield warrior with superior physique. Truly impressive. As soon as he appeared, he displayed his formidable presence. The skeleton warrior stood in front of him, but he completely ignored the rusty knife in the opponent's hand and charged straight ahead. Boom! The skeleton warrior's bones were actually shattered upon impact. Skull, tibia, ribs scattered all over the ground. Roar! The Bloodhoof chieftain let out a mighty roar, full of wildness. Roar! The Tauren raised their weapons and shouted loudly, their morale soaring. Their eyes turned red, like enraged bison, and they began to recklessly exchange injuries with the skeleton warriors, determined to crush them. This was the Bloodhoof Chieftain's skill, the upgraded effect of the skill Roar, War Roar. However, Suchin shouted even louder than them. "Little bone! My little bone! Damn it! How dare you hurt my little bone!" As he spoke, his eyes turned red, as if he were looking at the enemy who killed his brother, and he charged towards the Bloodhoof Chieftain. The Bloodhoof Chieftain felt a surge of joy. Although the opponent was acting strangely, at the end of the day, he was just a necromancer. Even with his limited intellect, he could understand. A necromancer against a physique warrior. A direct clash with weapons. "This advantage is mine. Kill!" he roared. Roar! The Tauran let out a thunderous shout. The next second, the little bone sword and the totem collided violently. Bang! The Bloodhoof Chieftain felt a tremendous force hit him, and he could no longer hold onto the totem, which was sent flying. He collided with Little Bone, and his chest caved in, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his legs sinking into the ground. Suchen threw a punch, and the Bloodhoof Chieftain's armor was completely destroyed. With the second punch, he shattered all of his bones. With the third punch, he directly killed him. The greatest challenge of the level evaluation was obliterated by his 3 punches. Roar! The Tauran were shocked, even their battle cries changed pitch. They all widened their eyes, truly wide like a bull's eye. Our chieftain was killed by a necromancer in hand-to-hand combat? Who said a mage couldn't wear heavy armor? Who said a mage couldn't wear heavy armor? Kill the Bloodhoof Chieftain, gain 265 experience points. Congratulations! Your level has increased. Level 3, Suchen was not surprised by this outcome. From the panel, he inferred the Bloodhoof Chieftain's attributes. He probably had 25 points of strength, comparable to a fully invested warrior. And what about Suchen's strength attribute? With the continuous contributions of Little Bones, it had reached a staggering 173 points, 7 times that of the enemy. It should be noted that when the skeleton warriors faced Wang Yang, they were crushed by his double strength. Even Wang Yang could easily defeat 5 skeleton warriors. Although the Bloodhoof Chieftain was a blood cow-style monster, Suchen's strike could not instantly kill him. But strength crushing does not simply mean being unable to block. It means that with one punch, you have no ability to react, unable to regain your posture or defense for a short time. Escape? Don't even think about it. Dodge? Don't even think about it. The ultimate result is helpless resistance. Not good. The chieftain is dead. How is this possible? Our chieftain was actually beheaded by a necromancer. What kind of necromancer is this? The Bloodhoof Chieftain was dead. The Tauran army immediately collapsed, their morale plummeting to the lowest point. The malice instilled by the Abyss is not without resolution. The monsters retain their intelligence and cannot be mindlessly slaughtered by certain tactics, but there are also situations where morale collapses. This is such a situation. Some Tauran herders couldn't help but choose to flee. Only the elite Tauran warriors retained some morale, and they were then systematically slaughtered by Suchen wielding the little bone sword. This was crucial for Target 2. He would not let it slip by. In the end, after all the previously summoned little bones were defeated, Suchen finally scattered the Tauran army. Only then did he have the time to check his gains. In this battle, Suchen directly completed Objective 2 and Objective 3, and he also killed quite a few ordinary Tauran herders. However, the monsters were too weak, and the drop rate was low, so there wasn't much gain. But equipment dropped. Suchen raised an eyebrow and smiled. Beast Emperor's King Belt, Set, Quality, Rare Type, Heavy Armor, Belt, Wearing Requirements, Constitution 10 points, Strength 20 points. Attributes, Constitution, Health. Special Effect, None, minimum of 2 pieces required to trigger. Rare Level Equipment. Suchen's face immediately lit up with joy. Equipment levels are divided into Common, Rare, Legendary, Epic, and Mythical. For a basic Trilobus to drop rare level equipment is already quite rare. And this Beast Emperor's King Belt is even part of a set. There are also Beast Emperor's Dominator Blood Armor, Top, Beast Emperor's King Crown, Helmet, Beast Emperor's Hero Boots, Shoes, and Beast Emperor's Frenzied Leggings, Bottom, totaling 5 pieces. It's estimated that even just collecting 2 or 3 pieces would likely rival legendary level equipment. Suchen was immediately tempted. However, the wearing requirements for rare level equipment are clearly higher than those for common equipment. It's standard heavy armor for a constitution-based warrior, with high requirements for strength and constitution. Suchen didn't need to worry about strength, but his constitution was insufficient to wear it. So, I should increase my constitution first. Suchen thought to himself. He allocated the newly gained free attribute points to constitution, raising it to 10 points. Then he continued to invest in intelligence. This wasn't a waste, Although theoretically, the best way to maximize a class's power is to invest all precious free attribute points into the main attribute, no one dares to only increase their main attribute. Take a mage for example. If their constitution is too weak and health too low, they could even accidentally kill themselves with the backlash from their own powerful spells. As for Su Chen, he wasn't exactly sweeping through this basic trial either. Although he could kill the Bloodhoof chieftain with 3 punches, the chieftain, with an attack power of 250, could also nearly kill the fragile Su Chen with a few punches, but Su Chen's overwhelming strength meant the chieftain couldn't dodge his attacks. However, if the surrounding Taoran warriors swarmed him, or if an agile assassin showed up, Su Chen couldn't say there was no risk at all. Anyway, I'm different from others. As long as I get the necromancy skill book for mental attributes, I can easily make up for my intelligence, so I don't have to worry too much about misallocating points, Su Chen thought to himself. Thus, Su Chen's attributes changed to class, necromancer. Su Chen class, necromancer. Level health, 1000, mana, 250 strength, 189 constitution, 10, intelligence, 25 agility, 6. The giant wood ironclad beast Emperor's King belt provided Su Chen with a health bonus of 1500 points and 13 points of constitution, which means a total health bonus of 2800. Adding his base attributes, Su Chen's health reached an astonishing 3800. That's even more than a shield warrior's health, right? Who can take me down in one hit? Su Chen had just revealed a smile, then the smile suddenly froze. Wait, I seem to be a mage, right? Why am I wearing all heavy armor? Where's the elegant robe and wise demeanor I was promised? Well, the Orc Empire's Abyss clearly has a warrior style. Most of the orcs are warriors, so it makes sense that they can only drop warrior equipment. It's not my problem. Let's think about the mission objectives. Now only Objective 1, survive for 24 hours, remains incomplete. But it's not difficult. After a few meditations, time passed quickly, and more than half had already gone by. At this moment, with everything already taken care of, it was clear that no monster could threaten Su Chen anymore. All that remained was to wait for a few hours. The 3 mission objectives could be said to be fully accomplished. The level evaluation was already secured. So what's next? Su Chen raised his head and looked in a certain direction. That was the direction the Taoran were fleeing, where their tribe was located. The Bloodhoof tribe. At this time, the entire tribe was in chaos. The chieftain was dead, a large number of warriors had fallen, and many ordinary herders were also injured. The entire political system was in disarray. The most critical point was, the necromancer was not far from the tribe. What? The chieftain is dead? Killed by a necromancer? Ah, what should we do? The entire tribe was in a state of turmoil. At this moment, an old, frail Taoran slowly stepped forward. What are you all panicking about? The sky isn't falling. His voice was very old, but it resonated with authority. Great shaman, you have come. Sir, we need you to take charge of the situation right now. The Taoran immediately found their backbone and surged forward. The shaman was one of the few intelligence-based spellcasters in the Orc power system. He was the wise man of the tribe, second only to the chieftain. The old shaman waved his hand, calming everyone down. You say the chieftain was killed by a necromancer? Does he have any evil undead under his command? The Taoran who had escaped thought for a moment and said, it seems there are only skeleton warriors. Only skeleton warriors? Yes, only skeleton warriors. The old shaman immediately felt relieved. Skeleton warriors. Aren't they the weakest undead that a necromancer can summon? How strong could a necromancer relying on such undead be? It seems the chieftain underestimated that evil necromancer, fell into his trap, and was killed. The shaman sighed in relief and then scolded loudly, damn it, I advised the chieftain long ago to stay calm and not to act recklessly. If he had listened to me, how could he have fallen into this situation? The Taoran who had escaped looked at each other, as if to say, isn't it like that? Great shaman, that necromancer is very special, you must not underestimate him. The Taoran hurriedly advised. Special? What's so special about him? The shaman scoffed. After all, he was just a low-level necromancer who could only summon skeleton warriors. What was so special about that? Just as the Taoran were about to speak, they suddenly heard a commotion outside. The necromancer. That evil necromancer is here. Damn! He's caught up. The necromancer had caught up? The old shaman perked up, waving his hand. Let's go. Follow me out to take a look. Saying this, he strode outside. As a result, he saw Su Chen accompanied by skeletons and immediately laughed. If he had previously worried that the necromancer might be hiding his strength and was actually powerful, seeing him now with just a few skeletons made it clear that he was merely a low-level necromancer. How could he have killed the chieftain? Indeed, that barbarian lacked wisdom, he just couldn't do it. A naturally evil necromancer. The old shaman spoke loudly, I intended to spare your life, but I didn't expect you to dare come here? Do you really think our Bloodhoof tribe is easy to bully? Today, this place will be your place of demise. Su Chen glanced at the old shaman standing at the entrance of the tribe. Yes, he was also one. He casually reached out and grabbed the spine of a nearby little skeleton, which raised its hands in cooperation, holding a decorative sword. The Tauren nearby were startled by this pose. Great shaman, be careful, that necromancer. The next second, Su Chen made a javelin-throwing motion. He hurled the little bone spear forward. Whoosh! The sound of the wind was fierce. It shot straight towards the old shaman. The old shaman felt a tremendous force strike him, and intense pain surged through him. He flew out like a broken sack, ultimately carried away by the little bone spear, and was finally pinned to the tribe's gate. At that moment, the Tauren murmured the end of his words. The power is immense. The old shaman, nailed to the gate, exclaimed, Master Shaman, the naturally evil necromancer. Damn it, what do we do now? The Tauren were thrown into chaos. However, Su Chen paid no mind to it. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, Skeleton warriors, attack. At that moment, the notifications appeared. You have completed the objective. 1. Survive for 24 hours. You have completed the objective. 2. Kill 10 Tauren warriors. You have completed the objective. 3. Defeat Chief Bloodhoof. You have completed all mission objectives. Would you like to exit the abyss immediately? Note, refusing to exit can extend your stay by 72 hours. Yes or no? Oh, has 24 hours passed? Su Chen glanced at the panel. The mage's endurance was much weaker than that of a warrior. After all, their damage primarily depended on skills. While warrior-type classes also consumed energy to release skills, their normal attacks were inherently lethal enough to handle ordinary enemies, making their sustainability on a different level than that of mages. Su Chen finished battles quickly, but afterward, he needed to spend a lot of time meditating to restore his mana, facilitating the summoning of skeletons to trigger his talents. With such delays, it had already been 24 hours. Thus, the naturally evil necromancer. The passage of time in the abyss was completely consistent with the real world. Therefore, at the same time the next day, the teachers were timing it, watching the clock. Last 10 seconds, 9 seconds. The countdown reached 0. The earth silently opened a pitch-black crack, and figures emerged from within. Ah! I'm alive! I almost died. Damn Tauren, you scared me to death. The students appeared, each expression as if they had just awakened from a nightmare, gasping for breath. Even the most refined students couldn't help but curse, greeting the Tauren's family. The gentle and lovely female classmates completely disregarded their usual demeanor. The teachers turned a deaf ear. This was the students' first personal experience in the abyss, and everyone had gone through life and death struggles, escaping from the brink of death. Any reaction at this moment was normal. The homeroom teacher, Lu Hongzi, experienced and patient, waited for a moment until the students calmed down slightly before speaking. Are there any students who have calmed down and can introduce what this trial's abyss is about? And what are your evaluations? Does anyone want to showcase themselves? This is a necessary condition to attract national and large capital investments. Concerning your future treatment, please consider carefully. The students gathered their thoughts and began to introduce this abyss. Orc Empire, meet shield-type enemies. The target was Lu Hongzi nodded. The classification of this abyss was very clear. As for the ratings, I'm level 1, I only completed the survival objective. Ha, I'm level 2, I put in quite a bit of effort to kill those Tauren warriors. Level 3? So impressive? How did you do it? I snuck in for a backstab, and those damn Tauren warriors swung back with a club, almost killing me. Lu Hongzi looked at the students below. Level 1 was the most basic level. It was likely that these students hid everywhere after entering the abyss, managing to avoid combat for 24 hours. Although it was the lowest level, many support-type classes were not suitable for soloing the abyss, making them disadvantaged in such basic trials. Therefore, it was not impossible for future big shots to rise from level 1. Level 2 already belonged to excellent students, the school's top achievers, with a promising future ahead. Wang Yang stepped forward. I am a level evaluation. Level! Lu Hongzi exclaimed, overjoyed. Not bad. Wang Yang nodded proudly. His level was unique in the class. He actually has a level evaluation? How did he do it? I tried it too. My health exceeded 5,000. Even if I just stood there and let him hit me, it would take me a long time to cut him down. The classmates were stunned. He was actually a level? Based on the experiences of the seniors, this guy was already set to earn a salary in the tens of millions. Just a moment ago, he was on the same level as his classmates, and now he was already guaranteed a salary in the millions. How could that not complicate their feelings? Fortunately, in the era of professionals, even high school students were more mature than Su Chen in his past life. Many people immediately gathered around Wang Yong. Wang, you're amazing. A level evaluation, that's incredible. Bro, you're really fierce. Even some girls shyly approached. Wang Yong, you're so impressive. Can you come to my house after school to teach me the warrior's combat style? There's no one at home, and we can train together. However, Wang Yong merely glanced at her and sneered, teach you the warrior's combat style? I remember you said yesterday that I lost to the necromancer and embarrassed warriors, that I wasn't worthy of being a warrior. Saying this, he rudely pushed the girl aside, standing up and looking around. Where's Su Chen? Is Su Chen here? What level are you? He looked around eagerly. In this basic trial, even he had almost fallen, facing risks several times and nearly dying. But he had gritted his teeth and endured all the hardships. He had even risked his life to obtain a high-level evaluation. He wanted to clear his name. Su Chen hasn't come out yet, the class teacher Lu Hongzhe said. Let's wait a bit longer. Could he have died in the abyss? Wang Yong frowned. The abyss was very dangerous. It was normal for a mere necromancer to die. But the level evaluation he risked his life for was not the result he wanted. He was unwilling to let it go without confronting Su Chen. No, he's still alive, Lu Hongzhe shook his head. Not just Su Chen, our classmates Yu Dingwu, Xia Xuelan, and Fan Tai haven't come out either. Maybe they're using the remaining time to push for their task objectives. Not everyone would choose to return after 24 hours, after all, once objective, 1, was completed, choosing to refuse to return would allow them to stay in the abyss for 72 hours. In fact, many who hadn't completed objectives, 2, or 3, were using those 72 hours to complete their task objectives. Still alive, that's great, Wang Yong grinned, revealing sharp teeth. If he just died like that, I would be sad. The classmates nearby laughed heartily. Su Chen is still holding on. Does he want to complete a level evaluation? Ah, that's really a fantasy. A mere necromancer, he really dares to think that. I think you all are overthinking it. Who says his goal is a level? Maybe he's working hard for a level rating right now. Yeah, with his strength, just relying on those few skeletons, is he going to use his head to fight? His goal should be a level rating. A level rating is also very difficult. As a necromancer, I seriously doubt he can survive if he can't retreat in time. Early-stage mages were already at a disadvantage due to sustainability issues. Necromancers were even weaker among the weak. If it weren't for class teacher Lu Hongzhe being able to confirm that Su Chen was still alive through the abyss, they would all think Su Chen had already died in the abyss. For a level rating? Class teacher Lu Hongzhe listened, his eyelids slightly lowered, the tip of his pen lightly tapping on the list of students who hadn't come out yet. Especially on Xia Xuelan's name, he tapped heavily. As for Su Chen, the necromancer, not to mention, the reason other classmates stayed in the abyss was not solely for a level rating. After all, a level rating is good, but it's not the top-tier rating. In the depths of the abyss. At this moment, the Minotaur tribe was already engulfed in the flames of war. Countless Minotaurs scattered in panic. These guys have no fighting spirit left. As monsters, they actually run away when they see me, Su Chen pouted, his face filled with indignation. Wasn't it said that under the malicious influence of the abyss, the monsters would be fierce and ruthless? In this battle, the Minotaur's will to resist was too weak. How weak was it? Even Su Chen's little skeleton managed to survive. This was simply ridiculous. A little skeleton that couldn't even defeat an ordinary Minotaur herdsman, and yet in every battle, it was completely wiped out, leaving Su Chen to avenge the legacy of the little skeletons. But in this battle, the little skeleton actually managed to survive? Su Chen looked at the dazed little skeleton beside him, instantly filled with rage. Little skeleton, you are simply embarrassing the undead race. Go up and fight. I will definitely collect your remains. Su Chen was furious for a long time but had no intention of killing the remaining little skeleton himself, doing so wouldn't trigger his talent. He sighed and walked to the entrance of the Minotaur tribe. The old shaman was still pinned to the door by the little skeleton's sword, but blood had pooled around him, and his voice was growing weaker. Yet he was still alive. Truly worthy of being an orc, even as a magic-type monster, their vitality is still high. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction and then squatted in front of him. Evil undead mage, are you really an undead mage? The old shaman's voice trembled. And not a warrior? He had never seen such an undead mage. Which undead mage charges to the front in battle? Which undead mage, in the heat of battle, grabs a nearby skeleton as a weapon? Which undead mage can nail themselves to a door with a javelin and can't be pulled off? Of course, I am an undead mage. What else would I be? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Did he think he was misunderstood just because he was wearing heavy armor? Then he smiled and asked, never mind, that's not important. Let's have a chat. What shall we talk about? Let's talk about the direction of the nearest major tribe to your Minotaur tribe, and the location of your Orc royal court. It might be a bit far. Why don't you take me there? The old shaman's pupils constricted. You still want to attack our royal court? Yes. Suchen nodded without hesitation, openly admitting it. No way. Although the old shaman's voice was weak, his tone was resolute. Even if I die, I will never tell you the location of the royal court. You will definitely die, Suchen said in surprise. You don't think I would take me to the royal court, and I won't kill you as a condition, do you? Your taking me to the royal court has nothing to do with me killing you. You want me to betray my kind and not spare my life? I wouldn't bow down in the first place, and now, not just me, but anyone else wouldn't compromise either. The old shaman snorted coldly. Give up on that thought. I will absolutely not tell you the location of the royal court. Don't be so sure, Suchen said with a smile. Think about it, your Minotaur tribe has been severely damaged, with hardly any warriors left, and your strength is greatly diminished. Will your pastures be spared by other tribes? They would be crazy not to swallow you whole. The old shaman's body tensed, his heart constricting. Suchen smiled and continued, and what about some of your rival tribes? Will they take this opportunity to wipe out all your remaining old, weak, sick, and disabled? The old shaman's heart sank, his lips trembling. Suchen, and you should know, if you don't tell me the locations of the other tribes in the royal court, then I will have to stay in your Minotaur tribe's territory, and with nothing to do, I will just have to chase after that group of old, weak, sick, and disabled that just ran away. I was wrong. I was wrong. The old shaman shouted hoarsely. You are indeed a naturally evil undead mage, not a warrior. I will take you there. Is that okay? Suchen nodded in satisfaction. I didn't expect this enemy to so firmly acknowledge my identity as a necromancer. Indeed, the elegance of my mage demeanor cannot be concealed by mere heavy armor. Then I'll leave it to you, Suchen said with a smile, his gaze deep as he looked into the distance. A high-level evaluation is indeed a commendable one, but it is not the highest. Moreover, Suchen did not forget this abyss is called the Orc Empire, and not the Tauren tribe. Final boss, Orc Emperor Baiman. Final, Orc Emperor Baiman. Damn the inherently evil necromancer. Kill him. A mere necromancer dares to be arrogant in our bear people's territory? Countless bear warriors roared as they charged forward. They were as tall as the Tauren, but their limbs were exceptionally powerful. If the Tauren are the physique-type orcs, then they are the strength-type orcs. And Suchen's response was, Go, little bones. Suchen waved his hand. The little bones surged forward only to be smashed to pieces by the bear warriors. Ah, little bones. How could this happen to you, little bones? Suchen cried out, heart-wrenchingly. Damn it. Watch me take revenge for the little bones. With that, he charged forward. He slapped a bear warrior on the head, ending its life in a way that was quite literally at a loss for words. Then, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, he plunged into the ranks of the bear warriors. Wherever he went, chaos ensued. There was no way around it. The bear warriors' main attribute was strength, but when their strength was crushed by Suchen, they posed less of a threat than the Tauren tribe, and were naturally beaten into a pulp. Damn the necromancer. The chief of the bear warriors stepped forward, his large bear paws slamming down fiercely. Seeing this, Suchen also threw a punch back. A fist against a paw. The bear chief was instantly enraged. Dare to wrestle with a great bear? You will taste the power of my paws. He exerted even more force, his wide paws creating a gust of wind, clearly indicating his strength attribute exceeded 50. But boom! Suchen's punch broke the bear chief's arm and then turned him into mush with a swift motion. Only 2 bear paws were left on the ground. Well, if a chef were to cook them, perhaps he could indeed taste the flavor of bear paws, as he said. Next came the familiar process of scattering the bear warriors. Following Suchen was a Tauren shaman, so is this guy really a necromancer? How is the necromancer recorded in the tribe different from the one in front of me? Let's take a break, let me meditate, and then we'll head to the bear tribe, Suchen said. All the little bones were dead, and he needed to meditate to replenish their numbers. The Tauren shaman, alright, eradicate the roots, this is the same kind of evil as recorded. A few hours later, Suchen led the army of little bones, along with the Tauren shaman, straight towards the bear tribe. Large tribes like the bear and Tauren are quite vigilant against outsiders. Coupled with the influence of the abyss's malice, before Suchen could even reach the opposing tribe, the chiefs within would discover him and rush out to give him a beating. This is why Suchen killed the chief but had not yet truly arrived at the bear tribe. However, with the chiefs already down, dealing with the remaining forces of the tribe was not a big deal. Thus, the next moment, the bear shaman roared loudly, the bear tribe never surrenders. The bear shaman glared and scolded, inherently evil necromancer. The bear shaman gritted his teeth and bowed his head. I was wrong, I am willing to lead you. The old Tauren shaman sighed deeply, watching the bear shaman, who was forced to bow despite his clenched teeth, as if he saw a reflection of his former self. But what could be done? The competition on the vast prairie is brutal. Opponents will not extend a hand of friendship just because your tribe is in trouble. They will only kick you when you're down. How can one guarantee the survival of the tribe without bowing to Su Chen? Even if I hated this evil necromancer enough to want to kill him 100 times, I still had to force a smile and obediently tell him, come with me, I am willing to lead you. The Orc Empire has been divided for too long, with various races in conflict, unable to unite. The old shaman sighed, feeling an immense sense of loss. In the end, we are helpless. Next, under the shaman's guidance, Su Chen went to the werewolf tribe, the lion tribe, and the eagle tribe. The process was basically the same. First, kill the chieftain, then beat the shaman half to death, dragging him to find a new one. The dropped equipment was quite good. After defeating the bear tribe, Su Chen obtained the Beast Emperor's Dominator blood armor. After defeating the werewolf tribe, he acquired the Beast Emperor's frenzy leggings, with similar attributes. Quality, rare, type, heavy armor, wearing requirements, constitution 10 points, strength 20 points. Attributes, constitution, health. When he collected the second piece, the first special effect was triggered. Special effect, 2 pieces Beast God's Protection, Constitution, Health. He replaced the previous ordinary quality Greatwood Iron Armor with the Beast Emperor's Dominator Blood Armor and Beast Emperor's Frenzy Leggings. Thus, Su Chen's attributes changed to Class, Necromancer. Su Chen, Class, Necromancer. Level, Health, 1400, Constitution, Mana, 490, Intelligence, Strength, 616, Constitution, 14, Intelligence, 49, Agility, 10, Health exceeding 11,000. It was simply more than a blood cow. One must know that the Bloodhoof chieftain's health was only 5,000. No wonder those trashy equipment in the professional shop are so expensive. It turns out the effects are really fierce. Su Chen smacked his lips. Aside from initially adding a few points to Constitution to meet the equipment requirements, he had allocated all other points to Intelligence, not giving any to other attributes. But with the support of the 3 pieces of the Beast Emperor set, he possessed even more health than a blood cow warrior. It was simply terrifying. It's a pity my news spread too quickly. The Eagle tribe wasn't maliciously affected. Otherwise, I might have obtained a piece of the Beast Emperor set equipment. Su Chen sighed regretfully. Su Chen had actually gone to the Eagle tribe, but unfortunately, his news had already spread across the grassland. The Eagle tribe only tested slightly, confirming the rumors were true, and then without hesitation followed their hearts. Come, everyone recite with me, from above heart, what character is this? That's right. It's the character 4 coward. They just fled. Su Chen had considered pursuing them, but the key was that those eagles could all fly. Even if he wanted to chase, he couldn't catch up. It seems that in this basic trial, I won't be able to gather the Beast Emperor set. Su Chen felt quite regretful. The top tribes of the Orc Empire, aside from the royal family's behemoth, were the 4 major races, Tauren, werewolves, bears, and eagles. When he killed the chieftains of these 4 major races, they all dropped Beast Emperor set equipment. This Beast Emperor set might just be the special drops from the several chieftains. However, Su Chen didn't care. There were so many participants in the basic trial, and surely others would also drop pieces of the Beast Emperor set. At worst, he could just buy them directly. Wait. Su Chen was taken aback. I'm a mage. Why am I thinking about how to gather a Constitution-focused warrior's equipment set? This was a question. After pondering for a moment, Su Chen decided not to think about it for now. He looked at his attribute panel. In fact, compared to the Constitution boosted by the equipment, the truly terrifying aspect was his strength. Over 600 in strength. It was more than 10 times that of a main warrior of the same level. Even if the Constitution-focused Bloodhoof chieftain revived, he could slap him to death with one hand. This is still me focusing on testing the conditions for my own talent. Otherwise, my strength attribute might have already broken 700. Su Chen reflected with emotion. In fact, through these experiments, he had already tested several necessary conditions for his talent. First, the one who kills Little Bone must be an enemy of Su Chen with sufficient malice, someone who is engaged in a life and death struggle. This is self-evident, as it was tested before entering the abyss. The most crucial point is, if Little Bone is killed during a spar, it will not trigger the talent. Second, when Little Bone is killed, it must not have any resistance against Su Chen. The key point is that Little Bone cannot die under the forced command of Su Chen, this close friend. Thus, when it dies, even with Little Bone's limited intelligence, it will not recognize Su Chen as this close friend, and naturally, it will not be acknowledged by the talent. Third, when Little Bone is killed, Su Chen must feel a certain degree of sadness. This is the essential reason why Su Chen can shout a few times, "Little Bone, don't die." Whenever Little Bone dies, its requirement is very low. It's not that Su Chen truly feels a deep sorrow for Little Bone's death, but just needs to symbolically shout a few words to hypnotize his own subconscious, meeting the talent's requirement. It's similar to how mages recite incantations to cast spells. In fact, reciting spells is not a necessary condition for casting. The incantation merely serves as a way to hypnotize the subconscious through language, prompting one's mental power to operate according to the spell's requirements. A powerful mage can easily cast spells silently. A novice mage, like Su Chen, can also cast spells silently at the cost of slowing down the casting speed, gradually mobilizing their mental power. Su Chen estimates that once he becomes accustomed to adjusting his mental state, he can also achieve silent sadness to trigger the talent. However, for the short term, he still needs to shout a few phrases to hypnotize himself. This legacy of a close friend talent, if triggered in the normal way of dying close friends, is actually not worth mentioning. As long as it meets the standard of a close friend with mutual understanding, the triggering probability is almost 100%, and it will definitely trigger. But who says Su Chen's way of using talents is so normal? However, for now, revive my Little Bone. With a wave of Su Chen's staff, the destroyed Little Bone is brought back to life. Let's go! It's time to head to the Orc Royal Court. The Orc Royal Court is a rare city established by the nomadic Orc tribe. The walls are high and deep. One can faintly see how prosperous the Orc Empire was when this city was built. The news of Su Chen and the others has long been exposed. By the time Su Chen arrives at the Orc Royal Court, the old Baiman Emperor has already been waiting with the Baiman clan for a long time. It is a giant beast with golden fur. Its thigh muscles are interconnected, its bones resemble copper pipes, and its limbs seem like iron rods. Its thick hand joints are like iron pillars. Curved tusks rise into the sky, as if they could tear everything apart. Old Baiman Emperor, the old shaman's expression is complex. This is the royal family of the Orc Empire, the strongest individual in the Orc Empire. In fact, if it weren't for the old Baiman Emperor being aged and his strength diminished, these so-called four great races wouldn't dare to make any small moves. But even so, he is undoubtedly the strongest in the Orc Empire. Even the chiefs of the four great races, although they outwardly obey the commands of the royal court, do not dare to approach the Orc Royal Court, because he is here. It's finally here. Su Chen bites his lip. Old Baiman Emperor level health, 65,000 attack power, 1500 skill, war roar skill, earth tremor skill, heart of fury skill, endless rage skill, unyielding will. Moreover, he has a total of 5 skills. His health exceeds 60,000. In front of him, other tribal chiefs are simply unworthy of being called that. You are that evil necromancer? The old Baiman Emperor strides forward, his mane bristling with fury. How dare a mere mage challenge my power? His muscles bulge, exuding a heroic aura, his voice like thunder. I have fought countless battles, defeating one challenger after another, which has earned the Orc Empire its great fame. Even time cannot completely defeat me. I am the strongest. Innocent little mage. Do you really know how far the distance between you and me is? His voice resonated, shaking the hearts of those who heard it. It was as if a kind of boldness was pumping out from his chest. The beastmen's soldiers roared wildly, venting their exhilaration. The old shaman showed fear, instinctively retreating. What a domineering presence! And Su Chen, He stretched out his hand, gesturing to estimate, his brow furrowed as he hesitated to respond. About 200 meters, I guess? The old Baiman Emperor, I'm not asking about that distance. Skill, corpse poison skill, corpse poison. The old Baiman Emperor's expression twisted, nearly ready to devour someone. Is that the distance I'm asking about? I'm asking about the gap between you and me. You guy, the Baiman Emperor gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fire. This guy was actually mocking him, truly a naturally evil necromancer. Die for me! It roared, the sound deafening. Around them, waves of shock could even be seen with the naked eye. The walls of the Orc King's court cracked from this roar. Skill, war roar. Bang! It suddenly stomped forward, its towering body, as high as 2 stories, burst forth like a cannonball. It crashed down like a meteor. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, stepping back while issuing commands. Little Bone, go! The skeleton warriors instinctively began to gather, but before they could make much movement, the old Baiman Emperor had already smashed into the pile of skeleton warriors. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the old Baiman Emperor smashed out a 5-meter-wide pit. All the skeleton warriors within this range were shattered to pieces. Skill, earth tremor. Ah! Little Bone! You died so tragically, Little Bone. Su Chen's eyes lit up, quickly speaking, brothers, avenge our fallen brother. Saying this, he commanded the skeleton warriors to charge forward. By now, he was already a professional, with his intelligence raised to a full 49 points. During the time heading to the royal court, he had summoned the skeleton warriors to their limit, 49 of them. Plus, with his mana reserves filled, he could summon an additional 24 skeleton warriors to replenish losses. The number of skeletons was denser than the number of students in a class. The pale bones exuded a chilling aura, already showing some of the necromancer's flair. "Oomph, mere undead," the old Baiman Emperor roared. With a slap of his left hand, he crushed a skeleton warrior. With a kick of his right foot, he killed another. Compared to this level, even professional fighters couldn't match the skeleton warriors, who were still much weaker. However, Suchen didn't care. He rarely followed the normal combat style of a necromancer and began to command. Undead beings were inherently weak. Their initial role was as cannon fodder. They consumed the opponent's stamina, whittling down their health. Relying on dense formations in overwhelming numbers, even just landing a single hit on the opponent was a profit. But the gap between the two sides was too great. Even though undead creatures never understood what fear was, Suchen's serious command was far stronger than the undead's confused and chaotic attacks. Yet under the old Baiman Emperor's assault, the skeleton warriors still fell in droves. To put it bluntly, if Suchen hadn't commanded the encirclement and instead let the skeleton warriors attack chaotically, the stalemate might have lasted even longer. But that was exactly what Suchen wanted. Just as I thought. Suchen looked at the large number of fallen little bones, nodding in satisfaction. Years ago, a certain general scolded, it collapsed after just 3 days. Even if they caught tens of thousands of pigs, they wouldn't finish in 3 days. But in reality, he was very unreasonable because tens of thousands of people were nowhere near as difficult to deal with as tens of thousands of scattered pigs. People would charge in formation, lose battles, then surrender, waiting for their fate. But pigs wouldn't. They would just run around everywhere. Unless each one was caught, there was no other way. The situation is the same now. The scattered skeletons could easily be broken through by the old Baiman Emperor and then discarded, rushing straight towards Suchen. However, the orderly and unified skeletons, who understood how to fill in the gaps, would not be easily breached by the old Baiman Emperor. It's not that I'm deliberately sending the skeletons to their deaths, but rather commanding them seriously and fighting with all my might. So, crack. The old Baiman Emperor slapped a skeleton warrior to death. Suchen, ah, my little skeleton, how could you die like this? Triggered talent legacy of a dear friend. Your strength increases by 5 points. Suchen, perfect. Hearing Suchen's lament, the old Baiman Emperor became even more vigorous. The more the enemy was distressed, the more he wanted to do something about it. This was the old Baiman Emperor's experience gained from countless years of battle. Originally planning to kill the scattered skeleton warriors and head straight for Suchen, he suddenly changed his mind. It's just a few skeletons, not much of a consumption. I might as well kill them all and then go find that necromancer. The old Baiman Emperor thought to himself, I've heard that a necromancer's combat power relies on the undead under their command. Without the undead, the necromancer is no better than a chick. In this way, it's naturally more secure. With that thought, he moved with even greater force. His massive arms swung, creating a tremendous wind. The initial 40 or so skeleton warriors quickly fell, and even the skeleton warriors Suchen summoned again were easily taken down. Hee, just this much. The old Baiman Emperor laughed heartily. He took a breath and strode towards Suchen. Foolish necromancer. Do you think these little toys of yours can be my opponent? You are like a mantis trying to stop a cart, completely unaware of your own limitations. He stood before Suchen, his 2-story tall body blocking the sun. The enormous shadow brought an overwhelming sense of pressure. However, the heartbroken Suchen quickly regained his composure, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. You orc are quite cultured, using 3 idioms in one sentence. Let's play an idiom relay, 1 for 2, go. Saying this, he directly threw a punch. The old Baiman Emperor instinctively extended his thick arm to catch it but failed. He felt a tremendous force surge through, instantly shattering his resistance, his bones crying out under the unbearable weight, faint cracks appearing. The wind howled past his ears, his vision rapidly receding. He was sent flying by Suchen's strike. Then he landed on the ground, his vision spinning. One moment it was grass, the next the walls of the Baiman Palace, then shadows of people. He skidded along the ground, rolling violently, the grass being fiercely rubbed away, the fertile, soft black soil churning up. Covered in grass clippings and black mud, the sense of fresh grass, earth, and his own blood mixed together, flooding into his nostrils. What on earth just happened? The old Baiman Emperor was dazed. He had clearly cleared the necromancer's undead, rendering the opponent powerless. But why was it himself rolling on the ground? The shamans behind Suchen looked at the old Baiman Emperor with sympathetic expressions. Many of them had the same thought as the old Baiman Emperor: having cleared the opponent's undead, the necromancer should be powerless. But who would have thought that the strongest aspect of this inherently evil necromancer was actually himself? And his power was even greater than that of the strength-renowned Baiman Emperor. This was simply not a necromancer. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The old Baiman Emperor roared. I refuse to believe this could happen. He shouted angrily and charged towards Su Chen. His eyes reddened, as if he had lost his reason, the veins on his arms bulging, becoming 2 circles thicker. Skill, Berserk Heart. At the cost of reducing intelligence, it greatly increases strength. It moved quickly, running like an arrow released from a bow, and in the blink of an eye, it charged right in front of Su Chen. A powerful punch swung over, its long arm like a whipping whip, strong and forceful. Su Chen raised his hand to block. Bang! The damage was so high. Su Chen frowned. If he weren't wearing the Beast Emperor set gear that enhanced his constitution, this blow could have sent him flying. Too dangerous. Considering the opponent's health exceeding 60,000, this was truly not something a normal professional could handle. Fortunately, I am not normal. Su Chen grabbed the hand of the old Baiman Emperor with one hand, while the other hand delivered a punch straight to the old Baiman Emperor's head. Bang! The old Baiman Emperor was dazed from the punch, but his battle instincts made him try to retreat. However, as he jumped back, he found he couldn't escape, because Su Chen's grip on his hand had not loosened. You think you can run? Su Chen tightened his grip on the old Baiman Emperor with one hand and began to punch with the other. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Bang! 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 The old Baiman Emperor spat out blood, feeling as if his ribs had been broken, and even the arm that was caught seemed to have lost all sensation. Impossible! How can a necromancer overpower me in strength? Skill, Endless Fury. The old Baiman Emperor roared, his strength increasing significantly once more. Yet he continued to be held and beaten by Su Chen. Skill, Unyielding Will. The old Baiman Emperor desperately shouted, his constitution greatly enhanced, trying to reduce damage and create an opportunity to break free. But he was still brutally beaten by Su Chen. The wind howled, and Su Chen was fierce and unmatched, throwing punch after punch. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, the massive old Baiman Emperor was being beaten by the petite Su Chen, crying out in pain, unable to retreat. 1 punch. The old Baiman Emperor's chest was caved in, ribs shattered. 2 punches. The old Baiman Emperor's organs ruptured, blood spewing from his mouth, faintly revealing some internal fragments. 3 punches. Kill the old Baiman Emperor, gain 2,260 experience points. Congratulations! Your level has increased. Level upon reaching, you automatically learn the skill Corpse Poison. Finally, the kill. The Abyss ends, SSS level evaluation. The Abyss ends, level evaluation. Finally, the kill. Su Chen only barely stopped after hearing the prompt. His fists were covered in blood and mud, mixed with some bone fragments. I got a new skill, Su Chen thought as he looked at the prompt. Professionals gain a new skill every 10 levels, but most of their skills come from various profession skill books. Although skill books are expensive and drop rarely, they are still simpler than leveling up. Especially for high-level professionals, what stands in their way is not just experience. But I didn't expect that after just one basic trial, I would already. Indeed, the basic trial monsters are weak, and the experience is abundant. Su Chen thought, pulling up the skill introduction. Corpse Poison can apply exclusive toxins to the undead under your command. During the poisoning period, flesh and blood creatures that die have a certain probability of transforming into undead. This is the cornerstone skill of the necromancer's most famous undead catastrophe. Previously, Su Chen needed to summon one undead at a time from the realm of the dead. With this corpse poison, he could utilize the bodies of the creatures he killed, quickly accumulating undead. But it doesn't mean much to me. At most, I'll see if these undead can trigger my talent after they die, Su Chen thought to himself. Then he continued to look down at the recently deceased. After all, it was the final blow, and the old Baiman Emperor directly dropped a big loot. Beast Emperor's Crown of Kings, set, quality, legendary, type, heavy armor, helmet, wearing requirements, constitution 15 points, strength 30 points. Attributes, constitution, health. Special effect, triggered by 2 pieces Beast God's Protection, constitution, health. Special effects, for triggerable wild will, immune to 1 instance of binding, sleep, fainting, anesthesia, etc. Cooldown time 1 hour. The helmet of the Beast Emperor set. And it's of legendary quality. Now Su Chen has gathered 4 pieces of the set, directly triggering the second special effect. His constitution has surged again. Plus, the immunity effect. In the eyes of ordinary practitioners, the value of such immunity effects is extraordinary, far surpassing the benefits of increased attributes. After all, even the health of a constitution-focused practitioner cannot compare, let alone those of other attribute-focused practitioners. In battle, once hit by an enemy into a fainted or sleeping state, one could easily be killed. This is the most important reward from the old behemoth emperor, but not the only one. Besides this legendary helmet, Su Chen also obtained a skill book battle roar and a rare grade greatsword beast blood roar. However, it is clear from the names that both are exclusive to warriors, useless to Su Chen, the necromancer, and can only be sold in the trading market after he gets out. After all, this is a warrior-style abyss, so the drops are naturally what warriors need, which is quite reasonable. Su Chen nodded. There was still plenty of time. However, since he was ultimately killed, there was no need to care about anything else. As before, Su Chen broke through the Orc King's court and killed the behemoth Grand Shaman. Then he sent a few shamans to meet their chief, and another magic necklace dropped, which did not add attributes but had the effect of increasing mana recovery. Although the effect was better than nothing, it was still the first piece of mage equipment that Su Chen had obtained. He happily put it on. Next, let's try the new skill and see if I can also take down the Eagleman tribe. Maybe I can complete the Beast Emperor set. Su Chen thought indifferently. He continued to grind monsters while trying to find the chief of the Eagleman tribe. Unfortunately, until the 72 hours ran out, he still couldn't catch the Eagleman tribe. As expected, flying ones are troublesome. Su Chen sighed lightly and glanced at his status panel. Class, Necromancer. Su Chen class, Necromancer. Level of health, 1000, mana, 490 strength, 731 constitution, 16, intelligence, 61 agility, 12 talent, legacy of a beloved friend. When your beloved friend, who shares your heart, dies in battle, you will gain all of that friend's main attributes, permanently increasing your own attributes. Necromancer control, passive all the undead you summon will share your heart, they can understand and obey your commands. Summon skeleton, consumes 20 mana to summon a skeleton warrior. Maintaining this summon requires occupying 1 point of intelligence limit. Corpse poison, can apply exclusive toxins to your summoned undead. Flesh and blood creatures that die from this undead have a certain probability of being converted into undead. Compared to himself before entering the trial abyss, it was like heaven and earth. Strength at a full 700, even the weakest agility attribute rivals the main attribute intelligence before entering the trial abyss. The harvest was perfect as the time ended. Basic trial completed. Trial evaluation. Based on the trial evaluation, your rewards are calculated. You have received spirit crystals, 1000 you have received experience, 3000 you have received materials. Beast Emperor's bone settlement completed. The next second, before Su Chen could take a closer look, he instantly disappeared from the grassland. In the third middle school of Jianyang. An hour later, the students gathered again on campus. However, unlike before, this time there were not only students but also countless outsiders. Wang Yang, our Ma group sincerely invites you to join us. Our company is willing to strongly support your path as a practitioner. Please consider us. Nonsense. How much is your Ma group's support worth? Wang Yang, our Shinfeng company is willing to offer you an annual salary of 10 million and will help you acquire all the equipment and materials you need. Just 10 million? Is that even worth mentioning? Our Ma group offers 20 million. The heads of the two major corporations began to argue directly, completely disregarding their dignity. Every year, after the basic assessment, large companies conduct recruitment. With a top-tier evaluation, only a few dozen people emerge from a city in a year, but they are the most sought-after talents. Of course, they must do everything possible to compete. They exchanged words, and the offered salaries kept rising. The students nearby watched, their eyes wide with envy. Is this the value of a top-tier evaluation? It's truly a leap to success. An annual salary at the 10 million level. Just a few days ago, they were all classmates, and now the gap had suddenly widened. Besides Wang Yang, other companies were also making offers to other students. However, those offers were simply worlds apart compared to Wang Yang's. You don't understand, Wang Yang is not just a simple top-tier evaluation. A knowledgeable classmate whispered, he achieved the top rating in just 24 hours. If he had chosen to stay for 72 hours, would he have gotten an even higher score? The difference between a 72-hour rating and a 24-hour rating is significant. Perhaps if he had chosen to stay for 72 hours, he might have had a chance to touch the top rating. Wang Yang held his head high, looking down on the two HR executives from the major companies. Unlike others who regarded him with admiration, Wang Yang knew himself well. If he hadn't been defeated by Su Chen and ridiculed by everyone, he probably wouldn't have pushed himself so hard for the top-tier evaluation. Even the process of his victory was filled with luck. If he had to do it all over again, he wouldn't have any confidence. That's why he didn't choose to stay for 72 hours. Because even if he had chosen to stay, With his strength, he couldn't have raised his score any higher. However, that didn't stop him from putting on an expression of "I am the top tier, I just can't be bothered to continue," and coldly ignoring the two HR executives. In the past few days, the influx of HR representatives from major companies had already worn down the threshold of his home. After being flattered by countless people, his mindset had changed. That mere Su Chen, just a little necromancer, isn't worth my attention. My future is bright. But everything has a beginning and an end. He decided to take one last look at Su Chen. Then, as a top-tier genius, he would teach him a lesson. He'll be out in 3 minutes. Time was fixed, and Wang Yang was naturally counting down. As the 3 minutes passed, the classroom twisted. Several students' figures slowly emerged. Among them was the very Su Chen that Wang Yang had been thinking about. Su Chen, you finally came out. Wang Yang's eyes lit up as he pushed through the crowd, heading straight for Su Chen. What was your score? Ha! Su Chen was taken aback. He had been wondering what the final score would be. Suddenly, Wang Yang's big face was right in front of him, startling him so much that he almost slapped him. Then he realized it was wrong and forced himself to hold back. If he had slapped him, he feared he would have to kneel and beg Wang Yang not to die. After all, Su Chen didn't think Wang Yang's health could withstand a slap from him. He pushed Wang Yang away and was about to speak when he suddenly heard gasps from the side, accompanied by the sound of people inhaling sharply, instantly raising the temperature in the classroom by 10 degrees. Top tier evaluation? It's actually a top tier? So terrifying, the goddess Xia is truly formidable. A top tier evaluation? Wang Yang was stunned, suddenly turning his head so fast he almost twisted his neck. Xia Shualan sat quietly in her seat, with their shocked homeroom teacher, Lu Hongzhe, in front of her. Xia, can you repeat what your score was? Lu Hongzhe murmured. Xia Shualan spoke softly, her voice calm, but her eyes held a hint of joy. How did you do it? Lu Hongzhe looked at her with an expression of disbelief. Xia Shualan said, when I saw the introduction to the Abyss, it mentioned that the Orc Empire was in constant turmoil, so I tried to incite a war between the Bearmen and the Tauren, and then took advantage of both sides suffering heavy losses to kill the chieftains of both tribes. Of course, things couldn't be as simple as she described. Even with the 72-hour extension, the Abyss only lasted a total of 4 days. To incite a war between two tribes in such a short time, while quietly escalating it to the point of being able to harvest the leaders of both tribes, sounds easy, but in reality, it is incredibly difficult. Incredible! The HR managers from the Ma Group and Shinfeng Company exchanged glances. The intelligence about the Abyss Orc Empire had long been exposed with the first batch of adventurers. There were already skilled strategists among the adventurers who, based on the information provided by the candidates, deduced the strategy to achieve a high score. This is somewhat similar to the college entrance examination questions in Su Chen's previous life. When the exam ended, and the results were not yet out, the perfect answers were immediately published. Among the strategies provided by those adept at strategizing was the route Xia Shualan mentioned. Therefore, Xia Shualan's words were highly credible. Although the specific score for Xia Shualan needed to be confirmed by checking the rankings at the entrance of the Orc Empire in the Abyss, the information they had was already enough to prompt action. Incredible! Some small cities might not even produce a single high-level evaluation in a year. Even if Jingyang City's economy is not weak, at most there are only about 3 high-level adventurers in a year. The entire province might not even have 10 high-level adventurers. We must snatch. Such talent must be seized. Without hesitation, they abandoned Wang Yang and rushed to Xia Shualan's side. Classmate Xia, do you have plans for direct employment after graduation? Have you considered our Ma Group? Classmate Xia, our Shinfeng Company needs talents like you to join us. We are willing to offer a salary of 100 million and promise to gather everything you need. Shinfeng offers 100 million? Isn't that a bit undervaluing talent? Our Ma Group offers 200 million. My Shinfeng Company is offering in US dollars. Our Ma Group is talking in pounds. As they spoke, they even picked up weapons, looking ready to fight. The surrounding classmates were stunned. What kind of salary was this? Wang Yang's face turned green and pale. The salary these two had offered him compared to Xia Shualan's was actually 100 times different? Was this the treatment for true high-level talent? Clearly, he also had a 24-hour high-level evaluation. The gap was still so vast? No wonder she's the woman I have my eye on. Wang Yang forced a smile and, like the two HR managers, abandoned Su Chen and moved closer. If I had known you could get a high-level evaluation, I would have chosen to extend my time to get a high-level evaluation too. Ah, what a pity. If I had known, I wouldn't have pretended so much, insisting on being the first to get a top evaluation. He struck a pose of it's not that I can't get a perfect score, I just wanted to be the first to submit my paper to show off. Unfortunately, Xia Shualan didn't even spare him a glance. Her beautiful eyes swept across the room, accurately finding Su Chen's figure. With her slender legs striding forward, she walked straight to Su Chen. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on him, the clear pupils reflecting the image of the young man. Su Chen, what is your score? Xia Shualan lightly bit her lip, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. Could my high-level score surpass yours? My score is. Su Chen had just begun to speak. However, before he could finish, a shooting star suddenly streaked across the sky, crashing into the campus like a cannonball. Boom! The cannonball slammed into the playground, directly creating a massive shockwave. The entire ground trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Many students couldn't even stand and fell directly to the ground. Everyone instinctively looked over. Some even exclaimed in surprise, which high-level mage cast the meteor spell? Such power! The homeroom teacher, Lu Hongze, changed his expression. No, that's not a meteorite technique, that's a person. Everyone focused their gaze. Oh wow, it really is a person. In the meteorite pit, a robust man slowly stood up. He was bare-chested, revealing strong, powerful muscles, exuding a masculine aura. Lu Hongze exclaimed in surprise, that's our Jianyang City Practitioner Association president, Lord Deng Pengang. How did he end up here? Could it be? His gaze fell on Xia Shualan? Others also thought of her. The evaluation at this level had unexpectedly attracted the president. It was only normal. After all, some cities might not produce such top-tier talent in a year. Perhaps President Deng was here to recruit Xia Shualan for the Lord's office. No, maybe he's here to recruit me. Wang Yong thought to himself. He believed he also had a chance. His 24-hour level rating wasn't low, and being male made him more suited for the bloody violence of the abyss. Plus, like President Deng Pengang, he was a warrior, so he might not be without opportunity. However, the first thing Deng Pengang said was, "Congratulations to our city's Su Chen for achieving a level rating. From now on, may your future be boundless, soaring to great heights, destined to be a pillar of our great Xia Alliance. Cheers to our great Xia. Cheers to student Su." Oh, it turns out he wasn't here for Xia Shualan, but for Su Chen. Everyone nodded in a daze. Wait, what did he just say about the rating? Level? What? He's a sewer profession necromancer? What? He's a sewer profession necromancer? Level? What a joke. Is there even a level rating for the basic trial? Su Chen got a level rating? How did he do that? I can't even kill a Taoren chieftain. What on earth did he do in the abyss to get such a high rating? Everyone was bewildered. Wang Yong's level rating, while rare, usually had a few people in the school. Xia Shualan's level rating was incredibly precious, but by city standards, there were generally students who could achieve it each year. If by province standards, there were about 10 each year, but they had never even heard of it. What the hell kind of rating is this? Su Chen is just a necromancer. Xia Shualan's mouth slightly opened, her eyes dazed. The universally acknowledged aloof goddess had unexpectedly turned into a cute, silly expression. How is he so strong? Unlike others, Xia Shualan didn't think Su Chen would be weak, but she truly didn't believe he could achieve a level rating. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Yang shook his head repeatedly, not believing it at all. A level rating was something he had fought tooth and nail for, relying on luck to obtain. While he couldn't achieve a level rating, he could roughly guess what level of accomplishment was needed to get one. But what on earth had to be done to earn this rating? It must be that President Deng made a mistake. Absolutely. However, before he could say anything more, the next second, the space beside Deng Pengang twisted. An elegant man in a robe appeared out of thin air. Old Deng, is this how you do things? The refined middle-aged man couldn't help but say as soon as he appeared, you promised everyone would come to congratulate, but you slapped my teleportation array and ran over here first, breaking the rules. A phoenix cry echoed in the sky, and a fire phoenix soared above, slowly descending. A man stood atop it, also expressing dissatisfaction. Exactly. You're the president of Jianyang City, how can the president lead by breaking the rules? At the same time, a jet mecha roared into the school gate. As it reached the entrance, the mecha disassembled, and a female mecha engineer jumped down, disregarding her femininity, cursing loudly, "Damn you, old Deng. I'm definitely reporting you to the higher-ups. Let's see how you keep being president." Not only that, countless people appeared, some running, some flying on swords, some riding beasts. Nonsense, it's not just old Deng breaking the rules. You guys are the same. Exactly. Old Lu, you promised to take us along for the teleportation, so why did you come alone? What about us? Can you three show some decorum for our Jianyang City? How can you set an example for your classmates like this? It's embarrassing. One by one, they arrived on the wind. They cursed and glared, but the aura around them was more imposing than the last. All of them were high-level professionals. The homeroom teacher, Lu Hongzhe, was dumbfounded. These people were all big shots from Jianyang City. For instance, the mage who teleported in was the chief of the city guard. The beast tamer riding a phoenix was the minister of logistics and resource management. The mech pilot was the founder of Jianyang City's largest company, Shinfeng Group. Each one of them could shake Jianyang City with just a stamp of their foot. They all came for Su Chen. The much maligned Deng Penggang, however, was smug. Fast hands, slow hands, if you have the ability, come bite me, he said, looking towards the teaching building. Which one of you is Su Chen? The surrounding students instinctively looked at Su Chen. Su Chen stepped forward. I am. Deng Penggang leaped into the classroom. Su Chen, congratulations on your evaluation. Deng Penggang said with a grin, this is a unique evaluation nationwide. Now Jianyang City can hold its head high. And then this face will be completely lost by you, the president. The chief of the city guard, Mage Jingjing, snorted coldly as he teleported in. Then he smiled at Su Chen. Hello, Su Chen. Have you considered joining the city guard after graduation? The city guard offers great benefits. I'm willing to apply for top resources for you. Heh, the official resources have always been limited. Li Weihon, the female mech pilot and founder of Shinfeng Group, chuckled lightly. How can private capital be as flexible as ours? Su Chen, come to our Shinfeng Group. The shares are negotiable. Private capital isn't just your Shinfeng Group. An old man chuckled. Our Ma Group is also willing to offer shares. My granddaughter has always wanted to find a genius professional to guide her. Could you help? Others also surged into the classroom, speaking up one after another, filling the originally spacious classroom to the brim. But no student or teacher dared to complain. After all, these people were real big shots. People like the senior executives from Shinfeng and Ma Group, after a glance from their leaders, left the classroom in a hurry. In front of these people, they didn't even have the right to speak. Su Chen was a bit dazed. He knew that after the basic trials each year, outstanding professionals would attract the attention of officials and big capital, even being recruited at great expense. But he never expected it to be this exaggerated. Wang Yang was also stunned. Compared to the conditions offered by these big shots, the terms given to him by the HR executives were nothing. The resentment and jealousy he felt towards Su Chen, combined with the discomfort of the crowded classroom, made him unable to hold back. Did you guys make a mistake? How could a mere Su Chen get a level evaluation? As soon as he finished speaking, the lively scene fell silent. Countless big shots turned to look at him, their gazes deep and calm. The president of the professional association, Deng Penggang, raised an eyebrow and said, no mistake, the leaderboard for the Abyss entrance should have already been posted online. If this student doesn't believe it, he can check his phone and see. Wang Yang, not believing it, took out his phone and started searching. He quickly found the target. Abyss, Orc Empire, level, difficulty, special, basic trial, easy, normal, hard, nightmare, hell, real. He clicked on the basic trial and directly saw the exploration record. Cleared, Su Chen, rating, time, 72 hours, basic trial, cleared, Xianghua, rating, time, 72 hours, basic trial, cleared, Li Shanghua, rating, time, 72 hours, basic trial, cleared, Xiaoshualan, rating, time, 72 hours, basic trial, cleared. The name of the first place is vividly remembered. The rating at this level is even more distinct from the second place. Su Chen, this rating is yours, right? Deng Ping turned his head and said, I checked all the participants in the province, and there's only one person with that name who took 72 hours to clear it, and that's you. The name Su Chen is not particularly common. Each province has only one basic trial, limited to that province, and it must be a candidate, so people with the same name are naturally fewer. Moreover, the basic trial is also a deep abyss. Most students find it very difficult to survive even 24 hours and will not stay long in the abyss. Most will exit normally. After several screenings, it's easy to identify the individual. Although everyone arrived quickly, the basic trial has a fixed time every year, and the staff had long been prepared to check for the top scorer, so their actions were naturally swift. It's me. Su Chen nodded, glancing at the exploration record. With the name Su Chen and that rating, who else could it be? Truly a top rating. Wang Yang's eyes widened, but Su Chen is just a necromancer. How could he achieve such a high rating? Ha! The many big shots were taken aback. They had come in a hurry and really didn't know Su Chen's profession. But looking at Su Chen's calm demeanor, necromancer? That sewer profession necromancer? A sewer profession necromancer achieved the highest rating? We don't want this person. We don't want this person. The many big shots looked at Su Chen in astonishment. Su Chen's expression was calm, but he understood their feelings well. The mage profession is very weak in the early stages. When a warrior exhausts their energy, they can still rely on basic attacks to defeat enemies. When a mage runs out of mana, they can only wait to die. Moreover, new professionals have low levels and little mana, and casting a few skills can deplete their mana. Therefore, mage-type professions are at a significant disadvantage in this kind of basic trial for newcomers, especially in solo challenges. The leaderboard does not mark professions, but based on past experience, those who achieve top ratings are likely all warriors. Mages are already struggling. As for sewer necromancers, it's even worse. Yet Su Chen, this necromancer, succeeded. And he received a top rating. How could this not astonish them? How did he do it? Everyone thought, frowning slightly. Could it be some special talent? Chief of the city guard, Jing Jing, hesitated and said, if it's some unique talent, perhaps. He turned to Su Chen. Su Chen, what is your talent? Su Chen hadn't spoken yet. Deng Peng just shouted, Jing Jing, have you forgotten the rules? As he spoke, his fierce eyes glared, exuding a murderous aura. It seemed as if he would strike at any moment. Jing Jing trembled, his expression changing. He stepped back repeatedly, sorry, I misspoke. Su Chen, please forget this matter, pretend I never said it. He wasn't afraid of Deng Peng, but of the rules. In the Great Xia, some rules are absolute. Those are the dead rules set by the founder of the Great Xia Alliance of Professionals. Whoever touches them, dies. Su Chen looked at his demeanor, feeling a surge of emotions. Why did he dare to use his talent so freely? Why, even without actively revealing his talent, did he never hide its effects? There was no need to play the role of a pig to eat a tiger. It was all because of that one person. The profession of a practitioner is actually a survival of the fittest industry, where strong force makes the entire world respect practitioners, competition is fierce, and it's easy to cross the bottom line. In such a crowd, internal deceit, scheming, and conspiracies are naturally countless. He obtained some good equipment. He got some skill books. He cleared the abyss and has valuable intelligence. All of this holds immense worth, enough to make professionals abandon their morals and resort to any means necessary. As for high-level professionals exploiting low-level ones and coercing them into signing slave contracts, that is not just a rumor. How many people even deliberately hide their talents, limiting their own performance, fearing that if they accidentally reveal their abilities, they will be targeted by those high-level professionals and forced to become mere tools for farming materials? Until the founder of the Great Xia Professional Association appeared. He seemed like the protagonist of a novel, encountering a series of events from the day he became a professional. From being pressured about his talent at the start, to being extorted for rewards after gaining high evaluations by members of powerful families, to being threatened by capitalists, all sorts of troubles kept arising. But he truly resembled a protagonist from a novel, cutting through everything with a knife. He became the #1 professional in Great Xia, slaying 7 legendary professionals, destroying 5 super-large professional factions, along with countless of their affiliated forces and members. Ultimately, he established the Great Xia Professional Association and set countless rules based on his own experiences to protect the fledgling new professionals. For instance, the rule regarding talent was one he firmly established. Su Chen could casually mention it, could accidentally let it slip while chatting with friends, or could be coerced into revealing it with money, but it absolutely could not be forced out of him. Whoever does so will die. As for officials, it's best not to even ask. Chief Jing Jing of the city guard was not afraid of Deng Peng Gang, but rather realized he had inadvertently violated official discipline. Fortunately, Deng Peng Gang intervened in time, otherwise, while he might not have died because of it, his future would surely be affected. Because of Jing Jing's careless words, the atmosphere in the classroom became somewhat heavy. However, curiosity flickered in everyone's eyes. How did Su Chen, a necromancer, achieve such a high evaluation? It shouldn't be possible. Even the universally recognized strongest warrior professionals in the early stages couldn't accomplish what a mere necromancer did. How did he manage that? The crowd's eyes sparkled. Don't think this was merely their curiosity. In reality, both the capitalists and the officials were willing to spend heavily to recruit those talented youths. Did they truly expect their combat power at this moment? How could that be possible? What they valued was the potential of these geniuses, their future. So how is potential assessed? The scoring of the basic trials is the most fair, but fairness does not mean it is 100% accurate. A necromancer like Su Chen should not be able to achieve such an evaluation under normal circumstances. However, if he happened to find some unconventional methods due to good luck and managed to break through, then his true value might not be as high as it seems. And at that moment, Su Chen, I challenge you, do you dare to accept? Wang Yang gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Challenge? Su Chen tilted his head. That's right, Wang Yang said through clenched teeth, I don't believe you can achieve that level of evaluation. I refuse to accept it. What does your acceptance or refusal have to do with me? Whether you believe it or not, can it affect me? On the contrary, if I accidentally used a bit more strength and ended up killing you, carrying the reputation of killing a classmate, that would truly affect me. Suchin couldn't be bothered with such a challenge and instinctively wanted to refuse. But before he could speak, several big shots nearby chimed in first. A challenge, as expected of our classmate from Jianyang City, so full of energy. Yeah, I remember when I first became a professional, I often sparred with my classmates too. Seeing them reminds me of my duels under the sunset back then. That was my lost youth. A challenge sounds great. Let's open the gym at our school for them. I remember there's a ring there. We absolutely have to let our little classmates have a good time. A few big shots exchanged words, reminiscing about their youthful days. Suchin said, why should I play along with his tricks? I'm not that freed. Suddenly, the big shots exclaimed, slapping their foreheads. Oh, we almost forgot. We're all from Jianyang, so we naturally have to support our juniors. I think we should give the winner some rewards. Exactly, as seniors, we must support our juniors. How about gifting the winner a piece of equipment? I'll sponsor a rare robe. Then I'll contribute a protective ring. I have a staff here. Each person chimed in, and together they gathered 7 or 8 pieces of equipment, almost covering all the gear a mage could have. In fact, it was even more than what Suchin had obtained during the basic trial. Suchin said, well, since the seniors want to see, then having a fight isn't out of the question. We must let the seniors witness the passion of our youth. The big shots agreed. Thus, Wang Yang challenged Suchin once again. However, this time, with many big shots as witnesses, it felt much fairer. For instance, the chief of the city guard, Jing Jing, gifted Suchin 2 bottles of blue potions, explaining that the full battle power of a necromancer is to summon all controllable undead. If he went directly to the arena, his power would be halved. Indeed, this was a fact. Summoning undead consumes 20 mana points, equivalent to 2 points of intelligence in mana capacity. But maintaining the undead only requires occupying 1 point of intelligence limit. The difference is significant. Calculating from the scene of Suchin's first encounter with Wang Yang, he had summoned 5 skeletons at that time. But in reality, Suchin's true battle power, under full mana, should have been carrying 10 skeletons to fight. From this perspective, Wang Yang's first challenge against Suchin had a hint of taking advantage of the situation. Of course, it was rare to be able to exert full strength, as no necromancer could guarantee to always maintain their peak state. But this indeed represented Suchin's true peak power. Clearly, the big shots were deliberately creating this situation to see Suchin's real strength. Of course, it wasn't just Suchin who benefited, Wang Yang did as well. One big shot directly lent him a complete set of ordinary level equipment. The reason was that Suchin had a high rating, and the rewards would surely be substantial, allowing him to be fully equipped and crush with gear. For fairness, Wang Yang also needed to be fully armed. This reasoning was hard to refute, as Suchin's equipment was earned through his own efforts, a testament to his own abilities. But the big shots pretended to be oblivious, and the one who lent Wang Yang the equipment even secretly transmitted a message to him. Fight well. If you can force Suchin to use his full strength, this set of equipment will be yours. Suchin's rating was crucial to how much investment he would receive. Compared to those kinds of numbers, a mere set of ordinary level equipment was hardly worth mentioning. Wang Yang nodded, remaining silent. He knew he was merely a tool for the big shots to test Suchin. But if I can defeat Suchin, wouldn't that prove my rating should be higher than his? Then all these big shots investments would be mine. A fiery glint flashed in Wang Yang's eyes. He knew Suchin's rating was terrifyingly high, but he didn't believe that a necromancer could truly reach such heights. He must have found some loophole in the abyss. It was just luck. He could win. He absolutely could win. This was the belief he had held onto for the past 3 days since receiving his rating. The battle began. Wang Yang took a deep breath, holding his sword with both hands, his feet suddenly stomping down, and he shot out like an arrow released from a bow. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. However, the next moment, as Suchin popped a potion and began summoning skeletons, his fighting spirit froze. So many. Too many. Suchin's intelligence is 61 points, allowing him to maintain the existence of up to 61 skeletons simultaneously. What does up to mean? Just hearing the number doesn't evoke much feeling, but if they were to stand in a dense formation, they could fill an entire basketball court. Moreover, given the current situation, he can summon an additional 30 skeletons to fill the gaps, which means nearly 100 skeletons. Why are there so many? Wang Yang couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Deng Peng's pupils constricted, Jing Jing's eyes widened, and Xia Shuelan bit her lip. There were just too many. The sheer number of skeletons was overwhelming. So, Su Chen's intelligence attribute had already, in the next moment, Wang Yang was engulfed by the undead army. In a single encounter, he was stabbed twice. In fact, the skeleton warriors themselves hadn't changed much in strength, but their overwhelming numbers were too much to handle. As the skeleton in front of him was just killed by Wang Yang, another one nearby had already quietly stabbed him, while a skeleton behind him gave him another cut, and one from the side took the opportunity to close in. Wang Yang's attributes were much stronger than before entering the abyss, and he had also leveled up to level 5. But even so, 2 fists couldn't fight against 4 hands. Suddenly, he was hit several times, blood flowing, and his face was cut open. The bloodied appearance looked both disheveled and terrifying. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs. A dignified warrior with a high rating was actually powerless to fight back. Enough! I am a top-tier genius at level. I am the best warrior in combat. How could I possibly lose to you? Wang Yang trembled with anger, gritting his teeth to withstand the attacks of several skeletons, desperately sweeping away the skeleton in front of him, and roaring loudly, feeling a surge of power from his rage. All right. Su Chen responded emotionlessly, then with a flick of his finger, countless undead once again overwhelmed him, continuing to stab wildly. After all, if going berserk was useful, what would attributes be for? Really, I'm just worried I might hit you too hard and kill you, otherwise, I wouldn't even need to summon skeletons, I could save on potions too. The battle ended. The teacher took the battered Wang Yang to the infirmary for treatment, while the big shots looked at Su Chen with complex expressions. Su Chen, what level are you? Jing Jing asked hesitantly. Su Chen replied calmly, there was no need to hide anything. As expected, Jing Jing sighed softly. What does this mean? Wang Yang, who received a level rating, is. Xia Shualan, who received a level rating, is. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to level up, and the more experience points are required. The monsters Xia Shualan defeated were more than twice that of Wang Yang, and Su Chen conservatively estimated that the monsters he defeated were at least 10 times that of Xia Shualan. Is this what a level rating means? Jing Jing was filled with emotion. Li Yuehong sighed softly, in my time, my basic trials seem to only be. The president of the Ma group also gasped. This is the first time I've seen someone break the record for the basic trial. The top scorer from the previous year in Long Province, who had a level rating, seemed to have only broken it by that much, right? It was simply terrifying. But they silently made the same decision. We don't want this person. Indeed, it was not a good performance. The next step was for all parties to present their conditions for Su Chen to choose. However, Su Chen noticed a strange phenomenon. The conditions offered by each party didn't seem that great. Taking the conditions from Shenfeng Group as an example. Salary, 1 billion a year. Resources, Shenfeng Group provides equipment and skills worth 500 million for free. The training facilities can be used permanently for free at all training grounds below Shenfeng level, with priority access and no need to queue. There were some other conditions, but they were not that important, merely supplementary. This condition seems a bit too poor. Su Chen thought to himself. Don't be fooled by the billion-level annual salary and the 500 million in equipment and skills. Although these are indeed not small numbers, it depends on what they are compared to. When the HR manager from Shenfeng Group quoted the 2 classmates in the class, Su Chen was listening. Wang Yang, with a level rating, was quoted an annual salary of 10 million. Xia Shualan, with a level rating, was quoted an annual salary of 100 million. It's in US dollars, equivalent to about 700 million daxia coins. The two of them were only 1 evaluation level apart, yet the quoted price differed by a staggering 70 times. And Su Chen was actually 2 levels below Xia Shualan. However, the conditions offered were even less than Xia Shualan's by a factor of 1, which was rather unreasonable. Su Chen tentatively declined, saying, sorry, this salary doesn't meet my expectations. I'll think about it. Alright, that's fine. The mecha engineer from Shenfeng Group, Li Yuehong, merely smiled lightly, then Su Chen can take his time to consider. With that, she calmly walked out, showing no signs of regret or persuasion. The earlier words about shares being negotiable seemed as if they had never been spoken, not even mentioned. The conditions offered by other factions were similar to those of Shenfeng Group. Su Chen also tried to communicate with them, but their reactions were much like Li Yuehong's, mostly just polite exchanges before they gave up on recruiting him. It seems something is off. Su Chen squinted his eyes. Is it because my profession is a necromancer? That shouldn't be the case. Even if necromancers are considered a low-tier profession, deemed weaker than others, I've already proven my potential. They shouldn't be offering such meager conditions. He couldn't understand, perhaps there were things he didn't know. Su Chen had only slightly interacted with these factions, and ultimately made a decisive choice to give up on joining these companies. The reason large companies like Shinphone Group were willing to offer salaries in the hundreds of millions was certainly not without expecting returns. According to the contract, once Suchin joined them, he would have to team up with company personnel to clear specific dungeons, continuously farming for certain resources. All gains from the dungeons would have to be submitted, and after the company took a share of the profits, the remaining would be redistributed based on each team member's contributions. Under such a series of requirements, saying he was selling himself to those companies would be an exaggeration, but he would be greatly restricted. If the price were high, that would be one thing, but they expected him to sell himself for this amount? Impossible. Forget it, without capital support, there's nothing to be done. Suchin thought to himself, it's just a matter of starting resources, at worst, I'll just grind the abyss a couple more times. With that in mind, he began to tidy up his desk. Although he had become a professional, it didn't mean his high school life was over. In fact, much of the knowledge about professionals was only starting to be taught now. While teachers occasionally mentioned some aspects of professional knowledge, prior to this, they had focused more on the various difficulties students might face in the abyss, the coping strategies they could employ, and the fundamental techniques for physical training, among other things. Detailed information about the abyss would only be taught after students became professionals. After all, Suchen raised his head and scanned the surroundings. In Class 2, there were originally about 40 students, but now, fewer than 30 remained. The missing students had all fallen in the abyss. Dying in the abyss meant truly dying. One must not think that the lowest evaluation level equates to being a poor student. A truly poor student wouldn't even survive to be withdrawn from the abyss. Sigh. Suchen let out a breath. The familiar faces disappearing always evoked a sense of nostalgia. He then took out a piece of paper and began recording the information he knew about the Orc Empire and his strategies for clearing it. This was something every professional had to do. The professional association could compile detailed information from various sources into an intelligence collection to increase the chances of professionals clearing the abyss. Even a professional with a low evaluation level could sometimes obtain extraordinary information. Of course, the professional association did not collect information from students for free. Ordinary information that was widely known was one thing, but important information would be compensated adequately. The country's credibility in this regard was still solid. Although most of the information that the classmates could gather was not particularly important, Suchen took it seriously and wrote for a full 20 minutes before finishing. Just as he put down his pen, the eyes of the surrounding classmates lit up, ready to speak. This was the process for clearing the level. They were really curious about how Suchen had cleared it. They were also very interested in the difficulty of the level. However, one person's reaction was even faster. A fragrant breeze swept in. Suchen, have you finished your abyss report? Can I take a look? Xia Shualan lightly bit her lip, her gaze involuntarily drifting to Suchen's writing. Sure, Suchen replied nonchalantly, handing over the report. Xia Shualan's eyes brightened slightly as she quickly scanned through it. Bear Chief, health points, attack power, skill Bear Shaman, health points, attack power, skill Wolf Chief, health points, attack power, skill. Suchen's data records were quite detailed. The more she looked, the more shocked Xia Shualan became. Each of these is stronger than the Tauren Chief. She had received a level evaluation, which naturally meant she had defeated them. But the ones she had defeated were the Tauren Bloodhoof Chief, who had been weakened after a fierce battle between the two tribes that she instigated, and the Bear Chief, who was almost taken down by a self-destructing Tauren Shaman. When she made her move, both chiefs had already lost more than half of their health. The remaining Bear Shaman was barely hanging on, the kind that could die if left alone. Yet Suchen had not only taken down the Tauren and Bear, but also the Wolf, Tiger, and Old Baiman King, health points 65,000, Xia Shualan's voice became dry. What kind of monster is this? The remainder of its health could rival a sturdy Tauren Bloodhoof Chief. And looking at the attack power, one hit could take her out. And the skills, what the hell? How did Suchen clear something like this? Xia Shualan hurriedly flipped the page to Suchen's strategy answers. Step 1, attack the Tauren tribe with skeletons, kill the chief and shaman. Step 2, attack the Bear tribe with skeletons, kill the chief and shaman. Step 3, final step, attack the Orc royal court with skeletons, kill the Baiman king. Evaluation, as long as you can kill, this abyss isn't difficult, but next time I should consider getting a map first. I wasted a lot of time backtracking. Xia Shualan, is this really what I wanted to know? What she wanted to know was how exactly he fought. How he killed them was the key. Did he really just give me a too simple answer omitted? But Xia Shualan knew that Suchen had taken down that group. After all, that level of evaluation couldn't be faked. The more she looked, the more frustrated she felt. Just how much was the difference between her and Suchen? She thought she had done quite well this time, maybe even surpassing him. Just then, Su-chen looked at her and said, "By the way, let me see your report too." Xia Shualan's eyes flickered. "Oh, that's not necessary. I was a bit careless and didn't perform well. It's just a level evaluation." The classmates nearby almost spat out their water upon hearing this. What had not performed well? What had just a level evaluation? However, Su-chen nodded in agreement. "Yeah, you really didn't perform well this time." Xia Shualan opened her mouth, unwillingly repeating, "Yeah, it's just a level evaluation, only second place, tied with others." She emphasized the words level evaluation as if she wanted to crush her teeth, stressing it deliberately. "Su-chen, I know, I saw the leaderboard too." He had a look that said, "I already knew about this small matter, no need to say more." Xia Shualan. She opened her mouth, her eyes reddening, tears glistening, her nose twitching. Gritting her teeth, she stomped her foot and threw down Su-chen's report, then ran straight out of the classroom. With the keen perception of the newly leveled professionals, they could still faintly hear her sobbing. This was truly Su-chen. "Look what you've done to Goddess Xia." Yu Dingwu had a strange expression. "What a beautiful girl, and you've made her cry. You're going too far." Many were curious about Su-chen's dungeon records, and his good brother Yu Dingwu was naturally among them. He had heard Su-chen's words. "How could it be me who made her cry? Don't slander me." Su-chen frowned and said unhappily, it was clearly her own poor performance that made her feel bad and unable to hold back her tears. Isn't this guy always like this? His psychological endurance is weak, he cries easily when he doesn't do well. This isn't the first time you've seen it. Yu Dingwu nodded. Yes, it wasn't the first time. But isn't there a possibility that it's not that Goddess Xia has a weak psychological endurance but rather that she gets upset because of you every time? Su-chen didn't consider it that way. The final data was indeed frightening, the extraordinary health points and the attack power capable of killing a meat shield warrior at a single blow seemed impossible for a novice to clear. However, there was indeed room for maneuver. The Orc Empire seemed powerful, but it was riddled with internal contradictions, even the introduction of the Abyss specifically noted this. Xia Shualan received a high rating because she instigated a war between the Bearmen and the Taurun. As long as this template was expanded to incite a civil war within the Orc Empire, and then rally the Bearmen, Taurun, werewolves, and other strong clans to besiege the Orc royal court, it might not be impossible to kill the old demon emperor. Of course, managing so much in just 4 days was very difficult, and one misstep could lead to death. Overcoming the Abyss's malicious influence and guiding the actions of many great clans was also a problem, but it was not absolutely impossible. This was a universal method of clearing without any professional or talent requirements. Theoretically, every professional could achieve a perfect clear. Since a perfect score was possible, then for a top student, if you could clearly score 100 but only got 98, isn't that just not doing well? Isn't that just underperforming? Su-chen shrugged, not intending to argue with this underachiever. He handed over his report and then looked at Yu Dingwu's report. Yu Dingwu's rating was level C. At first glance, it seemed to be at the same level as Wang Yong, or even lower than Wang Yong, who had come out in 24 hours. However, Yu Dingwu was a shield warrior, a profession not good at solo combat. In the solo dungeon of the Abyss, it wasn't much stronger than support-type professions. Normally, his rating should be viewed as half a level higher. So, in the eyes of many, his level C rating wasn't much worse than a level B rating. You did well, using the conflict between the Taurun shaman and the chieftain. Su-chen praised, I didn't expect this thick-browed, big-eyed guy to play such tactics. I have a new appreciation for you, he said, patting Yu Dingwu's shoulder. After all, this good brother had a close relationship with him, likely belonging to the category of close friends. If one day he fell, cough cough. In any case, the better he grew, the happier Su-chen was. Yu Dingwu, if you had given your evaluation of me to Xia Shualan, how could she possibly have cried and run out of the classroom? Su-chen took his report and walked into the classroom office. However, the homeroom teacher Lu Hongzhe was not there. The president of the Adventurers Association, Deng Penggang, was sitting in the homeroom teacher's seat. He was bare-chested, with strong, powerful muscles that added considerable weight, making the poor chair creak under him. President. Su-chen nodded in greeting and placed his report on the homeroom teacher's desk. Is this your Abyss report? Deng Penggang raised an eyebrow and reached for it. Yes, Su-chen nodded. Deng Penggang flipped through it a few times, and upon seeing the strategy of attacking with skeletons, the corner of his mouth lifted. As expected, just as we thought. Su-chen was taken aback. It's nothing. Deng Penggang chuckled, from the looks of you, it seems you rejected their invitation? Su-chen nodded, yes, their conditions are too few. He curled his lips, his expression somewhat disdainful. Deng Peng just laughed heartily. Actually, I think you should agree to them. Ha! Su Chen looked at him in surprise. I'm here specifically to wait for you. Deng Peng waved his hand grandly. There are mainly two things. The first thing is, I'm here to apologize to you on behalf of that bastard Jing Jing. He didn't mean to ask about your talent, and I hope you can forgive him, and also hope you won't make it public. But he couldn't bring himself to apologize to a small freshman like you, so he sent me, this shameless little warrior, to say sorry for him. However, as an apology, he is willing to offer you conditions one level lower than what he initially quoted, asking if you would like to join the city guard. A lower tier offer? Is this really an apology? Su Chen frowned tightly. The matter of asking about his talent was nothing, he hadn't taken it to heart. After all, his actions had been stopped by Deng Peng before they even began. But is this behavior an apology or a provocation? Just as Su Chen was about to speak, Deng Peng seemed to read his mind and said, of course it's an apology. Su Chen, don't you want to know why their attitude has changed so much? Su Chen was stunned, his expression serious. Why? He was a level-rated individual, and according to his understanding of the basic trial abyss, in the entire Great Xia, it might take a year to produce a single level-rated professional. Such a result was far more formidable than the top scorer in Su Chen's previous life. Theoretically speaking, let alone deliberately lowering the conditions, they would be afraid of offering too little, leading to a rush of big capital from other cities throwing money at them. But now their attitude felt like they were treating a level-rated professional. Su Chen spoke. Could it be because I'm a necromancer? This was probably the only point he could think of. To be precise, it's because you are a level necromancer, Deng Peng said with a smile. Did you forget what skill you gained at that time? Corpse poison? Su Chen frowned. But that's a skill every necromancer gets, right? What so? This skill is the foundation of the necromantic catastrophe. Deng Peng interrupted directly. Su Chen was taken aback, a look of realization flashing in his eyes. The necromantic catastrophe was the strongest aspect of a necromancer. But in fact, the necromantic catastrophe was not a skill, but a complete system of play for the necromancer profession. Through various means, it gathers countless undead and expands their numbers in a snowball effect, ultimately unleashing a wave of undead that sweeps across the entire world like a disaster. Theoretically, as long as the gathered undead are numerous enough, even the strongest abyss can be submerged by the sea of undead. I have to say, your way of breaking through in this basic trial is quite unique, Deng Peng praised. Instead of focusing on the normal task objectives, you desperately leveled up, awakening the corpse poison, and then quickly snowballed to create the necromantic catastrophe. You can brush out levels, and it's thanks to the uniqueness of your profession. But unfortunately, this kind of clever way to clear the trial isn't applicable to every abyss. And this method of clearing can't prove your potential. How could they be willing to pay a high price for you? Deng Peng said with a look of deep emotion. In fact, when Su Chen revealed his level, these big shots had already thought of the unique way of clearing for necromancers, desperately leveling up and then snowballing with the obtained corpse poison. Bodies infected with corpse poison have a certain proportion that will transform into undead. These undead do not occupy Su Chen's intelligence limit, so their numbers can expand infinitely. Although he wouldn't follow Su Chen's commands, the low-intelligence undead were easy to manipulate. Even without advanced skills in this area, one could simply use their hatred for living beings to attract a few strong beasts and control their movement, initially attacking a few small tribes, then a larger one, and finally rolling up the snowball. The method was simple and crude, lacking any technical finesse. It was even possible that Su Chen's talent was related to this aspect, allowing him to navigate the difficult early stages of snowballing smoothly and quickly create a necromantic disaster. However, such a combination had significant limitations. Su Chen opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. He didn't rely on the necromantic disaster to clear the abyss. In fact, he didn't even start fighting after leveling up. He had completed the battles before leveling up. These big shots had misjudged Su Chen's method of clearing the game. Deng Peng had just noticed Su Chen's expression and mistakenly thought that the other party was somewhat dissatisfied with his evaluation of taking shortcuts. He explained, "Kid, you don't understand the situation in the abyss. It's rare to find a chaotic political environment like the Orc Empire that adheres to ancient systems. The conditions for launching a necromantic disaster are very harsh. Only flesh and blood creatures can be transformed into undead, while mechanical and elemental beings cannot be converted at all. Even in a flesh and blood abyss, there may be advanced technology. The moment you destroy small villages to roll up your snowball, they will set their sights on you. Satellites in the sky, highly developed communication networks, antibodies that suppress corpse poison, and customs of burning corpses can all hinder the formation of a necromantic disaster. Furthermore, even if the Abyss background is a classical fantasy world, there will still be some priests and paladins using holy light to counter the undead. A perfect match for necromancers like the Orc Empire is truly rare. Necromancers were considered a low-tier profession for a reason. Although theoretically, a necromantic disaster could sweep through any flesh and blood abyss world and kill anyone, in practice, very few necromancers could truly roll up a snowball. Conquering the Orc Empire with a necromantic disaster could not prove Su Chen's talent. Of course, Su Chen's ability to level up quickly and seize the opportunity to roll up a snowball also demonstrated some of his potential. Thus, various major capital groups gave him top-tier evaluations. As for anything higher? Sorry, you don't deserve it. No wonder, Su Chen realized, no wonder they gave up so decisively after I refused. But the problem is, I didn't clear the game this way. In fact, if Su Chen revealed his talent, the big shots who had just ignored him would definitely change their expressions and rush over. But he wouldn't do that. Although the security in the Great Xia Alliance is excellent, and the rules set by that president are strict with heavy penalties, few people commit crimes. But this blue star is not just one Great Xia. Moreover, the reason that presidents set such strict rules is to leave a trump card for new professionals. I won't casually reveal my talent. In fact, ordinary talents could be mentioned without much consequence, but this legacy of a close friend talent had been exaggeratedly modified by Su Chen. How many years does it take for an ordinary person to find a close friend with whom they resonate? And how many years until that close friend dies, granting you a boost in attributes? Even if you receive it, is the attribute given by your close friend something your profession needs? Even if it is something you need, does that close friend have to be strong enough to provide you with a significant number of attribute points? Su Chen was very clear that his legacy of a close friend talent, in the hands of an average person, could only be considered a decent talent. In the hands of a cunning person, it could be seen as an excellent talent that could be well utilized, but it still couldn't be called top tier. But linking with the necromancer profession is a direct exception. No matter how you clear the abyss, it's all about the inherent attributes, which can also be pushed onto equipment and items. In this regard, the Great Xia can handle it all, he said. But talents cannot be discussed. There are quite a few items, skills, and talents that temporarily increase attributes, and there's no need to hide that. But when it comes to stacking attributes without limits, Su Chen knows he has that one. Not to mention that the ways to increase attributes are so simple, but conversely, as long as Su Chen doesn't foolishly speak out, ordinary people definitely wouldn't associate his talent with something so exaggerated. At most, they would only think about temporary attribute increases. Su Chen took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions, and looked at Deng Pengang, saying, I understand. That's good. Then let me tell you about the conditions that Jing Jing has for you, Deng Pengang said with a smile, and then began to introduce it. It was a standard treatment for a level evaluation. But after all, it's an official institution, relatively rigid, and won't adjust flexibly. The monetary and material aspects are also slightly inferior to what capital can offer. However, when everyone thinks Su Chen's potential only deserves a level, his willingness to offer this treatment is quite sincere. But how could Su Chen be satisfied? To be honest, I still need to think about the level treatment, let alone something lower than that. Su Chen thought to himself. Some people can achieve a level evaluation because they can only reach that level, and some can achieve a level evaluation because the highest they can reach is just that level. He is very clear about his own abilities. So Su Chen politely declined Deng Pengang's invitation. Deng Pengang didn't mind, nodded, and continued, then let me talk about the second thing. The country provides certain subsidies for students with high evaluations, which are given entirely based on your scores. Of course, it's not a lot, but it's still quite good. All the materials are the most suitable for newcomers, and they will be delivered to your door within 3 days. Let me introduce you to what the country gives for someone like you, the top-level champion. After the introduction, Su Chen left. Stubborn young man, Deng Pengang chuckled as he watched his departing figure. The treatment offered by Jing Jing is indeed not low, and he made it very clear that for Su Chen's clever achievements, being able to receive this treatment is really quite good. If Su Chen accepted it, Jing Jing might even be questioned, does someone who takes shortcuts deserve this treatment? Did you secretly take a kickback? But although Su Chen declined very politely, Deng Pengang could see that unthinking posture. This little guy still believes he deserves the level treatment. He is absolutely unwilling to sell himself cheaply. After all, he is a noble mage. Deng Pengang chuckled, took out his phone, and called another noble mage. Hello, Jing Jing, that kid didn't accept your recruitment. Right, but he finally expressed that he wouldn't make a fuss about it. But I think you should do something. How about stuffing something into the national subsidy as a gesture of goodwill? This kid Su Chen is quite clever and can guess your thoughts. Oh, and I've said so much for you, wasted so much breath, don't forget my reward. Alright, that's it, bye. Dang Pengang cheerfully hung up the phone. Noble mages are just too concerned about their reputation. Look at how much better off a shameless warrior like him is. Just by helping someone apologize or saying a few soft words, he can get quite a bit of reward. I hope these two noble mages don't regret their pride in the future. Especially that Su Chen, without anyone to support him, it's quite difficult for a professional to transition in the early stages. After leaving the office, Su Chen organized his current situation. Especially the gains after clearing the level, there had been too many things before, and he hadn't looked closely yet. Spirit Crystal, 1000, Experience, 3000, Materials, Beast Emperor's Bone, Wolf King's Mane, Behemoth's Giant Tooth. Experience doesn't need to be considered. The Spirit Crystal is the universal currency for professionals, and crafting certain weapons requires a large amount of Spirit Crystals. The exchange rate between Spirit Crystals and the Great Xia currency is 1:1000. This means that Su Chen earned 100 just from one Abyss run. And since Su Chen hasn't studied any secondary professions, materials like the Beast Emperor's Bone will ultimately be sold off. The estimated reward for clearing the dungeon is about 500. This doesn't even account for the most valuable equipment dropped by monsters in the Abyss. What if I don't have capital support? I am my own greatest asset. Su Chen was full of confidence. With one round of clearing, he could make a huge profit. How could he agree to the low prices offered by those companies? As for my current equipment, Su Chen glanced around. He had 4 pieces of the Beast Emperor set, along with the rewards from his previous battle with Wang Yong, 5 pieces of defensive gear for mage classes, plus a ring and a staff. There were also a few cheap, ordinary level items dropped from monsters that Su Chen planned to sell. So, let's head to the trading hall first. As for this Beast Emperor set, Su Chen hesitated for a moment. He was just 1 piece away from completing the entire set, which was highly valuable. Especially the legendary equipment, Crown of the Beast Emperor, which he had already obtained. He just needed to buy 1 rare piece from the outside to complete it. Normally, completing a full set of equipment isn't simple. The basic trials are particularly friendly to newcomers, with double drops and experience bonuses. To normally obtain the legendary Crown of the Beast Emperor from an Abyss, one would likely have to challenge a Hell-level Abyss for that possibility. But the problem is, this is warrior equipment. It's for a tank warrior. Su Chen's mouth twitched. He was a noble mage. What was the point of wearing a full suit of armor? Especially since the Beast Emperor set had an ancient, wild style that emphasized a fierce temperament, rugged and barbaric. This was completely at odds with his elegant mage demeanor. If I sell it, maybe I can directly buy a skill book for summoning intelligence-based undead. After hesitating for a long time, Su Chen finally gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and decided to sell it. But as soon as he stomped his foot, crack! A sharp pain shot through his foot. Su Chen was stunned. Had he fractured his foot? What was happening? Skill, summon zombie. Skill, summon zombie. What was this sudden situation? Who had attacked him? According to the novels, could it be that because he rejected the recruitment from those big capitalists, they held a grudge against him and sent assassins? Or perhaps the chief mage of the city guard, Jing Jing, was worried that his presence would affect his career and decided to take action first? But wasn't the Great Xia known for its good public order and clear politics? Why was this happening? Su Chen felt a bit dazed, but that didn't stop him from tensing up and scanning his surroundings warily. Then a severe pain coursed through his body. Damn, it hurts. Su Chen was bewildered. He felt intense pain all over, as if he had pulled a muscle. But he clearly hadn't done any strenuous exercise. Wait. If I remember correctly, my attributes. Su Chen's pupils constricted as he pulled up his status panel. Su Chen, Profession, Necromancer. Level, Health, 1000, Mana, 610, Strength, 741, Constitution, 16, Intelligence, 61, Agility, 12. Because he had taken off the Beast Emperor set, Su Chen had returned to the standard Fragile Mage Constitution, 16 points. This was in stark contrast to his 700 Strength. Could it be that because I took off the Beast Emperor set, my Constitution is too low, and my Strength is too high, causing me to pull a muscle with just a casual movement? Su Chen's mouth twitched. Although he had only tensed up a moment ago, the force he exerted was equivalent to 700 strength. In the face of 16 points of constitution, wasn't that more exhausting than intense exercise? So, thinking about it, was the initial fracture in my foot caused by my stomp? Su Chen hesitated, extending his hand into the air and punching it with all his might. Bang! The air erupted with a sound explosion. Along with the noise, the bones in Su Chen's arm also cracked. Ouch, ouch, ouch. So it really is because of this. What the hell is this? Suchin quickly donned the Beast Emperor set again, glancing at his physique, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. So, this is the impact caused by my physique being unable to support my strength? It actually makes sense when you think about it. The action of force is mutual. When your own body can't even support the strength you exert, it's only natural to get hurt. That's why all practitioners know that investing points in their main attributes yields the greatest benefits, yet no one focuses solely on one attribute. This is also because every time a practitioner levels up, all 4 attributes increase. But Su Chen was purely adding points to strength. There was a staggering 70 times difference between his basic physique and basic strength. Previously in the Abyss, Su Chen naturally wore whatever equipment he had. Most of the gear dropped by the orcs was for physique warriors, so he donned a set of physique equipment, the Beast Emperor set, to avoid this issue. However, after coming out, he hadn't worn the Beast Emperor set again. Fortunately, during my battle with Wan Yong, I was mindful of the impact and only used the Skeleton Warrior, without personally entering the fray. Otherwise, if something went wrong and I threw a full-force punch, Su Chen shivered. He almost achieved the self-destruct achievement. So, does that mean I can't take off this Beast Emperor set for a while? To avoid such situations from happening again, the first thing I need to find is a physique-type necromancy summoning skill book. Su Chen pouted and headed straight for the trading hall. In fact, in this era, online shopping had already become part of everyone's life. Practitioners could also purchase the items they needed online. But Su Chen didn't just want to buy things, he also needed to sell the materials and equipment he had gathered. So he had to make a trip to the trading hall himself. Selling items didn't need much explanation. The trading hall was an official institution, and the purchase prices were fixed official guide prices. It was definitely cheaper than selling at his own stall, but it was convenient and quick. Su Chen cleared out his excess items and headed straight for the skill books. Then, what a joke! Why is this thing so expensive? Su Chen's mouth twitched. Skill book, Summon Zombie, consumes 30 mana points to summon a zombie. Maintaining this summon requires 2 points of intelligence. Zombie, Strength, 5, Physique, 10, Intelligence, 1, Agility, 3, Skills, none, Price, 100 million. A zombie is a type of undead monster that is slightly stronger than a skeleton warrior. Of course, its strength is still limited. How could a summoning skill book for such a useless undead cost over 100 million? Who set this price? This isn't reasonable. Su Chen's mouth twitched. The sweet-looking salesgirl flashed a signature smile. Sorry, this is our official price. Can it be cheaper? Su Chen tried to haggle. The salesgirl smiled gently. Sorry, dear, our trading hall's items are not negotiable. Su Chen fell silent for 3 seconds, opened his helmet, revealing his handsome face. In a voice rich with magnetism, he softly said, Is it really impossible, miss? I'm just a high school student. Can you help me think of a way? Eat my move, I'm a student handsome guy seduction. The salesgirl smiled slightly, took a step back, and pointed behind Su Chen. Dear, we have cameras here. Su Chen. Seduction failed. It seemed the price really couldn't change. No wonder the teacher said that after the basic trial, it's best to find a big company to work for. If this skill book is within the company, there should be an internal discount price. Although the resources in the company couldn't compare to the official ones, the prices would definitely be affordable. Su Chen sighed, then I also need to sell the warrior skill book Battle Roar. This was a reward dropped by the old Baiman Emperor. This high-value item was originally intended to be sold to a specific client. Unexpectedly, the skill book turned out to be so expensive that he could only sell it first. Compared to the sewer profession of the necromancer, the popular warrior skill book was definitely what? The purchase price is 10 million? Su Chen was bewildered. Is it really just this much? The young lady smiled and said, Yes, dear. Then what's the selling price? 20 million, dear. Su Chen, I won't even mention the gap between the purchase and selling prices. But the popular warrior skill book is sold cheaper than the obscure necromancer skill book? Is that reasonable? In response, the young lady explained, mages have always been synonymous with high prices, as their numbers are not much less than that of warriors, and the difficulty of magic-based abyss is generally greater, so skill books are naturally expensive. Although there aren't many buyers for necromancer skill books, the abysses that drop necromancer skill books are very difficult to conquer, much harder than elemental magic abysses. Thus, the prices are naturally higher. Ultimately, it's about 1 necromancer skill book equals mage skill book equals warrior skill book. Su Chen raised an objection. I can understand that mage skill books are expensive. There are many who transition to mages, and they are generally quite wealthy. But there aren't many who transition to necromancers, so necromancer skill books should be cheaper. Warrior abysses are much easier to conquer, so the output is naturally higher, and prices are lower. but the number of necromancers compared to warriors is worlds apart. Su Chen had never seen a second necromancer. Even if the output is low, the demand is just that little bit. No matter how you think about it, our necromancer skill books should be sold cheaper. The young lady smiled without answering. After a moment of silence, Su Chen inquired about the purchase price of the necromancer skill book. The young lady replied, "For summoning zombies, our purchase price is 100 yuan, dear." Su Chen, you see, I knew it. 1 million turned into 1 billion? That's a 100-fold increase. What kind of unscrupulous business is this? Too much. But the young lady smiled slightly, indicating our country has its own circumstances. Anyway, necromancer skill books are just expensive. If you think it's too expensive, you don't have to buy it. Su Chen, is the country suppressing us necromancers? What have we necromancers done wrong? Su Chen wanted to cry but had no tears, yet he understood in his heart that the country was probably really suppressing necromancers and other sewer professions. And the country's suppression is not without reason. The necromancer profession is classified as a sewer profession not only because it is relatively weak but also because it can easily cause problems. For example, the skill of corpse poison, although at a low level, if accidentally spread, it might wipe out a few villages before the country even notices. This uncontrollable risk is what the country opposes. In fact, if you think about it carefully, other sewer professions also have similar risks. For instance, the reason why the dragon shepherd is considered a sewer profession is that the official reason is, dragons are hard to find, and a dragon shepherd who can't find a dragon is useless. Without support from big shots, a dragon shepherd can't last until the day of reclaiming the dragon race. But the real reason is, if a dragon shepherd hasn't found a dragon, that's fine, but if they do find a partner, with the dragon race being unruly, it's very hard for the dragon shepherd to control them. If they go berserk in the city, it can cause huge damage and lead to casualties. There's also the chaotic barbarian, another sewer profession, which has a special passive root of chaos that continuously accumulates chaotic will, leading to extremely unstable enhancements of the chaotic barbarian skills. The official reason given is, the skill enhancements of chaotic barbarians are uncontrollable, making them unreliable for stable output, and they can easily endanger themselves and their teammates. But the real reason is that the ever-accumulating chaotic will also affects the minds of the professionals, and perhaps one day it will completely break their spirits, driving them to madness and causing a massacre in the city. Although these sewer professionals are quite innocent, for the safety of the many citizens, suppression is necessary. Not only in the Great Xia, but countries around the world are taking similar actions. Su Chen sighed helplessly, accepting this fact. He then carefully calculated all his possessions, selling off materials, spirit crystals, and even the rewards obtained from defeating Wang Yang, leaving only a staff and the Beast Emperor set to maintain his physique, as a small consolation. There was no choice, compared to the summoning skill book that enhances physique, these miscellaneous scattered equipment had to be abandoned. He was grateful for the gifts from the big shots, otherwise, even if he had achieved a level evaluation, he wouldn't be able to afford this skill book. Su Chen slapped the skill book with a hand. The summon zombie skill book transformed into a stream of light and flew into Su Chen's body. Then Su Chen turned and left this sorrowful place. At the same time, he thought, I need to find a deep abyss to grind, I'm out of money. The classroom for the real level difficulty abyss, class 2. This was the first lesson after becoming a professional. The homeroom teacher, Lu Hongze, spoke eloquently at the podium, imparting knowledge that only professionals would know. Classmates, you are now professionals and have personally experienced an abyss. But I want to tell you that the basic trial you experienced is the simplest one. No exceptions. Lu Hongze said seriously, normal abyss difficulty is divided into 6 levels. The first difficulty is simple. The specific difficulty is roughly similar to the basic trial you experienced, but the monster's experience and drop rates are much worse than in the basic trial. Hearing this, I see each of you breathe a sigh of relief, but I want to tell you that you are too early to be happy. His expression turned serious. Who remembers the level of the weakest enemy you encountered when you first entered the abyss? A student below answered, it was the Taoran herder. That's right, Lu Hongze said earnestly. But guess what, when you now enter the Orc Empire and encounter the Taoran herder again, what will their level be? The students were stunned, isn't it the same? Of course not. Lu Hongze chuckled lightly, if it were, then any professional could sweep through the abyss. Its level will increase as your level increases. If a level 1 professional enters, the level of the Taoran herder will be, and the level of the Taoran chief might be 25 or 27. This is the danger of the abyss. Moreover, you should know that many students quickly leveled up a few levels during the basic trial by relying on the high experience points provided by the basic trial monsters to clear it. Lu Hongze glanced at Su Chen and continued, but in the simple difficulty abyss, the experience points and drop rates from monsters are far inferior to those in the basic trial. Generally speaking, a low-level professional clearing a simple difficulty may not even level up, and the normal abyss won't give you several task objectives like the basic trial. Completing the minimum requirements won't clear it. Its only condition for clearing is killing. In simple difficulty, that means killing the Tauren chief. In other words, it requires professionals to have the strength of a level to kill the Tauren chief to clear the abyss. This difficulty is what we call simple. The faces of the students turned dark. This is called simple? This is way too simple. This is practically equivalent to asking a level 1 professional to complete a level evaluation while maintaining their level. The difficulty is probably no less than obtaining a level evaluation. How many level evaluations are there in the whole city? In normal difficulty, the monster's attributes will increase by about 30% compared to simple difficulty. Lu Hongzhe continued to put pressure on his classmates. If the difficulty is high, it gets serious. Under the condition of enhanced attributes, the completion requirement will likely change from the Tauren chieftain to the old behemoth emperor that Su Chen ultimately defeated. Upon hearing this, the classmates were stunned. Everyone knew Su Chen's grades, and as classmates, they were naturally curious about the data he provided. That final old behemoth emperor was something they could only dream of defeating. As for the nightmare difficulty, Lu Hongzhe continued, not to mention the attribute changes, the final old behemoth emperor will probably turn into the behemoth emperor. Su Chen, you are the only one who has faced the opponent directly. Can you understand the difference? Su Chen fell silent for a moment and nodded solemnly. The old behemoth emperor and the behemoth emperor. It seemed like just a single character difference, but in reality, it represented the gap between youth and old age. Su Chen had discovered this while organizing data afterward. According to rumors from the Orc Empire, the behemoth clan is known for its strength, claiming to have the power to move mountains. However, based on Su Chen's personal battle experience, the power attribute of the old behemoth emperor was much lower than its physical attribute. This was likely the result of the behemoth emperor's aging, but if it were a behemoth emperor in its prime, there would definitely be no such downside. That would be the behemoth emperor at full strength. As for the hell level difficulty, Lu Hongzhe pondered for a moment. That old behemoth emperor will likely transform into an incredibly powerful behemoth emperor, or even become a divine behemoth emperor. Wasn't that a bit too much of a change? From an ordinary person to a divine child? How could they possibly fight that? They had to know that without defeating the final boss, they couldn't clear the abyss. And once they died in the abyss, it would truly be the end. Sensing the atmosphere was a bit heavy, Lu Hongzhe quickly added, "Everyone, don't worry. Although the difficulty has increased, we also have our advantages. Unlike the basic trials, normal abyss challenges allow for team formations. A maximum of 5 people can team up. A well-coordinated team can achieve a significant effect, greatly enhancing combat power. With more people, it naturally becomes easier to arrange tactics. Although it will dilute the rewards and reduce experience gains, it will clearly be much safer. In reality, it's not as dangerous as you might think. So when you all enter the abyss, please make sure to find reliable teammates and absolutely do not attempt to go in alone." He was actually emphasizing the dangers of the abyss to prevent these classmates from recklessly attempting solo challenges. It was far too dangerous. Life is only lived once. How could he not warn them properly to make it stick in their minds? Clearly, his words resonated with everyone. It was uncertain how many classmates had already decided to team up and tackle the simplest abyss challenges to gradually level up. However, Lu Hongzhe hesitated and said, "Although the difficulty is high, if possible, I hope everyone will still try to challenge higher difficulty abysses when they are confident. The higher the difficulty level, the richer the rewards, especially at the hell level difficulty." He paused, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "The country will provide substantial rewards to those who clear the hell level abyss. After all, if one cannot clear the hell level abyss within a certain time, the abyss will descend into reality. This is what everyone often refers to as the abyss invasion." His expression was extremely serious and solemn. "Classmates, don't forget the words I initially told you. As we invade the abyss is also invading us. The abyss descending into reality." Everyone's expression suddenly turned grave, as if an invisible burden pressed down on their shoulders. This is the era of professionals, the greatest danger. How many have fallen beneath the invading abyss monsters? No one dared to underestimate the risks of the abyss invasion. Lu Hongzhe's expression was complex. To be honest, he didn't want to say this at all, encouraging the students to tackle the hell-level abyss, because it meant sending them down the most dangerous path. Yet, humanity needed such heroes. As a teacher, he had to say such things to this group of naive students. The abyss had level restrictions. High-level professionals could not enter low-level abysses. Who else could have such an influence besides the students? Lu Hongzhe didn't want to encourage the students to challenge the hell-level abyss, but he had to. This complex feeling was hard to understand unless one was a teacher. Lu Hongzhe fell silent. The students below were also quiet. For a moment, the classroom was enveloped in an eerie silence. At that moment, Suchen suddenly raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, you just said there are 6 levels of abyss difficulty, but you only mentioned 5. Lu Hongzhe was taken aback and pondered for a moment. Yes, there is a 6th level of difficulty. The 6th level is called the true level. As for its difficulty and rewards, I don't know." Don't know? Suchen was stunned. In this age of information transparency, how could Lu Hongzhe, a teacher guiding new professionals, not know any information about this level of difficulty? Yes, because no one has cleared this level so far, Lu Hongzhe explained. So no one knows its specifics. Even our top person from Daxia can't do it? Suchen raised an eyebrow. That person's experiences, without any modifications, could be written into a classic story. With his own strength, he forcibly changed the rules of society, transforming the harsh reality of the survival of the fittest into a world where every newcomer could see hope. Even such a protagonist-like existence couldn't do it? No, he can't either, Lu Hongzhe said softly. So far, no one has cleared the true level abyss. Domestically, internationally, anciently, modernly, he continued, for thousands of years, there has been no record of clearing this level. Those proud geniuses who confidently challenged the true level abyss have all died. No exceptions. The day's classes ended. There were few courses for professionals, most were individual training. Since they had just become professionals, the students needed to supplement a lot of knowledge, so no one was absent. During this time, almost no professionals attempted to clear the abyss. Even Suchen planned to go to the abyss after attending these few days of classes. Others were busy looking for companies to invest in themselves and figuring out how to gather their equipment, aiming to present the best version of themselves for their first abyss challenge. Of course, more importantly, they needed to find teammates. Old son, shall we team up? Zeheo, our team just needs you as the front line. I'm a level evaluation. I won't team up with you bunch of losers. Brother Wang, how about we form a team? The students were noisy, calling out continuously. Every year at this time, the country organized students for job changes and basic trials. Those who were still at a level that could enter low-level abysses, besides the timid who dared not enter the abyss to grind levels, were just this batch of classmates. Considering team formation, it was best to have a certain level of cooperation, so finding familiar classmates was the best choice. Since they were looking for classmates, naturally, the stronger individuals attracted more attention. A crowd surrounded Wang Yang, each one inviting him to join. Wang Yang snorted coldly, showing no intention of teaming up with these ordinary classmates. You losers think you can team up with me? Wang Yang spat disdainfully. Don't even think about it. I won't take you. He had already joined the Shinfeng group. Although Wang Yang had been easily defeated by Suchen in front of everyone, he was still a level evaluation warrior. The Shinfeng group was naturally willing to invest heavily in recruitment. He would soon team up with other elites recruited by the Shinfeng group to conquer the abyss together. Some boys looked at Xia Shuilan, unable to resist the urge to recommend themselves. Then they were pulled back by other classmates. Idiot, don't you see what level you are? Now look at how high the goddess Xia's level is. When entering the abyss, the levels of the small monsters are determined by the highest level in the team. Can someone like you, teaming up with her, even defeat the weakest small monster in the abyss? The boy opened his mouth, dejectedly lowering his head. Xia Shuilan, even if she was willing to carry this burden, couldn't help him defeat the simplest, weakest monster, the Tauren herder. Just trying to leech experience could easily lead to death. This was the fundamental gap. Xia Shuilan frowned, looking at Su Chun. In school, she hardly knew anyone to team up with. The only person she could trust and recognized for their strength was Su Chen. But he is like this, and I am like this. What do I have to team up with him? Xia Shuilan felt a pang in her heart, biting her teeth tightly. Those boys felt unworthy to team up with Xia Shuilan and didn't dare to approach the goddess with their requests. And Xia Shuilan herself didn't dare to ask Su Chen to team up. What was this called? Has the gap between me and Su Chen become as large as the gap between others and me? Xia Shuilan felt darkness before her eyes, almost biting her small white teeth to pieces. She secretly decided to practice more after school. She absolutely wouldn't let herself fall behind Su Chen. On the other side, Su Chen was also thinking about the issue of teaming up. His strength had already formed a generational gap with other classmates. Bringing them along would only dilute his spoils, with almost no benefits. Not to mention these classmates, even those experienced professionals were just burdens to him. Real professionals with solid strength had long leveled up to the point where they couldn't fight low-level abysses anymore. All he could find were burdens. He could only solo, but the difficulty of soloing was far greater than that of teaming up. Plus, once entering the abyss, it was a matter of win or die. As a newcomer professional, Suchin felt he needed to play it safe. So he had to think carefully about which abyss to grind and what difficulty would be better. He opened the small notebook given by the teacher, which contained information about the abysses within Jianyang City. For the first time grinding a normal abyss, it's best not to choose those with too much risk. At the same time, it's also best to keep the difficulty low, slowly confirming one's abilities before increasing the difficulty. And I also need to increase my physique. Then, Suchin thought for a moment, finally locking onto one abyss. This one. Abyss, Tower of Ancient Martial Arts, Abyss, Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. 3 days later. The simple courses at school had temporarily ended. The national subsidy had arrived. Passive trigger defense scroll, communication mouse, tranquil heart pill. The defense scroll could form a protective shield for the professional, blocking all external attacks for 10 minutes. Originally, according to the system, the items provided by the state should have been an active trigger defense scroll that could withstand a full-force attack from a warrior professional. However, the delivery staff indicated that a big shot thought they should support the excellent students of Jianyang City and specifically changed it to a passive trigger defense scroll that could withstand a full-force attack from a warrior professional. One was active trigger, one was passive trigger. The value difference between an attack that can be defended against and one that can be defended against is significant. Clearly, this was the apology from that careless mage who spoke out of turn. Perhaps the scroll was crafted by his own hands. Suchin understood in his heart and accepted this apology. Besides this scroll, the remaining items were also very practical. The communication mouse was not a real mouse, but a mechanical beast made by a mechanic. It could break through communication barriers and notify the authorities, sending out a distress signal. The clear heart pill is not only a powerful antidote but also has a strong healing effect for low-level practitioners. Even if severely injured, it can keep you alive for a short time. The subsidies from the country indicate that the focus of distributing these resources is to prevent anyone from taking action against high potential talents recognized by the state in reality. In the abyss, if you can't defeat the enemy, even if a defensive scroll can buy you 10 minutes, no one will come to save you. It only delays your death by 10 minutes, which is not very meaningful. The communication mouse is even more useless, having no significance in the abyss. Their purpose is all in reality. Although the security in the Great Xia is the best in the world, it cannot guarantee that there is no darkness under the sun. Not to mention the endless assassinations targeting talented individuals from enemy countries. The subsidies from these nations are specifically meant to protect high-potential talents, just in case. As for the difficulties in the abyss, please solve them while you are there. Otherwise, what right do you have to make the country recognize you as a high-potential talent? Suchin nodded and accepted these items. Now we can go take a look at the abyss. The abyss refreshes irregularly around the world, but there is a general update pattern. Taking Jianyang City as an example, excluding special abysses like the basic trials, Jianyang City averages 5 low-level abysses of limited levels each year. They are scattered in various locations, some in the city, some in the suburbs, and some deep in the mountains. The abyss that Suchin plans to conquer, Ancient Martial Tower, is located on the edge of the suburbs and wilderness, about 60 kilometers from the city center. He took a bus to the suburbs. The remaining distance had to be covered on foot. As Suchin looked up, he heard a rustling sound from the roadside. Then, swish! Several crude hand axes shot towards him. Suchin remained unfazed and waved his hand. Summon zombie. 10 figures appeared before him, acting as shields. They looked as if they had crawled out of a grave, with pale skin stretched tightly over their bones, eyes as deep and lifeless as dead fish, expressionless, and their limbs carrying a hint of stiffness. Their clothes were even stained with bits of grave soil. They held no weapons, but their long fingernails resembled small daggers, glowing faintly with a blue light. Zombie, Strength, 5, Constitution, 10, Intelligence, 1, Agility, 3, Skill, none, go, kill them. Suchin pointed. The 10 zombies let out low groans and charged forward. At the same time, Suchin looked at the monster that had attacked him. Goblin, Health, 500, Attack Power, 30, Skill, none, a weak low-level monster. Yet monsters like this are rampant throughout the world, almost dominating the mountains and rivers. The source of these monsters is the abyss. If the hell level difficulty is not cleared within a year, that abyss will completely descend into reality. The monsters from the abyss will randomly appear somewhere in the real world along with the abyss, then immediately expand and attack humans. Monsters like goblins appeared in this world in this way, becoming a dangerous invasive species. They not only actively seek out humans to kill but also reproduce on their own. Nowadays, the outskirts of cities around the world are filled with such monsters. Are practitioners invading the abyss, and is the abyss also invading us? Suchin sighed softly. The country has actually cleaned the urban fringes many times, but it is still helpless against goblins, which have an overly strong reproductive ability. They can only allow them to proliferate here, threatening transportation, which forces Suchen to go on foot. Don't be fooled by the goblins' weakness, the harm they cause is in the trillions. However, in reality, the damage caused by goblins is still considered minor. After all, it had descended in the wild. If a certain abyss were to directly descend into the city, and monsters ran rampant in the urban area, that would truly be a catastrophe for living beings. The only hope for humanity to deal with these monsters would be the professionals. The zombies charged in front of the goblins, roaring as they launched their attack. The goblins were weaker than the minotaurs in the basic trials, and there were only 5 of them, quickly defeated by the zombies. Kill goblin, gain 0 experience points. Suchin curled his lips. The experience gained from monsters that appeared in the real world was extremely scarce. Killing 100 of them was still less rewarding than killing one in the abyss. As for the drop rate, it was even worse, with almost no equipment dropping at all. One could say they were worthless, yet just as dangerous as those in the abyss. That's why people had to do their utmost to contain them within the abyss. Suchen commanded the zombies to return and then, together with them, moved towards the abyss portal. The distance near the suburbs was relatively safe. After all, the location of the abyss portal always attracted quite a few professionals. Whenever they passed by, they would casually eliminate many monsters that attacked them. The experts in the city would also periodically sweep through to ensure that no overly powerful monster threats emerged. However, Suchen still encountered a total of 4 waves of attacks along the way. This is still close to the suburbs, not deep into the mountains, Suchen thought to himself. The risks in the wild are not small. During the several attacks, Suchen took the opportunity to test his new skill, corpse poison. It was a passive state that Suchen actively applied to the undead. The infection method was through the attacks of the undead, transmitting the corpse poison. The cost was not high, attaching it to one undead only required 1 point of mana. The probability of the infected becoming undead was also not low, about 50%. But, skeleton warrior, goblin, strength, 2, constitution, 1, intelligence, 0, agility, 1, skills, none, Suchen. This was the undead formed after he infected a goblin with corpse poison. It was also called a skeleton warrior, but its bones faintly resembled a goblin, looking quite hideous. But this attribute could be easily defeated by a middle school student, right? To be frank, it was the first time Suchen had seen such a pathetic monster. Well, after all, this undead body is just a small goblin, and the transformed undead creatures are often weaker than they were in life, so it's understandable that they turned out this weak. If it were a powerful monster, the attributes wouldn't be so weak. In fact, most necromancers used similar methods to transform their undead. How could those summoned trash skeleton warriors participate in high-level battles? They didn't even qualify to be cannon fodder. Suchen casually slapped the goblin skeleton to death. That 1 point of agility would take until tomorrow to reach the abyss portal. Then he continued on his way with the zombies. After 2 hours of walking, Suchen finally arrived at the location of the abyss portal. Upon arrival, the scene changed dramatically. Tents were densely packed, and the number of people increased. Suchen also saw the abyss portal, a twisted, massive black vortex exuding an ominous aura. It was about 3 stories high, and its deep black color made the surrounding air feel a bit colder. Easy difficulty, 4 needed. Is there a reliable shield warrior? I need a main battle sword warrior, no fresh graduates, I need someone reliable. Normal difficulty, paid carry, with a strong player to rely on, hurry to sign up. Welcome, students. The shouts made it look similar to an online game dungeon. However, those who needed to recruit manpower in such places were all the lowest level professionals. They often could only clear easy difficulty, relying on grinding the simplest levels to earn a little extra for their families and level up. Although their lives were much better than ordinary people, they were still at the bottom of the professional hierarchy. Suchen strode over and was quickly noticed by them. Necromancer? Is there still someone changing to this profession these days? And it looks like they are a newbie? The teachers talk about it every day. How does this student even think of changing to this profession? They looked at Suchen with a hint of condescension in their eyes. Although they were the lowest tier of practitioners, it didn't stop them from feeling that Suchen was even lower than them. But when they saw the zombie beside Suchen, someone's eyes suddenly lit up. It's not even the lowest level skeleton warrior? This kid has learned a skill book. Damn! The skill book for a necromancer is super expensive. This is a rich person. Hey, classmate, want to team up? An old hand immediately approached. We have 3 level evaluators in our team, all at level. Guaranteed to clear the easy difficulty, just need 100,000. What do your 3 levels count for? Profession matching is the most important. Someone next to him said, classmate, our team has a shield warrior, a mage, a thief, and an archer, the perfect lineup, guaranteed survival rate for clearing, just 150,000. Some even resorted to using their looks. A female mage slightly opened her collar. Hey, handsome, how about I take you along? I'm really strong. Just 200,000, guaranteed to help you clear the easy abyss. Su-chen, do I really look like a big spender? He commanded the zombie to push these people away and walked to the abyss portal. Ancient martial tower level a difficulty easy, normal, hard, nightmare, hell, real countdown to abyss invasion, 172 days enter the abyss to view exploration records. The exploration records were what those big shots had found when they located Su-chen, but the ones online were screenshots someone had sent. This was the real record. The abyss invasion refers to the abyss descending after a year of failing to clear the hell level difficulty. This means that within the next 172 days, no one can clear the hell level difficulty, and the ancient martial tower will descend into the real world. The area of descent is Jinyang City, possibly the city center, possibly the outskirts, and it was after Su-chen reviewed the abyss information that he began to select the difficulty. Teachers suggest that newbies should form a team of 5 reasonably matched professions and choose the easiest difficulty to start tackling bit by bit. Only when the easy difficulty no longer poses any pressure should they increase the difficulty. Then I'll just pick a hard one. The next second, a black vortex swallowed Su-chen's figure. The nearby practitioners were stunned, suddenly shocked. Damn, this kid went in alone. Is he going to solo it? What a joke. The weakest necromancer soloing? Is he looking for death? Could it be that he's been driven mad by the current state of necromancers, planning to commit suicide? Then at least team up with me. I can help you collect the corpses. Abyss, ancient martial tower level a difficulty, hard objective, kill the boss, golden body abbot description. A highly respected old abbot said to a group of martial monks, let's build a pagoda together. Then let's study martial arts together. The martial monks all nodded, contributing their efforts, and eventually built a 9-story tower. Then they all disappeared. Crazy grinding for constitution. Crazy grinding for constitution. The dim candlelight, carrying a hint of chill, illuminated the surroundings in deep shades of red. It was a thick color, reminiscent of blood. The smell was slightly strange, a unique dustiness of a room sealed for a long time. Is this the ancient martial tower? Su-chen, dressed in the Beast Emperor set, quietly observed this space. This was the first floor of the ancient martial tower. Although it was called a tower, there was indeed a ceiling in the sky. But as far as the eye could see, it was vast and boundless, seemingly endless, with not a single supporting pillar in sight. Only in the farthest distance could a hint of wall shapes be vaguely seen. Such a structure, I wonder how it is supported. Su-chen thought to himself, perhaps it's some kind of extraordinary power? Here is the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. As a long-existing abyss, people are already quite familiar with it. The monster type is the monk Copperman, a creature with physical attributes. It drops equipment for monks and warriors. The strategy is quite simple, just fight your way up layer by layer. The highest level is the 9th, right at the top. Once defeated, you can clear the level. There are no tricks involved, just one word, fight. If you fight your way through, you can win. Come on, let's see just how difficult the true abyss really is. Su-chen took a deep breath. The next second, the candlelight flickered. Several heavy figures emerged from the darkness. Living people, come. Let's comprehend the way of the monk together. If we all work hard, we can achieve anything. One of them was a person with a bronze-colored body, bare-chested, wearing monk's lower garments, looking somewhat like the Copper Men from the Shaolin Temple's 18 Copper Men formation in his past life. However, unlike the kind and benevolent expressions of normal monks, this group of monks had faces filled with madness. Monk Copper Man, level, health, 3000, attack power, 200, skills, none. A monster with a full health of 3000. To know that, in the basic trial, the normal level evaluation should kill the Bloodhoof Chieftain, which only has 5000 health. And this is the weakest little monster here. No wonder it's difficult mode, this is really tough. Su-chen waved his hand. Summon zombies. With his 61 points of intelligence, he summoned a total of 20 zombies in one go. He waved his hand, go for it. Roar! Roar! The zombies howled as they charged forward, entangling with the monks. Come on! Join me in understanding the Buddha's teachings. The monk's eyes revealed a fervent look as they attacked with bare arms. Both sides were unarmed, fighting with their bare hands. However, although both sides were physical-type monsters, the gap was significant. The monks shouted fervently, blocking the zombies' attacks with one hand, then grabbing a zombie's arm and twisting it, breaking it. Then they pressed their bodies against the zombies, showing no disdain for the fact that the zombies were already corpses, and executed a suplex. With their bare bodies and strong muscles, the whole scene was filled with a philosophical aura. Su-chen, at times like this, he should have roared, "Zombies! You died so tragically, I will avenge you," to stir his own sorrow and trigger his talent. But looking at this philosophically charged battle scene, he only felt a bit of eye discomfort. Calm down, the zombie is my good brother, my good brother, my good brother," he breathed 3 times to calm himself down. Then, "Damn monks! How dare you display my zombie brother in such a philosophical manner? You're seeking your own death." Su-chen tried to feel sad, brewing his emotions. During this process, the zombies were continuously killed. On average, it took 5 zombies to barely kill one monk copperman. In this process, 3 zombies would also be killed. The disparity in strength was evident. The zombies fell. The next second, "Here they come." Su-chen took a deep breath. His emotions had finally reached the right level. Triggered talent legacy of a close friend. Your physique increases by 10 points. Oh no! The sadness Su-chen had just brewed was almost diluted by this good news. He quickly punched a monk copperman, smashing it to pieces, to calm the turmoil in his heart. "For the revenge of my zombie brother. For our bond!" Su-chen shouted, swinging his fists as he charged forward. After all, his zombie brothers were almost all on the verge of dying. The monk coppermen looked at the necromancer in front of them, shouting about bonds and partners as they charged forward. "But you are a necromancer. Shouldn't you be casting spells from a distance? This is giving us a chance. Come on, join us in understanding the Buddha's teachings." The monk bronze figure shouted loudly, intending to take advantage of the fact that the necromancer in front of him was losing his mind, to lead him into his Buddhist path. Then, a fist came crashing down in front of him, getting closer and closer. Bang! Killed the monk bronze figure, gained 21 experience points. With only 3,000 health, the monk bronze figure was no match for Su-chen's attack power exceeding 7,000. It was an instant kill. After dispatching a monk bronze figure, Su-chen smirked. As expected, the basic trial experience is well known. Killing one of these guys is far easier than taking down a Tauran villager, yet the experience gained is almost the same as killing a Tauran. And this is still on hard mode. Indeed, the newbie benefits only existed at the beginning. Su-chen felt he had killed too few in the basic trial. Damn! The monk bronze figure was taken aback, startled. What kind of attack power is this? This guy, shouting about the power of bonds, is actually this strong? No! Our Buddhist teachings are the strongest. The monk bronze figures roared and charged at Su-chen. However, this time, they were much more cautious. Su-chen didn't care much. With the Beast Emperor set boosting him, his physique was already strong. Now that he was adding points to his physique, he didn't need to worry too much. He swung his fists and charged straight at the monk bronze figure. However, the monk bronze figure slightly shrank back, taking half a step back to dodge. At the same time, the monk bronze figure reached out both hands, trying to grab Su-chen's arm. A monk, huh? Su-chen narrowed his eyes. Monks had always been a top-tier profession in the fighting world, very skilled in unarmed combat. Although the monk bronze figure was a monster, it seemed to possess some instinct of a monk, displaying superior fighting techniques in its movements. It seems the strategy was right. Although there aren't many monk bronze figures, their skills are truly impeccable. The ancient martial tower had been a deep abyss for half a year, and its detailed information had long been thoroughly explored. Although the monsters inside were few, they possessed certain fighting skills, and their overall strength was not inferior to other abysses. The official strategy also suggested that warriors, monks, berserkers, thieves, and other melee professions learn the reaction moves of the monk bronze figures. From the subtle movements observed, it was clear that this monk bronze figure's reactions were incredibly swift. If Su-chen were a being with similar attributes, even in a one-on-one situation, he would likely be caught off guard and quickly countered. But the gap between my attributes and yours is even greater than the gap between you and a pig. Su-chen allowed it to grab him, then countered by grabbing the monk bronze figure's arm and swung it around. Bang! 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 A whirlwind of attacks smashed the monk bronze figures that tried to take the opportunity to strike Su-chen. Killed the monk bronze figure, gained 21 experience points. Killed the monk bronze figure, gained 23 experience points. Killed the monk bronze figure, gained experience. Finished, Su-chen said. The first level of the ancient martial tower had only 10 monk bronze figures, easily dealt with. After a chaotic slaughter, Su Chen looked down at the fallen monk bronze figures. Although they were called figures, their movements were indistinguishable from those of humans. However, the wounds of the shattered monk bronze figures resembled those of a statue, showing no blood or flesh. Yet, if one reached out to touch the skin of the monk bronze figures, it felt somewhat soft, almost like a real person. Strange abyss, Su Chen scoffed. But this abyss was very friendly to newcomers, officially recommended as a beginner's abyss by the Jianyang city government. First, because the strategy for the ancient martial tower was simple, with enemies divided into layers, each layer isolated, and the monsters wouldn't change their floors, so they wouldn't gather all their forces to besiege the professionals at once. Second, the techniques displayed by the monk bronze figures were very suitable for novice professionals to learn. Warriors, monks, and other melee professionals could learn their moves. Mages can also learn techniques to deal with warriors through practical combat. For example, Su Chen can learn the dodging and attacking techniques of the monk bronze men. Even during the recent battle, he had some insights. Compared to the fighting techniques taught by the school teachers, the movements of these monk bronze men are more efficient, precise, and superior. Su Chen pondered. Although the practitioner school taught him a lot and he learned well, he was still just a mortal before, and many movements and techniques, even if the teachers truly taught them, he couldn't execute. But now, I can also use the counterattack moves of that monk bronze man just now. Su Chen's eyes sparkled as he contemplated the movements of the monk bronze man, recalling the scene at that time. 3 minutes later, after serious reflection, Su Chen felt he had made more progress in combat. Wait a minute. Su Chen suddenly froze. Am I not a mage? Or the necromancer who requires the least operation? After finishing his meditation, Su Chen continued to tackle the abyss. In the second level of the ancient martial tower, he encountered 30 monk bronze men. As usual, he first summoned 20 zombies to send them to their deaths. After all the zombies were killed, he began to deal with the monk bronze men one by one. In theory, Su Chen could summon 30 zombies at once, which was his limit. The abyss could also allow movement with zombies, but the ancient martial tower had a special mechanism where each level was isolated. At first glance, it seemed like just stair-connected floors, but in reality, they were almost different spaces. Su Chen could arrange for the zombies to go upstairs, but once they did, they disappeared without a trace. Similar situations were quite common. The most typical was when entering and exiting the abyss, Su Chen couldn't take the undead around him with him. It didn't matter whether they were undead he controlled or not. This seemed to be a spatial influence. Even if Su Chen created a million-strong undead army in the abyss, he couldn't take a single one to the real world. He could only summon them again in the real world, and the reverse was the same. This was a kind of weakening for necromancers. Once faced with an unexpected situation, they couldn't bring out their maximum combat power. However, Su Chen remembered that once a necromancer leveled up to a high level, they could learn some special skills. That way, they could carry undead with them. The special mechanism of the ancient martial tower was very uncomfortable for ordinary necromancers. But for Su Chen, it didn't make much difference. If worst came to worst, he could just summon them again, as he needed to meditate to restore his mana anyway. For Su Chen, the most troublesome part had always been restoring mana, not accumulating undead. In comparison, the unique layered structure of the ancient martial tower allowed Su Chen to clear one layer of monks and then meditate in peace to restore his mana without needing to stay alert all the time. Efficiency would actually improve. After finishing the second layer, Su Chen began the third layer, facing 50 monk bronze men. Then came the fourth layer. Although the number of monsters was still 50, the monsters themselves changed, becoming 40 monk bronze men and 10 monk golden men. Monk golden man, level, health, 5000, attack power, 250, skill, inch force, elite monster. This health is already comparable to the Minotaur chief in the basic trial. Moreover, their fighting skills surpassed those of the monk bronze men. Even the inch force was a tricky skill that could enhance their attack power. But bang! Kill the monk golden man, gain 77 experience points. Su Chen spread his hands. Whether the dust removed was one particle or two, it was hard to identify with the naked eye. In fact, 2 particles were better because they yielded more. However, even though it was all one-hit kills, Su Chen's clearing speed was not fast. He ultimately chose to learn the techniques of the monks. Although he was a mage, his strongest attribute right now was strength. A little time spent could greatly enhance his use of strength. Why not? Su Chen was indeed a top student, and he picked up these things quickly. Clearly, as he climbed higher, the monsters became stronger and more numerous. Yet, the time he consumed was even less. Just like that, he fought his way to the 8th level. Not only did he level up, but his constitution also saw a significant improvement. Su Chen class, Undead Mage. Level health, 31,700, mana, 770 strength, 732 constitution, 317, intelligence, 67, agility, 13. His constitution had directly broken 300. If it weren't for the monk's attacks being quite eye-catching and distracting, he could have increased it even more. Indeed, my good brothers are reliable. Su-chen looked at his stats, filled with joy. Just one piece away from completing the Beast Emperor set, which only granted a mere 70 points in constitution. The staff rewarded by the big shots only gave 10 points in intelligence, without even any special effects. What equipment could compare to the contributions of good brothers? None. It's the last level. Su-chen finished his meditation and glanced at the corpses of the monk gold men scattered around. Then he climbed the stairs to the 9th level with his zombies. He opened the door to the 9th level. It was a dark world. The candlelight was dim, making it hard to see the surroundings. The area was also 100 times smaller than the 8th level, only the size of a single room. This place bore some resemblance to a normal Buddhist tower in size. Then Su-chen looked ahead at the figure sitting in meditation before the Buddha statue. The 8th level had a full 99 monk gold men, nearly filling the entire space. But the 9th level had only one person. The immortal touches my crown, a palm shatters the heavenly spirit. The immortal touches my crown, a palm shatters the heavenly spirit. In Jianyang City, a private training ground, Xia Shuelan gritted her teeth, dodging the attacks of a centaur. The centaur was of a high level, clearly just a bow and arrow, yet it shot continuously like a machine gun, forcing Xia Shuelan to keep dodging, occasionally having to use her sword to sever the arrows. It was evident that this training was extremely taxing. Xia Shuelan already bore numerous bloodstains on her body, her clothes soaked in blood. Shuelan, why not take a break? Beside her, a beautiful woman said with concern, you just returned from the abyss, training like this will wear you out. A middle-aged man next to her also said, yes, Shuelan, at least rest for a while before continuing. No, father, please continue. Xia Shuelan gritted her teeth, I can still do it. But you just came back from the abyss and are already very tired. Her father said with a complex expression, why push yourself so hard? If I don't push myself, how can I surpass Su-chen and walk my own path to invincibility? Xia Shuelan gasped for breath, but her expression was incredibly determined. Father, mother, please don't persuade me anymore. I already have a significant advantage. Not only have you provided me with equipment, but even my teammates are carefully selected, experienced professionals. With their help, I can continuously clear simple abyss levels and level up quickly. In this situation, if I don't desperately catch up to that man, I would feel like a waste. Then what kind of strong person could I become? She gritted her teeth, pointing her sword at the centaur. Uncle Ma, please continue. The summoned centaur looked at its master with a helpless expression. Xia's father and mother exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. They understood their daughter's strong-willed nature, but wasn't this a bit too crazy? Ahem, Shuelan. In the end, her father coughed. It's good that you're enthusiastic about training, but you can't overdo it. You're covered in injuries and it's not suitable to continue practicing against my summoned beast. First, go back to your room to apply medicine and heal your wounds. Training with injuries will affect training efficiency. Xia Shuelan frowned, feeling it made sense. She waved at the people around her, then Uncle Ma, let's continue this afternoon. With that, she walked back to her bedroom. Just as she left, the next moment, Xia, you bastard, it's you who fooled my daughter into working so hard. Xia's mother suddenly erupted, throwing a heavy punch at Xia's father. What invincible path? What invincible heart? It's all nonsense. Who told you to fool a little girl like that? Now she really believes it and is really following your so-called invincible path, only to be blocked by a little boy in this small Jianyang for 3 years. 3 years? Is there anyone who can pit their own daughter like this? Her fists were like the wind, and with one punch, the air pressure shattered the furniture. Clearly, she was a high-level professional. Xia's father covered his head and fled in embarrassment, helplessly saying, honey, I was fooled too. It's all that bastard Lao Lu's fault, bragging about how he was invincible among his peers back in school, even challenging experts from various schools, awakening the heart of a strong person, and then sailing smoothly on the path of a professional. Who knew that bastard was just talking nonsense, fooling me? Xia's father looked helpless. This was truly an unexpected turn. When Xia Shuelan was young, Xia's father had a spar with his colleague Lao Lu, and after being beaten, he was told Lao Lu was so strong because his spirit was unified, forged into an invincible momentum through constant victories since childhood. Lao Lu claimed that invincible momentum was an indescribable special mindset, with a momentum like a rainbow, always confident in oneself, thus able to unleash 120% of one's skills. He relied on this invincible momentum to gain a reputation for being invincible among his peers. Challenging those above his level was also a piece of cake. Upon hearing this, Xia's father was immediately shaken, feeling that Lao Lu made too much sense. But he clearly couldn't create that invincible momentum himself, so he placed his hopes on his daughter, Xia Shualan. After informing her of this in detail, young Xia Shualan also found it very reasonable. The father and daughter discussed and decided to let Xia Shualan start on the invincible path from a young age, cultivating an invincible heart. However, it wasn't good to go directly to the top, so they decided to have Xia Shualan transfer to multiple schools, becoming the top student in each school exam, and then immediately switch schools, continuing to participate in exams at other schools, defeating all her peers she encountered, hoping to cultivate an invincible heart. Thus, Xia Shualan started transferring schools from elementary school, constantly crushing the competition with first-place results, and then decisively transferring schools, averaging 6 school changes a year, continuing for several years. The invincible path was going quite smoothly. However, in her first year of high school, due to her father's work, they moved to Jianyang, and she transferred to the 3rd high school, where she encountered the invincible path of Su Chen, which completely stumped her. Xia Shualan then settled in the 3rd high school, constantly keeping an eye on Su Chen, comparing grades, scores, and levels, but she just couldn't surpass him. This was awkward. The more critical point was that Xia's father, by chance, learned that although Lao Lu boasted about being arrogant in front of his classmates back then, the reality was, during school, this guy was often taught a lesson by his peers like a grandson. Damn this invincible path. Damn Lao Lu. Xia's father wanted to cry but had no tears. You really caused a lot of trouble. He had actually considered telling Xia Shualan the truth a long time ago, but seeing his daughter tirelessly pushing herself to walk the invincible path for years, he just couldn't bring himself to say, "I'm sorry, daughter, I was also fooled by my colleague, the invincible path is actually useless." Calm down, dear. Seeing his wife angrily draw a knife, Xia's father hurriedly embraced her, saying, "No matter what, working hard is better than slacking off. This is also a good thing for Shualan." Before becoming a professional, Shualan trained very hard, and now it can be said that she is training desperately. Mother Xia said with a face full of anger, "Are you trying to have our daughter train herself to death?" Father Xia quickly replied, "Not to that extent, not to that extent. I will keep a close eye on her, and actually, her training like this isn't without benefits." Benefits? Yes, if you think about it, there's a deep abyss about to go out of control, and the association is trying to find a way to resolve this matter. Father Xia's expression became serious as he said, "In fact, my business trip a few days ago was also for this matter. If luck is on our side, Shualan's involvement could yield significant rewards." Abyss, Ancient Martial Arts Tower. 9th floor. Just one, huh? Su Chen looked at the figure in the kasaya, facing away from him, his eyes narrowing slightly. The difficulty of this abyss increases with each level. Clearly, this strength is even greater than the combined strength of the 99 martial monks on the 8th floor. Benefactor, you have arrived. It was the abbot, dressed in a kasaya, sitting quietly on a mat, facing a large Buddha, burning incense and striking a wooden fish, appearing to be engaged in Buddhist practice. He did not turn around, but his voice came as expected. "You've come all the way from the 1st floor to here, it must have been hard for you. Why not join the old monk here, burning incense and chanting scriptures, striking the wooden fish, practicing martial arts, with the blue lamp and ancient Buddha? Wouldn't that be wonderful?" His voice was gentle, like a compassionate old monk, carrying a unique charm. Su Chen remained expressionless, silently summoning the zombies. Then he pointed a finger. The zombies let out a roar and pounced forward. The old monk remained motionless, and in an instant, the zombies had already lunged at him. The next second, under the old monk's kasaya, a distortion occurred. With a crack, the kasaya suddenly shattered. It turned into countless pieces of cloth, flying everywhere, then revealed a body that resembled a monster. He stood 8 feet tall, with muscles bulging all over, his arms thicker than Su Chen's waist, covered in blue veins, and his skin seemed to be coated with a layer of gold powder. As he moved, the zombies that had just pounced were easily tossed aside like small toys. Suddenly turning his head, he revealed a faceless visage with only a mouth remaining. Golden Body Abbot, level, health, 50,000, attack power, 2,000, skill, inch force, skill, faceless golden body, skill, diamond subduing demon fist, benefactor. Ah, benefactor. Why won't you join me in the blue lamp and ancient Buddha? The Golden Body Abbot shouted at the zombies. Yes, his call of benefactor was directed at the zombies. Why? The Golden Body Abbot slapped a zombie to death, then held it and shouted, "Benefactor, why do you persist in your ignorance?" Zombie? Su Chen, isn't this monster in the ancient martial arts tower a bit uncomfortable if it doesn't say something witty? He pouted, trying to make himself sad while pointing to command the zombies to move forward. The Golden Body Abbot also shouted without hesitation. Benefactor, isn't it good to burn incense and chant scriptures with the old monk? Isn't striking the wooden fish good? Isn't the blue lamp an ancient Buddha good? Why can't the benefactor listen to the old monk's words? With each shout, he slapped a zombie to death. The wind from his punches howled, and his momentum was astonishing. Bang! He punched forward, and the zombie flew backward, crashing directly into the wall. Upon closer inspection, a large hole appeared in the zombie's back, and its internal organs were long gone. Inch force, a strike that deals 130 of one's attack power. This isn't a very strong attack skill, it can only be considered ordinary. But when applied to the Golden Body Abbot, it seemed that every punch and kick carried the damage of inch force. However, this skill doesn't seem to have much significance against zombies, Suchen thought to himself. The zombie's health was only 1,000, and your normal attack damage was already overflowing, let alone using skills. Using zombies to exhaust the opponent's stamina is quite profitable. So Suchen drove all the zombies over and shouted from behind, "Corpse! Why did you go ahead, corpse?" Triggered talent legacy of a close friend. Your physique increases by 10 points. 1, 2, 3 zombies were ultimately wiped out. The golden-bodied monk clasped his hands together, and on his faceless visage, it seemed he wanted to show a benevolent expression, but in the end, all that remained was a grimace. Amatba, now you are the only one left. Please do not be stubborn, why not stay here with the old monk, under the green lamp and ancient Buddha, wouldn't that be beautiful? Bang! Suchen kicked out. Sorry, ugly rejection. Suchen pouted, to be frank, with your ugly face, even zombies wouldn't want to be around you. The kicked golden-bodied monk? After a long moment, he finally understood what Suchen was saying. He was instantly furious. Amatba, even my Buddha has a wrathful gaze. He threw a punch, his sturdy arm radiating a golden light. Vajra Demon Subduing Fist. Vajra Demon Subduing Fist, a light attribute strike, attack power is 150% of your own attack power, increased damage to evil and shadow attributes. Well, Suchen, as a necromancer, was a typical shadow attribute. The faceless monk's expression flickered with a fierce look. A mere necromancer dares to be arrogant before my Buddha? Bang! This punch landed solidly. Over 3,000 damage. For any profession, this was an extraordinary level of damage. But is that it? Suchen raised an eyebrow. Monk, your Buddhist techniques are no match for my Taoist methods. Eat my Taoist boxing. He took a deep breath, his hand moving in a unique rhythm. One hand struck towards the golden-bodied monk's head. In the heavenly white jade capital, 12 towers and 5 cities, the immortal touches my crown, a palm shatters the heavenly spirit. Die for me. The abyss is about to descend. Successfully killed the boss, golden-bodied monk, completed abyss exploration. Total time spent, 17 hours 23 minutes, would you like to exit the abyss? Note, if you do not exit, you can continue to stay in the abyss for 72 hours. Staying in the abyss offers more opportunities for exploration. But this was just an ordinary abyss that could be entered casually, so Suchen naturally had no interest. Exit. Calculating rewards for you, you have obtained spirit crystals, 500, you have obtained experience, 2,500, you have obtained materials, monk's golden powder, golden relic, you have obtained equipment, golden fist gloves, settlement complete. Pretty lucky, I actually got a piece of equipment from the settlement. Suchen shrugged. However, he didn't have it easy in the abyss earlier. The monks in front were manageable, but the final monk, under Suchen's powerful Taoist methods, actually withstood several rounds before ultimately being unable to face the fact that Buddhist techniques were inferior to Taoist methods. By the way, this faceless was also meant literally, his face was literally beaten off by Suchen. Not easy to fight. Suchen sighed lightly. He had to unleash 10 Taoist methods to kill the golden-bodied monk. And to unleash those 10 Taoist methods, Suchen had to endure 7 punches from the golden-bodied monk. The two sides tangled, and in the end, relying on his far superior strength, Suchen pinned him to the ground, riding on him to deliver blows until he finally killed the golden-bodied monk. I still lack in technique compared to the monks, especially since my agility attribute is too low. Without first enduring the enemy's attacks, it's hard to seize the opportunity to strike. Each attribute has its own aspects. For example, strength affects physical attack power, explosive power, etc. Physique affects defense, endurance, resistance to abnormalities, health, etc. Intelligence affects mana, spell strength, calculation speed, etc. Agility affects movement speed, attack speed, balance, reflexes. Without the support of other attributes, naturally, it wouldn't be high. Although physique and strength far surpassed it, the lack of agility made it difficult for him to seize opportunities to attack. He could only rely on a one-punch for one-punch strategy to fight back. This is the principle of the wooden board. Clearly, Su-Chen completely crushed his opponent in attributes, yet the fight was not decisive. This is still a physique build, the movements aren't particularly swift. If it were an agility build, I might not even have a chance to counterattack. Su-Chen thought to himself, perhaps I should enhance my agility attribute. Summoning the skill book for agility-based undead should be prioritized. But thinking about the price of the skill book made Su-Chen's mouth twitch. Although he hadn't paid attention to the prices of other summoning skill books due to the previous setback, it was clear that they would be much more expensive than the lowest level summon zombie. Moreover, considering my main attribute of intelligence, Su-Chen pondered as the surrounding space twisted. He stepped out of the abyss. The portal of the abyss shrank, and Su-Chen's figure appeared at the entrance. Ha! Someone's coming out? Why is it just one person? Where are his teammates? They can't be dead. Wait, this kid seems to be the undead mage who just went in. The surrounding professionals were in an uproar, their faces showing surprise. Su-Chen took 17 hours to clear the abyss, which at first glance seemed long. But for tackling the abyss, it was practically no different from 17 minutes. Even the simplest basic trials took students 4 days to conquer. What did a mere 17 hours count for? For the professionals around, it felt as if he had just entered, and the memory was still fresh. They immediately recalled Su-Chen's appearance when he entered alone. He soloed it. The professionals were instantly shocked. Only a fierce person would dare to solo the abyss. And he was an undead mage. Wait, he's Su-Chen. Someone recognized Su-Chen's face and suddenly exclaimed. Others were taken aback as well. Su-Chen? The one ranked first in the basic trials? The top-tier genius? That unprecedented undead mage champion? I heard he rejected the top-tier contract offered by the Shinfeng Group. Of course, if it were me, I would refuse too. He's a top-tier genius. Why would he accept a mid-tier contract? I think you're just a fool. Have you forgotten his profession as an undead mage? Getting this contract is already impressive. I heard Su-Chen skyrocketed in levels during the basic trials and only managed to clear it after unleashing the undead calamity. That operation was too simple. As long as you have good luck in the early stages, I could do it too. You could do it too? Then why don't you clear a simple difficulty in the ancient martial tower? You can't unleash the undead calamity here. Maybe he got some good stuff during the basic trials? Look at his equipment, it clearly looks like a complete set of high-level gear. The professionals kept talking. Being first in the basic trials is akin to being the top scorer in the college entrance examination in the past life. Naturally, it became a topic of conversation. Those who had previously talked to Su-Chen about paying to drive suddenly slapped their thighs. What a pity. If I had known it was Su-Chen, I would have teamed up with him myself. If the two of us joined forces to clear the simple abyss, the rewards would be double compared to 5 people clearing it. Especially the female mage who initially thought of seduction, who now looked at Su-Chen with enchanting eyes, stepping forward as if just a few casual words from him would lead her away, surrendering to him at night. Su-Chen looked at the crowd and gently shook his head. Although he was looked down upon by those companies, in the eyes of these ordinary professionals, he was an existence they could only aspire to, even if everyone knew that they were merely underestimating him. Jianyang City. High-level meeting. The president of the professional association, Deng Pengang, and others gathered here. Their expressions were grim, brows tightly furrowed. The Abyss Netherworld Cave will descend in just over a month, but we still have no one who can clear the hell-level difficulty, Deng Pengang sighed lightly. At this rate, it seems dangerous. The others also wore worried expressions. The Abyss has been invading this world, and the Abyss has always been resolved by professionals of corresponding levels. The ghostly Abyss originally appeared shortly after last year's freshmen graduated, corresponding to low-level practitioners. Logically, it should have been resolved by the previous year's freshmen. However, last year's freshmen from Jianyang City were incredibly underwhelming. Not a single student received a high evaluation. Even among the students with mid-level evaluations, there were no particularly outstanding individuals. In the end, a few mid-level students formed a team to attempt a strong assault, but they were unable to overcome this abyss and ended up suffering a total defeat. This terrified the other students even more, making them even less willing to challenge the ghostly abyss. As a result, this abyss has been dragged on until now, still unresolved. Do we have any teams in our city that can deal with it? Chief Mage of the City Guard, Jing Jing, spoke up. Is there any experienced team willing to take action? Heh, just those leftover useless ones? Li Yuehong, founder of the Shinfeng Group, scoffed. In my opinion, relying on them is less reliable than depending on this year's freshmen. Although the Abyss offers less experience compared to basic trials, it still provides some. Even if they take it slow and steady, just grinding through simple difficulties, as long as they are willing to work hard and aren't too incompetent, they could improve significantly in a year. So, excluding this year's freshmen, the remaining ones who haven't even broken through are clearly the most incompetent batch among practitioners. Relying on them to clear the abyss? It's better to hope for this year's freshmen. This year's freshmen do have a few good prospects, but time is tight. Deng Peng shook his head and sighed. They have just started to engage with the abyss. If only they had 3 more months, they could grow. But now, old Xia, have you done what I asked you to do? He turned to look at Xia Shualan's father, Xia Yidong. Xia Yidong also spoke softly. I inquired in the provincial capital, reached out to several strong provinces along the coast, and even contacted a few high evaluation students, but they seem to have no interest in the ghostly abyss. Finding external help is very difficult. Every city has abysses that must be resolved. Who would be willing to send their own geniuses to fight in another city? Even if Jianyang City is willing to offer rewards, other cities are not very inclined. These geniuses have just successfully transitioned, but the abyss is set to descend in just over a month. This time is too short. Geniuses that haven't been fully nurtured are likely to perish easily. A silence fell over the crowd. They themselves were reluctant to part with their own nurtured geniuses, which is why they wanted to seek external help. Keep looking and see if anyone is willing to support us, Deng Peng sighed. And you all should also discuss gathering the talented children we have, don't hide them away. Let's see if we can form a team with those geniuses to tackle the abyss together. I will also apply to the higher-ups for some support for our Jianyang children, hoping we can overcome this challenge. He raised his head and looked at everyone. Everyone, please do your best. After all, we all know that if the abyss descends into reality, it will be a huge problem. If the location of the descent happens to be within the city, then it would be a disaster. The crowd nodded in agreement. Don't worry, after all, this is our hometown, I won't be stingy. The high evaluation Li Shanhua I just signed is quite good. The Xiang Xiang I signed is a mage. Even though he's mid-level, he's very suitable for this abyss and should be able to contribute. And my own Xiang Hua can also. Everyone chimed in, mentioning their signed talented youths, starting to compile a training list. Deng Peng also added a few talented youths who hadn't signed with any company but had good potential, preparing to gather everyone together to see if they could form the strongest team. Xia Yidong also recommended his daughter, Xia Shualan. Although tackling the abyss is dangerous, it also has its benefits. Especially this kind of action that gathers the strength of the entire city to nurture the best talents and form the strongest team. The officials will definitely provide considerable benefits, allowing the youths to grow rapidly. This is also the reason he signed up Xia Shualan. Looking at the list that no longer increased, he thought about the culprit behind his daughter's invincible path being cut off. He blinked and said, speaking of which, doesn't that include Su Chen? He's this year's top scholar. In terms of evaluation, there's no one else in the country who didn't include him, right? This time, there was no second instance of that level of evaluation nationwide, so Su Chen became the top scholar of the country. Although his situation was special, the fact that the national top scholar did not appear on the talent cultivation list seemed too much. Still not including him? This abyss is not suitable for him. He can't solve this abyss. Exactly, he's just a necromancer with limited potential. Relying on tricks is not the right path. Everyone shook their heads. Of course, the most important thing was letting him enter this list would dilute the resources of others. It's a complete waste. Su Chen had one big. After challenging the abyss, Su Chen went straight home and did not continue the challenge. Although it seemed that clearing the abyss was not difficult for Su Chen, in reality, he spent a whole 10 hours clearing an ancient martial arts tower. By the time he emerged from the abyss, it was already the next day. Although professionals had abundant energy, it still left him somewhat fatigued, and it was clearly not suitable to continuously enter the abyss. In fact, no professional would continuously challenge the abyss. Each abyss often consumes several days. During that time, it was impossible to rest well, as one had to remain vigilant against monster attacks. The risks were high. Many times, everyone would grit their teeth and stay awake, enduring until the end of the challenge, then rest for a few days to recover their spirits and tally their gains. When Su Chen was in the basic trial, he did the same, staying up for 4 days straight. Although he had short naps, he never fell into a deep sleep. His physical condition was just average at that time, and if he were ambushed while sleeping, it would be a big problem. The ancient martial arts tower was the most beginner-friendly abyss because each level of the tower was separated. As long as one cleared a level completely, there would be no monsters disturbing the professional's rest. This time, the gains aren't too much, Su Chen thought as he looked at the income from this clearance. Just as his teacher had said, the rewards from the basic trial far exceeded those from a normal abyss. At that time in the basic trial, not counting equipment, he had earned a value of 5 million. This time in the ancient martial arts tower, including equipment, he had only earned a total of 2 million. This was still on hard difficulty. If he had teamed up with those ordinary professionals outside the ancient martial arts tower to clear a simple abyss, after putting in a lot of effort, each person might only get 50,000 or 100,000 as a reward for their hard work, which couldn't be considered much. Maybe I should consider nightmare difficulty, but the attributes at nightmare difficulty will definitely increase further. With my agility, I might not be able to seize the opportunity to counterattack. Suchin stroked his chin, thinking to himself, I should still check the summoning skill book for agile undead. If I have this, I won't have to worry about this problem. The summoning skill book for intelligence-based undead can also be looked at. This is the attribute that enhances my effects the most, he thought, with the intention of selling the gains from the abyss, and went to the trading hall again. Selling things was normal, but when he searched for skill books, his mouth twitched. Skill book, Summon Ghost, price, 500 million. Skill book, Summon Skeleton Mage, price, 2 billion. Ghosts are agile-based undead, much stronger than zombies and skeleton warriors. Skeleton mages are intelligence-based magical undead, significantly stronger than ghosts, making them quite powerful summoned undead, so he endured their expensive prices. But upon closer inspection, under the introduction of the skill book, Summon Skeleton Mage, there was a line of small print, local stock is insufficient, needs to be sourced from outside, and there is no guarantee of quick supply. Suchen, forget it. It seems I can't expect to get a new skill book in a short time. Suchen sighed lightly. With his current income, he estimated he would need to clear the ancient martial tower hard 200 times to buy a skill book for summoning spirits. Of course, if he tackled higher difficulty abyss levels, the rewards would increase proportionally. But the problem was that nightmare difficulty was still somewhat dangerous. No, it's not that I can't get through it at all. Suchen stroked his chin. For me now, it's a bit dangerous, but I can still grind for strength and constitution. Once my strength is high enough to one-shot the hard abyss and my constitution is strong enough to be immune to its attacks, then no matter how tough nightmare level is, it won't be a problem. This was a certainty. After the difficulty increased, although he could gain significant enhancements, it was definitely not enough to one-shot the hard abyss when he couldn't handle the nightmare level. Just in case, let's do it this way. Suchen didn't think he was being overly cautious. Life only comes once, and the abyss wouldn't give you a second chance. Anyway, it was just about grinding the abyss a few more times. After the earliest basic courses ended, the school's teaching schedule was adjusted to accommodate the students who were adventurers, changing to one lesson every 7 days. The suggested grinding frequency for students was also to clear the abyss once every 7 days, then attend 1 day of school, with the remaining time for rest, self-training, finding teammates, and purchasing equipment. The school's courses were still quite useful, so when the day of classes started, all the students came to school. Suchen immediately spotted the yawning Yudingwu and couldn't help but twitch his eye. Looks like you went to find a technician again? Of course. Yudingwu puffed out his chest proudly and said, this time I completed a 5-man kill. After leveling up, I'm definitely much stronger than before. If it weren't for the other side playing dirty with a wheel battle, I could have taken down even more. Truly a good brother who believes life should be lived under the belt. Everyone is an adventurer. Why are you so flashy? Suchen glanced at Yudingwu and shook his head secretly. A person, from the moment they become aware, will gradually have their edges worn down by time, blurring the shape they had when they first came into this world. Thus, people transform from a variety of individuals into a more uniform type. Yudingwu was a standout among those types, an innate patron of the flesh. I remember you haven't found a company willing to invest in you yet, right? Suchen covered his forehead, looking helpless. I suggest you behave yourself these days and not be too reckless. Otherwise, with you like this, those companies might not even be willing to spend big money on you. Yudingwu was also a high-rated shield warrior. Normally someone companies would be eager to recruit. But companies wouldn't only look at ratings. This kid, at such a young age, indulged in all vices, clearly showing a lack of willpower, so they couldn't offer him too high a salary. Anyway, Suchen didn't know the specifics, but he did know that although several companies had offered prices, Yudingwu was not satisfied, and both sides were still negotiating. Perhaps it was for this very reason. You sound just like my dad. Yudingwu sighed. We're doing it for your own good. Suchen shot him a glare. However, in reality, he genuinely hoped Yudingwu's path as an adventurer would go further. After all, they had been classmates and friends for so many years. Suddenly, Suchen spoke. Wise men do not fall in love. Yudingwu instinctively replied, adults must get foot massages. Suchen, massage the back, scrub the salt. Yudingwu, this year, I will definitely make a lot of money. Suchen, to show off in front of others. Yu Dingwu must use essential oils for back massages. Su Chen, cupping and scraping. Yu Dingwu, good luck will come to your home. Su Chen spread his hands. You see, this is the level of mutual understanding. If Yu Dingwu dies and can't trigger his friend's legacy talent, Su Chen will change his name to Zaisu. With just you can't defeat Su Chen. With just you can't defeat Su Chen. Xia family. Training ground. Xia Xuelan was fighting a monster. It was a cyclopean wolf, its deep black fur glistening. With sharp claws and foul-smelling teeth, it lunged at Xia Xuelan, trying to bite her. In her hand, a slender sword sliced through the air like the wind. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Her movements were swift and graceful, her arms swinging with a hint of illusion, her attack speed continuously increasing. No wonder she's my daughter. Xiaodong, who had just returned home, couldn't help but exclaim as he watched the scene unfold. That monster was not his summoned creature, but a real beast. Since her summoned creatures were too timid to take her seriously, Xia Xuelan had taken the initiative to engage in life-and-death battles with wild monsters for training. This was a true fight to the death. For days, she had been undergoing such training. Even because the training ground was monotonous, she changed locations frequently to ensure the best training results. She's already become a professional, she could just slowly grind through the abyss to level up, yet she's still pushing herself so hard. Xiaodong sighed softly. After the basic trials, many people's lives changed. The superior treatment from major companies had dazzled countless professionals. The once unattainable goddess from school would even actively seek to associate with those highly rated professionals, as their futures were beyond imagination in this atmosphere. Many professionals had relaxed their mindsets, as if trying to reclaim all the joy they had lost. Some began dating, while others indulged in hedonism. After all, this was the most hormonally charged high school year. But not Xia Xuelan. While others were dating in the small woods, she was slaying monsters. While others were dating by the river, she was slaying monsters. While others were dating in the park, she was slaying monsters. Her dedication was outstanding. After Xia Xuelan killed the wolf at the cost of a minor injury, Xia Yidong cleared his throat. Let's take a break, Xuelan. I have something to tell you. The abyss is about to descend, and the association has decided to train a team of excellent professionals to conquer the abyss netherworld cave. Xia Yidong revealed the results of their discussions. This is the training list, and your name is on it. Prepare well, and then come with me to the training base. Such a dangerous event as the abyss's descent required full preparation. Everyone on the list had to gather together for better training under superior instructors. Various groups in capital would invest more in their members, providing a certain amount of equipment and skills. Xia Xuelan looked at the list Xia Yidong handed her, her brow furrowing. Father, why isn't Su Chen's name on here? Xia Yidong replied calmly, because Su Chen has no potential, there's no need to waste energy training him. Is it just because he's a necromancer? Xia Xuelan frowned tightly. He has a level evaluation. It's because he's a necromancer, Xia Yidong said flatly, his expression calm. Xia Yidong's earlier suggestion to include Su Chen was not because he particularly recognized him, but because this operation would inevitably mobilize government resources to provide more assistance to the newcomers. It was not just a simple conquest of the abyss, it was also a political action. A professional with a level evaluation, akin to a top scorer in the college entrance examination, not being on the training list could easily spark controversy and was a taboo for officials. His proposal had a hint of political correctness. Others did not support it because major companies only backed their own people, willing to invest only in their own. Even the president, Deng Peng, had included a few well-performing level professionals but still kept Su Chen out. I've heard of him for years, he's decisive and practical, not one for falsehoods, Xia Yidong thought to himself. No wonder he's a cadre parachuted in from above, his style of doing things is truly straightforward. Yes, the proposal to let Su Chen join was a response to bureaucratic inefficiency. It was Deng Peng Gang who vetoed this matter, that was the practical and hard-working type. After all, the resources that can be invested are limited, adding one more person means diluting the resources of others, thereby reducing the chances of truly talented individuals to clear the abyss. Xia Xuelan frowned slightly, although she didn't know the specifics, just looking at her father's expression, she could guess a thing or two. She couldn't help but say, Su Chen is talented, he's the man who can block my invincible path. Father, there are many people on this list, why can't we add one more? Even if you all think he doesn't match the level's evaluation, you still acknowledge that he has the talent of that level, right? At that level, he is qualified to join this list. However, Xia Yidong shook his head. No, this time the abyss we are tackling is a bit special. The monsters inside are very unfriendly to necromancers. He cannot be on this list. Meanwhile, Yu Dingwu was waving goodbye to Su Chen. Where in the world is their true affection? We love any woman. Counting money for beauty dances for 800 yuan. Bro, remember, the more you strive today, the more female models you'll have tomorrow. Go for it. He waved his hand excitedly and ran towards the abyss portal. Even you are starting to work hard, huh? Suchen shrugged, then I really have no reason not to work hard. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the suburbs. But he wasn't heading to the abyss portal, he planned to train himself. The reason the school proposed that students only go to the abyss once a week in a 7-day cycle wasn't just to allow students to rest and recuperate. It was also to give students time to adapt to their own attributes. Early-stage professionals level up relatively quickly, but their basic attribute points are low. Each time they level up, the new attribute points can easily affect their control over their own bodies. This requires additional training to master their own situation. Just now, that kid Yu Dingwu told me that because he wasn't familiar with his upgraded attributes, he accidentally exhausted a lady while busy with her last night. Although I don't know if he was showing off his abilities or trying to express his loss of control, but it does indicate some issues. Ordinary professionals like Yu Dingwu will have problems with control. Su Chen's attributes have increased much more fiercely than the little points he gained from leveling up. He needs this kind of self-control training even more. Otherwise, he might end up in a situation like before, where he didn't dare to hit Wang Yang himself, because a careless move could really kill a classmate. Speaking of which, I haven't really trained hard these days because of the abyss. I wonder if my control training can keep up with my skyrocketing attribute points. And now that I don't need physical equipment anymore, I can sell my Beast Emperor set and exchange it for mage equipment. However, I can't sell such high-quality loot like before, that would be too much of a loss, so I can only take it slow. At the official training base, the newly summoned geniuses gathered here. Everyone present is the elite of Jianyang City, the future of professionals, the training instructor said loudly. Your mission is to clear the hell-level abyss, Netherworld Ghost Cave. The safety of Jianyang City relies on you. Please make sure to work hard. The students responded one after another, patting their chests. Just leave it to me. Watch me chop those ghosts to death. I'll handle this with my fireball spell. Let you see the power of a mage. Except for Xia Shualan, who maintained her usual cold expression, everyone else was very passionate. The teachers looked on and nodded slightly. After all, they were newcomers, full of vitality. Then they quickly seized the opportunity to train. Xia Shualan also began to train earnestly. Although she appeared cold on the outside, she still had a heart for clearing the abyss. Unfortunately, Su Chen is not here, otherwise, we could compete to see who can conquer the ghost cave of the underworld first. Xia Shualan thought to herself as she earnestly began her practice. The stance of drawing the sword, the steps of movement, the breathing techniques to conserve energy, these were all part of the training. This kind of training was essential. Due to the bizarre characteristics of the abyss that intensified with the level of the practitioners, the actual level of the practitioners did not affect the probability of clearing it. Some practitioners could solo a certain abyss when they were present, but when they were there, they could instead be wiped out by the abyss. This was because, when they were present, they could perfectly control their attributes and unleash their strongest power, but their control over themselves would decrease, making it difficult to gain an advantage against monsters that had also leveled up. How to fully unleash one's own strength was the most valued talent. Su Chen was considered by many big shots to lack high-level talent for this reason. Just leveling up madly and then gambling on luck to trigger a necromantic disaster could solve the abyss, but the actual operation was almost zero. Such people were naturally not taken seriously. Of course, leveling was not without necessity. Some skill learning conditions did require a certain level. The most perfect state was for practitioners to reach the moment they could just learn a skill, maximizing their strength before entering the abyss. Therefore, the focus of training was placed on how to unleash one's own strength. The teacher taught earnestly, and the students learned diligently. About 2 hours later, alright, let's stop here for now, the teacher announced the end of the class. Everyone take a break. Is that it? Xia Shualan felt a bead of sweat trickle down her forehead, but her brows were still tightly furrowed. This training volume seemed a bit low? Although she was already quite tired, she could still grit her teeth and push through for another round of training. At first glance, it seemed like nothing, but one had to know that she was a main agility sword dancer. Those practitioners with main physique could definitely continue training. Why not keep going? She furrowed her brows, but the surrounding classmates all slumped directly to the ground, groaning in despair. As expected of the official training camp, this is really tough. If it weren't for the rewards being so generous, I really wouldn't want to come. Where can I buy some water? I want a drink, I'm dying of thirst. This is my first time undergoing such tough training, I'm so tired. With my talent, I actually felt fatigued. This training camp is quite interesting. Xia Shuelan frowned slightly. After hesitating for a moment, she walked up to a male classmate who was complaining about being tired and said, "Excuse me, can I ask what your profession is?" "Ha? Me?" The male classmate looked up, his eyes lighting up instantly. Xia Shuelan was the most beautiful girl in the training camp. A person by the lamp is like the moon, her fair wrist glistens like frost and snow. For her to take the initiative to talk to him? I really am quite charming. The boy smiled slightly, tossing his hair back to reveal his handsome face. "Hello, Xia Shuelan, I'm Xianghua, and my profession is berserker." "Xia, I remember you're a sword dancer, right? When we team up to tackle the abyss in the future, I'll lead the charge, and you can confidently follow behind me. I'll protect you well." He thumped his chest, his tall and sturdy figure, with arms like iron muscles, fully displaying his masculine strength. His messy red long hair danced wildly, like burning flames, quite impressive, making the nearby girls' eyes widen. Even the boys gritted their teeth, looking at him with jealousy. "That's Xianghua, the one with the high-level evaluation. Berserkers are quite a strong profession, and with that evaluation, he's remarkable. I heard he's also the nephew of Li Yuehong from the Shunfeng Group." The Shunfeng Group is considered one of the top companies in the city, and being Li Yuehong's nephew gives him much more strength than others, allowing him to gain substantial support from the company. Equipment, skills, and a senior teacher's treatment are absolutely top-notch in the entire city. Moreover, with only 3 individuals possessing a top-tier talent rating in the city, this Xianghua is among the elite in a training base filled with the best. However, upon hearing this, Xia Shuelan's brows furrowed even deeper. The Berserker is a primary support class. With high durability and damage, it has a significant advantage in the early stages. His physique is definitely stronger than mine. His stamina should also be much higher. Yet, he trains the same amount as me, a primary agile sword dancer, and still complains about it? What a joke! And this is a top tier? What would the other top tier students be like? Can someone like him, with this level of training assigned by the instructor, really clear the hell level abyss? They filtered out Su Chen but let someone like this into the training base. It seems my father and the others are blind. She scoffed coldly in her heart. But she didn't say much more and directly prepared to train harder. She couldn't change the training list, nor could she influence what others did. But her own training was something she could decide. Just as she ignored Xianghua, he seemed to have caught the scent of meat and buzzed over like a fly. "Xia classmate, did you know that with so many of us gathered here, we will definitely be divided into several teams to challenge the abyss based on those teams? Abyss teams can have a maximum of 5 people. Xianghua tossed his long hair, pretending to be casual. "With your talent, Xia classmate, we should end up in the same team, and then we will truly be teammates. I think we have a chance. We could practice our coordination first." Xianghua looked at Xia Shuelan, his eyes filled with enthusiasm. As a second-generation professional, he had been with countless women, but which woman could compare to Xia Shuelan? Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but her talent was also top-tier, making her a worthy object of his affection. Other male classmates watched, feeling uncomfortable. This was the most beautiful girl. Would she really fall into Xianghua's clutches? Someone couldn't help but say, "The team isn't confirmed yet. What is there to practice?" "What do you mean it's not confirmed?" Xianghua scoffed. "Do you think the higher-ups would let us 3 top-tier professionals form the strongest team and instead team us up with someone like you?" The male classmate's face turned red instantly. He could enter the training camp, so he wasn't exactly a nobody. He was also a warrior with a top-tier rating. But he knew that to ensure the probability of conquering the abyss, the higher-ups would definitely pair the 3 strongest top-tier talents like Xia Shuelan with a top-tier priest or mage to form the most combat-effective team. Mages and priests are weak classes in the early stages, so their ratings should actually be raised by half a tier. They are truly top talents among the top tiers. Such a team would have the best chance of clearing the game. A top-tier warrior in other places would also be considered elite, but they simply don't qualify to join this team. Because anyone here is top tier. An ordinary top tier warrior is the lowest tier here. The male classmate, red-faced, couldn't help but say, "Your top tier rating isn't the highest either. This year, there's a top tier guy in Jingyang City." "Are you talking about Su Chen?" Xianghua said lightly. "I'm sorry, but he doesn't qualify to join this training base. He, just a mere necromancer, is unworthy." Just as Xia Shuelan was about to start her training without a care, she suddenly stopped. Her head tilted slightly, and her gaze swept over. Meanwhile, Xianghua continued disdainfully, "I heard from my aunt that during the meeting discussing our list, someone really suggested letting Su Chen join, and then everyone rejected it. Clearly, all the senior professionals do not recognize his rating. Well, after all, he's just a necromancer who took shortcuts to get a high rating. But I do feel a bit regretful that he didn't come. If he had come, I could have personally defeated him and seen what face he has to hold that top-tier rating. He let out a cold laugh, his face full of confidence. A mere Su Chen was not worth mentioning. However, at that moment, a voice, clear and slightly chilling, reached everyone's ears. With your level, don't even think about defeating Su Chen. You can't do it. That was the voice of Xia Shuilan. To fight with one's life is what it means to fight desperately. With your level, don't even think about defeating Su Chen. You can't do it. The cold voice echoed in the training ground. Like a clear spring, it was refreshing. But for the person involved, it did not bring any joy. You say I can't beat that Su Chen? That necromancer? Xianghua frowned, feeling a surge of anger, but looking at Xia Shuilan's delicate face, he suppressed his rage and said, "Are you overthinking it, classmate Xia? I've also heard that classmate Xia was suppressed by Su Chen at school, but that was back then. Now everyone has become professionals, and things have naturally changed. The current Su Chen is just a necromancer." Xia Shuilan quietly glanced at Xianghua, remaining silent. As a girl who could treat a boy confessing to her as heir, she never cared about others' opinions. Yet, for some reason, listening to this group of guys, she couldn't help but speak up. But since she had already opened her mouth, why not say a few more words? Su Chen is very strong. Xia Shuilan's voice was cold, her expression calm. The information I received is that a couple of days ago, he soloed the simple abyss of the ancient martial tower. This was news circulating among classmates. Su Chen's run at the ancient martial tower had indeed caused quite a stir, and as the top student, he had a considerable reputation. It was something Xia Shuilan had remembered from what she occasionally heard. Of course, the rumors were all about him clearing the simple abyss. After all, no one dared to think about the more difficult abysses. The ancient martial tower wasn't a newly released abyss. Aside from the hell level that had yet to be cleared, many people had cleared the other difficulties, and the leaderboard often had a long list, so naturally, no one would specifically look for Su Chen's name. No one knew the difficulty he had cleared, the simple difficulty of the ancient martial tower? However, upon hearing this, Xianghua couldn't help but laugh. Classmate Xia, what does this count as impressive? Although I haven't attempted that ancient martial tower, I consider soloing a simple difficulty to be nothing difficult. Is this enough for you to think he is strong? He looked down on it. Just a simple abyss, he could solo it too. Moreover, he was confident that his soloing speed would definitely be faster than Su Chen's. Xia Shuilan looked at Xianghua as if he were a fool. The person before her, clad in a full set of rare heavy armor, wielding a great sword that was simply legendary, perfectly matched to his profession, was the most ideal and luxurious equipment configuration, all supported by the Shinfeng group. With equipment of this level, let alone simple difficulty, even professionals of higher levels could solo the simple abyss. And what about Su Chen? What did he have? Oh, perhaps a set of equipment he obtained from the basic trials, but that Beast Emperor set was a physical equipment completely unsuitable for his identity as a mage. You compare your fully armed self to a penniless Su Chen? How could you even say that? Forget it, I really am not suited to persuade others, Xia Shuilan thought to herself, and fell silent again. After all, based on her experience, as long as she stopped talking, no matter how high the enthusiasm of others, it would quickly extinguish. Xianghua, however, grew even more confident. What does this count for? Who here can't do it? Classmate Xia, have you been psychologically scarred by Su Chen? He is not as strong as you imagine. Necromancer's skills are not strong, and they are inherently very weak. As long as you charge in, victory is simple. Of course, I heard he also defeated a level warrior. Perhaps compared to other necromancers, he has a bit of strength? Xianghua smiled faintly and said dismissively, but now that we've entered the training camp, with hard training, our own strength will greatly improve. I estimate that by then, any student at this level will be able to crush Su Chen. Not to mention someone at my level. Hard training? Xia Shuilan frowned, feeling a wave of frustration rise in her heart. Suddenly, she grasped the sword in her hand and faced Xianghua. Shall we have a match? She said softly, although I'm not good with words, as a professional, the sword in my hand is my greatest persuasion, isn't it? The principle is not as strong as the fist. This is the principle of a professional. Xianghua was taken aback, then laughed and nodded. Alright, the sword dancer Xia Shuilan was about to fight the berserker Xianghua. The duel between these top-level geniuses instantly attracted the attention of many students. The crowd cleared a space, and the two stepped down. Xia Shuilan is going to battle Xianghua? But Xianghua is a berserker. Why would goddess Xia want to fight someone like him? The crowd thought to themselves as they watched the two. The berserker is both tough and has high output, a recognized strong profession. Some even believe it to be the strongest profession in the early stages. Why would Xia Shuilan want to fight him? Can we start? Xia Shualan's voice was as cold as ever. Of course. Xianghua chuckled, gripping his great sword, a smile on his lips. As a goddess with outstanding looks and talent, Xia Shualan's information was naturally well known among many. Among them was the fact that throughout her high school career, her eyes had only been on Su Chen. The reason for this was that she had never beaten Su Chen in any exam. In other words, as long as I can surpass her, her attention will naturally be focused on me. Xianghua chuckled inwardly. As for failure, that was not an option. He acknowledged that Xia Shualan, as a top-level expert, had some strength. But the berserker is the strongest profession in the early stages. Let's begin. He laughed loudly. Xia Shualan nodded, then she suddenly lunged forward in a swift step, heading straight for Xianghua. Xianghua raised his great sword, locking his gaze, and struck down heavily. Skill, heavy slash, blood fury. Heavy slash, deals a heavy blow with an attack power of 150. Blood fury, consumes 100 points of health to increase the damage of the next attack by 500 points. The greatsword fell heavily, creating a gust of wind. The force was immense, as if it would cleave Xia Shualan in two. The surrounding students gasped. The greatsword itself was the weapon with the highest attack power, combined with the enhanced attack of heavy slash and the blood-burning enhancement of blood fury, making its attack power the highest among professionals of the same level. Some fragile professions could be instantly killed by this blow. This is why the berserker is hailed as the strongest profession in the early stages. However, facing the violently descending great sword, Xia Shualan's expression showed not a hint of change. She slashed her slender sword at the side of the great sword while simultaneously sidestepping, easily dodging that powerful blow. Xianghua's expression shifted slightly as he was about to retract his great sword. At that moment, Xia Shualan had already dashed to his side. A slender sword came slicing in like a storm. Skill, Sword Dance. Sword Dance executes 3 consecutive slashes, each adding 50 agility as extra attack power. Swish, swish, swish. 3 streaks of sword light flickered like shooting stars. Almost simultaneously, they struck. The first sword cut a gash in Xiang was heavy armor, blood flowing. The second sword left a wound on the wrist holding the great sword, causing him to lose his grip on the weapon. The third sword sent him flying. 3 strikes. It all happened in an instant. The outcome was clear. The students who had expected to witness a grand battle were stunned. That was the berserker, the strongest profession in the early stages. And a top-level genius at that. I hadn't even settled down before you ended the fight? Just like that, in an instant? I didn't even see what happened, and he's already kneeling? What a joke! Xia Shualan wasn't rated at the same level as Xianghua, was she? Why is there such a huge gap? Only the teachers observing from a distance could understand the changes taking place. Without hesitation, Xia Shualan charged towards the giant sword that posed the greatest threat, skillfully dodging its attacks while quickly targeting her opponent's vital points, forcing them to lose their ability to resist. Such exquisite combat skills, fluid movements, and the courage to face the enemy's giant sword, these were traits only experienced professionals possessed. This was not the self-control a student should have. This girl was surprisingly powerful. Holding her sword in one hand, Xia Shualan looked down at Xianghua. Training hard to crush Su Chen? That was back in her first year of high school. Xia Shualan had lost to Su Chen once again, so frustrated that she had her personal trainer create an extra training plan for her. But creating a plan was easy, executing it was difficult. The already heavy training load became an unattainable goal after being increased. She practiced desperately, tirelessly. But even when she was exhausted, she was still far from the plan. A wave of frustration surged in her heart, accompanied by a sense of helplessness. I've been working so hard, yet I've lost to Su Chen 13 times. Can I really still beat him? She seemed as steadfast as an iceberg, but she was still a girl in her prime. How could her beliefs be so unbreakable? For a moment, her mind was a chaotic mess of complex emotions. This overwhelming frustration led her to abandon her extra training plan and choose to slack off. But with no entertainment activities in her daily life, she didn't even know what to do now. She wanted to sleep but couldn't, so she slipped out of her house and wandered aimlessly, slowly trying to clear her mind. Before she knew it, she had walked to the school's training ground. There, she saw Su Chen, panting, his steps unsteady, sweat pouring from his forehead, yet still gritting his teeth and running. Xia Shualan was taken aback and instinctively ran over, catching Su Chen, who looked like he might collapse at any moment, exclaiming, "Su Chen, what are you doing? Who trains like you do? Do you know that sometimes pushing to the limit only harms your body? What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Training also needs moderation. Excessive training only destroys one's body." This was something the teachers had taught long ago. However, Suchin just smiled and waved his hand. It's still early. The sign that the human body has reached its limit is fainting, and training at 80% of one's limit is widely recognized as the most effective amount for promoting physical progress. I'm still a bit short of that amount. A bit short? How do you know about this? Xia Shuelan couldn't help but ask. Training is simple. It's just about exercising the body. But most people have no idea how much exercise is appropriate. That's why specialized coaches are needed to help create training plans. Yet even professional coaches, to prevent injuries to their clients, will only arrange training plans based on their estimated best training amounts, never truly reaching the perfect optimal training amount. Although Su Chen was also a top student, he wasn't a professional coach. How could he be so sure of his optimal training amount? Hearing this, Su Chen smiled back and continued running silently. But Xia Shuelan suddenly realized the reason. The sign that the human body has reached its limit is fainting, and 80% of one's limit is the optimal training amount. So conversely, as long as I push myself to faint just once, and then multiply the training amount at that time by 80, that would naturally be the optimal training amount. Why didn't I think of this before? Fainting from overexertion is certainly dangerous. But if it's just once, and with thorough preparations, finding a doctor and preparing nutritional fluids, it wouldn't really have too much impact. Moreover, it only requires one last push. After that, as long as I adjust the training load based on my growth and weight changes, I can achieve the optimal training volume. The reliability of a coach far exceeds everything, but the premise is that I must truly give it my all this one time. Xia Shuelan stood there in a daze, recalling her previous complaints. I've been working so hard, yet I've lost to Su Chen 13 times. Can I really still beat him? Working hard? I haven't really put my life on the line. If I haven't even risked my life, why do I think I can't win against him? Xia Shuelan chuckled self-deprecatingly and turned to leave the school. She ran home and resumed her training plan. From that day on, she never complained again or gave up once. Xia Shuelan blinked. She slightly lowered her head, looking at Xianghua, who lay on the ground, eyes vacant, seemingly still not realizing he had been defeated. Training hard? A rare smirk appeared on her lips, tinged with sarcasm. With your level of effort, you dare to call it hard work? You haven't really put your life on the line. I know the underworld ghost cave isn't suitable for low-level necromancers, but even so, Su Chen is 100 times stronger than you lot. The resources given to you are truly wasted. She snorted coldly, turning away without hesitation, leaving the crowd in confusion. Meanwhile, in a remote training ground, Su Chen was engaged in strength control training. He carefully reached for an ultra-thin glass cup, but as soon as his hand touched it, bang! The glass shattered all over the floor. Failed again. The power variation is too great. It's really hard to control. Su Chen sighed wryly. This was a prop sold by the trading hall, specifically for strength control training. If the power exceeds a certain threshold, it shatters immediately. But he still had a certain weight, the cup's walls were slippery, and without a certain amount of strength, he couldn't even pick it up. Su Chen sighed. For others, controlling their own strength was quite simple. When others leveled up, even a full-strength warrior only gained 6 points of strength, which was a doubling effect from the initial stage. Once they adapted to the initial phase, the attributes gained from leveling up were hardly worth mentioning. 5 is a double, but what does 100 even count for? But his strength differed too greatly from the original base. Over 700 points of strength compared to the initial 5 points was a difference of more than 100 times. With such high strength, controlling it to pick up the cup with minimal effort was incredibly difficult. Especially when I achieve my goal, that strength attribute will skyrocket. Su Chen pouted. It's so hard to control. His goal was to be able to take down the host's golden body in one hit and withstand the host's golden body attacks without injury. Calculating based on the difficult level golden body host with health 50,000 and attack power 2,000. The attack power is based on strength. This means he needs 5,000 points of strength. The damage reduction for defense is based on constitution, meaning every 1 point of constitution can reduce 1 point of damage. Thus, he needs 2,000 points of constitution. Reaching this standard, even if his agility is poor, he could definitely clear the nightmare difficulty. There's no way around it. Who told me I'm poor? Su Chen shrugged. If my agility attribute could also increase, I wouldn't have to worry about hit rates, then I wouldn't need to grind here so crazily. No, wait. If I had a good brother to support my intelligence, even if the other 3 attributes remained unchanged, as a mage, I could still break through hell level difficulty. After all, this is my main attribute. But considering efficiency and the current lack of money, if I want to grind nightmare difficulty, I don't really need to grind it this exaggeratedly. Su Chen stroked his chin, thinking, I remember the publicly available attributes for nightmare level difficulty online, the attack power seems to be around 2,500? So as long as I reach 2,500 points of constitution, I can become immune to the opponent's normal attacks. If I reach 3,000 points, it would be hard for even skills to hurt me. And my damage isn't low either. With this kind of gap, I don't think I can lose to him. However, I need to grind a bit more for hell level difficulty, just in case. Nightmare level difficulty has many people clearing it. So the internal information, attribute data, and so on have been circulating online for a long time. But hell level has not, because no one has cleared it. This is the difficulty that requires the most thorough preparation. Then let's set hell level difficulty as a midterm goal. For the early stage, the small goal is to grind out 2,500 points in constitution, control my own strength, and then casually clear some nightmare level difficulty. Su Chen thought, reaching for the training props glass cup next to the cardboard box. This is a commonly used consumable, mass-produced by mechanics, and very cheap. A box costs only a few hundred yuan, considered a low-cost item in the eyes of professionals. Su Chen bought a large pile, filling a box to form a small mountain. And beside him, there was an even larger small mountain made of empty boxes, along with a ground full of glass shards, making it hard to find a place to step. Let's use these up first, then take a break, and go grind the abyss for attributes. I should be able to finish by noon tomorrow. As for sleeping, to ensure he is in the best condition to tackle the abyss, he could still take a nap. As for the strong constitution he gained, the super endurance he obtained, it could be used not only in bed but also in the training ground. Little Neon of Dalen. Little Neon of Dalen. Calculating rewards for you. You have obtained Spirit Crystal, 500. You have obtained Experience, 2,500. You have obtained Materials, Monk Gold Powder, Golden Man Relic. You have obtained Equipment, Diamond Leg Guards, Settlement complete. The familiar settlement interface. In the following time, Su Chen continued to grind the ancient Martial Tower Abyss. 7 days a week, grinding the abyss once, and self-training at other times is the school's suggestion for the vast number of students. When Su Chen ground the ancient Martial Tower for the third time, he realized that he might not need to follow the school's advice. Because after others grind the abyss, they would be incredibly fatigued from the continuous battles and must return to the city for repairs to better face the next abyss. Otherwise, they could easily encounter danger. But this time, after Su Chen finished grinding the ancient Martial Tower Abyss, he found that he seemed completely unexhausted. That's right, it's different from before. My constitution has increased quite rapidly. Su Chen looked at his attribute panel. On average, grinding the ancient Martial Tower once can yield 300 points in constitution, and my endurance is simply incomparable to ordinary professionals. Constitution directly affects endurance. It is said that those with high constitution can fight continuously for 3 days and nights and still be energetic, even battling technicians for 300 rounds. This claim comes from Dingwu himself. Anyway, based on Su Chen's own experience, it seems to be quite accurate. He didn't feel any physical exhaustion this time. So let's grind the abyss one more time before heading home. Su Chen thought casually, but instead of directly entering the abyss, he first found an empty tent near the abyss portal to take a short rest. After all, it was a life and death struggle, and he needed to learn the fighting techniques of the monks. Although his physical strength was not afraid of consumption, his mind felt a certain fatigue. It was better to rest a bit. In fact, as his constitution strengthened, the shortcomings in his mental aspect became increasingly apparent. For example, when mastering strength during training, he had trained for 2 days and nights straight. But afterward, he found that although his physical strength was still robust, he felt a clear lack of energy, drowsy and sleepy. This contrast is hard to describe. Clearly not tired, yet feeling dead tired. Actually, to master strength, there's another method, enhancing intelligence attributes. Su Chen thought to himself, mages are naturally adept at detailed operations. Every mage is a master sculptor capable of carving the Great Wall into a grain of rice. This kind of fine operational ability is the direction that intelligence excels at mastering. It's a pity that the necromancy summoning skill book is just too expensive, Su Chen said with a look of regret. Over the past few days, he had found a large company to sell the Beast Emperor set, trading it for mage equipment. Through bargaining, he managed to cash out 70 million. The most expensive item was the only legendary equipment in the Beast Emperor set, the Crown of the Beast Emperor, which sold for 50 million. The other 3 pieces of equipment together were only worth 20 million. The higher the quality of the equipment, the greater the price difference. Su Chen actually wanted to directly exchange the Beast Emperor set for the necromancy summoning skill book, as it would definitely be a profitable deal for the shopkeeper. However, they stated that they had no stock of necromancy skill books and were not interested in issuing collection tasks for such a high-level trade. After all, in the entire Jianyang city, Su Chen was the only one who needed a necromancer skill book. His purchasing power was also limited. and the merchant wouldn't spend effort to serve him. In the end, the 70 million cash was mostly spent, and Suchen exchanged it for 3 pieces of equipment: a rare-level robe that added 5 to constitution and 5 to intelligence, a rare-level pair of shoes that added 3 to agility and 4 to intelligence, and a rare-level ring that added 7 to intelligence, with the common effect of increasing mana recovery speed by 10, which was better than nothing. Although Suchen really wanted equipment that only increased intelligence, accessories were the most valuable, and he couldn't afford too many. Most clothing-type equipment came with some constitution bonuses, and shoes often had agility bonuses. Pure constitution equipment like the Beast Emperor set was quite rare. 3 pieces of rare equipment, and they are all very ordinary items, yet they cost so much money, Suchen said with a smirk. Mage equipment was indeed very expensive, a typical noble profession. He spent a full 70 million, but it was only enough to buy these few items, and more than half of his equipment slots were still empty. Moreover, these were all ordinary goods. The really good equipment was kept by everyone themselves, or they were priced frighteningly high, requiring even more money to have a chance to buy. If I want to quickly save money and farm better equipment, I need to challenge higher difficulty abyss levels, which requires more attributes. Perhaps I should first consider quickly increasing my own attributes. There were certainly ways to increase the speed of attribute enhancement. There were many methods, and what Suchen had just planned was one of them: just farm another round of the abyss, right? In addition, he could speed up his mana recovery to summon the undead more quickly and in larger quantities. For example, mana recovery potion. This was a potion commonly kept by mages to restore their own mana. Previously, when Wang Yong challenged Suchen, Jing Jing had given him 2 bottles to maximize his undead summons and unleash his peak combat power. However, mage items had always been very expensive, and Suchen had been thinking about saving money to buy the skill book, so he hadn't looked into it. But now, Suchen hesitated for a moment and walked to a shabby shop entrance. The ancient martial tower was a common place for professionals, and any merchant with a bit of sense would naturally set up shop here for the convenience of the professionals. Give me 4 low-level mana recovery potions. Thank you for your patronage, 2 million. Yes, mage items are just that expensive. Suchen grabbed 4 bottles of potions and entered the abyss. Upon seeing the familiar monk Copperman, he began to summon. He exhausted all his mana and summoned over 30 zombies. Then he downed 1 potion. Low-level mana recovery potion, quickly restores 300 mana points, cooldown time is 1 hour. Using it during the cooldown will damage health points. This was quick, although it wasn't instantaneous. It took about 10 minutes to fully exert its effect, restoring 300 mana, just in time for the monks to kill all the zombies. With a wave of his hand, Suchen summoned 10 more zombies to charge forward. Looking at his empty mana points again, Suchen couldn't help but smirk. 500,000, just like that, he muttered. It took him over 10 hours of grinding in the ancient martial tower to earn 2 million. That's just 4 bottles of mana recovery potions. These 4 bottles of potions summoned 40 zombies. Although many of the zombies didn't trigger his talent, he still managed to convert it into 130 points of constitution. Normally, a run in the abyss can add around 300 points of constitution, but with the pay-to-win strategy, the efficiency increases directly by 1, so I might as well keep spending. Suchen grimaced at the thought. While spending money was efficient, it was still a loss. I must learn to make potions myself in the future, or else it's just too much of a loss. While Suchen was repeatedly grinding in the abyss to accumulate attributes, the training base where Xia Shualan was located was also working hard to conquer the abyss. After basic training, they finally divided the newcomers into several teams to start exploring the Abyss Netherworld Cave. The higher-ups certainly didn't believe the newcomers could defeat the hell-level Netherworld Cave right now. They just wanted the teams to experience the simple difficulty of the Netherworld Cave. It was targeted training. However, the progress is not ideal. Deng Peng just looked at the report, frowning deeply. The Netherworld Cave is a necromancy-type abyss. Although necromancers are considered the weakest sewer profession, the necromancy-type abyss is the most difficult type among all abysses. Otherwise, this abyss wouldn't have carried over from last year to this year. It even reached a point where, despite the Jinyang Association trying to invite outside help, no one was willing to come. Deng Peng looked at the battle reports from various teams. The simple difficulty was certainly not a challenge for the well-supported newcomers. But the reports also revealed many issues. The most critical point was that although this batch of kids was much more outstanding than the previous one, the time was too short for them to grow. Even with significant investment from various companies, it couldn't make up for the shortcomings. If this continued, they would run out of time. Deng Peng frowned as he looked at the report, flipping through the pages while thinking about what resources he could apply for from his superiors to support the kids. Suddenly, he paused in his page turning. What's going on with Team 1? Deng Peng pointed with his pen, his brow furrowed in concern. Why is their completion time worse than Team 2? Team 1 was, as Xianghua said, a team of 3 top-tier geniuses, paired with a top-tier mage and a top-tier priest. As a team with the highest-rated members, they received the most attention and resources, yet their completion time was inferior to Team 2? The secretary beside him lowered her head and said, Team 1's situation is a bit special. There were some internal conflicts, and the teachers are trying to mediate. Internal conflicts? Deng Peng frowned. Yes, the secretary nodded. This was Xia Shualan and Xianghua's team. Xia Shualan herself had no issues, but Xianghua, who was easily defeated by her, felt terrible thinking about how badly he lost to her. Anger, frustration, jealousy, and shame all surged within him. Although he didn't take any deliberate actions to sabotage his teammates, it was clear that these emotions affected the team's cooperation, leading them to lose in completion time despite having the best equipment, supplies, and combat power. The secretary quietly explained the reasons. This wasn't a secret, as many teachers were present and were well aware. This Xianghua told him that if he couldn't perform well, he should just get lost. Deng Peng's face turned angry, and he snorted coldly, a loser still has the face to throw a tantrum here? I'm not his father. I have no mood to care about his feelings. Affecting the team because of his emotions? Then he should be removed. Leader, that's not quite right. The secretary forced a smile and said, he is Li Yuehong's nephew from Shinfeng Group. Without him, the team's combat power will suffer significantly. Deng Pengdong's face twitched in anger, wanting to curse but ultimately holding his tongue. It wasn't that he was concerned about Li Yuehong's connections or any kind of favoritism or collusion between officials and businessmen. The problem was, if Li Yuehong was willing to invest extra capital, it would definitely go to her own highly rated nephew. Although Xianghua was not capable right now, he would surely obtain the best equipment and the most outstanding skills from Shinfeng Group in the future. Such a person was undoubtedly a major combat force. As long as his ideological issues could be resolved, the team's combat power would see a significant boost, increasing the chances of clearing the hell-level abyss. Such a person couldn't be casually dismissed. If it were the military, I would just kick him out. Deng Penggang gritted his teeth and said. He was so anxious that he was about to explode. This nonsense was causing him trouble over a minor emotional issue. But to enhance the chances of clearing the hell level, he had to endure. Let the teachers guide him properly, make more effort. In the end, Deng Penggang could only sigh helplessly. If it really can't be resolved, report back to me, and I'll take care of it then. And then you find a time to talk to Li Yuehong, using this reason to get her to allocate more resources to support others. The secretary nodded helplessly. It was the only way. At that moment, the phone on the desk suddenly rang. Deng Penggang looked at the caller ID and immediately answered with excitement. Hello, old Xia, have you found the external support you were looking for? Xia Yidong was still busy running around, searching for talented support outside of Jianyang. Now that he was calling, did it mean he had completed the task? What? You really found someone willing to support us? Great, great. Old Xia, you've done a good job. It's not someone from our great Xia, but the grandson of the little neon next door? International friends are willing to support us. That's a good thing. The friendship between China and Japan is a peaceful and friendly bond, providing a solid guarantee for the long-term stable development of relations between the two countries, and the international friends from Neon prove this. Need compensation? Well, that's fine, let other countries contribute manpower, and it's reasonable for us to pay a certain reward. What? What do they want? Deng Penggang suddenly stood up. His eyes widened in anger, his hair bristling, like a mad tiger. Damn little Neon, they are delusional. The Nightmare Abyss, let the battle begin. The Nightmare Abyss, let the battle begin. In the conference hall, the atmosphere was incredibly oppressive. Deng Penggang gritted his teeth, glaring at the man in a kimono sitting across from him. Lord Nishikawa Cairo, please do not be unreasonable. He said in a deep voice, if you are willing to help us in Jianyang, I would naturally welcome it. We understand that you need compensation, and we are willing to pay a certain price for it. But the compensation you are asking for is simply outrageous. We are all civilized people. I hope you won't force me to become uncivilized. The secretary instinctively glanced at his boss. Civilized people? President, you really love to joke. The neon envoy Nishikawa Cairo chuckled lightly. It's just a trivial reward, for your great Xia. What does it count for? Our reward is this, and it will not change. Your great Xia is so grand, giving us a small abyss. What does it count for? Why are you so agitated? Yes, the reward proposed by Neon was the abyss itself. The hell-level difficulty abyss was unlike any other. After clearing this abyss, in addition to the normal rewards, there would be a special reward only available to the first to clear the hell-level abyss, the Abyss Gate. This Abyss Gate is similar to the normal abyss portals, a special structure that allows practitioners to enter that abyss. However, unlike the normal abyss portals that randomly appear in one location, the rewards from the abyss portal allow for the selection of the location. A normal abyss will automatically disappear after a year if someone clears the hell level, but this Abyss Gate can remain for 3 years after the abyss disappears, during which time professionals can enter freely. Rather than calling it an abyss, it would be more accurate to say it has transformed into a dungeon. What the Neon people want is this special reward, the Abyss Gate. Do you know what the abyss portal represents, my lord? Jin Jing couldn't help but ask. Of course I know, Nishikawa Kairu replied with a slight smile. It's a dungeon that can last for 3 years, allowing professionals to farm resources at will, containing immense benefits. This is a symbol of national resources, the foundation of national strength, and the most important resource of the professional era, bar none. Jin Jing's face was filled with anger. What I want is this thing. Nishikawa Kairu chuckled, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Otherwise, why would I travel thousands of miles to support you, Great Xia? Enough! Deng Pengang slammed the table fiercely. You damn little Neon, do you really think that without you, we can't clear this hell abyss? And even if the abyss truly descends into reality, do you think I can't handle a low-level abyss? The descent of the abyss is certainly dangerous. But in the end, it is just a low-level abyss, with monsters that are not high-level, and in front of a high-level professional like Deng Pengang, it is hardly worth mentioning. I certainly won't deny your strength, my lord, Nishikawa Kairu chuckled. However, the monsters in the Netherworld cave are undead ghosts. The ethereal ghosts inherently possess stealth abilities, making them hard to detect, and they also have unique expansion capabilities of the undead, allowing them to quickly replicate more ghosts. Once an outbreak occurs in the city, even you Great Xia won't fare well, right? The high-ranking officials present darkened their expressions upon hearing this. Yes, this is the difficulty. A typical low-level abyss, even if it truly descends, what does it matter? In the case of the Orc Empire, even if it descends in the city center, a high-level professional can easily sweep it away, and with the help of mages for searching, everything can be cleared within a day. If the city guards mobilize collectively, it becomes even simpler to suppress. With good luck, not a single person would die. Even if there were losses, they wouldn't be too exaggerated. Zhen Yang could easily bear it. But the stealth that ghosts possess complicates the search operation. They also have the ability to infect people, turning them into ghosts, which can rapidly expand their kind. Once that expansion begins, the losses would be significant. This is why the high-ranking officials present are willing to unite, vigorously train newcomers, and contribute manpower to resolve this abyss. Nishikawa Kairu dares to speak frankly, leaving no face for those present, precisely because he has a firm grasp on the uniqueness of this abyss. You damn! Deng Pengang stood up in anger, only to be pulled down by Xiaodong. Mr. Nishikawa, I think we have significant differences regarding this transaction, Xiaodong said, pulling Deng Pengang down while forcing a smile. Let's discuss it further on our side. You should leave first, my lord. I hope you can lower your conditions. We still have sincerity. Nishikawa Kairu, who was living quite well, smiled slightly, and didn't mind. He generously indicated that they could discuss it as much as they wanted and would talk again once they reached an agreement. Thus, a few minutes later, only the high-ranking officials of Jianyang remained in the conference room. Damn Nishikawa, he's too much. Damn it, does he really think he has us in his grasp? I really wish I could take a knife and chop him up. The crowd cursed, and even Xiaodong couldn't help but curse, damn. Although I also thought their demands would be hard to change, with this attitude, I feel like I want to take action against that son of a bitch. Our great Xia is also a world-class power. What does your attitude mean? If it weren't for maintaining decorum in diplomatic situations, they would really want to go over and chop someone. However, although the high-ranking officials who didn't curse just now were very angry, Deng Pengang, who had just cursed and almost drawn a knife, had instead calmed down. In the end, we are being held by these guys at our weak point. He took a deep breath. It's our Jianyang that lacks strength. If our Jianyang's professionals could clear the hell-level abyss, why would we have to worry? Why should old Xia put on a forced smile in front of a small Neon? This is humiliation. It is also a fact. Upon hearing this, everyone gradually fell silent. The younger Jing Jing couldn't help but say, a small Neon, with such limited national strength, why do they have the resources to support us, while we can't even solve an abyss? What about our other cities in Great Xia? What about other provinces? Are we really worse off than a mere Neon? You're still young and don't understand some things. The training strategy for professionals in Neon is different from ours. Deng Pengang shook his head. They will let some talented professionals form teams specifically to clear hell-level abysses. Do you believe that the team led by Nishikawa Kairu, which is prepared to clear hell-level difficulty, has members all over 20 years old, and possibly even 30? It's not like our new students, who have just become professionals for a short time. Over 20? Jing Jing was taken aback. Great Xia sets the standard for professional transition at 18 years old, and talented students usually break through by the second year. Having the talent to clear hell-level difficulty but still not breaking through by their 20s or 30s in Great Xia is simply unimaginable. Why haven't we done this? Jing Jing stroked his chin, feeling that Neon's approach was also a method. At least we wouldn't have to worry about the abyss descending every year. The people could also become safe. Deng Pengang, upon hearing this, scoffed, "You foolish boy, you don't think those geniuses in Neon who can clear hell-level abysses are willingly staying at a low level, do you? Not only do they solve domestic abysses, but they can also plunder the talent needed to deal with abysses from abroad, which is quite terrifying. With so many people, do you think they all willingly stay at a low level? There aren't that many geniuses in Neon who are willing to sacrifice for their country." Jing Jing was stunned. Not to mention others, even for himself, he could agree to suppress his level for 1 or 2 years for the country, and even 3 or 4 years could be negotiated. But 10 years or even longer, he wouldn't be willing. The stronger the professional, the more income they have, the higher their status, and the stronger their own abilities. Even if the country provides substantial compensation to those sacrificing geniuses, it absolutely cannot be excessive after all. They are only solving low-level abysses. So the question arises, why should I sacrifice for the country, bear the cost, and watch my peers, who are less talented than me, grow stronger, earn more, and rise in status? It's all coercion and temptation, Deng Pengang said lightly. Using the lives of parents, the futures of friends, and the prospects of relatives, those financial magnates have plenty of means to make people submit. Otherwise, why do you think that in recent years, more and more foreign geniuses have come to our Great Xia? Isn't it because they don't want to be slaves abroad? One sentence left Jing Jing speechless. Thinking carefully, the history books recorded that before the rise of the first person in Great Xia, there seemed to be similar situations. But he fell silent for a moment and couldn't help but say, but we can still form 1 or 2 genius teams with shorter service periods, right? For the country, sacrificing 1 or 2 years of time, I think many people would be willing. Such teams could specifically solve abysses that we cannot resolve at the moment, which would be very useful. At least he was willing to sacrifice a little time for that. There's no need to make any sacrifices. Beside him, Xia Yidong curled his lips and said, the impact of a low-level abyss is limited, and a high-level abyss also carries the risk of descent. They are even more short on manpower over there. The reason Neon is doing this is that their higher-ups don't want to see too many high-level professionals emerging domestically, as it would dilute their power and status. We're different. Jing Jing fell silent upon hearing this. The others also grew slightly quiet. The country's policies are naturally good, but the pressure on oneself is also a reality. Then we can only hope our geniuses work a bit harder. Deng Pengang took a deep breath and said, Old Ma, give the newcomers a few pieces of equipment, specifically for dealing with the undead. Old Lu, speed up the training base's progress, their training volume is too low. Old Xia, get in touch with the brother cities again and see if they can support us a bit. Old Li, the issue with Xiang Hui and your family, resolve it quickly. If it can't be solved in 3 days, don't blame me for kicking him out. Deng Pengang assigned a large number of tasks in quick succession. Everyone took their orders and left. For a moment, the conference room was left with only Deng Pengang standing there in silence. Although he had done a lot, he lacked confidence in whether they could conquer the hell-level abyss. Meanwhile, Sichuan Jialong returned to the hotel arranged for him by the officials. As soon as he entered, a group of people rushed over. Lord Sichuan, how is the situation? Have the people from Daxia agreed? What did they say? This was a group of young people, around 25 years old, but despite being called youth, their eyes were filled with exhaustion. Their faces looked older than those in their 30s. They haven't agreed yet, but I think it will be soon. Sichuan Jialong smiled slightly. The situation is so urgent that they can't afford to hold out. Don't worry, this abyss will eventually belong to our great Neon Empire. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at Sichuan Jialong with hopeful eyes. Sichuan Jialong understood what they wanted to say and smiled slightly. Don't worry, according to the contract, this is the last abyss you will conquer. Once you conquer this abyss, you will be able to break through. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately smiled and began to embrace and cheer. It was as if they could see the dawn of victory. Sichuan Jialong returned their smiles with a refined demeanor, but inwardly he thought, fools. Breakthrough? So what? You can indeed break through, but who told you that after breaking through, you won't have to serve us anymore. The Abyss still requires you to continue to work for us. But speaking of it, that president named Deng Pengang is quite strong-willed. He wouldn't gamble on this and would rather let the Abyss descend than give it to us, would he? Sichuan Jialon pondered for a moment and ultimately decided, let's add a little fuel to the fire. Meanwhile, Su Chen looked at his panel. Su Chen profession, necromancer. Level health, 235900 mana, 750 strength, 735 constitution, 2359 intelligence, 75 agility, 17 constitution. Has reached such a high level. Su Chen looked a bit dazed. According to official data, the attack power of the nightmare level ancient martial tower is only about 2500. If you factor in the attributes gained along the way, it could be said that he was immune to the opponent's damage. Even if the opponent used skills to break through defenses, they would definitely not be a match for this 20 health points. Indeed, the pay-to-win strategy is strong enough. Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim. A bottle of blue potion costs 50 yuan, which is even higher than what an average person gains from clearing a level. This thing is not actually meant for restoring mana. It's specifically for powerful mages to drink at critical moments. For example, by drinking it during battle, Su Chen effectively expanded his mana by an additional 300 points, allowing him to unleash spells more ferociously without worrying too much about consumption. Yet, he treated it as a daily consumable. He even threw all the money he earned from previous encounters into this pit of consumables. How could his physique not grow rapidly? As for leveling up, that was a minor issue. It's just that the potions are too expensive. In the short term, they may be profitable, but in the long run, they are not as cost-effective as the lasting attributes brought by equipment, Su Chen thought to himself. But what I need right now is short-term benefits. After all, I can already challenge nightmare-level difficulty now, right? He pondered, standing before the Abyss portal. He decisively chose the nightmare-level difficulty. Abyss, Ancient Martial Tower level a difficulty, Nightmare objective, kill the boss, Evil Spirit Abbot Nightmare level Ancient Martial Tower. Let the battle begin. I have become stronger. I'm sorry I have become stronger. I'm sorry living beings. Join us. Everyone together. The way of the monk welcomes you. Shouting strange slogans, the monk copper men rushed forward with madness in their eyes. Su Chen stood with his arms crossed, waving his staff to summon zombies, entangling with them. Then he was easily crushed by the monks. Sure enough, the monsters are much stronger than at the difficult level. Su Chen looked at their attributes and thought to himself. Monk copper man level health, 5000 attack power, 300 skills, none a full 5000 health. The previous monk copper men only had about 3000 health. This is the difference between the difficult level and the nightmare level. Of course, there is also the difference in Su Chen's own strength. But I only leveled up 4 times, the increase in attributes won't be too much. The key is still the nightmare level difficulty, Su Chen thought, his gaze unwavering. It was only when a zombie died that he would shout, GG. What's wrong, GG? You can't die, GG. Then he would pour mana recovery potions while summoning zombies again. Meanwhile, his eyes were fixed on the panel. Triggered talent legacy of a dear friend. Your physique increases by 10 points. Although the movements of these monks were still philosophical, Su Chen, who had already run this dungeon many times, could maintain a calm mindset to deal with those zombies toppled by philosophy. He became increasingly skilled at touching his own feelings of sadness, and the proportion of attribute increases was also rising. Otherwise, Su Chen wouldn't have been able to gather so many attribute points so quickly. The zombies' attributes remained unchanged, but the monks gained a tremendous boost. As a result, the time to end the battle was far quicker than at the difficult level. After taking down the last zombie, the monk copper men immediately focused on Su Chen. Come on! Feel the way of the monk with us, bang! Before the other could finish speaking, Su Chen punched forward. The monk copper man's head exploded like a watermelon. You can philosophize with the zombies, and I can tolerate that, but if you dare to disturb me, then just die. Su Chen scoffed, inserting his staff into his waist. Then, charge! He drew his hands back and charged into the crowd of monks, unleashing his might. Although the monks had become stronger, their health was still within Su Chen's instant kill range. Compared to when Su Chen first entered the ancient martial tower, the monks were even more unfortunate. They had long been unable to break through Su Chen's defenses. Su Chen charged in like a tiger among sheep, fists howling, darting left and right. The monk copper men were instantly slaughtered in disarray. After easily clearing this floor, Su Chen began to sit quietly and meditate to recover his mana. These small monsters are not worth worrying about. The only ones that might pose a threat to me are those. 2 hours later, Su Chen finished meditating and began to ascend the stairs, just as he had done before. First, summon the zombies and let them go fight. Su Chen continued to take medicine and summon more. Once all the zombies were taken down, he would personally clear the remaining enemies. Aside from the slight differences in the number and strength of the enemies, there was no other distinction. He climbed up floor by floor, reaching about halfway. My physique has already surpassed 2,500. Su Chen glanced around. This defense is sufficient. It's time to add some strength. He then changed the summon from zombies to skeletons. Long time no see, little bones. I missed you so much. Triggered talent legacy of a dear friend. Your strength increases by 5 points. Su Chen happily watched the little skeletons entangled with the monks, a smile creeping onto his lips. But with my strength surging again, I need to practice my control. Su Chen swept through effortlessly. Finally, he reached the top floor. Benefactor, you have arrived. The abbot still sat on the mat, his voice as kind as ever, but there was an underlying hint of eeriness. Yes, I have come, Su Chen replied, then without hesitation began summoning skeletons. The skeletons wielding swords and knives surged forward, exuding a thick aura of darkness. The next moment, they were shattered by the abbot's palm. A creature without muscles is unworthy of my Buddha's compassion. The abbot suddenly stood up, his robe torn apart by his muscles. His towering figure nearly touched the ceiling. Benefactor, my Buddha's compassion is only for you. Why can't you just surrender and join me in understanding the Dharma? He suddenly turned, revealing his golden-like skin and that standard faceless visage. But unlike the faceless golden figure from the difficult level, he now emanated a dark aura as if it were coming from the deepest underworld. Cold, terrifying, evil. Evil Spirit Abbot, level, health, 60,000, attack power, 2,500, skill, inch force, skill, faceless evil body, skill, evil god's heart punch, evil spirit abbot. Su Chen remained unfazed, glancing at the template. Yes, it had changed. From golden body abbot to evil spirit abbot. Even the skills had changed. Benefactor, why are you so stubborn? The evil spirit abbot roared and lunged at Su Chen, bringing with him a gust of cold wind. The chilling wind was incredibly sharp. Although he hadn't yet physically touched the skeleton warriors on the way, they seemed to be struck hard, their bones shattering. He really has become much stronger. Su Chen marveled. The strength here was not just in attributes. There were also many enhancements that weren't reflected in the data. However, the evil spirit abbot roared again, his muscles tensing instantly, and he threw a punch. That fist, larger than a cooking pot, carried immense power as it struck. Then, boom! A muffled sound. The powerful impact spread outward, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yet Su Chen remained firmly standing, his feet seemingly rooted to the ground, his body not swaying at all. The evil spirit abbot's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. What the hell is going on? I clearly hit him. I should have hit him. Forget it. I'll hit again. The evil spirit abbot roared, stepping forward and unleashing a sudden burst. Skill, inch force. With the skill's damage boost, this time it had an effect. The damage exceeded 1,000. But Su Chen still stood motionless. If the evil spirit abbot could see Su Chen's health, he would surely be dumbfounded. Having over 200,000 health, losing just 1,000 points was like a drop in the bucket. It was as if he had lost a significant amount of health. If one were to say the health bar moved, it seemed not to have moved at all. If one were to say it hadn't moved, it seemed to have shifted slightly. Perhaps it could be described as moving? The evil spirit host looked completely bewildered. How could my full force strike against a mere necromancer feel like nothing? What kind of necromancer is this guy? At that moment, with a loud slap, Su Chen grabbed the evil spirit host's hand. Brother, don't be discouraged. You've actually become much stronger, Su Chen said with a smirk. But I'm sorry, I've become even stronger. With one hand gripping the evil spirit host's wrist and the other clenched into a fist, he then struck. The fist shot out like lightning, landing a heavy blow on the evil spirit host's face. Boom! The evil spirit host spat out blood. How low can poverty bring a person? How low can poverty bring a person? Calculating rewards, you have received spirit crystals, 1,300, you have received experience, 4,300, you have received materials, monk's gold powder, golden human relic, you have received equipment, holy skeleton gauntlets, golden fire armor, calculation complete. Very good. A huge profit. Excitement flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Although the equipment that dropped was, as always, of a type he couldn't use, the total value of these scattered pieces of equipment and materials exceeded 7 million. He knew very well that in the long run, the cost-effectiveness of potions was not as good as that of equipment. But why did he still allocate a large sum of money to buy so many mana recovery potions? Because after quickly increasing his attributes in the early stages, he could tackle more difficult abysses. He could gain even greater rewards. Clearing a difficult level abyss once can yield 2 million in rewards, and this time directly 7 million. Indeed, the higher the difficulty, the greater the rewards. And astonishingly so. If I could clear the hell level. A glint of excitement flashed in Su Chen's eyes. The hell level, due to its uniqueness, has the effect of alleviating the official's concerns, so in addition to the rewards from the abyss itself, there would also be substantial official rewards. In fact, this reward could be even greater than the reward for clearing hell. Calm down, calm down. The hell level is much harder than the nightmare level, and there's no information to rely on. It's best to be fully prepared before considering tackling hell. Su Chen took a deep breath and calmed down. The role of information may seem insignificant, but it is incredibly important. The officials even go to great lengths to acquire it and then make it publicly available for all challengers, which speaks volumes. Taking the earlier nightmare level abyss as an example, if Su Chen hadn't raised his physique to 2,500 and confidently challenged the abyss, but instead only raised it to 1,000 and rushed in eagerly, he might have been killed by an opponent with faster agility and better skills. Because the opponent could already inflict greater damage on Su Chen, and the enhancement effects of skills would be even more pronounced. It was precisely because someone had cleared the nightmare abyss and submitted the monster data to the officials, who then made it publicly available, that Su Chen could use this data to assess the enemy's strength and find the perfect balance to defeat them and clear the abyss. Thanks to the official for the gifts. I should go home and rest well. Su Chen returned home and had a good sleep. His daily routine now consisted of training his own strength, attending classes when he had school, and continuing self-training after school. Then, he would go to the Abyss portal once every 7 days to clear the Abyss twice. As for resting, he would sleep once before entering the Abyss and once after coming out. He emphasized saving all time for training. However, today was a school day, so Su Chen didn't train and headed straight to the classroom. It was still early, and the teacher hadn't arrived yet. Su Chen rubbed his stomach, feeling a bit hungry, and took out a piece of bread to nibble on. It was the cheapest, plain white bread without any filling. Next to him, Yudingwu curiously asked, "Why are you eating this kind of stuff? Can't you eat something better?" Su Chen replied while chewing, "I've calculated the daily nutritional needs, and this is the most cost-effective food, so I've been eating it all along." This had been Su Chen's staple food during his school days, emphasizing nutrition, but it wasn't tasty. "But you are a professional now, right?" Yudingwu said in surprise. "With a professional's income, you shouldn't be this poor, should you? Even if it's just teaming up to clear a simple abyss, the income from a single abyss run is in the tens of thousands." Su Chen's current income isn't low either, especially with the nightmare level abyss runs, which can now be included in his daily plans. Calculating 2 runs a week, that's about 1,500 a week, equivalent to a monthly income of 60 million. A monthly income that surpasses the annual salary of those big companies. But the expenses are even greater. Su Chen wanted to cry without tears. Are the expenses of a professional on the same level as those of ordinary people? Upon hearing this, Yudingwu nodded repeatedly. That's true. A casual purchase of equipment for a professional costs at least 1 million. This is still the cheapest warrior gear. If it's mage equipment or a better quality, the price skyrockets. For Su Chen, buying the few pieces of junk he currently wore cost him a full 70 million. This shows how expensive the equipment is. And Su Chen has other expenses. His entire fortune now comes from the last Nightmare Abyss run. All the money he had saved before was spent on mana recovery potions. Although the income from the Nightmare Abyss has increased, I was poor before, so I could only carry 4 potions each time. Su Chen sighed inwardly. Now that the income has increased, I can stock up on potions, which is another expense. Moreover, with the increased income, saving money to buy equipment has become much easier. Perhaps I should pause on potions and save up for intelligence boosting gear. Although the effect is weaker than potions, it can be used continuously, and overall, it's much cheaper than potions. I guess this impoverished life will continue. Su Chen sighed deeply and couldn't help but ask Yudingwu, "By the way, do you know any ways to make money? Borrowing money is fine, I can definitely pay it back. I'm really short on cash right now." What Su Chen lacked was startup capital. As long as he could get some initial funding, he could grow rapidly and clear various hell-level abysses, earning much more. He could definitely pay back any debts. Yudingwu nodded. "I know, there's naked lending." Su Chen, isn't there any other way? This is just too miserable. As a genius of his level, he felt he should have some dignity and not do anything that would shame his ancestors. Yudingwu, no. Su Chen, unwilling to accept this, said, "I'm a genius of this level, I just need a bit of financial assistance at the beginning. Why is there no one willing to lend me some money? At worst, I can pay back tenfold in the future." Yudingwu, don't think too much. Besides naked lending, nothing else works. Do you think money is that easy to borrow? Here, let me show you this news. Saying this, he took out his phone and handed it to Su-chen. Su-chen took it and looked. To obtain low-interest loans, the president of the Baijishi Professional Association visited Xia the day before yesterday, stating that he often watches Xia football matches. Su-chen, poor. Can poverty actually force a national big shot to such humility? Sorry, I underestimated the complexity of borrowing money. Just as Su-chen was reflecting on the power of poverty, a sudden exclamation rang out in the classroom. What? The abyss is going to descend upon our Jianyang city? It was a male classmate, staring in shock at his phone, looking at the content inside. The shocking news made him instinctively jump up, causing his chair to topple over due to his abrupt movement, instantly attracting the attention of those around him. A classmate nearby said irritably, "Isn't it just that the abyss is about to expire? What's so strange about that? The time limit for the abyss is right at the entrance of the abyss portal, easily checked at any time. Such things are not news at all. In fact, there is hardly a city in the world that hasn't experienced the descent of an abyss. After all, even the strongest cities can't claim that they can produce professionals capable of resolving abysses every year. For the people of this world, this has become a common occurrence. Not the same." The male classmate shook his head repeatedly, panicking. What is about to descend this time is the abyss of the undead. Moreover, it seems our practitioner association has already given up on resistance. The expressions of the crowd changed, and they all exclaimed in unison. What did you say? Everyone in the class couldn't help but lean in closer. Even Su-chen couldn't resist moving closer to look at his phone. The news headline read, "The people of Jianyang City have been abandoned by the Practitioner Association. The abyss of the undead is set. Not even Jesus can stop it. The abyss of the undead is set. Not even Jesus can stop it." Meanwhile, in the conference hall of the Jianyang City Practitioner Association, a group of people was also watching the freshly released news. The abyss of the undead in Jianyang City, the abyss of the undead, will descend into reality in 3 weeks. However, it seems the Jianyang City Practitioner Association has not attempted to resolve this issue. So far, no practitioners located within Jianyang City have been found to have records of clearing the nightmare-level difficulty of the abyss of the undead, nor have any outsiders been discovered to support Jianyang City. In this regard, the author cannot help but ask, why has the Jianyang City Practitioner Association not resolved this abyss? Do they really want to solve this abyss? Will the negligent Jianyang City Practitioner Association give up on solving this problem? According to our station, Mr. Nishikawa, an international friend from Neon Country, had actively volunteered to the Jianyang City Practitioner Association to replace the practitioners of Jianyang City and conquer the hell-level abyss of the undead, but was firmly rejected by the Practitioner Association. Before we have the confidence to conquer the abyss, rejecting support from other countries is very irrational behavior. Of course, I also understand the actions of the Jianyang City Practitioner Association. As a world-class first-rate power, our country is strong. If we ask foreign individuals to conquer the abyss, it would be a very embarrassing matter. If the Jianyang City Practitioner Association seeks help from foreign individuals to conquer the abyss, it will inevitably be seen as poor governance, a political error, and may be criticized by superiors or even demoted. When personal achievements conflict with the safety of the people, one can see from the current situation what the Jianyang City Practitioner Association has chosen. What has happened to this country? Why do ordinary people always suffer? The author couldn't help but fall into deep thought. There must be a problem with the system. A series of words flashed before people's eyes. Everyone watching felt a fire of anger burning in their chests. Damn it! What kind of bullshit news is this? Xia Yidong slammed his fist on the conference table. What do you mean we have given up on solving this problem? I have worked hard, traveled across most of the Great Xia. Am I just on vacation? Who the hell spread this fake news? Jing Jing also shouted angrily, why is such misleading news being published online? Which media outlet is this? Where are the people from the Cyberspace Administration? What are they doing? A staff member nearby replied, it's Mingzhu Media, but when we contacted them, they claim to be victims as well. That editor has disappeared, suspected to have gone abroad. They told me it might be the work of foreign forces. Foreign forces, who could that be? No need to think. Jing Jing gritted his teeth, that bastard Nishikawa, has he forgotten that they are currently within our Great Xia's borders? Someone next to him snorted, so what do you want to do? Go kill them? Dangpeng took a deep breath, alright, what we need to do now is how to resolve this matter. Isn't that simple? Just suppress the news. Jing Jing said without hesitation. Idiot. Is this just a news issue? Dangpeng took a deep breath, although there are lies everywhere in this news. At least one thing is true, the abyss is really about to descend. No matter what, we must resolve this problem. It is obvious that this was done by Nishikawa Keiichiro from Neon Country, and the other party didn't even try to hide it. His name even appeared in the press release. The reason he was so direct was that the abyss was really about to descend. And Jianyang City truly couldn't solve this problem for the time being. Even if everything in his news was a lie, as long as this point was true, countless people would believe that news. Unless we really solve this abyss, all our other efforts are in vain. Deng Pengang took a deep breath. The others also looked grim. They had actually made many efforts. While constantly seeking reinforcements from outside, they fully supported their own disciples, worked hard to acquire equipment to restrain the Nether Ghost Cavern, and even prepared a comprehensive evacuation plan for residents in case the abyss completely descended. But without solving the abyss, all of this was of little significance. Deng Pengang was silent for a moment and said solemnly, "Forget about all that, let's first resolve the current situation. Increase the treatment for the team a bit, let them clear the abyss 2 more times a week, and Jingjing should prepare recovery potions for the kids." Understood. Jianyang is our territory. We cannot lose the public opinion battle. Laoli, this is up to you. Got it. Lao Xia, can the city provide some more resources? Can we bring in a few geniuses? Xia Yidong nodded. I will try my best, although the hope is slim. But in my opinion, since we need to prepare substantial rewards for the challengers anyway, why not offer a nationwide bounty to resolve this abyss? Perhaps some freelance professionals will be able to solve our troubles. Freelance professionals are those who team up randomly at the entrance of the abyss. They are not young, but they still linger in the abyss, clearly lacking talent. After all, normal geniuses would be recruited by companies or the government, as it is more convenient to go through official channels. Only freelancers need bounties to learn about this information. However, these freelance professionals often only have the advantage of experience over newcomers, with almost no other merits. It wouldn't be accurate to say there are none, but they are indeed extremely rare. Nevertheless, it is still a method, a glimmer of hope. So Deng Pengang pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Soon, everyone began to take action, leaving only Xia Yidong behind. What's wrong, Lao Xia? You still have a lot of work to do, aren't you going to do it? Deng Pengang glanced at him and said, It's nothing, just a question I want to ask you. Xia Yidong sighed lightly. If we ultimately cannot conquer the abyss, do you still plan to invite that little neon to resolve it as you previously envisioned? Yes, only high-level individuals like Xia Yidong knew that Deng Pengang had actually long prepared to invite someone from Neon in case the abyss could not be conquered, even if it meant sacrificing the abyss gate. Deng Pengang was silent for a moment and said softly, There's no other way, I can't just let the abyss erupt and endanger the people, can I? If you ask them for help, your troubles will be significant. Xia Yidong sighed deeply. When his news wasn't released, you could still use for the safety of the people as a reason, but now that you are asking him for help, everyone will think you are being coerced by public opinion and had no choice but to ask for help. Snake and rat on both ends? Fearful of trouble? Bluster without courage? Such evaluations are inevitable. This is a major taboo in politics. Once he bears such a reputation, Deng Pengang's future would be ruined. Yet Deng Pengang only fell silent for a moment and repeated, There's no other way, I can't just let the abyss erupt and endanger the people, can I? The official response was swift. So when the students saw that news, they quickly followed up with the official clarification. There were many words, but it can be summarized into the following 3 points. Neon Country has ulterior motives. At first glance, they seem to be helping us, but in reality, they are only coveting the abyss gate and want to plunder our resources. During this time, the authorities were not idle. They not only sought external assistance but had long gathered highly rated geniuses within the city for concentrated training, aiming to resolve this abyss. In the coming period, the officials would encourage professionals to conquer the Nether Ghost Cave, offering high prices for information about the cave and for equipment and items suitable for it, to be used by the genius teams, thereby increasing the chances of resolving the Nether Ghost Cave. They hoped that all city professionals would generously support the official efforts of Daxia, which still held a certain authority. After seeing the official statement, many students were immediately enraged. What a little neon, so they came to plunder us. They talk about internationalism, but their actions are all about business interests. What international friends, he sure can talk. The bought-off editor must have escaped back to Neon by now. He should really be caught, isn't that treason? Speaking of which, our goddess Xia has been absent. Could it be that the officials took her to form a conquest team? Definitely. She's a top-tier genius. Even Yu Dingwu couldn't help but say, Damn little Neon, such a small island nation, and they dare to bully us? I refuse to believe that a genius like goddess Xia can handle a mere abyss. Let's see how we can slap their faces later. However, Su Chen merely observed quietly, lost in thought, without saying a word. Su Chen, aren't you angry? Yu Dingwu couldn't help but ask. Of course I'm angry, but being angry doesn't help, Suchin shrugged and said, the biggest problem now isn't the issue with those neon people, but that we really haven't cleared the hell-level nether ghost cave yet. Xia Shualan was indeed a genius, but Suchen had just checked online, and her name was not among the records for clearing the nightmare-level nether ghost cave. Only some records from last year's seniors were listed. She was a rated genius, definitely a part of a team. Since she hadn't appeared, it was likely that the genius team formed by the officials hadn't conquered the nightmare difficulty yet. Although they were still growing, time was running out, and it was uncertain whether they could truly conquer the hell-level difficulty. Suchin said irritably, what if they fail? Either they go find that islander, or the abyss descends. That's the reality. They fail? No way. Those are the most talented in our city. I forgot you didn't join the team, Yu Dingwu said, slightly awkward. It's fine, that abyss is a bit special, and low-level undead mages really struggle to perform, Suchen replied calmly. The officials probably didn't invite me for that reason. Even if the officials didn't hold Suchen in high regard, he still belonged to the top tier. If it weren't for the attribute conflict, they wouldn't have kept him out of the team. Yu Dingwu pouted. Brothers have a mysterious confidence in their own brothers. He always felt that not letting Suchen join the team was a mistake. But after listening to Suchen, he also thought about the possibility of failure in the conquest. It seemed that the only remaining options were to ask the islanders for help or to watch the abyss descend. Thinking this way, it seemed better to lower one's head. After all, if the abyss descended, not only would they be unable to obtain the abyss gate, but Jianyang City would also suffer damage. The more Yu Dingwu thought about it, the more frustrated he became. Suchen stroked his chin. As a Daxia person, he didn't like neon either. But as long as the president of the Jianyang City Professionals Association had some sense of fairness, when they couldn't conquer the abyss, they would still have to seek help from the other side. However, the abyss gate was the most important resource in the world. Once professionals broke through the hell-level abyss, the abyss gate they obtained would belong to them, whether as a private dungeon or for others to pay to challenge. It was their freedom. They could even move the abyss gate to other provinces and add depth to those regions. The only requirement from the Daxia Professionals Association was no taking it out of the country. At first glance, it seemed like just an abyss gate, and giving it to Little Neon didn't seem like much. But in reality, the benefits contained within this abyss gate are astonishing. Because this is a completely cleared dungeon, all the data is well known, and is public. For example, why is Suchen so bold as to enter the nightmare-level ancient martial tower? Because the official website has all the data on the nightmare-level ancient martial tower. From the small monster, the copper monk, to the evil spirit abbot, and even their skills, recommended strategies, critical hit points, and a series of other information. The abyss allows entry but no exit. Once you enter, if you can't clear it, you're truly doomed. This means that every professional must ensure they can defeat the abyss and won't suffer huge losses before daring to challenge higher difficulties. Information is of utmost importance. Conversely, as long as all the information is confirmed, professionals need not fear and can freely push themselves to their limits to reap the maximum benefits. At this time, the abyss will completely become a resource that can be farmed repeatedly. With a full 3 years of portal duration, professionals can thoroughly farm it. They can summarize a complete set of low-difficulty clearing strategies, analyze the most suitable equipment and class combinations for this abyss, and then freely obtain the materials and equipment they desire. If it produces special abyss items, it will attract a large number of out-of-town professionals, allowing a city to enjoy 3 years of prosperity. The benefits are incredibly astonishing. In fact, Jianyang City has a total of 7 low-level abysses, 3 of which are paid abysses, like this one that has been cleared. These abysses are controlled by top-tier companies like Shinfeng Group, which earns a fortune just from collecting challenge fees, profiting immensely from the challenge. How about I try challenging the Netherworld Ghost Cave? Su Chen pondered. You might want to reconsider. Yu Dingwu quickly waved his hands. The ghosts in the Netherworld Ghost Cave are too restraining for physical-type professionals. Direct damage reduction. You only have a few skills to summon the undead. You can't handle this kind of abyss. The unique passive skill of the ghost, spirit body, can significantly reduce the damage from ordinary physical attacks. A single strike might only deal 500 points of damage. The damage is directly halved. Low-level necromancers don't have any damage skills. They rely entirely on the summoned undead, yet these undead also only use physical attacks. Only mages who excel at spell damage are suitable for tackling such an abyss. Of course, if the equipment has special damage effects, physical types can also deal sufficient damage to the ghosts, like Xia Shualan and Xianghua, who rely on such weapons for damage. Su Chen hesitated on this point. Although he doesn't rely on the undead for damage, his own attack method is also ordinary physical attacks. That essentially means his strength is halved, which is not easy to handle. Oh, the official has also released a bounty, Yudingwu suddenly exclaimed, looking at his phone. The rewards are quite generous. They must have invested a lot. Not only is the cash reward high, but there's also equipment as a reward, and they even allow the clearers to choose any low-level skill. This is a big deal. Ha? Choose any skill? Su Chen's eyes lit up, and he suddenly snatched Yu Dingwu's phone. If anyone clears the hell-level Netherworld Ghost Cave, the following rewards will be given: 1. Cash 300 million. 2. 1 piece of legendary equipment, anyone. 3. Any low-level skill of the clearer's profession. Forget the first 2 for now, but the third one, any low-level skill? Does that mean my summoned skeleton mage is included? That's a good item worth 2 billion on the official market. Su Chen slowly put down the phone. Old you, I feel that as a part of Jianyang City, I can't let the neon lights run rampant in our country with this hell-level Netherworld Ghost Cave. I'll take care of it. No, Su Chen, wake up. Yu Dingwu looked at Su Chen's expression, a bit panicked. This abyss is not compatible with you. There are too many difficulties. How will you deal with that physical damage reduction? Su Chen shook his head slowly. No, Lao Yu, you don't understand. Last night I dreamed of a female ghost pressing down on me, choking me. In my panic, I turned over and turned the nightmare into a spring dream. So I realized a truth: when faced with difficulties, one must not shrink back, but strive to turn the situation around. I'm determined to conquer this ghostly abyss. Not even Jesus can stop me, I swear. As for physical damage reduction? Ha! As long as the power is great enough. Who says you can't kill without a spearhead? I am just too steady. Originally, Su Chen planned to convert the money he had into equipment in the most cost-effective way, while slowly training himself during the abyss runs to control his own power. But now that there's an opportunity, I might as well skip the power training for now. Anyway, I don't need any power control when I'm running the abyss. Su Chen felt very excited in his heart. As long as I can clear the hell level in exchange for an intelligence-based undead from the official side, what control can't be compensated for? The intelligence attribute also adds to one's control. Although this hidden effect requires training to unleash, it's still enough. Let's test the ghostly abyss first. Su Chen thought to himself, decisively giving up today's classes and heading straight for the ghostly abyss portal. The urban area of Jianyang City is not small, but compared to the mountains and wastelands surrounding the entire city, it is still much smaller. Apart from the 2 cleared abyss portals, most of the abysses are outside Jianyang City. The ghostly abyss is no exception. It is located in the suburban area, 40 kilometers away from Jianyang City, closer to the urban area than the ancient Martial Tower. Of course, the two are not in the same direction. Su Chen took the bus and rushed over. Normally, a bus wouldn't operate in such a distant area. Even the goblins alone would be enough to give the bus company a headache. But this time, a new ghostly abyss station was directly established, and getting off the bus led right to the ghostly abyss portal. As soon as he got off, the surroundings were not the desolate area like the ancient Martial Tower, filled with messy little tents. Instead, several simple steel shelters had been erected, serving as shops, inns, and other facilities. Although still rudimentary, the variety was complete. Looks like the association is making significant moves. Su Chen thought to himself. This was clearly the power of the officials. They were doing their best to address this abyss, ensuring peace of mind for the professionals. This might allow for more runs, Su Chen thought. Su Chen strode over, and due to the association's substantial efforts, many professionals had come in response to the news. A long line had formed in front of the abyss portal. They might not be able to tackle the hell level difficulty, but even obtaining some important information at the simple difficulty could yield a huge profit. Friends, we will definitely solve the hell level ghostly abyss. Absolutely. Absolutely. We will not let that neon man scheme succeed. Please believe us. Please trust the country. Please trust the people. We professionals from Jianyang City can protect our city. A female knight in shining armor stood out, her armor gleaming brightly as if sparkling with brilliance. Her face was resolute, and her words were powerful, her gestures adding to the sense of strength. A crowd surrounded her, and several television crews were also present with cameras. Su Chen curiously went over to take a look and even spotted an acquaintance. Xia Xuelan? You're here too? Su Chen was taken aback, then suddenly realized, of course, you would be here, after all, you belong to the national team. Su Chen, you're here too. Xia Xuelan squinted her beautiful eyes at Su Chen. Yeah, Su Chen shrugged. The professional association has called for action, so I naturally had to come and see if I could earn something and provide a little help to my hometown. Xia Xuelan, be careful, this abyss is quite tricky. Xia Xuelan didn't say much, only reminding, we've only tackled the easy difficulty, but even that is significantly harder than other abysses. In fact, this time, we only plan to challenge the normal difficulty, not aiming for anything higher. So you must think carefully. Don't worry, I'll definitely be cautious. Suchin shrugged. I know you young masters and ladies have family support and decent strength, and since you're all so careful, this abyss must be extraordinary. I haven't even gathered a full set of equipment yet, so I definitely need to take it step by step, starting from an easier difficulty. Xia Shualan nodded, knowing that Su Chen was steady in his actions. It seemed that public opinion was quite loud, even he had come over. Indeed, our actions were still too slow, and we were caught in a vulnerable spot by that neon person. Xia Shualan sighed softly, looking at her teammates. Although the training had become much stricter than before, it still wasn't enough to push them to their limits. By the way, who was that giving a speech on stage? Su Chen pointed at the night girl. The captain of our team, Li Shanghua, Xia Shualan replied softly. Her profession is paladin, and she is also a high-ranking professional. She's cooperating with the TV station to boost morale and reassure the public. This was also an old tradition. Su Chen nodded and then began to ask about some details regarding the underworld ghost cave. Although there was a lot of information online, there was still a significant gap between first-hand experiences and just reading reports. The undead abyss was quite tricky, and he needed to prepare more. Xia Shualan, with her cold demeanor but kind heart, generously shared the difficulties and key points they encountered while tackling the abyss. Is that Su Chen, the undead mage? The guy that Miss Xia said we couldn't compare to has come too? From what I see, he's just an ordinary undead mage. I don't know where he's stronger than me. Xia Shualan's teammates looked at Su Chen from a distance, frowning. They had heard Xia Shualan's accusations. Other than that, it was understandable since Xia Shualan was very strong. But how could a group of elites possibly lose to a mere undead mage? Right? Xianghua? Someone couldn't help but poke Xianghua in the ribs. Don't you want to prove yourself to Goddess Xia? Xianghua's eye twitched, glaring angrily at the person beside him. Prove himself? How could he not want to? But with so many people from the TV station around, was he going to start a fight here? He wasn't that much of a troublemaker. Su Chen, Xianghua gritted his teeth, glaring at Su Chen, then resentfully at the captain Li Shanghua, who was surrounded by the TV station. As the only male among the three high-ranking professionals, with outstanding looks and being a berserker, a strong early-game profession, and having significant backing, he should have been the one to take on the captain's role. But after being directly beaten by Xia Shualan in their duel, he lost the ability to compete for the captaincy. This position was usually held by the strongest among the professionals. How could he command respect after being beaten? Xia Shualan was also cold-natured and not good at communication. Thus, the ordinary paladin Li Shanghua took advantage of the situation and became the spokesperson for the team. Watching Li Shanghua showcase her charm in front of the reporters, he was so angry he could almost grind his teeth to dust. It should have all been mine. Mine. After waiting in line for a long time, they finally reached Xia Shualan's team. Su Chen, be careful. Xia Shualan couldn't help but remind him, start with the easy difficulty, don't be too aggressive. This abyss is much trickier than you think. It has certain constraints on you as an undead mage. Don't be too aggressive. After saying that, she and her teammates entered the abyss. Su Chen nodded, indicating he understood. He hadn't planned to directly challenge a difficulty that was too high. Xia Shualan herself has quite good talent, and she is accompanied by a team of well-rated teammates, with experience in clearing simple difficulty levels, and supported by powerful equipment and skills from those behind her. Even with such a team, they only plan to tackle the normal difficulty this time. This is my first time challenging the Nether Ghost Cave, and I'm not familiar with the details, so it's best to start with a lower difficulty. So, soon, it was Su Chen's turn. Without hesitation, he chose the difficulty. Difficulty hard. Yes, he steadily chose the hard difficulty. After all, even Xia Shualan and her team dared to take on the normal difficulty. So what problem could there be if I tackle a small hard difficulty? Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. I'm really too cautious. Abyss, Nether Ghost Cave, level, difficulty, hard, objective, kill the boss, night haunting general, description. One day, while mining, the miners unearthed a coffin. It was adorned with luxurious decorations, with gems embedded in it, seemingly emitting an alluring and eerie glow. Greedy hearts flickered among the crowd, and they eventually fought fiercely. When the final victor reached out with greedy hands, the nether descended, and the sun and moon lost their brilliance. The gates of hell opened within the cave. Su Chen, how will you fight? Su Chen, how will you fight? It was an incredibly deep wilderness. A gigantic cave, resembling the entrance to an infinite abyss, appeared at Su Chen's feet. A chilling aura emanated from within, as cold as the iciest ice, numbing his hands and feet and instilling fear in his heart. This was the entrance to the Nether Ghost Cave. Next, we need to charge into this Nether Ghost Cave and find that boss to kill. Suchen stroked his chin and then turned to glance behind him. Behind him was an endless wilderness, almost devoid of trees, resembling a desolate desert. However, not far from the cave entrance, faint traces of ancient carts could be seen. This was an ancient roadway. Speaking of which, what would happen if I didn't enter the cave and instead walked out? Suchen scratched his head. The abyss was like a real world, and no one had discovered the borders of the abyss yet. According to the school's explanation, unless it was a timed abyss, even if you took a month, as long as you successfully completed the challenge, you would be teleported back to the portal. The teacher said, don't panic if you lose a battle, as long as you can escape with your life, don't give up. Just take a moment to rest in the abyss, regain your strength, and you can challenge again. As long as you don't die, it doesn't count as a loss. As long as you resolve it, that's a win. But what if I don't seek to win and just drag out the time? If I don't resolve it and stay in the abyss, dragging it out until the abyss descends, and then coincidentally no one clears the hell difficulty, would I also descend into reality along with the abyss? Suchen was somewhat curious about this, but I'm not a thrill seeker, I wouldn't play with such things. Suchen pouted and strode into the Nether Ghost Cave. He had no interest in seeing the limits of the abyss, but based on his understanding of humanity's desire for self-destruction, there were definitely others who had done such things. Maybe I can look for some information later, Suchen thought as he walked in. This was the tunnel of the mining cave, wide at the entrance but incredibly deep. An endless chill wafted in. The next second, a phantom figure appeared beside him. It was an ethereal spirit, seemingly composed of light smoke, shrouded in a ghostly blue or pale white glow, exuding a mysterious and chilling aura. Its outline was vague, and its features were hard to discern, as if shrouded in mist. But its eyes flickered with a strange light, vacant and soulless, as if telling an unspeakable sorrow. A bone-chilling cold rushed towards him, accompanied by a low howling sound. Ghost, level, health, 2000, attack power, 100, skill, ethereal body. Is this the ghost? Suchen looked at this typical undead monster and thought to himself. In fact, there was a skill book called Summon Ghost for sale in the trading hall, but the ghosts summoned purely by skills were much weaker than these naturally leveled ones. Speaking of which, ghosts are actually agile-type monsters, so let's go. Suchen waved his hand. Summon skeletons. Dozens of skeletal warriors emerged from the underworld, letting out silent roars. Ah! The ghost also let out a scream, but it sounded like the wailing of the dead before their demise. It wasn't piercing, but it was very unpleasant. The skeletons surged forward, swinging their rusty blades and hacking away. The ghost screamed while extending its claw-like hands, desperately trying to grab them. A skeletal warrior slashed at the ghost, but the blade seemed to cut through water, merely gliding past the ghost's body, causing it to dim slightly. However, when the ghost clawed at the skeletal warrior, its ethereal claws seemed to become real. With just one swipe, it crushed the skull of the skeletal warrior. The incorporeal body. Suchen observed the ghost's nearly unchanged health bar and thought to himself. Incorporeal body, a body composed of spirit, significantly reducing the damage from physical attacks, but increasing the damage from spell attacks. This is the most typical characteristic of ghost-type creatures. Although it wasn't completely immune to physical damage, the damage reduction was enough to nullify all the efforts of the skeletal warriors. Coupled with the level and strength disparity, Suchen watched the ghost as it seemed to rampage through the skeletal warriors, killing them effortlessly. Indeed very strong. This one skill nearly renders the little skeleton's attacks void, unable to even wear down the enemy. Suchen squinted his eyes. This abyssal necromancer was truly not an exaggeration. Of course, the negative effect of the incorporeal body was its poor resistance to spells. Theoretically, such creatures could be dealt with by a group of mages. However, the current mages are not yet the great mages. Suchen gazed into the deeper cave ahead. Pale figures emerged one after another. In a short time, they filled the spacious tunnel to the brim. It is said that the ghosts in this ghostly abyss are infinite, but that is impossible. Suchen looked at the monsters before him. But indeed, no one has figured out how many ghosts there are so far. With such numbers, even if the mage's spells deal extra damage to ghosts, it would likely be useless. No matter how much mana, it can't outlast the endless undead. So don't underestimate the ghost's weak magic, but in reality, in the low-level abyss, they are known as mage killers. Under the endless harassment of enemies, how could mages find the opportunity to recover their mana? And precisely because the high damage of mages is based on spells, low-level mages with scarce mana are simply countered by ghosts. Meanwhile, physical warriors have significant damage reduction. Xia Shualan and her team were also battling in the ghostly abyss. They soon encountered a massive attack from the ghosts. Go! Mages, be ready with your spells at any time, wait for my command. Shield warriors, hold the front. Commanding words came from the team leader, Li Shanghua. Ah! A tragic scream echoed, as if they had caught the scent of living beings. The ghosts let out shrieks and crazily pounced forward. They seemed boundless, their ethereal bodies overlapping, a chilling aura constantly emanating. Xia Shuelan held her sword in one hand, her body swiftly moving forward. The sword glowed with a faint heat. At the same time, it radiated a hint of holy light, the fire element enchanted equipment of the Holy Knight Captain's skill, divine blessing. The sword flickered rapidly, almost becoming a phantom. One sword, two swords, three swords danced like the wind, stirring up waves of air that enveloped the area. Swish, swish, swish. After several strikes, the ghost before her let out a mournful wail, its figure dissipating. But that was just her, others were in peril, especially the berserker Xianghua, who was already injured. The mage's enchantment granted extra magical damage to equipment, which was particularly effective against phantoms. However, this extra damage was often fixed and not very high. The paladin's holy blessing was similar. They could indeed counter phantoms to some extent, but not enough to compensate for the significant advantage of the phantom's spiritual body. Relying on a high attack speed, Xia Shuelan could deal more additional damage. But the others could not. The team was quickly surrounded by phantoms. It seemed that the phantoms had sensed the aura of holy light, which the undead despised the most, as they surged out of the cave one after another, attacking frantically. Everyone immediately fell into a greater disadvantage. At that moment, the mage, who had not yet joined the battle, finally unleashed the spell he had been brewing for a long time. Skill, Blazing Nova. A dazzling light erupted from the mage, and a massive fireball, as large as a carriage, was released, exploding at the center of the phantoms. The scorching flames were incredibly bright, radiating a suffocating heat, illuminating the dark mine as if it were daytime. The flames rapidly expanded, and wherever they reached, the phantoms let out painful howls due to the mage's explosive damage and the phantom's weak resistance. This strike surprisingly cleared half of the phantoms in the passage. Although the effect was significant, the captain, Li Shanghua, couldn't help but scold, "You released it too early. We could have pushed forward. If you don't conserve your mana, how will you last?" The mage's face turned pale and flushed. I saw Xianghua over there seemed to be struggling, with several wounds on him, so Li Shanghua scolded, "If he's injured, let him drink a health potion. It's not a life-threatening situation. Why waste your mana?" Upon hearing this, Xianghua's expression darkened. But he knew it was his mistake and held back from speaking. "Forget it, quickly drink a mana recovery potion, and let's rush over." Li Shanghua took a deep breath, "Otherwise, the phantoms will block our way again. Getting blocked would be troublesome." In fact, without her prompting, everyone was already hastening forward. Even if they complained, they were running while doing so. The shield warrior carried the mage forward, while Xia Shuelan and the others charged to the front to clear the way. However, it wasn't long before a dense swarm of phantoms surged out again. So fast. Xia Shuelan's expression changed slightly. She glanced back at the mage, whose face was slightly pale and was still gulping down potions. The mage's spells consumed a lot of mana, making it hard to cast continuously. Early-stage low-level mages neither had the powerful spells to annihilate everything nor the vast mana pool for prolonged battles. Even with high-quality mana recovery potions, it couldn't keep up with the endless consumption against the phantoms. This abyss is far scarier than other abysses. Su Chen, you're also a mage, and even more restrained as a necromancer. How will you fight? Alright, just throw some punches. Su Chen raised his head. The phantoms had already dealt with the skeletons he summoned and were now lunging at the only living being present. Su Chen remained unfazed, clenched his fist, and punched forward. Boom! The seemingly ordinary punch created a violent gust of wind. The phantom let out a mournful wail, its form gradually becoming ethereal, completely dying. Its health was very thin, belonging to the fragile category, not much stronger than the mage. Even with half damage, Su Chen's nearly 8,000 attack power was enough to kill it in one hit. As for the phantom's attack, one phantom clawed at Su Chen, fiercely swiping at him. A normal person witnessing this scene would undoubtedly be dumbfounded, questioning whether they were dreaming, their mind filled with confusion. But phantoms wouldn't, as they had no brains. So the phantoms clawed wildly. A series of zeros floated above Su Chen's head. This wasn't a real game, there was no forced health deduction. Unbreakable defense, then it truly is unbreakable. Not a single point of damage. As expected, I made the right choice by increasing my constitution first. Su Chen casually slapped away a ghost that was madly clawing at him, a smile on his face. The zombies are really strong. If there are no monsters that can break my defense, then can I just sleep here? I really have been too cautious. With this level of abyss, I can crush my way through. Is Mr. Nightshade at home? The community is delivering warmth. Is Mr. Nightshade at home? The community is delivering warmth. Su Chen charged forward recklessly. With no opponents that could break his defense, he could act so recklessly. However, contrary to his previous expectation of even sleeping would be fine, here, I can't sleep. Su Chen looked at the ghosts in front of him, one after another wailing, and couldn't help but sigh. Yes, the noise was too loud, he couldn't sleep. Forget about sleeping, he couldn't even concentrate to meditate. I originally wanted to rely on my strong constitution to sleep among the monsters, but I didn't expect the monsters' voices would affect me too. Su Chen sighed lightly. It seems that meditating peacefully to restore mana like in the ancient martial tower is impossible. There was no choice, there were just too many ghosts here. Even if Su Chen could slap 4 or 5 of them to death with one hand, he could easily rush in and play a game of invincibility. But the number of ghosts showed no signs of decreasing. To say it was endless was not an exaggeration. And meditation required a quiet environment. Previously, Su Chen would clear the surrounding monsters before meditating peacefully, but now he couldn't clear them out. He could ignore the damage from the ghosts' attacks, but he couldn't ignore their howls and the force they brought with their attacks. All of this was a major taboo for meditation. In this ghostly abyss, mages could hardly meditate. Low-level mages are really suffering in this abyss, Su Chen pouted. The interrupted meditation recovery couldn't satisfy the mana needs of a mage. But at this moment, being in a state of being besieged in the abyss, having a mage with quick clearing abilities was very important. It couldn't be overlooked that this abyss was so difficult to fight, no wonder it carried over from the last session to this one. Forget it, let's follow the official recommended strategy. Su Chen took a sip of the potion and then looked around. The number of ghosts was endless, and fighting them didn't hold much meaning. So the official recommended strategy was, while resisting the ghosts' attacks, quickly head straight for the house, directly eliminate it, and thus quickly end the battle to avoid being dragged to death by the endless ghosts. For Su Chen, it was even simpler. Since the small monsters couldn't break his defense, he might as well go find them. What good things can the small monsters drop? Why not just go find them and solve the problem directly? Su Chen completely ignored the ghosts around him and strode forward. Before long, he was covered in a large number of ghosts. They were frantically biting and scratching, their whole bodies seemingly hanging on Su Chen, constantly attacking. Su Chen walked with them as if he were wearing a bunch of accessories? No, this is a bit too much. Su Chen sighed lightly and suddenly exerted force. Although I can't tell the gender of the ghosts, there are definitely male ghosts. What kind of situation is it for men to be hugging each other? With a casual flick of his hand, his body shook. He cleared away the accessories on him. And you guys are blocking my view of the map. Su Chen took out a printed map from his pocket. This ghostly abyss seemed like a huge maze tunnel, with passages leading who knows where. An ordinary person entering would definitely just end up lost. Fortunately, this wasn't a newly released abyss. There had long been professionals who had cleared it, and they had drawn up a map. These predecessors must have taken countless detours and faced numerous risks for this map. Before this map was made public, there would surely have been countless professionals who, due to bad luck, took the wrong path and were then besieged by countless ghosts, leading to excessive consumption and ultimately meeting a tragic end. Su Chen, standing on the shoulders of these predecessors. Alright, keep moving forward, then take a left. Su Chen glanced around and strode ahead. The abyss is not a game, its locations are not fixed, and they can move randomly. Therefore, the activity marked on the map indicates a general range. The specifics require the professionals to explore themselves. And Su Chen's method is very simple and brutal. Bang! He smashed the wall with a punch. Hello, is Mr. Nightbone Demon home? Bang! He kicked the blocking ore to pieces. I'm here to check the water meter, open the door. Boom! He suddenly exerted force with both hands, tearing open the door of the mining storage room. Is anyone there? The community is delivering warmth. Su Chen swept through, shouting loudly. However, after passing through several rooms and checking a few tunnels, he found no trace of the Nightbone Demon. Just as he was about to take out the map to see if he had gone the wrong way, an incredibly cold aura came from the doorway, accompanied by an exasperated roar. Damn it! Who is it? Who dares to provoke me? In the next second, a tall figure appeared at the door. It stood 2 to 3 meters high, like a moving small mountain. Its body was composed of deep darkness and jagged bones, with black mist swirling between the bones, exuding a chilling aura of death. Its head resembled a sinister demon, with hollow eye sockets flickering with eerie light. Its limbs were strong and powerful, with distinct joints, and each step made the ground tremble. The leader monster. Nightbone Demon. Su Chen's eyes lit up. He found the main target. Nightbone Demon level health, 30,000 attack power, 1000 skills, ethereal body skills, death side harvest skills, chi surge very strong. Good, I'd been waiting for you. Come on, let me kill you, and this abyss will be over. Su Chen laughed heartily, habitually summoning the skeleton warriors. Yes, thanks to the drugs, he had recovered some mana. No need to feel regret. Necromancer? The Nightbone demon frowned. Is this the only kind of weak creature a necromancer can summon? As an undead being, it was certainly familiar with necromancers. But how dare such a weak necromancer appear before it? Who gave him the courage? Humph. It snorted coldly, and its entire body charged forward. A thick darkness swept in. The pitch-black scythe, like the Grim Reaper harvesting lives, instantly cut down the poor skeleton warriors, as if it were not harvesting enemies but straw. Then, the figure vanished like a ghost. In the next second, it appeared directly in front of Su Chen, swinging the scythe down. A necromancer who can only control such weak undead dares to provoke me? Come, let me see what kind of medicine you have in your gourd. The massive scythe swung down, carrying a heavy aura of death. The blade sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound, like a black lightning bolt, striking down with immense force. Then Su Chen smiled slightly, clenched his fist with one hand, and without hesitation, he struck out. A normal punch. The wind from the punch howled out like a violent storm. Where it passed, the air was torn apart, producing a sharp explosive sound. The powerful wind pressure rushed towards him, almost blowing away the Nightbone demon's aura. Oh no, it's gunpowder. The Nightbone demon's pupils constricted, feeling a tremendous force coming. The entire body was instantly blasted away, like a kite with a broken string, tracing a long arc in the air before crashing hard against the mountainside. Debris flew, creating a massive pit. A coward? A coward? The Nightbone demon spat blood, its body buried directly in the rubble. Red numbers flashed above its head. Its health suddenly dropped, taking a hit. Damn! What kind of power is this? Isn't he a necromancer? Before the Night Wraith General could think further, Su Chen swung his fist and struck. It endured the dizziness and broke free from the rubble. Transforming into black mist, it evaded Su Chen's attack. The next second, it appeared behind Su Chen. The deep black scythe swung down fiercely. Then the Night Wraith General's eyes nearly bulged out, even though it had no eyeballs. No damage? What the hell is going on? Of course, there was no damage. Although the Night Wraith General was also agile, it was a speed type. In terms of attack, it was not as good as the host's golden figure. Right, I think I hit it just now, but it seemed to have no reaction. I thought I missed. Su Chen swung a punch back, and the Night Wraith General hurriedly dodged. The advantage of agility was displayed. Although the Night Wraith General was terrified inside, its reaction was still quick. It swiftly retreated, avoiding the punch. But why was there no damage? How could there be no damage? Gritting its teeth, it used a skill. Skill, Death Scythe Harvest. A cold light flickered in its eyes as it raised the Death Scythe high. Black mist swirled around the scythe, exuding a chilling aura of death. The black light flickered and slashed down fiercely. The Night Wraith General, wasn't the skill supposed to deal damage? Of course not. After all, Su Chen's physique had already surpassed 2,500. He could be immune to damage below 2,500. And the Night Wraith General's base attack power was only 1,000 points. Even with the skill, the attack power increased significantly, but it couldn't multiply. The Night Wraith General, furious, unleashed its ultimate move. Skill, chi surge. It emanated a thick aura of Yin, and the black mist on the death scythe became denser, making it seem like the embodiment of death. This was a skill that greatly enhanced its attributes. Coupled with the skill Death Scythe Harvest, it swung down. This time, it broke through the defense. But the Night Wraith General looked at the damage it dealt, expressionless. It found itself in the same predicament as the evil spirit host, able to hurt others, but it seemed ineffective. Su Chen had over 25 health points. A mere 1,000 damage was not enough. At first glance, it seemed that as long as damage was dealt, it could wear down the opponent. But this was the result after it activated both skills. In the Abyss, which was infinitely close to reality, monsters couldn't just unleash skills at will. They also had mana. While unleashing their ultimate moves, their mana was rapidly depleting. These were not skills that could be used frequently. How could it fight like this? For a moment, the Night Wraith General was somewhat bewildered. The next second, Su Chen threw a punch again. The Night Wraith General dodged once more. The agility type had a crushing advantage over Su Chen's meager agility. Even if it was dazed, it couldn't be hit so easily. However, damn. My clothes! Su Chen shouted angrily, you owe me for my clothes. Su Chen's physique could indeed withstand it, but that didn't mean his clothes could. The robe was somewhat okay, although it was trash, its defense wasn't too bad, but as equipment, it was at least sturdy. However, from head to toe, he only had shoes, a top, and a few accessories as equipment. The rest were just ordinary casual clothes. These had no defense at all. Especially the pants, which had already been slashed with 2 cuts, making him feel a chill. Die, you bastard. Su Chen was incredibly furious. The pants were very expensive. Calculating rewards, you have obtained spirit crystals, 500 you have gained experience, 2500 you have obtained materials, chi crystals, nether mushrooms you have obtained equipment, phantom claw set calculation complete. Although he acted out of anger, this battle ultimately took a long time. After a full 3 hours, Su Chen finally seized an opportunity, pinned the Night Wraith General to the ground, and pounded it to death. Indeed, agility was its weakness, one misstep could easily expose its flaws. If it weren't for its super spec defense, it would have really flipped. In this battle, both sides had their advantages. Su Chen is absolute defense, a super god's evasion. But Su Chen can make countless mistakes, while absolute defense is not allowed to be overshadowed by super god's evasion. It's exhausting to be kind, Su Chen sighed softly. During his time in the ancient martial tower, he spent most of his time meditating. But in this nether ghost cave, half of his time was spent on the road, and the other half was spent in a stalemate with the Night Skeleton General. Looking at the settlement panel, he curled his lips. The income is poor. This round is a bit of a loss. Because he rushed straight in, he was short on materials. He also missed out on the trash equipment dropped by small monsters. Overall, the income was only about 100? Of course, because he rushed straight in, the efficiency of clearing was still very high. It only took 5 hours to clear this abyss. From a cost-performance perspective, the speed of making money in the Nether Ghost Cave is much faster than in the Ancient Martial Tower. But I spent a long time in the Ancient Martial Tower not just for the money. His more important goal was to grind attributes. Meditating for 2 hours at a time, that's why it took him over 10 hours to clear the Ancient Martial Tower. If it were just to grind the Abyss, couldn't he rush straight into the Ancient Martial Tower? The small monsters in the Nether Ghost Cave can't break defense, and the small monsters in the Ancient Martial Tower can't break defense either. The Ancient Martial Tower not only has a shorter distance, is not agility-based, but is also easier to fight. Su Chen's entanglement with the Night Skeleton General can be said to be laborious. He also has to constantly guard against the Night Skeleton General fleeing at the first sign of danger, avoiding a fight with him. After 10 hours in the Ancient Martial Tower, he could clear it again with just a short rest. But here in the Nether Ghost Cave, although it only took 5 hours, he now just wanted to go home and sleep. The cost performance is very low. It seems that unless it's to test my adaptability to the Nether Ghost Cave, it's best not to grind the Abyss here, Su Chen concluded. Not as good as the Ancient Martial Tower. This is not surprising. After all, Su Chen's first choice for the Abyss was the Ancient Martial Tower because of its special mechanism. Among the 7 low-level abysses in Jianyang City, the Ancient Martial Tower has the highest cost performance. Su Chen sighed and looked up. It was still crowded with people. Of course, these many professionals didn't really think they could clear the hell-level difficulty. They were working hard in that direction. Instead, they planned to continuously challenge the simple difficulty and collect various information about this abyss. Although many things would undergo subtle changes with the increase in abyss difficulty, more remained unchanged, like the terrain. The map of the Nether Ghost Cave in Su Chen's hand was painstakingly compiled by professionals who continuously conquered the simple difficulty abyss. It was then bought at a high price by the official and distributed for free to all professionals. Now, with the official's huge rewards, professionals plan to meticulously search for every detail to see if they could earn some information fees. At that moment, a commotion arose. Su Chen looked over and found that the Xia Shuelan team had returned. Although everyone was injured, they had indeed cleared it. They had a harder fight than Su Chen, but unlike Su Chen, they didn't have a weakness in agility, making it difficult to catch the agile Night Skeleton General. Coupled with the difference between normal and hard difficulty, their fighting time was actually shorter than Su Chen's. With the addition and subtraction, their clearing time was about the same. After all, the Nether Ghost Cave required quick battles. We cleared it. We cleared it. Our Jianyang City's Hope team has won. Which difficulty did you clear, classmates? Is there hope to resolve the Nether Ghost Cave abyss? A crowd of reporters rushed over, shoving microphones forward, their eyes filled with eagerness. Captain Li Shanghua was about to step forward to respond. But Xianghua stepped forward and spoke first. Of course we cleared it. This time we cleared the normal difficulty, and it was very easy. The final Night Skeleton General also fell under my blade. As for whether there is hope to resolve the abyss, we are the hope of Jianyang City. We will absolutely not let the abyss harm our city. This is our mission, he said, his mouth opening wide. The captain, Li Shanghua, who was a step behind, had a face that shifted between dark and light. The mage behind him whispered in a voice inaudible to outsiders, "You really dare to say that? You're clearly the one with the least output. How can you shamelessly take all the credit for yourself?" Of course, in a way, Xianghua wasn't wrong, it was indeed him who dealt the final blow. He completely ignored the fact that all the pressure before that last strike was borne by the captain of the paladins and Xia Shualan, while he was just standing by, half-heartedly preparing to steal the kill. But Xianghua's appearance was still quite outstanding: fiery red hair, handsome features, and a strong physique that gave off a sense of youthful genius. The media immediately believed it. Naturally, some people were skeptical. Berserkers had a hard time in this abyss. How could he surpass the paladins on his team? So they turned the cameras towards Xia Shualan and the others, inquiring for information. However, while Xianghua had no qualms about his face, the others couldn't undermine him in front of the cameras for the greater good. They could only nod in agreement, indicating Xianghua indeed played a significant role, and we will not let the abyss harm Jianyang City. Interesting, Su Chen smiled as he looked at Xia Shualan's team. Although Xia Shualan herself remained expressionless, they had been classmates for many years, and even subtle changes were noticeable. She seemed to dislike that red-haired berserker teammate, but it didn't matter. Those trivial matters had nothing to do with Su Chen. He waved at Xia Shualan, signaling that he was about to leave. He had already experienced the underworld ghost cave and was ready to return to the ancient martial tower to continue leveling up his attributes. If the underworld ghost cave at the difficulty level was this hard, the subsequent nightmare level would surely be even more challenging. The hell level would require ample preparation. Su Chen has returned safely, Xia Shualan thought, feeling relieved. The underworld ghost cave was tough to deal with, and she was worried that Su Chen might fall in the abyss. "Oh, your classmate cleared it too." A teammate beside her noticed this and was slightly surprised. He actually managed to clear the easy difficulty. This kid is something else. Even they had exerted a lot of effort. Who would have thought Xia Shualan's classmate also cleared it? Speaking of which teammate did he find? Heh, what's the use of clearing it? Xianghua finished the interview, snorted, and walked over. Look at the direction he's heading, he's preparing to go back. It seems the easy difficulty still stumped him. He's giving up on the underworld ghost cave. In the end, he's just a coward. The government had set up numerous logistics points at the abyss portal of the underworld ghost cave, almost meeting all the needs of the professionals. Whatever was needed could be resolved on the spot. Heading home? That was just giving up on clearing it. Do you think he's like us, with so much good equipment? Captain Li Shanghua couldn't help but say as the crowd dispersed, they find it difficult, so what if they give up? Even our team, supported by the entire city, finds it so hard to fight. His giving up is the wise choice. What about you? She shot back coldly, with such good equipment, you can only deal that little damage, and you still have the nerve to say those things in front of the media. Don't forget, I am the captain. Upon hearing this, Xianghua immediately became furious and retorted sharply. The two began to argue back and forth. The shield warrior and mage beside them hurriedly tried to mediate. Meanwhile, Xia Shualan merely furrowed her brows as she watched Su Chen's back. Su Chen, have you really given up? In the crowd, dreamers. Dreamers. Give up? Of course not. Su Chen's current stats were, Su Chen, class, undead mage. Level health, 251900 mana, 750 strength, 797 constitution, 2519 intelligence, 75 agility, 17 talent, legacy of the beloved. When your beloved friend, who shares your heart, dies in battle, you will gain all of that friend's main attributes, permanently increasing your own attributes. Skills of undead control. Passive: all undead you summon will share your heart, able to understand and obey your commands. Summon skeleton, consumes 20 mana to summon a skeleton warrior, maintaining this summon requires 1 point of your intelligence cap. Summon zombie, consumes 30 mana to summon a zombie, maintaining this summon requires 2 points of your intelligence cap. Corpse poison, a cursed toxin that can be applied to your undead. Any flesh and blood creature that dies from this undead has a certain chance to be transformed into undead. With a health of 800 and strength, this is the strongest means that Su Chen relies on. However, relying solely on these overly specialized attributes, it is still unlikely to clear the hell-level nether cave, even though his constitution is higher than that of the main profession. But the main reason he struggles even in the abyss is, these aren't even my main attributes. Su Chen sighed deeply. As a mage, his main attribute, intelligence, is the lowest on the panel. It's only slightly better than the pitiful agility. Normal mages clear the abyss mainly by relying on spell output to take down opponents in seconds. Why do I have to rely on my fists? Su Chen sighed again. But reality is reality. For the next target, hell-level nether cave, he must rely on his formidable physical attributes to solve it. strength, constitution, agility. These are all physical attributes, belonging to the quality of the body itself, the foundation of all combat. My agility is too lacking, and in the hell level and nightmare level nether caves, agility is definitely stronger than the night haunting general. I can only rely on strength and constitution to deal with enemies. He needs the power to knock out enemies with a single punch, and a defense that no matter how the enemy attacks, they can't even scratch his health. That puts a bit of pressure on me. Su Chen calculated back and forth. He felt overwhelmed, mainly because time is running out. The nether cave will descend in 3 weeks, and according to the system, official personnel will seal the nether cave a week before its arrival. Su Chen thought to himself, so the only time I can actually use is just 2 weeks. He was unaware of why the officials would seal the abyss a week in advance, but this is a common practice in this world. It seems there are some hidden circumstances. If there's only 2 weeks left, that's too tight. Su Chen frowned. Given the previous schedule of clearing the abyss twice a week, it would definitely not be enough. So he decided to temporarily set aside strength control training, since clearing the abyss doesn't require limiting strength. But that still wouldn't be enough, so he would first abandon the plan to save money for equipment and prioritize buying mana recovery potions with all the gains from the abyss. Su Chen wrote and calculated, ultimately feeling, according to this plan, he still has a certain chance of winning. That is, 7 days a week, spending 6 days in front of the abyss portal, not sleeping at all, continuously clearing the abyss. After coming out of the abyss, he would find a tent outside to rest for a while, then re-enter the abyss, repeating this cycle. The only day of rest would be during school hours, not because Su Chen thought school was that important, needing to spend a day on it, but he also needed to ask the teacher about strategies for dealing with undead monsters, to see if he could utilize his advantages more effectively. At the same time, this day would also include preparations such as checking the official information released about the nether cave. So, from today on, please call me Sugon Emperor. Su Chen strode towards the abyss portal of the ancient martial tower. The advantage of his constitution was fully displayed at this moment. With super endurance, even a week without sleep posed no major issues. As for the mental haze, it didn't matter. After all, the monsters didn't break defense. Su Chen gritted his teeth and crazily farmed the nightmare-level ancient martial tower for a week. He even updated his consumables. Mana recovery potion, low quickly restores 300 mana points, with a cooldown time of 1 hour per bottle. Overconsumption will damage health points. This was the potion he had bought earlier. Every time he cleared a floor of the tower, he would take a bottle. The cooldown would pass during meditation anyway. However, this low-level potion could no longer meet Su Chen's needs. Each time Su Chen cleared the ancient martial tower, he earned about 700 yuan. And a bottle of mana recovery potion, low, only sold for 50. Even if Su Chen had been taking potions from the very beginning, on the 9th floor of the tower, he could only consume 9 bottles. That totals only 450. This meant that even if he kept taking potions, he could still have 250 yuan left after one abyss run? This wouldn't do. So he changed his consumables. Mana recovery potion, medium quickly restores 500 mana points, with a cooldown time of 1 hour per bottle. Overconsumption will damage health points. The nearly doubled mana recovery naturally came with a more terrifying price. A bottle sold for 130, more than double the price. This item was often prepared by mage professionals as a last resort to prevent any accidents while farming the abyss. Su Chen treated it as a daily consumable. Of course, buying only mana recovery potion, medium, was too low in cost effectiveness, and his pocket couldn't sustain such consumption, so Su Chen alternated between the two types of potions. A week later, thanks to his frenzied farming, he finally transformed his attributes into Su Chen, class, Undead Mage. Level, health points, 272,500, mana points, 810, strength, 2055, constitution, 2,720, intelligence, 81, agility, 18, over 2,000 points of strength, representing an attack power of 2. Now, when he went to fight that Night Wraith general, even if the opponent had damage reduction, he could still kill them in 3 punches. As expected of me, Su Chen said, his eyes darkened, his voice trembling. At this moment, he looked ragged, more like a beggar than a beggar. His steps were heavy and dragging, as if every step drained all his strength. His face was pale, his eyes filled with exhaustion, and his dim, dust-covered gaze seemed to have lost its luster. This was the price of frantically farming for an entire week to achieve such exaggerated attributes. He shakily took out his phone, looking at the familiar startup screen, feeling a sense of a wild person returning to modern society. He opened the internet, a message popped up, and he opened the group chat. Su Chen typed shakily, "Is Liu there? I need a little help, save me." The main account, sworn enemies with gambling and drugs, Suchen? What happened to you? The main account, sworn enemies with gambling and drugs, but don't panic, I've got this. The next second. Image, countless beauties flooded the screen. In an instant, the group was vibrant with spring colors. Stubborn boy, damn, brother you is awesome, send more, my friend loves to watch. Me too, isn't this friend you? Smiling while drinking fake wine, Lao you, give me 3 minutes, I want the download link for this, image, movie. Under the overpass, there are stalls, personally, I prefer this girl from, image, does anyone know her name? A bunch of emojis mixed with boys' chats. The originally silent group instantly became lively. Indeed, lewd pictures were the primary driving force of the group. But the class monitor, no, are you all crazy? This is the class group. Stubborn boy, smiling while drinking fake wine, under the overpass, there are stalls, for a moment, the group fell silent. The screen was flashing with retracted messages. Unfortunately, it was too late. The next second. The dirt-eating girl, Jai Chaoru, what are you boys doing every day? Little fairy Jianjingli, seriously, this is ridiculous. Abyss princess on the run, aren't you boys afraid of getting the group banned with this kind of play? The girls in the class are all here. But who is Yu Dingwu? Would he panic? I, who have a vendetta against gambling and drugs, to be honest, if I blew up the group because of reckless talk about national affairs, my brothers would think I'm a big fool. But if I got the group banned because of sharing lewd images, do you believe they would all honor me as a martyr? I, who have a vendetta against gambling and drugs, and you should know, every time I post a lewd image, at least one person will take matters into their own hands. And that person might just reconsider their thoughts about sexually assaulting others for pleasure. I, who have a vendetta against gambling and drugs, my one action inadvertently saves at least 2 people, a potential assailant and a potential victim, thus reducing the crime rate of sexual assault. I, who have a vendetta against gambling and drugs, starting from posting a lewd image or a resource link, I aim to be an excellent person who saves others. I, who have a vendetta against gambling and drugs, good deeds start with me. Dirt-eating girl Jai Chaoru. Little fairy Jian Jingli. Abyss princess on the run, there are quite a few grand principles, but I'm the administrator. Do you believe I can mute you? I, who have a vendetta against gambling and drugs, even if I die and am nailed in a coffin, I will still shout out in this grave with a decayed voice. I, who have a vendetta against gambling and drugs, a man's dreams will never end. Message, I, who have a vendetta against gambling and drugs has been muted by the administrator. Suchen looked at his phone, utterly confused. What a dreamer in the group. But I'm not looking for you for that. I just want you to come pick me up at the Abyss portal. After all, Suchen hesitated for a moment, trying hard to type. But just as his finger touched the screen, the next second, crack. The phone shattered completely. Asset value, 0. I really can't control the strength right now. Suchen wanted to cry but had no tears. The neon people have come to the ghostly abyss. The neon people have come to the ghostly abyss. Suchen had overdone it with his strength training. Originally very hard to control, his strength had now directly surpassed 2000. And when his strength was 700 before, he still couldn't fully control it. Now that it had multiplied several times, how could he possibly control it? Suchen sighed lightly. It really is easier to solve with good physique. Physique relates to defense, endurance, and other aspects. This kind of passive effect, which doesn't require control, doesn't need training. For someone like Yu Dingwu, who focuses on physique, even without any control ability, the worst outcome he might face would be injuring the technician girl due to excessive endurance and prolonged duration. Sore hands? Sore mouth? Sore feet? And cough, cough. In short, none of these are major issues. But strength and agility, if not controlled well, can harm both oneself and others. Suchen glanced at the broken phone, asked someone to help him make a call, and summoned Yu Dingwu. A few hours later, when Yu Dingwu arrived and saw Suchen sitting motionless on the ground, he looked bewildered. What do you want me for? I just picked a technician and paid the money. I need you to help me get home, Suchen said without moving. You need my help to get home? Yu Dingwu was confused. Did you forget where your home is? I didn't forget. Then what? I forgot how to walk. Please carry me home, thank you. Yu Dingwu? Thank you, good brother. Although he seems unreliable, going to the club more often than going home, and the club manager knows him better than his own father, he is actually a very reliable guy. Even if Suchen's condition is unusual and extremely strange, Yu Dingwu didn't ask anything and directly carried Suchen back to his room, even helping him buy a new phone. The next day, thanks to a night of crazy training without sleep, Suchen barely reached the level of being able to walk normally and sit down without hurting the chair. However, the subtle manipulation remained difficult. For instance, Su Chen slumped in his chair in a posture that seemed as if he were drunk, adopting a completely powerless stance. His classmates around him cast strange glances. This posture was even more bizarre than the famous Guyu slump. The looks made Su Chen feel a bit awkward. But he had no choice. His current strength absolutely surpassed that of power-type professionals. Those at that level could easily snap a house like a cookie. Su Chen was the same. The problem was that those professionals could effortlessly suppress their strength to the level of an ordinary person and live normally. But for Su Chen, anything he touched would genuinely break like a cookie. In the Abyss, it was naturally nothing. After all, the Abyss was a place meant for casual destruction. But in normal life, one careless move could lead to trouble. If he was lucky, it would be school property. If he was unlucky, it would be a classmate. Just endure it. Once I finish conquering the Abyss, I can start training to control my strength again, Su Chen said helplessly. For the rewards of Jianyang, for the country, for the people, I am truly dedicated. After a few moments of reflecting on his own admirable character, Su Chen cautiously opened his phone to check the latest reports on the underworld ghost cave. Level genius Xianghua commissions top enchantment master Master Wang to forge a new weapon, Thunder Giant Sword, hoping to create a thunder attribute giant sword to deal massive damage to undead creatures. Classmate Xianghua announces, with me here, Jianyang can rest assured. Thunder Giant Sword has been completed. Classmate Xianghua vows, behind us is Jianyang, we must win. As Su Chen read, his head tilted. The captain of the Xia Shuelan team seemed to be that female paladin Li Shanghua, right? But why were all the news online about Xianghua? How much money did the Shenfeng group spend? If you give me that money, I feel like I could have already conquered the Abyss, Su Chen envied. He kept refreshing the page. At that moment, the homeroom teacher Lu Hongzhe walked in. Classmates, today's lesson is an explanation of combat strategies against undead creatures for those interested in the underworld ghost cave. I hope you can listen attentively. All the students became serious upon hearing this. Even Su Chen was slightly taken aback. This was an official move. The undead abyss was supposed to be a topic covered later in the course, yet it had already been brought up for discussion now. This was clearly an instruction from the professional association. Lu Hongzhe looked at the students who had become serious and sighed softly. Although this action is significant, I wonder how much of it will be in vain. Those who truly had the ability to deal with the underworld ghost cave had long been recruited into training camps. How could they be sitting in class? It felt somewhat like a desperate attempt to find a cure for a disease, though since it didn't require much expenditure, he just went along with it. After all, time is running out. Lu Hongzhe sighed deeply. Classmates, the greatest weaknesses of undead creatures, especially ghosts, are attributes like holy light, thunder, and fire. Spells can deal massive damage to them. However, because undead creatures are usually numerous, mages must maximize every drop of mana. At this point, we can employ some small tactics. For example, having agile teammates intentionally attract a large number of undead, concentrating them together, and then having mages bombard them. If we can draw them all into a narrow terrain, the effect will be very good. Su Chen listened attentively. Although 99% of what the teacher taught had no relevance to him, sometimes learning was about that 1% of knowledge. Lu Hongzhe explained in detail. Although it was a course mandated by the association, he still provided numerous examples and detailed explanations of the intricacies for the students' reference. However, not many students were interested. A week passed, and many of those present had already tried the underworld ghost cave. They were very familiar with its tricky nature. Even though the teacher provided targeted explanations, they didn't want to experience that feeling of being engulfed by endless undead again. However, Su Chen suddenly raised his hand while listening. Teacher, when facing an overwhelming advantage in agility, how should other attributes fight? Su Chen was suppressed by the opponent's agility attribute, but others would definitely be suppressed by attributes too. How did other professionals solve this? Agility type, Lu Hongzhe thought for a moment and said, are you referring to the Night Skeleton General in the Netherworld Ghost Cave? That's not easy to deal with. Your levels are still low, and your skills are not comprehensive, which puts you at a significant disadvantage. But there are solutions. For example, while low-level mages find it hard to lock onto their targets with single-target spells, they can consider using area spells to cover the area and inflict damage. If you only have single-target spells, you'll need to set traps to restrict its movement. Physical warriors can go for defensive counterattacks, trying to catch the opponent off guard when they strike. When strength types face agility types, there's a little trick. Su Chen had initially just asked casually, but when he heard the teacher's methods, he felt they didn't mean much to him. However, when he heard the last part, his eyes lit up. This little trick seems really useful. After a good sleep, Su Chen arrived at the portal of the Netherworld Ghost Cave. It was still crowded, bustling with activity. In fact, most abyss portals do not appear in cities, they are more often found in vast wilderness areas. The surrounding geographical environment is often harsh, with poor conditions. Sometimes, there are even monster gathering places nearby that are much stronger than goblin tribes, constantly threatening the safety of the abyss portal. It was already quite good that the government could eliminate nearby threats. Supply stations could only rely on the merchants' voluntary actions. With abyss portals disappearing in a year, shopkeepers naturally wouldn't spend a lot of money to build storefronts. Moreover, the long and dangerous journey significantly increased transportation costs. It could be said that the quality was low and the price high. Officially supported places like the Netherworld Ghost Cave had very few that improved logistical support. Coupled with generous rewards, it naturally attracted more professionals to grind here. Some even set up tents nearby, planning to stay here until the end of the abyss to save every second. Su Chen looked around and quickly spotted the most conspicuous group led by Xia Shualan. Just as he was about to walk over, he suddenly heard a commotion behind him, mixed with some shouts. Turning around, he saw neon people. Are they coming to the Netherworld Ghost Cave too? Su Chen, did you call me? Su Chen, did you call me? Damn it! What are these neon people doing here? Bastards trying to steal our resources. There's still some time before the abyss descends. What are they doing here? Countless professionals gritted their teeth, staring at Nishikawa Kairo. He wore a neon kimono, with two prominent baga mustaches, walking slowly and gracefully, exuding a sense of self-satisfaction. His gaze slowly swept over everyone, then his nose slightly lifted. It seemed like he snorted in disdain, but it also felt like he did nothing at all. The surrounding professionals were so angry they almost wanted to rush over. Mr. Nishikawa, this is the Netherworld Ghost Cave, President Dengpang said expressionlessly. We have arranged rooms for you, please move along. In the time to come, you can start tackling simple, normal, and nightmare difficulties here. For hell difficulty, you must obtain our permission, do you understand? Dengpang ultimately decided to compromise. The genius team from Jingyang City was making slow progress, and the deadline was approaching, leaving no room for his stubbornness. Compared to the danger of the abyss descending, losing a portal was completely acceptable. Of course, he didn't fully compromise. His requirement was, unless it was determined that they could not conquer the abyss, the neon people were not allowed to attempt to tackle the hell-level difficulty of the abyss. Rest assured, we will abide by the agreement. Shichuan Jayakiro chuckled, a look of pride on his face. I certainly don't want to ruin the reputation of our great neon empire. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. The system of the Great Xia clearly had so many talents to exploit, yet it preferred to give this foreigner the opportunity to profit rather than abandon that useless principle. But this is good, it gives our great neon empire a chance. The agreement that Dengpang had just emphasized repeatedly was something Shichuan Jayakiro actually didn't care about. He would never violate the agreement. After all, there are definitely more cities than just Jianyang that can't conquer the abyss. With Jianyang as a starting point, we can definitely dispel the resistance of other cities. This time, we will conquer the abyss perfectly. His ambition was vast. Every year, the Great Xia only sent newcomers to tackle the abyss, which was a vast blue ocean for the neon, who thrived on exploiting talents. His purpose in coming to Jianyang was not simply for one abyss, but to open up the market. Uchida-kun, go ahead. Shichuan Jayakiro smiled slightly at the person behind him. Due to the no entry, no exit nature of the abyss, most people started their conquests from the lower levels. No one dared to gamble their lives. After all, even with ample information, personal experience, and merely reading reports are different. Even for the neon teams that suppressed their own talent's growth, a hell-level abyss was still very dangerous and required careful vigilance. Dengpang had not completely given up hope, but for the greater good, the neon must first experience the underworld cave. Otherwise, when it came to the final moment, it would be too late. Captain Uchida Ichimu nodded upon hearing the order. He led his team toward the abyss portal. Their expressions were dull, almost like corpses. It wasn't until they reached the abyss gate that they showed a bit of spirit. This is our Great Xia's territory. We don't need your help. The genius team leader Li Shanghua gritted her teeth and said, we can conquer this abyss. We don't need your assistance. That's right. We can handle this. The team members chimed in. Even the cold summer Shuilan couldn't help but say a few words. As a team that had been nurtured as the hope of the entire city since its inception, they not only enjoyed the best treatment but also bore the heaviest responsibilities. In the entire city, they were the ones who least wanted the neon to help, because that represented their incompetence. Listening to the words of rivalry, Uchida Ichimu slowly turned his gaze toward them. What a naive display. Is this really Great Xia? Is this something you can decide? No matter how confident you appear, will others believe you? Moreover, even the president of your Jianyang has bowed down. What significance does your unwillingness hold? But looking at the youthful faces of Summer Shuelan and the others, and the simplicity revealed in their words, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Once, he too was full of vitality and youth like them. But comparing to his current self, I really want to destroy them. Uchida Ichimu thought coldly, his face wearing a forced smile as he said, "What do your words matter? It was your professional association's president who invited us. Besides, do you really think you few can solve this abyss? If you could, why would we need to come? If you really want to solve this abyss, then go for a harder difficulty." He snorted coldly, "I looked at your battle records. It seems you only managed to reach normal difficulty? When will you clear the hell level?" "Ha!" he sneered, everything unspoken. The teammates beside him immediately cooperated. "Captain, what difficulty should we choose?" "Let's start with nightmare level," Uchida Kazuki said in a voice loud enough for those around to hear. "If the people of the Great Xia can't win, that's their incompetence. But for us, the noble Yamato people, a nightmare level challenge is just what we need to familiarize ourselves with the abyss." With that, he strode forward. In the next moment, the portal to the abyss widened, swallowing several people. Nightmare level? That's directly below hell level, the highest difficulty? Xia Shuelan and the others looked grim. Although this group of neon people was infuriating, their strength was indeed formidable. Of course, it wasn't that their talent surpassed Xia Shuelan and the others by much. It was the accumulation of time. This batch of new students had only been in their roles for just over 2 months. And Uchida Kazuki and his group? They had been at it for 5 or 6 years at the very least. No matter how hard Xia Shuelan and the others tried, this gap couldn't be bridged in a short time. Xia Shuelan watched the disappearing figures, her teeth clenched. "Let's go." She gritted her teeth and said, "We'll enter the abyss too. Not to mention nightmare level, but at least we should clear the difficulty level first." Difficulty level? The teammates were taken aback. Wasn't that a bit risky? This group of neon people may say many unpleasant things, but at least one thing is true. How can we, who have only cleared the normal difficulty, dare to say we can handle this abyss? Xia Shuelan bit her lip tightly. "We must clear the difficulty level first to prove that we still have hope of solving the abyss in the time to come." Others were somewhat tempted by her words. They had also accumulated some experience. Perhaps it was time to challenge the difficulty level. But Xianghua frowned nervously. "Isn't the difficulty level a bit too early? We're not fully prepared yet." Although he was also angry at the neon people's remarks, he felt they weren't adequately prepared for the difficulty level. It was a bit reckless. "Don't you want to conquer the abyss?" Xia Shuelan couldn't help but say. "The whole city is pinning its hopes on us. If we don't go, who will? Do you want to be the target of everyone's scorn? Coward! Deserter! With so many professionals in the city, why must this abyss be left to us to solve?" Xianghua said reluctantly, "There are plenty of people who haven't entered this abyss, and many who have only gone in once. They are the real deserters." "Right. Just like your classmate Su Chen, hasn't he only been to the ghost cave once? At least I'm still working hard to conquer the abyss. What is he doing?" Xia Shuelan was about to explode with anger. "You want to compare yourself to Su Chen? The professional association has invested the best resources in us, providing equipment, skills, and items, all for free, just to let us solve this abyss. And then you compare your subsidized self to Su Chen, who has nothing." Even she couldn't help but want to curse. At that moment, were you calling me? Su Chen suddenly walked over from the side, smiling at Xianghua. Su Chen's unique advantage. Su Chen's unique advantage. Xianghua was taken aback. He hadn't expected Su Chen to appear just as he mentioned him. This was a bit awkward. Talking behind someone's back is entirely different from saying it to their face. Although he had a bad temper, he was still young and cared about his reputation. However, after a moment of awkwardness, he let it go. "Yes, I was talking about you," Xianghua said coldly. "You've only been to the ghost cave once, and it was just a simple level, then you left. Don't try to argue. I saw you leave, and I haven't seen you around these days. At least I fought for the sake of solving the abyss. What about you? Why aren't you working hard to conquer this abyss?" Su Chen smiled slightly. "Simple level? Heh, who told you it was simple?" In fact, he had a lot to say at that moment. He could scold him or even hit him. But Su Chen wore a comforting expression and gently patted Xianghua's shoulder. "It's okay, everyone knows you're scared. You don't have to forcefully change the subject. Isn't it just that you don't dare to enter the abyss? That's quite normal. You don't need to feel inferior, even if you are a high-level professional, even if you have the support of the country, even if you have some capital backing. But you really might not be able to handle the difficulty level. For you, this is indeed very risky, and it's normal to be afraid. You really don't need to feel inferior or pretend to be strong. Upon hearing this, Xianghua was instantly furious. Who said I was afraid? I just think we aren't ready yet and shouldn't gamble on a moment's anger. I'm not afraid at all. He was also a senior in high school, at the age of youthful recklessness. How could he possibly admit to being afraid? You're not afraid? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Xianghua decisively nodded. Of course not. How could I be afraid? Oh. Su Chen nodded. I see, that means you're weak. Xianghua? All your other teammates dare to enter the abyss, but you don't. Su Chen spread his hands and said seriously, so it's obvious that you're the weakest in the team. With that said, it's easy to understand why you don't dare to enter the abyss. After all, the strong fear nothing, while the useless always have to worry more about themselves to stay alive. Su Chen patted his shoulder and comforted him. This is quite normal, you don't need to get worked up. You've actually surpassed 90% of the useless. After all, they are not only weak but also lack self-awareness. You're different. You know yourself very well and understand what it means to act within your means. So what you did was not wrong at all. After all, someone as weak as you can't do that. That's the reality, and you don't need to feel ashamed of it. Xianghua, am I useless again? His face turned red, like a ripe tomato, veins bulging on his forehead like winding earthworms. His clenched teeth made a creaking sound, as if he was about to shatter them completely. As Su Chen was speaking, he seemed to suddenly think of something and curiously asked, but why are you still a teammate of Xia Shuelan if you're this weak? Did your family bribe her? Just as Xianghua was about to explode with anger, he forced himself to hold it in. His face was flushed, as if his entire head had swollen a size, looking like it was about to burst. The key was that his family really did bribe her, through funding from the Shinfeng group. They had subsidized Xia Shuelan and others many times. Of course, this wasn't because he was weak, but because of his emotional issues, which had caused trouble for the team multiple times. The Shinfeng group was pressured by President Deng Pengang to provide financial support for Xianhua's team. Xianhua's teeth were tightly clenched, breathing heavily like a bull about to charge. Su Chen didn't care, turning to Xia Shuelan and saying, by the way, if a teammate is unqualified, don't force it to team up. It's not good for anyone. Look at how scared this weakling is. If it doesn't work out, just change someone. Maybe the chances of clearing the hell level will be greater. Xia Shuelan nodded slightly. I've thought about it too, but unfortunately, the teachers won't allow a change. As she spoke, she looked regretful. She truly believed that removing an unstable element like Xianghua from the team, even if they replaced him with someone slightly weaker, would greatly improve the team's cooperation and increase their chances of clearing the level. Unfortunately, the teachers wouldn't allow it. Well then, you all do your best. Su Chen shrugged. Don't force it if it doesn't work. After all, you're still carrying a burden. As he said this, he glanced at Xianghua. Then, he strode into the abyss portal. Xianghua was even more furious, his body trembling uncontrollably, his teeth making a grinding sound. He seemed like a bomb about to explode at any second. The captain, Li Xianghua, glanced at Xianghua. So, are we going into the abyss? Let's go. Xianghua roared. How can we not go? Am I going to lose to a trash necromancer? If he dares to go in, why shouldn't I? With that, he was the first to stride into the abyss portal. The other teammates exchanged glances and quickly followed suit. This scene was observed by Nishikawa Kairo from a distance. He stroked his chin. Currently, Jianyang City still had a chance to conquer the abyss. To prevent this foreigner from reaping the benefits, the authorities would surely be willing to spend a large sum to provide expensive one-time consumables to assist the elite team led by Xia Shuelan when they had a certain level of strength. Theoretically, if Xia Shuelan and the others could solve the nightmare level abyss, and then train diligently to improve their coordination while using precious powerful items, they would have a reasonable chance of tackling the hell level abyss. Even if the cost of these powerful items might be exorbitant, enough to take 3 years to recoup from the abyss gate, Jianyang City might still be willing to invest for the sake of national pride. This was different from Neon. The people from Neon came for profit. Even if they broke even, it would still feel like a loss to them. And the genius team was not far from the nightmare level abyss. Nishikawa Kairo had been thinking about how to hinder the progress of the genius team but had not found a flaw until now. This Xianghua, as a professional, can't even control his own emotions. Perhaps this could be a breakthrough. Meanwhile, in the underworld ghost cave, at nightmare level difficulty, Su Chen looked at the familiar interface, and once again, it was his old friend, the night-haunting ghost general. Not bad, Su Chen nodded. At least I still remember the route to find him. He summoned his undead, which were quickly swept away by the ghosts. The routine attribute grinding was over. Then, Su Chen completely ignored the continuously approaching ghosts and strode towards the night-haunting ghost general. Due to the increased difficulty, the attributes of these minor ghosts had also improved significantly. However, they still couldn't break through Su Chen's defenses. Watching the ghosts swarm towards him, which clearly couldn't break his defense, Su Chen sighed deeply. As expected, the mindless nature of undead creatures is quite annoying. In fact, the underworld ghost cave had this one difficulty compared to other abysses, the undead creatures. Many abysses had ways to exploit, such as the first abyss Su Chen experienced, the basic trial, Orc Empire. In this abyss, professionals could use political means to sow discord among the various tribes, causing them to fight amongst themselves for an advantage. Xia Shualan's high evaluation came from this. The abyss's malice towards living beings also had its limits, so even the notoriously reckless orcs could be manipulated. But the underworld ghost cave was different. You could deceive a clever mage, you could deceive a simple-minded orc, but could you deceive an undead that has no brain? It was simply impossible. Faced with the mindless undead that only knew how to fight, professionals could not exploit any weaknesses. This was a significant disadvantage for the professionals, otherwise, the underworld ghost cave wouldn't have been stuck for so long. Su Chen thought as he swatted away the ghosts around him while running forward. Having had one experience, he reached the room where he had encountered the night-haunting ghost general faster than last time. However, there was no one inside. Reasonable, Su Chen nodded. Last time, the night-haunting ghost general came to find me, and when I arrived, it wasn't in this room. So Su Chen remained calm, ruling out the rooms he had checked last time, and continued searching downwards. Although the abyss was incredibly close to reality, it also had some characteristics similar to game dungeons. For example, at the moment Su Chen entered the abyss, the positions of all the monsters were fixed. Their subsequent actions were also relatively fixed. So from this perspective, it is entirely possible to utilize continuous grinding in the abyss to determine the best direct route. Su Chen thought to himself. If more teams clear the dungeon, the professionals might even summarize the locations where the night-haunting ghost general appears at various time points, as well as the positions of elite monsters. This might not mean much for other abysses, but for those who are constantly attacked by ghosts, draining their energy in the ghostly abyss, it can reduce the consumption of professionals, thus gaining a huge advantage. If calculated even more precisely, professionals can position themselves at a specific location just as the Night Wraith General is about to arrive, setting up an ambush and laying traps, which might deal a heavy blow to the Night Wraith General. This is the immense advantage of intelligence in the abyss. This advantage doesn't mean much to me, Su Chen shrugged. Small monsters can't drain me, and I don't have any ambush skills in my skill bar, nor do I have the money to buy items. But I do have another unique advantage. He kept running, searching, and shouting loudly. Finally, he encountered the Night Wraith General. A necromancer? The Night Wraith General glared at Su Chen, filled with killing intent. A mere necromancer dares to provoke me? The dark energy around him surged, and he quickly charged towards Su Chen. He raised his massive black scythe and swung it down. Then, the Night Wraith General? However, before the Night Wraith General could react, Su Chen suddenly threw a punch. Boom! The Night Wraith General spat out blood and was sent flying. Over 10,000 damage. Su Chen looked at the Night Wraith General and nodded slightly. That's right, this is his unique advantage, because everyone instinctively chooses to attack the most vulnerable part of a necromancer. After all, who would have thought, my strongest point as a necromancer isn't my spells, but my fists? Su Chen had a complex expression. He didn't know whether to feel proud or to be frustrated. Skill, Frost Nova. Skill, Frost Nova. The Night Wraith General was beaten to the point of spitting blood, and his soul form showed signs of disintegration. What kind of necromancer is this? Where's the so-called necromancer? Su Chen remained silent and took the opportunity to pursue. However, this time he didn't succeed as easily as the first time. The Night Wraith General dodged at the last moment. It really isn't that easy to fight. Su Chen sighed inwardly. In fact, when he first attacked, Su Chen didn't intend to just punch him. He wanted to grab the opponent's body directly, preventing him from dodging, and then beat him to death with a few punches. As long as he solved the dodging problem, attacking an agile enemy with low health would be a piece of cake. Unfortunately, although the Night Wraith General didn't know Su Chen's true abilities, his instincts still allowed him to evade Su Chen's grasping hand, forcing Su Chen to change from grabbing to punching, sending him flying. If it were a hard difficulty, I might have been able to take advantage of the situation, but with the increased difficulty level, the monster's attributes have become stronger, and the enhancement is even more obvious. Su Chen sighed lightly. Night Wraith General level health, 40,000 attack power, 1500 skill, ethereal body skill, Death Scythe harvest skill, surge of dark energy as an agile type, its health and attack have increased significantly, and the enhancement of agility is immediate. Can't catch him. The main strategy for a physical class against an agile class is to defend and counterattack. Su Chen looked at the Night Wraith General, who was horrified and hesitant to attack. But in this state, it seems he won't dare to take the initiative for a while. The Night Wraith General only had 40,000 health. Su Chen had already taken away over 10,000 with one punch. He could take him down in no time. It's no wonder he's panicking. Who the hell is this guy? Isn't he just a necromancer? The Night Wraith General looked at Su Chen in shock. How can he hit with his fists? And, they're incredibly heavy. Is he really a necromancer? He had an ethereal body that could significantly weaken the opponent's physical attacks. If it weren't for this unique skill, wouldn't I be dead after just 2 punches? The Night Wraith General was in shock. Meanwhile, Su Chen shook his hand and took out a sleeve, putting it on his arm. Then, he swung his fist and struck. The Night Wraith King dodged without hesitation, only letting out an ah. As he felt as if a storm had swept over him, a sharp pain coursing through his body. Is this gravel? He noticed some small stones that had fallen from him. It was these stones that had struck him just moments ago. Su Chen's expression was emotionless. Yes, this was the little trick his teacher had taught him. Although power-type attacks were strong, if they couldn't hit the target, by expanding the range, wouldn't he hit them? Hiding small stones and other hard objects in his sleeves, he could use the absolute power advantage of the power type to fling these stones along with his punches, which could also deal damage to the enemy. Of course, the damage would definitely not be as much as a normal punch. It might not even be 1/10 of it. From what Su Chen could see, the Night Wraith King had only received a few points of damage and nothing more. Considering his total health of 40,000, this damage could only be described as better than nothing. However, the purpose of the little trick his teacher taught was not to inflict this trivial damage with stones. The goal was. Su Chen dashed forward and threw a punch. The wind from his punch howled, stirring up gravel as he struck. The Night Wraith King sensed danger and hurriedly dodged. Su Chen continued to throw punches. The Night Wraith King was very fast and naturally avoided Su Chen's flurry of punches, but he couldn't dodge the scattered gravel that came along with the punches. Small stones hit him right in the face. He instinctively squinted his eyes, and his steps faltered for a moment. Each piece of gravel, since it could cause damage, naturally carried a certain amount of force. The Night Wraith King would not make mistakes in normal dodging, but under the impact of each piece of gravel, his agility was affected, making it difficult for him to maintain perfect dodging movements. His speed naturally slowed down, and Su Chen decisively seized the opportunity, lunging forward to grab him. He. Su Chen's sinister laughter echoed in the ghostly abyss. I've got you. He suddenly exerted force, pressing the Night Wraith King harshly to the ground, mounting him directly. Then, he swung his fists. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Die, you bastard. Calculating rewards for you. You have obtained spirit crystals, 1,000, you have obtained experience, 3,000, you have obtained materials, chi crystals, ghostly mushrooms, you have obtained equipment, phantom claw gloves, you have obtained item, skill book Frost Nova, calculation complete. A skill book drop. Su Chen's face instantly lit up with joy. As a being of the undead, the items dropped in the ghostly abyss included agility types, and of course, there were also undead types. However, even Su Chen didn't expect to actually drop a skill book. The drop rate for such items had always been very low, often requiring a large number of kills to have a chance of dropping. Anyway, Su Chen didn't think he could farm the good items he needed in the weeks leading up to his arrival in the ghostly abyss, so he hadn't even considered the value of these items at first. And it actually dropped? Skill book, Frost Nova, description, consumes 200 mana to release a crystal imbued with frost and energy, dealing 200 intelligence attribute, ice magic damage to the target and surrounding enemies, with a slight freezing effect. Learning conditions, undead mage. What great luck! It's an undead magic. Su Chen's face was filled with joy. Learn it. Hurry and learn it. The Frost Nova skill book transformed into a stream of light and flew into Su Chen's body. This was the standard frost magic for undead mages. With this spell, the undead mage would no longer be just a pseudo-summoner relying on the undead creatures under his command. He would be a true undead mage. A mage. What a good item. Su Chen was excited. With this, his expression of excitement suddenly froze. With this spell, it seemed to have no real effect. Looking at the damage description of Frost Nova, 200 intelligence attribute. The mage is renowned for explosive damage, with instant damage ranking at the top among all professions. Skills like the powerful Tsuanjin hosted by the Golden Man in the ancient martial tower only provide a mere 1 attack bonus, just a 13 times strength increase. Compared to the 30 times intelligence boost of Frost Nova, it falls short by more than half. Of course, the mage is not invincible. His output relies entirely on spells, which consume a lot of mana, making his sustainability far inferior to that of a warrior, naturally compensating for this with damage. The spells of a necromancer are slightly weaker than those of a normal mage and consume more mana, but they still far surpass other professions. However, a problem arises: what is Su Chen's intelligence? With equipment bonuses, it barely breaks 100. This means that a Frost Nova costing 200 mana points only deals about 3,200 damage. But this does not account for the enemy's magic resistance. In actual combat, it generally only deals around 2,500 damage. Even at full mana, he can only cast it 4 or 5 times, totaling about 10,000 damage. Yet, Su Chen's standard attack power is damage. That's 8 times that of Frost Nova. Even facing the abyss of the underworld, which severely weakens physical attacks, Su Chen's casual strike can still exceed 10,000 damage. A mere 2,000 damage, who does he look down on? And let's not forget, the 2,000 damage from Frost Nova is magical, not a regular attack. Casting spells requires a certain casting time, and skills have cooldowns. They are not just stationary wooden stakes, and non-guaranteed spells must consider hit rates. Moreover, my mana has always been insufficient. Summoning the undead to boost my attributes leaves no time to allocate mana for damage spells. Su Chen frowned. Before my intelligence attribute rises, this thing seems to have no value at all. Su Chen fell silent for 3 seconds and decisively shook his head. Forget it, what's so fun about spells? Go back and grind for attributes. He had already experienced the nightmare level abyss of the underworld. After grinding for a while longer, it was time to officially clear the hell level difficulty. About an hour after Su Chen left, the abyss portal opened again. The Neon team appeared in everyone's sight. They've come out. It looks like no one is seriously injured. They all cleared it. Quick, check what difficulty they cleared. Countless professionals immediately sprang into action, using the announcement from the abyss portal to start gathering information. Hell level? No one has cleared it yet. In the last nightmare level, quite a few teams made it this far, but no one could clear the final hell level. However, compared to other difficulties, this level clearly has the fewest number of clearers. It was quite convenient to look up, so those who acted quickly soon pulled the list to the end. Uchida Kazuki, Kishida Yuna, Usako Yusuk, they cleared the nightmare level. Nightmare level? These few neon people actually reached this level right away? Damn! They looked relatively unscathed, clearly having a smooth run. Is this the result of years of accumulation? Uchida Kazuki and the others sneered a few times, looking down on the crowd. Yet, there was a hint of fatigue in their eyes. The undead type abyss is truly difficult to tackle. They directly challenged the nightmare level without first clearing lower difficulty abysses to adapt to the environment, making it even harder. However, as a team specially prepared by Neon to open the gates of the Great Xia Kingdom, even if their bodies were exhausted, they had to put on a show of ease. They even took a moment to tidy themselves up before delivering the final blow. All for the sake of showing off at this moment. It's just a nightmare level abyss. If it weren't for your Great Xia refusing to let us enter the hell level, we could have cleared it today and saved you Great Xia people. Uchida Kazuki declared loudly, coming to us Neon people is definitely your best choice. You can rest assured. The faces of the surrounding professionals were a mix of blue and white, filled with humiliation. Yet, they were powerless to refute. After all, the Neon people had already conquered the nightmare difficulty, while those from the Great Xia who managed to do so were from the previous cohort, and that group of students had long since broken through. Meanwhile, the highly anticipated genius team of this cohort had only achieved ordinary results. When will they be able to tackle the nightmare level? Countless people felt suppressed inside, with no outlet for their emotions. Ultimately, they could only sigh softly, watching the Neon people stride away, returning to the hotel prepared for them by the officials. Then they looked down at the clearance records bearing the names of the Neon people, falling into silence. At that moment, a professional stared in surprise at the clearance record. Next to the names of Uchida Ichimo and others, there was a name that felt vaguely familiar, written there. Su Chen? Is this person's name among the genius students who cleared the nightmare level last time? Who can surpass me? Who can surpass me? Sigh, this new cohort has had too little time. It hasn't even been 3 months since they changed jobs. With someone like that, no matter how high their talent, how can they tackle hell level difficulty compared to those shameless Neon people? Exactly. Those Neon folks are already in their 30s, and they dare to compare themselves to our high school seniors. So shameless. Everyone looked at the arrogant Neon people, cursing them one after another. Yet, their words carried a hint of helplessness. These Neon brats are truly strong. Only one professional stared blankly at the clearance record. The name Su Chen seemed somewhat familiar. It felt like he had heard it before, but he couldn't quite remember. However, he was sure that the list of students who cleared the nightmare level from the previous cohort did not include this person. The professional felt a bit dazed. In fact, among the previous cohort, there were still some who could clear the nightmare-level underworld ghost cave, although it was quite a struggle. Such individuals, while not many, were not few either. He hadn't paid close attention and couldn't be sure if this Su Chen was indeed from the last cohort. Although Su Chen was famous, he was ultimately just a college entrance examination champion. It wasn't enough for everyone to remember his name or face. Should I look it up online? The professional thought to himself, just about to pull out his phone. Suddenly, he heard a commotion. Xia Shualan's team had also emerged from the abyss. Everyone was injured, but the wounds were not serious. They were mentally exhausted but carried an air of excitement. Captain Li Shanghua was about to say something when Xianghua stepped forward and shouted to everyone, "We've conquered the difficult level." The crowd was taken aback, then immediately gasped in surprise. You conquered the difficult level? Then the nightmare level isn't far off, right? We still have hope. We still have hope. If we can conquer the nightmare level, and with the association's support, the hell level isn't impossible. A few well-informed individuals in the crowd knew that for such significant matters concerning the abyss, the support of the professional association was indispensable. Conquering the nightmare level, combined with the support of the professional association, would increase the chances of tackling the hell level. So we won't have to beg those neon bastards anymore? Exactly. We still have hope. Xianghua declared proudly, "With me here, I can summon warriors, and if we fight, we will surely win. What of the hell level underworld ghost cave? I will definitely conquer it." He laughed heartily, basking in the excited gazes of everyone, feeling immensely proud. Xia Shualan raised her eyebrows. Clearly, he was useless. He didn't dare to enter the abyss before, couldn't let go inside, yet now he was so full of himself after coming out. Just like last time, Xianghua remained the weakest link in the team. Of course, it couldn't be said that he was completely incompetent. Mainly, among the three levels, the paladin had an advantage against the undead, and with Xia Shualan's strength surpassing his, her fast attack speed allowed her to unleash the power of her enchanted weapon. Among the other two teammates, the mage's spells had additional effects on the spectral bodies, while the shield warrior was responsible for protecting many teammates, making him a functional member. Naturally, the one performing the worst was the berserker, Xianghua, who had a slow attack speed and was completely countered by the specters. He can't do anything right, but he's the number one show-off. Xia Shualan couldn't help but want to say a few words, but was stopped by the team leader, the paladin Li Shanghua. Li Shanghua was still aware of the situation. Although Xianghua was getting carried away, stealing the spotlight that should have belonged to the captain, the team's morale was low at this moment, and they needed some good news to lift their spirits. Let's just ignore him for now. Besides, when we truly enter hell level difficulty, we will need the Shinfeng group's support. At this time, we need him. Li Shanghua sighed inwardly. For a team that could only clear nightmare level difficulty to tackle hell level difficulty, the one-time items required were incredibly expensive. Even the Jianyang City Professional Association might not be able to bear it. They still had to rely on large capital like the Shinfeng Group to provide financial and material support. But if it weren't for Xianghua, a top-tier connection in the strategy team, why would the Shinfeng Group be willing to offer their help? Xianghua, however, was oblivious to what his teammates were thinking. He was just arrogantly boasting to everyone about how difficult the hard-level difficulty was, how strong it was, and how exaggerated the number of specters was. But fortunately, he was there. All problems are not problems. His spirited words made most of the professionals believe him. Even the professional who had seen Su Chen's name on the clearance record hesitated for a moment, putting down his phone that was about to search. If even the team fully supported by the city finds it so exaggerated to tackle simple difficulty, how could a Dashia person suddenly appear to clear nightmare level difficulty? And although I don't remember the name Su Chen, it sounds somewhat familiar. As for the other names above, I'm even more familiar with them. They were the outstanding graduates from last year. He must have teamed up with those excellent graduates to clear nightmare level difficulty last year. As for solo clearing, he didn't even think about it. If hard level difficulty was so hard to tackle, how could nightmare level difficulty be soloed, right? Since it wasn't a solo clear, it must have been a team effort with last year's graduates. Hard level difficulty? It seems they are not far from tackling nightmare level. Nishikawa Kairo watched Xianhua's arrogant demeanor from a distance, his eyes narrowing slightly. I need to act quickly too. Su Chen didn't care about that much. After finishing in the abyss, he went home and started sleeping. Resting well was essential for efficiently grinding attributes. After waking up refreshed, Su Chen tidied up and headed to the ancient martial tower. After all, the special mechanism here allowed him to meditate confidently and grind attributes efficiently. There's still a week left, and judging from the difficulty of nightmare level, I should be close to solving the hell level abyss. Su Chen estimated in his heart. frowning in distress, but there's no information at all about the hell level abyss. To smoothly clear the hell level, should I focus on grinding strength or constitution? A week was too short, he could at most grind a little over 1,000 attributes. It was impossible to have it both ways, so he had to make a choice. He thought for 10 minutes and then decisively chose, grind constitution. Su Chen's gaze was firm, the health of undead creatures isn't very high, and hell level won't be too exaggerated. And my output is already not low, with an attack power of 20,000 points. Even if the enemy has 100,000 health, plus the spectral body that reduces physical damage, I can still take it down in a dozen punches. But Constitution can't guarantee that I can withstand the enemy's attacks, especially since no one knows what the hell level abyss is like, and I can't be sure of the opponent's skills. Soloing strength is too risky. Constitution must take priority. Constitution is the guarantee of margin for error. Su Chen was unaware of the other party's intelligence, so to be safe, it was best to focus on increasing his constitution. Moreover, as long as I don't add strength, even if my main purpose in entering the abyss next is to grind attributes, I can still increase my strength control to some extent. Su Chen thought to himself. Right now, he was essentially a human bomb, afraid to exert force in the real world. Although he didn't have to worry about that in the abyss, poor strength control could still affect his combat power to a certain degree. While grinding for constitution that didn't require control, he could also practice his control while fighting monsters, killing two birds with one stone. Su Chen glanced at his template. Su Chen class, Necromancer level, a health, 245900 mana, 750, strength, 2215, constitution, 2611, intelligence, 82, agility, 19. The current value of his constitution was 2611. Let's just grind up to 4000 for now. 4000 constitution meant 400,000 health. Let's see who can take me down in one hit. One less person returning from the abyss. One less person returning from the abyss. Su Chen began to grind attributes. As always, it was the nightmare level difficulty of the ancient martial tower. In fact, he felt that he could probably take down the hell level ancient martial tower at this point. After all, his attributes were worlds apart from when he first tackled the nightmare level. The ancient martial tower was much easier to handle than the underworld ghost cave. However, he did not take action. The abyss has no way out, so every time I must be fully prepared to enter, Su Chen thought to himself. Although I believe the rewards from the hell level ancient martial tower should be considerable, but time is running out. It's better to prioritize clearing the underworld ghost cave for now. He repeatedly entered the ancient martial tower, continuously grinding his attributes. It was precisely because the underworld ghost cave was exceptionally popular at the moment that many professionals near the ancient martial tower were drawn there. Otherwise, his frenzied grinding might have already attracted attention. While grinding in the abyss, he also slightly tested his new skill, Frost Nova. Well, how should I put it? It really isn't as useful as Su Chen's fists. However, the freezing effect added by Frost Nova was quite good. It could indeed freeze the target. This feature might be useful, Su Chen thought to himself. As Su Chen walked into the abyss, Xia Shuelan and the others were still near the portal of the underworld ghost cave, repeatedly grinding the abyss and familiarizing themselves with the difficulty. To reduce commuting time, the officials had simply built a makeshift training ground nearby for the teams to use. It could be said that during this time, Xia Shuelan and the others had practically been living in front of the abyss portal all day. And every time they cleared the abyss, Xianghua would unhesitatingly step forward to greet the cheers of the crowd. Come on! Just one step away from nightmare level. You can definitely do it. Xianghua, I love you. Don't give that little neon a chance. Countless people around shouted loudly. This was the hope of Jianyang City. Xianghua was also not modest, patting his chest to reassure them. Don't worry. Leave everything to me. With me here, what abyss can't be conquered? Just a mere nightmare difficulty, not a match for me and my Thunder Greatsword. This represented the team's ability to accept interviews, leading those who didn't know to always think he was the leader of the strategy team, rather than Li Shanghua. However, at that moment, Nishikawa Kairu seemed to casually pass by, turning his head in surprise at the words. You? Did you really exert a lot of effort in the abyss? You're a berserker, and berserkers aren't suited for fighting in the underworld ghost cave. Berserkers are all physical attackers, and indeed, they struggle against the ghosts that reduce physical damage. Xianhua's face twitched. Don't compare me to ordinary berserkers, geniuses are different. Is that so? Nishikawa Kairu shrugged. By the way, I heard that Jianyang has another genius at your level who didn't join the strategy team. It wouldn't be that you were pushed down by him, would it? Xianhua said proudly. Of course, a mere Su Chen is not worth mentioning at all. I am the strongest genius in Jianyang. He doesn't even deserve to join us. Although theoretically, if someone were to be pushed out, it should be the two lower-ranked team members who would be replaced by Su Chen. Xianghua had not forgotten the line from when Xia Shuolan had beaten him, "You can't beat Su Chen." So he subconsciously nodded and then fell into the trap set by Nishikawa Kairo. "I heard you are the nephew of Li Yuehong from Shinfeng Group." "That's quite normal," Nishikawa Kairo said with a smile. "We in Neon often have similar situations. There's really no difference between Daxia and us. But if someone like Su Chen were to join the strategy team, I wonder what it would be like. Maybe they would have already cleared the nightmare level." "Well, Xianghua, I believe you can definitely clear it too. Good luck." He smiled slightly, as if he had said everything, yet also nothing at all. Xianghua was instantly furious, unable to hold back his anger. "Hey, I entered the team based on my own strength." "What do you mean?" "Oh, nothing, don't be angry." Nishikawa Kairo waved his hands repeatedly, looking innocent. "But I seem to have heard that Xianghua's performance is the worst among the team, and that very pretty female classmate said that if you were replaced by someone else, the progress would increase significantly. Maybe they would have already cleared the hell level by now. Anyway, Xianghua, good luck," he said cheerfully. "Clear the nightmare level soon, and catch up with that Su Chen. After all, if it weren't for you, maybe the hell level would have been cleared already." With that, he strode away. The reporters around him listened, their eyes shining. Xianghua had taken Su Chen's spot in the rankings. Xianghua was the nephew of Li Yuehong from Shenfeng Group. If it were Su Chen, maybe the hell level would have been cleared already. Wow. This neon person had just broken a big story. Is this true? Xianghua looked at Nishikawa Kairo's back and then at the faces of the reporters, filled with shame and anger. Nonsense. I'm stronger than that trash necromancer. My joining the strategy team has nothing to do with my aunt. He repeated his explanations over and over, about the weaknesses of the necromancer, the abyss's restraint on the undead, and that he didn't enter the team through the back door, but the reporter's eager eyes did not change. After all, not allowing a ranker like Su Chen to join the strategy team is like scoring first in the civil service exam and still failing. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't make sense. Is there some hidden truth behind this? Is there some dirty behind-the-scenes deal? Damn it! This abyss strategy task in the underworld cave is so important, and the professional association is actually playing power in financial games? The reporters became excited. Just like what Xiaidong had said to Deng Ping back then, if they don't let the ranker Su Qing join the training list, it will definitely cause controversy. Others won't know, like veteran professionals, that the underworld cave restrains necromancers. They also wouldn't know that rank evaluations are not absolutely impossible to exploit. But the politicians couldn't resolve this matter, let alone Emir Xianhua. He was immediately bombarded with questions from the reporters, his anger rising to the surface, extremely agitated. Fine. He couldn't help but shout angrily, "Then I'll go clear a nightmare to prove myself, is that okay?" With that, he strode towards his teammates, wanting to pull them to start tackling the nightmare level of the underworld cave. But he was unhesitatingly rejected. "We still need a bit more," Captain Li Shanghua shook her head. "Based on the intelligence, with our current coordination, it's very difficult to clear the nightmare level without any losses. Some of the equipment most suitable for this abyss hasn't arrived yet. We can't go now. The nightmare level of the underworld cave definitely needs to be tackled, but it doesn't have to be done right now. The difficulty level had just been cleared. How could they rush into the next difficulty so quickly?" The teammates couldn't help but look at Xianhua with curiosity. "You used to think even the difficulty level was hard to tackle. So why are you so proactive now? Back then, when we were all ready, it was you who didn't want to enter the abyss. Now that we're not prepared, you start taking the initiative again?" Xianhua felt embarrassed to mention his declaration in front of the reporters and could only shout, "The deadline for entering the abyss isn't far off, just a few days left. What difference does it make to go in early?" But in reality, it was quite a bit of time. Because for Su Chen's batch of students, it hadn't even been 3 months since they changed jobs. In such a short time, they needed to adapt to their own attributes, coordinate with teammates, master new skills, and learn the strategies for the abyss. All of it was incredibly tight on time. So with each passing day, the students' strength could surpass their previous selves by a small margin. After a couple more days, it would be a significant leap. Especially for a highly talented strategy team, the gap would be even larger. Even if they entered the abyss just an hour earlier, they would still be weaker. Under the rejection of everyone, Xianghua's declaration of tackling the nightmare level abyss still couldn't be realized. The reporters around noticed this issue and immediately cast more strange glances at him. It felt like knives stabbing at Xianghua's heart. Damn it! He couldn't help but curse. But he was powerless to change the reality. In the following days, Xianghua was surrounded by piercing gazes every day. It was incredibly annoying. In fact, the reporters' thirst for knowledge was manageable. After all, they were reporters from Dacia, and everyone could control their expressions and gazes. But Nishikawa Kairo didn't need to hold back. Every day, when Xianghua saw Nishikawa Kairo's mocking gaze mixed with a hint of ridicule and perhaps a touch of pity for Su Chen, an unnamed anger surged in his heart. Nishikawa Kairo didn't say anything, but it felt as if he had said everything. This made Xianghua unable to stop himself from frantically questioning his teammates every day. Can we tackle the nightmare level abyss now? If not now, when are you planning to go? There are only a few days left. Until one day, he couldn't help but say, my new armor has arrived. Now we can go tackle the nightmare level, right? New armor. Thunder armor quality, legendary type, heavy armor, upper body, wearing requirements, constitution 20 points, strength 20 points. Attributes, constitution, health. Special effect, thunder reflection. Thunder reflection activates the power of the thunder armor, covering the entire body with thunder, dealing thunder attribute damage to enemies attacking oneself, and doubling the effect against spiritual beings. This was a legendary armor specifically designed for ghost-type monsters like the Abyssal Ghost Cave. The Shinfeng group had acquired it today and delivered it at the fastest speed. Undoubtedly, this was a piece of equipment very suitable for the Abyssal Ghost Cave, significantly increasing attributes, allowing Xianghua, who already had a high health pool, to become someone who could withstand monster attacks. This greatly enhanced the combat power of the entire team. Your armor has arrived, but you still need to get familiar with this new equipment. How about we tackle the abyss a few times to get used to it before going for the nightmare? Li Xianghua hesitated slightly. It's just a piece of armor. There's no need to get that familiar. Xianghua couldn't help but say, this kind of constitution equipment can be handled by anyone. Do I really need to get familiar with it? How many times have you rejected me? Are you going to use this excuse to refuse again? Li Xianghua hesitated for a moment. In fact, Xianghua's argument had some merit. Armor is something that, as long as it increases defense for the professional, allows them to withstand damage, is sufficient. What is there to get familiar with? It's not a weapon that requires familiarity with weight and feel. Plus, she had indeed rejected Xianghua many times, and looking at his almost maddened bloodshot eyes, it was hard to refuse. They still needed to rely on the Shinfeng group behind Xianghua. She couldn't afford to offend him. Alright then, let's tackle the nightmare. Li Xianghua nodded. Don't worry. I will protect you. With his armor on, Xianghua let out a hearty laugh. At the same time, Su Chen was frantically grinding for experience. Finally, I've hit 4,000 constitution. Su Chen looked pale as he stared at his stats. Su Chen, class, necromancer. Level, health, 402,800, mana, 830, strength, 2,216, constitution, 4,028, intelligence, 83, agility, 20, objective, perfectly completed. Great, let's take a break, recharge, and then we can tackle the hell level. Su Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Finally done. All that was left was the hell level difficulty of the underworld abyss, for which he had been preparing for a long time. Official reward, Abyss Gate, Necromancy Summoning Skill Book. Here I come. Without hesitation, he went home and collapsed onto his bed to sleep. After a long while, he finally got up. He took out his phone and browsed the forum. Oh, Xia Shuelan and the others are going to challenge the nightmare level. Su Chen blinked. They're pretty quick. I thought they would take until the last minute to get ready. Because Su Chen had leveled up, he could summon more undead. Plus, he was gradually getting used to simulating sad emotions, which increased the frequency of his brother's attribute boosts. This meant he emerged 2 days earlier than he had expected. And Xia Shuelan and her team were actually starting their challenge 2 days earlier than he had anticipated. I didn't expect them to start now. Luckily, I got out quickly, otherwise, they might have snatched the first victory at the hell level. Su Chen gasped. Because as long as they defeated the nightmare level and relied on precious high power items, they would have a chance to challenge the hell level. So, in reality, they were just one step away from the hell level. Moreover, since the outcome depended heavily on the items, there was no need for any special training. A little practice with the items would suffice. So, as long as they could clear the nightmare, they were already at the threshold of the hell level. This meant the official reward could very well be snatched by Xia Shuelan's team. This won't do. Su Chen immediately felt anxious. I've put in so much effort, grinding in the abyss until I could vomit, not to just watch Xia Shuelan take the rewards at the end. He hurriedly got dressed, called a cab, and rushed to the underworld abyss portal. When he arrived, many reporters were waiting near the portal. Xia Shuelan and the others were publicly challenging the abyss. Everyone was waiting for news of their victory. Suddenly, the abyss portal seemed to breathe, rhythmically contracting. Several figures slowly emerged. It was Xia Shuelan and her team. They're out. They're out. They cleared the nightmare. Next is the hell level. We can win. We can win. Great. Now we don't have to rely on that damn neon guy. The crowd erupted in excited shouts, cheers blending into one. But as they shouted, their voices gradually quieted down. They even fell into silence. Because Xia Shuelan, Xianghua, the shield warrior, and the mage 1, 2, 3, 4, why are only 4 of them out? Aren't they a 5-person team? Hell level underworld abyss. It's starting. Hell level underworld abyss. It's starting. Missing one person? The expressions of the crowd suddenly turned serious. This often happened in other abysses, because someone had died in the abyss. Only those who died in the abyss would disappear without a trace. So Xia Shuelan looked grim, Xianghua appeared panicked, and the other 2 teammates also wore heavy expressions. They were covered in wounds, clearly having fought fiercely with monsters. What happened? Where is Li Xianghua? The president of the Adventurers Association, Deng Pang, had just stepped out, his face grave. Xianghua said in a panic, it was her own fault for not blocking. She made a mistake. Before he could finish, a shield warrior next to him punched him hard. You idiot! If you hadn't dodged at that critical moment and exposed the captain, how could she have possibly died? Exactly. The mage kicked him fiercely. Didn't you say you didn't need to be familiar with the armor? What are you doing now? You killed the captain. As a berserker, Xianhua's melee combat ability was actually far superior to that of the mage and the shield warrior. However, at that moment, he showed no intention of resisting. After taking 2 hits, he merely hugged his head, his eyes vacant, mumbling incessantly, "It's not my fault, she wasn't careful, I didn't expect it to turn out this way." Deng Pengang furrowed his brows and turned his gaze to Xia Shuelan. After a moment of silence, Xia Shuelan recounted everything that had happened in the abyss. Because of the new armor Xianghua had just acquired, it had a significant effect on spiritual beings. Therefore, he should have taken on the role of the vice in the team. However, during the final battle, he instinctively dodged the enemy's attack instead of standing in front of Li Xianghua to take the hit. He still hadn't gotten used to the new armor and fought like he did before, as a warrior rather than as the vice he was supposed to be. This left Li Xianghua, who had just been heavily injured and was drinking a recovery potion, exposed. In the end, Li Xianghua was killed. Although everyone panicked as a result, fortunately, she had already taken significant damage, and her remaining health was low. Moreover, everyone was a talent cultivated by a major power, each holding some trump cards just in case. They ultimately managed to forcefully kill the enemy. But when Deng Pengang heard this, his face twitched. He shot a fierce glare at the vacant-eyed Xianghua, wishing he could stab him to death. Bastard, I should have kicked you out earlier. He regretted not having done so immensely. After the new equipment arrived, the raid team decided to directly enter the Nightmare Abyss, which he was well aware of. After all, armor was the least equipment that required familiarity. As long as Xianghua dared to take damage, the armor would be effective. But this bastard actually got scared at a critical moment. Deng Pengang took a deep breath, exhaled, and inhaled again. Although he wanted nothing more than to stab Xianghua, now was not the time to deal with such matters. The punishment for Xianghua would be decided by the relevant department, determining whether he had intentionally harmed his teammates. If it wasn't intentional, he would still need to take responsibility, and a judgment would be made on the price he had to pay. Losing teammates in the abyss was a common occurrence, and there were already established procedures for such situations. The most critical thing now was, we can only seek help from the Neon people. Deng Pengang sighed deeply. If it were just an inconsequential team member who had an accident, he could think of a way to pull someone from the elite training camp to join the team, which would still hold some hope for resolving the abyss. But losing Li Xianghua, who was a paladin, the very class that was most effective against the abyss of the underworld. Even if he wanted to find a second team member to join, he couldn't find anyone to replace her. He barely managed to comfort Xia Shuelan and the others for a moment before walking towards Nishikawa Kairo. Mr. Nishikawa, we need to have a serious talk. Nishikawa Kairo smiled slightly. Of course, there are many things we need to discuss. It seemed the other party was going to drive a hard bargain, but what other options did he have now? Deng Pengdong's lips moved slightly, helplessly sighed, and lowered his head. At that moment, Su Chen was also watching Xia Shuelan and the others from a distance, having heard Xia Shuelan's recounting. So, this whole teaming up thing, if you don't have reliable teammates, there's really no need for it, Su Chen said with a pout. Why did everyone look for classmates as teammates right after changing jobs? Wasn't it because they were all familiar with each other, knew each other's backgrounds, understood each other's characters, and had a certain foundation of friendship? Mutual trust is more important than strength. But they do seem a bit reckless. Has Xianghua been schemed against again? Suchen glanced at the neon people who had just left with Dengpang, then looked at Xianghua. Last time, Suchen had only slightly provoked him, and it had sent Xianghua plunging into the abyss. But that was because he had seen the strategy team was full of confidence. After all, there were members with level evaluations among them. If they were so sure, how could a level genius like you not be prepared? It was just a matter of mental readiness. Now, hearing their words, it was clear they had been schemed against and rushed into the abyss. Indeed, one should be more cautious when entering the abyss. Suchen sighed deeply. The abyss has no way out. Failure means death. So every time he entered the abyss, he had to be fully prepared. Xia Shuelan still stood silently not far from the abyss's entrance, saying nothing and not moving. Suchen sighed softly and walked over. Don't be sad, those who enter the abyss are all prepared for sacrifice, as the teacher always says. This is the fate of a professional, there's no escaping it. Xia Shuelan was silent for a moment. I'm just a bit frustrated. The captain really wants to resolve the underworld ghost cave. But even if she pays the price of sacrifice, in the end, we still have to rely on the neon people. Li Xianghua was a paladin. Although her profession and personal qualities were not equivalent, Li Xianghua was indeed an excellent paladin. Brave and spirited, she charged to the front in battle, and her character was gentle. Even with someone as headstrong as Xianghua, she could offer kind words to comfort him and organize the slightly fractured team. Although their team was formed by official order, after 2 months of getting along, there was some camaraderie among the comrades. If I could be a bit stronger, Xia Shuelan bit her lip. She was unwilling. Not just because she was unwilling to see Captain Li Xianghua die over Xianghua's trivial matters. More so, she was unwilling to see Li Xianghua risk everything, only for Xia to still have to rely on the neon people. In fact, by now, she had also figured out some things Xianghua might have been schemed against by Nishikawa Kairo. In other words, Li Xianghua's death also bore some responsibility from Nishikawa Kairo. Yet in the end, they still had to rely on Nishikawa Kairo. Xia Shuelan's lips moved slightly. She was unwilling, but what could she do? Should she confront the neon people? Who would resolve the abyss then? The conversation between Xianghua and Nishikawa Kairo had happened in front of the reporters. She didn't believe that Dengpang had no idea about Nishikawa Kairo's schemes, but in the end, to avoid greater sacrifices, didn't he still have to invite Nishikawa Kairo to negotiate? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and the angrier she got, the more frustrated she felt. Xia Shuelan bit her lip tightly, her pink lips bleeding from the pressure. Xia goddess, do you know? Suchen suddenly smiled and said, all anger actually stems from one's own lack of strength. Let's make a bet, just like before. A bet? Xia Shuelan raised her head slightly. Yes. Suchen nodded, smiling as he said, I'm about to take on the hell-level underworld ghost cave. Do you want to bet on whether I can do it? The loser treats the winner to a meal. That was a familiar voice. Xia goddess, this afternoon's math exam, let's bet on who scores higher. The loser will take care of the other's lunch for 3 days. The final exam starts tomorrow. Should we compare scores? A week's worth of snacks on the line. Next class's physics quiz, the loser treats dinner. And now, this man was inviting her to a bet again. The stakes were still the hell-level difficulty abyss. Looking at him, it seemed he had no normal teammates. No one would ever think a professional could clear the hell level alone. But alright, I'm in. Xia Shuelan's beautiful eyes fixed intently on Suchen. I bet you will definitely clear the hell level. Upon hearing this, Suchen was slightly taken aback. Then he smiled. Well, it seems even heaven wants you to win my first bet. He laughed heartily and strode into the abyss. Abyss, ghostly cave, level, difficulty, hell, objective, defeat the boss, ghost king, description. One day, while mining, the miners unearthed a coffin. It was adorned with exquisite decorations, jewels sparkling upon it, seemingly emitting an alluring and eerie glow. Greed flickered among the crowd, and they eventually turned on each other. When the last victor reached out with greedy hands, the ghostly realm descended, and the sun and moon lost their light. The gates of hell opened within the cave. Difficulty, hell. Let the battle begin. The gates are blocked. No one is leaving today. The gates are blocked. No one is leaving today. Finally, the Ghost King. It's changed, Suchen sighed lightly. Changing something in other abysses was no big deal, but in this ghostly cave, it was quite troublesome because it was completely like a maze, filled with tunnels leading who knows where. For an ordinary practitioner, even if they were strong, they might not withstand the endless consumption of spirits while searching. However, Suchen looked at the ghost rushing towards him, claws bared. Ghost, level, health, 4000, attack power, 200, skill, ethereal body. The data compared to before was a significant upgrade. All attributes, health, doubled. It lunged fiercely at Su Chen's chest, directly clawing at him. Then, the word no damage slid past Su Chen. Fortunately, I'm not afraid of this kind of consumption, Su Chen shrugged. An enemy that can't break my defenses is just that, no matter how many there are. Saying this, he slapped out. The ghost with 4000 health instantly dissipated under an attack that dealt over 20,000 damage. However, Su Chen did not rush forward to challenge the next level. Instead, he took out a pen and paper to record the ghost's panel data. In fact, this is information that every practitioner challenging an unchallenged difficulty must record. Such information is heavily purchased by the officials and then freely published to all practitioners. Su Chen had previously relied on official information, but now it was his turn to provide information to the officials. Alright, let's go. Su Chen put away his pen and paper. Next is the search. He stepped forward, delving deeper into the cave. A bone-chilling cold surged over him, even his physique felt an inexplicable chill. If it were an ordinary practitioner, they might experience some slight frostbite effects. Better note that down too. Ultimately, Su Chen was unclear about the location of the Ghost King. And in this seemingly maze-like ghostly cave, running around aimlessly hoping for luck was clearly not a good strategy. Su Chen first headed to the location of the Night Skeleton General. Low-level undead had no intelligence, only an endless hatred for the living. Like the ghosts, even though Su Chen had damage reduction effects every time he appeared, they still mindlessly charged at him. But high-level undead still possessed their own intelligence. For example, the Night Skeleton General. Because the abyss terrain remained unchanged, Su Chen easily found his old friend along the path he had previously taken. Old friend, we meet again. Su Chen said with a look of surprise. This time I need your help. The Night Skeleton General? The Night Skeleton General had a face that seemed to say, who the hell are you? But in action, it made the most correct choice. Seeing him as an undead mage, it decided to subdue him first. Without hesitation, it flashed over and swung a scythe at Su Chen. One must say, the hell-level Night Skeleton General was indeed very strong. Its attributes had risen again. But the Night Skeleton General's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Su Chen's attributes were specifically stacked for combat. If he could block such attacks, how could a mere Night Skeleton General be a challenge? The next second, the Night Skeleton General saw a fist growing larger in its vision, growing larger, bang, a muffled sound. The Night Corpse General was violently sent flying, crashing into a nearby or instantly spitting out blood. Wait, this position. Su Chen's eyes lit up. This time, luck was on his side, as the spot where the Night Corpse General landed was quite good. It was a narrow dead end, confined in space, making it difficult to dodge or maneuver. So he rushed forward without hesitation. Using the terrain, he forced it to fight him directly. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. After struggling so much before, this time I'm going to kill it directly. Wait. I can't kill it. If I kill the Night Corpse General, who will tell me the location of the Underworld Ghost King? Su Chen's expression changed, and he quickly retracted his fist that was about to fall. Damn! Wake up! Can you use the life recovery potion? I beg you, don't die. Su Chen looked tense. In the end, the Night Corpse General was not killed by Su Chen in one go. Thanks to its hell-level health bonus, it survived successfully. Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to press for the location of the Underworld Ghost King. Luck was good. It was unclear whether the Night Corpse General was dazed from the beating or if it naturally had a more cowardly personality. The Night Corpse General honestly pointed out the direction of the Underworld Ghost King to Su Chen. Su Chen smiled and nodded. Then, with a slap, he sent his good friend to the afterlife. A good friend is indeed a good friend, exploding directly. Su Chen's face was filled with joy. Agile equipment, rare level shadow battle armor, rare level soul guard leggings. They could sell for quite a bit. Most importantly, it dropped undead equipment. Ghosthood quality, rare type, cloth armor, helmet, wearing requirement, intelligence 50 points attributes, intelligence, mana special effect, none. A hat that adds 20 points of intelligence. This is much stronger than the few pieces of ordinary quality equipment Su Chen is currently wearing. Truly, the hell-level abyss has a high drop rate. Put it on, put it on. Su Chen immediately began to change his gear. The drop rate in the hell-level abyss suddenly seems much higher. The Night Corpse General is just a low-level one, yet it dropped 3 pieces of rare-level equipment in one go. Although there's probably some luck involved. The last time I had this drop rate was during the basic trial, right? Back then, Su Chen almost got a whole set of Beast Emperor gear in one go during the basic trial. The current drop rate feels even better than that time. But from this perspective, the monsters in the basic trial were clearly weak, yet the experience gained was high, and the equipment drop rate was comparable to hell. It really is a newbie benefit. Suchin sighed deeply. He was just an ordinary player now. But when he finished the basic trial, he was. After countless runs in the abyss, he only leveled up. Although there were factors like the increasing difficulty of leveling up and the growing amount of experience needed, it was clear that the basic trial was a blessing for all newcomers. Let's go! It's time to find the final boss. Suchen raised his head and followed the path pointed out by the Night Corps General. The underworld Ghost King was deep in the abyss. Even with the path indicated by the Night Corps General, Suchen continuously discovered forks in the road and almost got lost. However, Suchen kept recording his route. Although he encountered dead ends multiple times and was attacked by elite monsters, a detailed map quickly emerged. Eventually, he arrived in front of a massive door. The door emanated a chilling aura, as if forged from the coldest iron. The door was incredibly tall, seemingly used by giants, embedded with countless shining gems. Suchen pushed the door open slowly with both hands. Behind the door was an enormous hall. Facing him were steps, one after another, resembling the path to a divine audience. At the highest point of the steps was a throne made of corpses. There sat a skeleton wearing a crown and holding a massive scythe, proudly on the corpse throne. "Who dares disturb my slumber?" The voice was cold, as if it came from an ice cave. "The underworld Ghost King. I found the real deal." Suchen's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he turned and closed the door tightly. At the same time, he raised the long-unused staff and aimed it at the door. "Frost Nova! Freeze it for me!" The magical power that had not been used since entering the abyss erupted with full force at this moment. A thick chill enveloped the door, completely freezing it. While sealing the door, Suchen spoke to the underworld Ghost King. "It's either you die or I live. The door is sealed now, no one is leaving today." The underworld Ghost King? Linguistic Master Suchen finally found the best use for Frost Nova blocking the way. As a spell exclusive to necromancers, the freezing effect of Frost Nova remained outstanding. The icy chill spread over the door, quickly freezing it and sealing it completely. The reason Suchen came to tackle the hell-level difficulty abyss without summoning his undead to grind for attributes was to conserve his magical power for this moment. After one cast of Frost Nova, Suchen glanced at the underworld Ghost King. Seeing that the Ghost King was unfazed, Suchen waited a moment for the Frost Nova to settle before continuing to freeze. This cycle repeated several times. Suchen's magical power was completely exhausted, but the door was thoroughly frozen, turning into a thick ice wall. Given the thickness of the door itself, even if elite monsters attacked, it could hold them off for a long time. "Is this your goal?" The underworld Ghost King looked down from above, its ghostly fire-like soul emitting an incredibly cold voice. "What's the point of sealing the door?" "Of course, it's to prevent you from escaping." Suchen replied with a casual laugh. The underworld Ghost King sneered. "Do you think you can defeat me? Ignorant necromancer. You've only cut off your own escape route." It suddenly rose. A thick aura of darkness erupted, surging like a wave. Underworld Ghost King, level, health, 90,000, attack power, 3,500, skills, ethereal body, skills, shadow scythe, skills, phantom assault, skills, dark binding, skills, summon ghost general, 5 skills, 90,000 health, 3,500 attack power, and it's agility based. This is the top tier strength of hell level. But Suchen just smiled and said, "Do you want to give it a try?" "Try it, then." The next second, the underworld Ghost King's body suddenly vanished. As an agility-based entity, its movements were so fast they almost became an afterimage. In the blink of an eye, it appeared right in front of Suchen. The massive scythe, designed for soul hunting, came crashing down. Then, the soul fire beneath the underworld Ghost King's skull flickered, revealing its shock. "I'm attacking a necromancer, right? How could my full force strike not affect him at all?" "Of course, it wouldn't. Weak, isn't it?" Suchen laughed heartily. Did he really expend so much effort to stack up 4,000 attributes for nothing? He reached out with one hand, the wind howling. Standard tactical move for a physical build defense and counterattack. The underworld Ghost King was momentarily dazed, and the next second, it snapped back to reality, only to see a hand reaching for it. Although the underworld Ghost King was a bit stunned, being agility-based, its reaction was still quick. It twisted its body and swiftly dodged Suchen's hand. Suchen wasn't surprised. After all, even the Nightbone Ghost General could evade his grasp, and the underworld Ghost King, being even stronger, could dodge with ease. So he immediately changed his grab into a punch, throwing a fist forward. This time, the underworld Ghost King couldn't dodge, as it had lost the initiative due to its shock. But it was still unafraid. Who was it? Strong. high health and defense. Plus, it had the standard ethereal body of ghost-type undead to reduce normal damage. What Su Chen threw was just an ordinary punch. It could take it, no problem. The next second, damn! The Ghost King of the Underworld felt a tremendous force surge through him, and his crown was instantly knocked off, flying away. He was like a kite with its string cut, tracing a long arc in the air before crashing heavily onto the steps. Debris flew everywhere, creating a deep human-shaped pit in the exquisite and grand staircase. My initial kill is still as effective as ever. Su Chen smacked his lips. If Su Chen could land a one-hit kill on his opponent, then even if his intelligence and agility no longer increased, he could still take down his foe with the opportunity provided by initial kill. After all, who would have thought that a frail-looking necromancer could deliver such a powerful punch? Damn it! What the hell is this thing? The Ghost King of the Underworld's bones creaked under the strain, a result of the heavy blow. But he didn't care about himself. Instead, he stared at Su Chen in shock. This thing is a necromancer? What kind of monster is wearing the skin of a necromancer? A normal punch, the simplest physical attack, directly took away an eighth of his health? Wouldn't a few more punches be enough to kill him? What the hell is this? He couldn't help but curse. This is a mage. Su Chen declared with righteous indignation. It's a strike from a necromancer. Damn you and your necromancer. The Ghost King of the Underworld cursed loudly. There's no such necromancer. You must be fake. Fake. He was a creature of the undead. How could he not be familiar with necromancers? How can it not be a necromancer? Su Chen pointed to the frost-covered marks on the palace door. Look, this is the signature skill Frost Nova of my necromancer. The Ghost King of the Underworld, it does seem to be. But that punch, and the way it withstood his scythe, was still something to consider. He should be thinking about how to defeat this strange necromancer. The soul fire of the Ghost King of the Underworld flickered, and his entire body instantly transformed into a shadow, darting forward at incredible speed. Like a bolt of black lightning, it struck down suddenly. Skill, Shadow Assault. The characteristic of agility skills is their rapid activation and swift attacks. Naturally, Su Chen had no chance to resist. But Su Chen silently typed a question mark. It's not over yet. The Ghost King of the Underworld roared. The massive scythe in his hand swung fiercely at Su Chen, a blade of dark energy slicing through the air towards him. This scythe left a black shadowy trace in the air, as if summoned from the realm of the dead. Skill, Shadow Death Scythe. The damage was not low. With Su Chen's physical damage reduction exceeding 4,000, if a regular practitioner were hit, they would likely be killed instantly. But sorry, it's useless. Su Chen's body barely moved. He simply watched it as if observing a child at play. His health was now a full 40. This damage was truly less than zero. Su Chen reached out his hand, directly grabbing towards the Ghost King of the Underworld. The Ghost King quickly dodged, his figure turning into a shadow. He ran far away, looking at Su Chen in horror. What kind of monster is this? Don't even think about running. Su Chen strode after him. He fled, he chased, he flapped his wings. Damn, he still flew away. There was no way, the gap in agility was too great, and the terrain here was too open, with no real blind spots. It was unlikely to catch up with the agile Ghost King of the Underworld. As expected, at this stage, agility is my greatest counter. Su Chen sighed deeply. It seems I still have to play defensively. He had actually tried the little trick his teacher mentioned about using small stones to expand his attack range and affect the opponent's movements. But unfortunately, the current enemy was the massive Ghost King of the Underworld with 90,000 health, not just a small trashy knight skeleton general with 40,000 health. During this time, his own strength had not significantly increased, while the enemy's attributes had risen dramatically. After the damage reduction, the weak force of the small stones thrown out by this action really made it difficult to even affect the opponent's movement. Relying on this technique, Su Chen could not successfully catch his opponent. Then, Su Chen suddenly took off his robe, revealing a strong and powerful chest. His broad chest seemed forged from steel, exuding a sense of robust strength. The bulging muscles showcased graceful lines. It was not the exaggerated style that fitness enthusiasts deliberately train for, but rather like a soldier, embodying endless explosive power. This was the sturdy physique unique to a physical warrior. Su Chen clapped his chest, making a loud sound. Hit me. If you have the guts, come hit me. What can't kill me will eventually be killed by me. Trash Ghost King, today either I die by your hand, or I will kill you. English Online Translation. Su Chen shouted loudly, using the taunt skill against the Ghost King of the Underworld. The Ghost King of the Underworld was indeed enraged. No king could tolerate such provocation. His entire body transformed into a shadow, and the black scythe slashed fiercely. Shadow Assault, Dark Scythe of Death. Su Chen remained unfazed, attempting to grab his opponent with a backhand, yet he still failed in front of the vigilant Ghost King of the underworld. However, he was not flustered at all. With this level of attack, even if you hit me for 3 days and 3 nights, you won't be able to kill me. Su Chen was completely unconcerned. Although the abyss resembled a game dungeon, it was not a true game dungeon. There were no game mechanics. Monsters using skills would also consume stamina and mana. Such attacks relying solely on skill bonuses could not continue indefinitely. Moreover, you can use skills, but I also have automatic health regeneration. Health and mana were similar. Even if you did nothing, a certain amount would automatically recover, and in about a day, you could fully restore your health and mana. In terms of conversion, it was about 0 recovery per second. As for mana, let's not worry about that for now, but the health recovery of 0 was 40 points. A mere 2,000 points of damage could be restored in a minute. With this little damage, he didn't even need to use a health potion. Just by outlasting, he could wear it down. Su Chen's gaze was firm. Without absolute certainty of victory, how could he casually enter the hell level abyss? Absolute defense and super dodging. If this continued, as long as there was one mistake, the Ghost King of the underworld would be doomed. And no one could avoid mistakes forever. In this round, Su Chen was confident of victory. But he still had one concern at a time. There were still 10 days until the abyss fully descended. Although theoretically, the Ghost King of the underworld could not possibly go 10 days without a mistake, giving Su Chen enough time to kill him. But if he couldn't resolve the hell level abyss before its arrival, who knew what kind of state Su Chen, still in the abyss, would be in? So he had to keep taunting. Increase the chances. Su Chen roared loudly, "You coward, come hit me. Why don't you dare to come up? Trash. Useless. I've even taken off my gear, and you still don't dare to strike? Come on." French online translation. The Ghost King of the underworld was furious and launched an attack. After Su Chen took the hit, he reached out to grab again, failed. Russian online translation. Strike again, grab again, fail again. Western Tooth language. Fail again. Arabic online translation. Fail. Thanks to Su Chen being a top student. Although he wasn't at the level of mastering 8 languages, he deeply remembered his teacher's teachings as a high-physique warrior, mage. One must master multiple means of taunting others, especially linguistic taunts. Therefore, Su Chen, who once aimed to be a physical shield warrior, naturally remembered quite a few special terms from various countries. Otherwise, he might have run out of lines by now. In the end, it was still the enemy who made a mistake. Su Chen, Japanese online translation. As the Ghost King of the underworld struck fiercely, Su Chen braced himself while attempting to dodge the next incoming attack. However, this time, it was a beat slow. Clap. I've got you. Su Chen's eyes sparkled. He didn't expect that a single phrase in Japanese would influence its actions. Perhaps this underworld Ghost King was also a person of refinement who enjoyed listening to some Japanese in life. Like listening to some Yama butterfly? Hell level abyss, cleared. Hell level abyss, cleared. Finally caught it. Su Chen's eyes shone brightly. Without hesitation, he mounted it and threw punches. The massive health of the underworld Ghost King visibly diminished. The more Su Chen hit, the more excited he became. He had waited a long time for this opportunity. This time, he was going to completely kill it. The underworld Ghost King struggled desperately, but as an agile-type monster, how could it possibly be a match for Su Chen, a powerhouse of strength and physique? It couldn't even manage to struggle. Damn it! Dark binding. The underworld Ghost King roared. Dark energy transformed into tentacles, reaching out to grab Su Chen. This was originally a skill to restrict a person's movement, but the underworld Ghost King used it to bind Su Chen's fists. However, Su Chen merely shook his body, shattering the dark binding tentacles. Such a level of restraint couldn't hold him back at all. His strength was over 2,000, stronger than that of a typical strength-type warrior. The underworld Ghost King was, after all, just an abyssal being. How could it bind such immense power? Without a word, Su Chen swung his fists. The underworld Ghost King couldn't help but shout, "Damn it! Stop right now!" Skill, summon ghost generals. 8 Night Wraith generals appeared out of thin air, exuding a thick aura of darkness. Each one had attributes comparable to nightmare level. As soon as they appeared, they reached for Su Chen's arms, trying to stop his attacks. But 8 Night Wraith generals couldn't hold back a single Su Chen. Su Chen dragged the Night Wraith generals, ignoring the extra weight on his arms, and continued to punch. The weaker agility-based power was utterly insignificant before Su Chen. At most, it would reduce his attack slightly. After a few punches, the underworld Ghost King couldn't hold on any longer and shouted, "Help me! Quickly help me!" The Night Wraith generals were momentarily stunned. They began to attack Su Chen, trying to surround him to save their master. But the Night Wraith generals exclaimed, "Damn it, how are we supposed to save the master?" Finally, 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Ah! The Underworld Ghost King let out a wail, and the soul fire within its skull extinguished dimly. Successfully killed the boss. Underworld Ghost King completed Abyss exploration. Total time taken, 5 hours 23 minutes. Would you like to exit the Abyss? Note, if you do not exit, you can continue to stay in the Abyss for 72 hours, exit. Calculating rewards for you, you have obtained Spirit Crystals, 5,000, you have obtained Experience, 10,000, you have obtained Materials, Dark Energy Crystals, Underworld Mushrooms, Breath of the Dead, you have obtained Equipment, Soul Seal, Blade of Oblivion, you have obtained Item, Skill Book Phantom Sword, you have obtained Special Reward, Abyss Gate, Underworld Cave, Settlement complete. Congratulations! Your level has increased. Level, 2163, Big Loot. Not to mention the assorted materials, just the legendary equipment alone includes 2 pieces. Soul Seal, Quality, Legendary, Type, Accessory, Necklace, Wearing Requirement, Intelligence 50 points. Attributes, Intelligence, Mana. Special Effect, all attributes of undead creatures you control. A legendary necklace. Moreover, it was exclusive equipment for necromancers. Indeed, this kind of undead abyss is the easiest to yield the equipment I need, especially as the challenge difficulty increases, the drop rate also rises. Such a big loot drop reminded Su Chen of when he was in the basic trials. And when the difficulty reached hell level, the drop rate and experience finally caught up with the basic trials, even surpassed it. The other item, Blade of Oblivion, was an agility weapon. Blade of Oblivion, Quality, Legendary, Type, One-handed sword, Weapon, Wearing Requirement, Strength 20, Agility 40 points. Attributes, Strength, Agility. Special Effect, adds the Vengeful Spirit Devour effect to the attacked enemy, causing a loss of 50 health points per second for 8 seconds, stacking up to 3 layers. The skill book is also of the agility type. Skill book: A Phantom Blade, consumes 100 stamina, your next attack will add 2 illusory sword shadows, dealing damage equal to 50 attack power, and can add special effects. The damage of agility type warriors has always been low, but they are most famous for the multiple rounds of special effects brought by high attack speed. The Phantom Blade of the Blade of Oblivion deals minor damage, but it can inflict 3 layers of Vengeful Spirit Devour effect in one strike, equivalent to an additional 50 damage. Even if the enemy has damage reduction, this is still a considerable attack. When factoring in other skills and the additional effects from normal attacks, this damage is not inferior to that of a full-power warrior. This is the pinnacle of agility-type warriors. This is really suitable for Xia Shuelan. Su Chen smirked. The sword dancer follows the path of high attack speed, and Xia Shuelan seems to have invested all her points in agility. Maybe I can give this to her? Before changing jobs, Su Chen had relied on this gift from nature to obtain quite a bit of food. Although this gift was a gamble, it indeed counted as a favor. Su Chen had previously thought about how to repay this debt to ease his guilt as an adult transmigrator for taking a minor girl's pocket money. This is truly embarrassing. It's a disgrace to all transmigrators. But unfortunately, after Su Chen changed jobs, he didn't join any company, and his income was not high. The gains from the abyss were all invested back into it, and he had to scrape by just to eat. So how could he afford to repay a favor? Xia Shuelan herself was a rich beauty, lacking for nothing, so he had never taken action until now he could finally repay this guilt. As for the final special reward, Abyss Gate, Netherworld Cave, from a value perspective, this is the most important. Su Chen smiled and tucked it into his arms. The next second, his figure disappeared from the abyss. Abyss Gate. The number of professionals here had already decreased significantly compared to before. Watching their own people fail and the impending display of power from the Neon people was never a pleasant experience. Especially with the failure of their own people, the official support for this abyss would likely cease. What was the use of staying here? Only Xia Shuelan stood quietly at the entrance of the Abyss Gate, her long hair flowing like silk over her shoulders, gently swaying in the breeze, as if mirroring her master's restless mood. Is Su Chen okay? He was going to challenge the hell-level abyss. He was just one person. The difficulty of solo challenging the hell-level Netherworld Cave was simply too great, too risky. What was I thinking when I made such a bet with him? He wouldn't have impulsively entered the abyss because of a few words I said, would he? Xia Shuelan bit her lip, gazing at the deep abyss gate with a mix of regret and anxiety. It was strange. Before Su Chen entered the abyss, she had an inexplicable impulse to believe that he could handle the hell-level difficulty. But when Su Chen's figure truly vanished into the abyss gate, just a few hours of waiting easily shattered her confidence. As for whether Su Chen really went to challenge the hell-level abyss as he claimed, Xia Shuelan had no doubts at all. After all, this was what he said. So, he must have gone to fight. Suddenly, the abyss began to tremble. Someone is coming out. Is it Su Chen? Xia Shualan looked up, her beautiful eyes filled with hope. She had done this many times before. Even an hour after Su Chen entered, when other professionals emerged from the abyss, she began similar futile actions. She knew very well that the abyss could not possibly be resolved in such a short time. But for some reason, she couldn't help but take a glance. The next second, the abyss contracted, and someone else challenged the abyss. A man slowly walked out. His short black hair was neat and tidy, with a slight natural curve that added a touch of casualness. His handsome features revealed the charm of their owner. His ink-like eyebrows raised slightly. Oh, are you waiting for me? Su Chen? When Xia Shualan saw that familiar face, her usually expressionless demeanor couldn't help but show a hint of joy. Her smile bloomed like a flower, and her voice was melodious. For a moment, the somewhat desolate abyss portal seemed to burst forth with countless flowers, welcoming spring. Su Chen shrugged and smiled. What, are you that worried about me? Afraid I'll die in the abyss? Xia Shualan opened her mouth slightly, wanting to say something. But for some reason, the words that came out were, I'm just worried about our bet. After all, I'm betting that you'll clear the level. If you don't come out, wouldn't I lose? You're still as competitive as ever. Su Chen chuckled lightly, but be glad. This time, you won. Xia Shualan was taken aback and suddenly turned to face the abyss. Clearance list, difficulty, hell, cleared by, Su Chen. A familiar name stood alone on this list. One person. Cleared. Why is this so infuriating? Why is this so infuriating? Clearance list, difficulty, hell, cleared by, Su Chen. Su Chen really cleared the hell-level ghost cave. How impressive. My team and I lost our captain and only managed to solve a nightmare-level abyss. Yet Su Chen did it alone, clearing the hell level. How did you do it? How difficult is the hell-level abyss? What are the statistics? Xia Shualan's eyes widened, and for a moment, her emotions fluctuated. Her strong competitive spirit made her want to ask many questions, but she held them back. In the end, she could only sigh inwardly. He really is strong. No wonder I've chased him for so long and never won. Hey, why are you in a daze? Su Chen patted Xia Shualan's little head. This time, you won. It's a rare first victory. Shouldn't you show a happier expression? Can this be considered my win? I bet on him winning, but I didn't actually win against him. Does this count as winning? Xia Shualan bit her lip, her face showing a hint of conflict. Her worries had disappeared after Su Chen appeared, but her competitive spirit had instead surged. This can't be counted as winning. Xia Shualan gritted her teeth and finally said, I didn't defeat you with my own strength. What I want is a victory over you, not this kind of trickery. So you don't want the bet? Su Chen blinked. Xia Shualan was taken aback. Bet? Yes, we bet on a meal. Su Chen nodded. If you admit defeat, you should treat me to a meal. Wait, you want me to treat you? Xia Shualan's eye twitched. Although she didn't think she had won against Su Chen, she shouldn't be the one to lose. Why should I treat you to a meal? Of course. This is a promise. Su Chen said confidently, you admitted defeat, so naturally, you treat me. He was quite poor. How could he waste every opportunity to mooch a meal? Especially since Xia Shualan had become a professional now, no longer that little girl with only pocket money, so why not enjoy a big meal? A 5-star restaurant wouldn't be too much, right? After all, your family is wealthy. You're no longer that little girl. I won't be polite with you. Xia Shualan listened, her eyes twitching. Clearly, this guy surviving the abyss was a happy thing. Clearly, he solved the abyss and was a hero of the city. Clearly, not letting the neon people intervene was beneficial to the country. Clearly, so many good things pile up together, but why was this so infuriating? No! This round, I won. I want you to treat me. Xia Shualan gritted her teeth. You should treat me. Fine, I'll treat you, Su Chen replied nonchalantly. After all, he had won so many times, what was a little more? The corner of Xia Shualan's eye twitched. This man's indifferent attitude really infuriated her. The next second, she watched Su Chen walk towards the trading hall. Where are you going? Xia Shualan asked, surprised and curious. Su Chen replied as if it were obvious, to sell things for money, otherwise how can I afford to treat you to a meal? Yes, this time Su Chen was once again left with nothing but his own skin, having entered the abyss. He was quite prudent. How could he not be well prepared? Before entering the abyss, he had already exchanged everything in his pockets for various supplies. He had blue potions, blood potions, tents, and food, all prepared in case he couldn't win and needed to stall for time, to stay in the abyss for a while, to develop and level up his attributes before fighting again. Although these preparations went unused, the money in his pocket had indeed been spent completely. Now, he had to treat Xia Shuilan, the young lady who had been mooching off him for several years, but she had no concept of money. Just picking a restaurant would probably be a 5-star one, very expensive. Without selling the loot, how could Su Chen afford it? However, just as Su Chen took a step out, he felt a small hand gently tugging at his sleeve. No need to exchange, Xia Shuilan said softly, just treat me to what you usually eat. Okay. Su Chen nodded. Then it would be street food. Great, that saved me some money. Su Chen took Xia Shuilan and they took a car back to the city. The two of them forgot one thing. They forgot to inform the authorities about resolving the abyss. But it wasn't a big deal. Not long after, a professional looked at the list of those who had cleared the abyss and suddenly noticed a name. How is there a clear winner for this hell-level difficulty abyss? He exclaimed instinctively. Instantly, he was heard by those around him, and they quickly rushed to the abyss to check the list. What? A clear winner for hell-level difficulty? Who is it? Su Chen? Who is this person? Why does this name sound familiar? Are you stupid? Isn't he the top student of this year's new students? Damn! No wonder it sounds so familiar. The new students had just graduated. Although many people didn't remember the top student's name, a few did. But how did he quietly clear the hell-level difficulty? Everyone was dumbfounded. This news came too quickly, we weren't prepared for it. But wait, did he go straight to hell level? I haven't heard anyone say he cleared the previous difficulties. Someone couldn't help but say, he went straight to hell? There was no warm-up at all? Challenging hell-level difficulty was a big deal. In a city, there were only about 5 abysses cleared in a year. Clearing one hell level meant resolving one abyss. This was a matter of great importance for the safety of the entire city's residents. Just look at the previous Xianghua. How much did the Shinfeng group spend to promote him? What Xianghua commissioned masters to craft equipment, Xianghua obtained new equipment, Xianghua and his team decided to challenge the difficulty, Xianghua and his team succeeded in the challenge, Xianghua was one step closer to conquering the hell level difficulty. Although others didn't have such exaggerated promotions, there were still many messages, and their progress was well known. But he quietly cleared the hell level? What about the previous nightmare, difficult, normal, and easy levels? Did he go straight to hell level? Suddenly, a professional said blankly, Su Chen, that's right. It's Su Chen. He cleared the nightmare level. Nightmare level? Other professionals looked over in surprise. Why didn't we see that? They had just checked, but the last person on the list who cleared the nightmare level was a neon person. Because he cleared it before those few little neon ones. The professional's expression was quite strange. The name sandwiched between a few little neon lights and the previous batch of students is him. Others checked, wow, it really is. This guy has been silent. When did he ever tackle a nightmare level? How come there's not a single piece of news about him? I should have thought of that. The one who leaked the information looked pained, wishing he could punch himself. Su Chen, isn't that the name of this year's top student? Why didn't I think of it back then? This professional was the one who initially noticed the unfamiliar name Su Chen before the neon names. He had thought Su Chen was a student from the previous batch, teaming up with the elites from the last cohort to tackle the nightmare level, which was already at nightmare difficulty. Who could solo that? But now it seemed he could solo the hell level, so why couldn't he solo the nightmare level? The fool was actually me? Others didn't quite understand this professional's thoughts, but they didn't care. The hell level was cleared. The one who cleared it was our Dasha's professional. Just these 2 points were enough to make everyone smile with joy. Wait, where's Su Chen? He's not here? Oh, he went off with a girl. Good, young and just right. Who cares? Right, that's not important. What matters is the abyss has been cleared. Su Chen is awesome. Our Dasha students are awesome. Soloing the hell level, awesome. Everyone cheered in unison, filled with excitement. Then, as a Dasha person, the first reaction was naturally, take out the phone and post on social media. They excitedly took a screenshot of the list of those who cleared the level and happily shared it online. Then they added the caption Su Chen is awesome. After a burst of excitement, someone suddenly remembered something and said, speaking of which, the professional association seems to be unaware of this news, right? It seems so. I saw those 2 young ones just leave without notifying the official personnel. So the professional association still doesn't know this news? Wait, I remember the association president should be discussing with the neon people about having them resolve the abyss issue, right? They still don't know about the abyss clearance. If during this time both sides set up some contract, everyone's cheers halted, and they all looked towards a staff member of the professional association who was cheering with them. The staff member stared blankly at others. 3 seconds later, the staff member's expression changed drastically, and he ran off quickly. Damn! Hurry and notify the president. Meanwhile, in a conference hall, Deng Peng just waited with many big shots, looking grimly at the opposite Sichuan Jiayilang. Sichuan Jiayilang seemed oblivious to the murderous intent in their eyes, smiling cheerfully. My friends, we indeed had an agreement, but that was before. The current situation needs to be discussed now. The time you left is too tight, there are only a few short days left. Even our brave warriors from the great Neon Empire would find it very difficult to resolve a necromantic abyss in such a short time. The previous price won't work. We need to increase the payment. Mr. Sichuan, what a good person. Mr. Sichuan, what a good person. Deng Peng really wanted to curse, his hands clenched into fists, wishing he could punch that detestable face. But in the end, he's still forced to smile. Mr. Sichuan, we signed a contract, isn't your behavior a bit excessive? Of course, the contract had been signed. All the terms were clearly listed. But regarding this, I also feel very sorry. Sichuan Jiayilang smiled slightly. I didn't expect that even at this point, you Daxia still haven't made up your mind. So our side cannot proceed according to the original process, causing you trouble, Private Marseille. Saying this, he actually bowed deeply. However, we are an excellent group that honors our commitments. The penalty for breach of contract will be transferred to your account within 3 days. As he spoke, he immediately wrote a notice and issued a check for the penalty. Who says we Neon people lack credibility? We will pay the penalty. Nishikawa Kairo wore a proud expression, bowing deeply, his voice loud as he chanted Private Marseille. We forged steel, causing you trouble, Private Marseille. We committed war crimes, causing you trouble, Private Marseille. We secretly discharged nuclear waste, causing you trouble, Private Marseille. Emphasizing the idea of as long as I bow quickly enough, the condemnation won't catch up with me. Compared to those previous Private Marseilles, Nishikawa Kairo at least was willing to pay the penalty. Yet everyone looked grim. A penalty? Oh, when the contract was signed, there indeed was a penalty clause, and it was quite a sum. But the problem is, now that you've decided to back out, can we still collect this penalty? Nishikawa Kairo would surely mark the penalty price several times higher, demanding double the penalty back. Sure enough, Nishikawa Kairo immediately spoke. Now that the situation is urgent, our brave warriors from the great Neon Nation are risking their lives to resolve the crisis for you, Great Xia. Their lives are very valuable. If your side wants us to resolve this abyss, I think besides needing to take away the abyss gate, your side also needs to pay for 3 standard low-level legendary equipment, 100 pounds of divine eye sand, 50 taels of turtle shell gold, and 300 ghost mushrooms. He rattled off a series of numbers, equipment, items, materials, truly a lion's share. Are you being a bit excessive, Your Excellency? Xiai Dong couldn't hold back, saying, do you think without you, we can't resolve this abyss? Of course not, Nishikawa Kairo smiled slightly, but now there are only 2 days left until the abyss is sealed. In 2 days, who else can you find to help? As soon as he said this, everyone clenched their teeth, feeling helpless. Yes, the key is time. Not to mention whether they could contact a reliable team of reinforcements within 2 days. Just the question of whether this time is enough for the reinforcements to familiarize themselves with the abyss is a problem. In the end, it's still your Great Xia's officials who are too optimistic. Nishikawa Kairo shook his head and smiled. If you had let our brave warriors from the great Neon Empire help earlier, these things wouldn't have happened. The price would definitely have been according to the initial agreement, and there wouldn't be any of the current issues. What you need to pay is all self-inflicted suffering. Nishikawa Kairo had no intention of letting this abyss slip from his grasp. After all, this was his stepping stone to open the gates of Great Xia. But since the opportunity was rare, he didn't mind making a profit. This story could later serve as a warning to other professional associations. This was a win-win. He, Nishikawa Kairo, would win twice. His triumphant demeanor made everyone grit their teeth in frustration. Jing Jing, with his irritable temper, almost wanted to say fine. Then let's terminate the contract. We won't need your help. This matter we will handle ourselves in Giant Pain City. But before he could stand up, he was pressed down by Deng Peng just in time. Terminating the contract was easy. The other party had even prepared the penalty check. But what about the abyss? Once the abyss descended, if they were lucky, it might just be in the wilderness. But if it really descended in the city center, even with evacuation measures in place, how many civilians would die? I understand, then let's renegotiate a new contract. Deng Peng took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and said, as expected, the president is reasonable and understands our difficulties. Nishikawa Kairo chuckled. All right, then let's renegotiate. But please, President, be quick. After all, the more urgent the time, the higher our asking price will naturally be. I understand. Deng Peng gritted his teeth, almost crushing them. Let's do it now. Suddenly, the door to the conference hall was pushed open by a staff member. President Deng. President Deng. Good news. Before the many bigwigs could ask questions, the staff member exclaimed with delight, the hell level of the underworld dungeon has been cleared. We've conquered this abyss. No need to rely on the neon people anymore. Cleared? The underworld dungeon at hell level? Everyone was both shocked and delighted. The underworld dungeon that had troubled them for so long was cleared? How is that possible? Nishikawa Kairo almost instinctively stood up. The captain of your team died in the abyss. Who else could clear the underworld dungeon? Yes. The highly anticipated team captain had fallen. Who else could clear the underworld dungeon? Others also became a bit more alert, their eyes fixed on the staff member. It was Su Chen. The person replied without hesitation, that Su Chen with the rating level, he soloed the underworld dungeon at hell difficulty. The list of clearers for the abyss should have been posted online by now. Su Chen? The necromancer we deemed to be all show and no substance? Everyone immediately pulled out their phones to search. They quickly found the list of clearers. Underworld dungeon, clear list, difficulty, hell, clearer, Su Chen. One person cleared it. At hell difficulty? How did he do it? Did we all misjudge him? All the high-ranking officials widened their eyes, disbelief written all over their faces. Their painstakingly cultivated team had failed, yet that youth they had looked down upon had achieved a great feat. What a miracle. No, this wasn't the time to think about such things. The most important thing now was that Nishikawa Kairo reacted the fastest, suddenly lunging for the breach of contract notice and the penalty check he had just written, trying to destroy both. But the next second, a shoe stepped on those two items, blocking Nishikawa Kairo. Deng Peng stood on the check, looking at him with delight. Mr. Nishikawa, what a good person. This penalty isn't a small amount. I didn't expect you to support our great Xia so much. Don't worry, the money you paid will definitely be used well for the construction of Great Xia. I won't let our international friends down. I will also send a letter of thanks, properly expressing gratitude to your company, telling them about your hard work for our Great Xia, so that the hero won't be overlooked. Thank you. Nishikawa Kairo opened his mouth. Once the board found out that he could have taken the Abyss Gate, opened the gates of Great Xia, and gained a huge profit, but inexplicably breached the contract and instead had to compensate Great Xia with a large amount of resources, then he wouldn't know. His vision went dark, and he fainted directly. Su, the rhyming alien, Zisu, Nishikawa Kairo was indeed a neon person, fainting at just the right moment. After sending off this neon person, everyone revealed happy smiles. Ha ha, who said we couldn't solve the underworld dungeon? We can do it without that damned little neon. Exactly. What's a neon person worth? In front of the neon people, everyone still had to observe diplomatic etiquette. They couldn't curse even when angry, nor could they jump around when happy. But privately, damn it, I'd been unhappy with that little neon for a long time. Speaking of which, that little neon is really faint or pretending. I just saw old Deng kick him secretly, and he didn't wake up? He got kicked and still hasn't woken up. He must be really faint. When he goes back, their chables will probably kill him. Nonsense. It's because he got kicked and didn't wake up that he's pretending. A normal person would have woken up long ago after being kicked. Everyone laughed heartily, especially engaging in a deep discussion about whether Nishikawa Kairo had truly fainted. Nishikawa Kairo, as long as I don't wake up, no one will know if I'm pretending or really fainted. However, while everyone was happy, there was also a hint of awkwardness. The one who cleared the level is Su Chen. That necromancer. I thought necromancers had no future, that he had relied on tricks to get his rank, and I chose to give up on recruiting him. The crowd felt a bit awkward. After all, it was they who had judged Su Chen to have no potential. Yet he soloed the hell level abyss of the necromancy system. Necromancy, hell level, solo. These words just didn't seem like they should go together. How could someone like this be deemed to have no potential? It was their eyes that should be considered lacking in potential. Deng Pengang couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was actually the one among them who was the most blind. He was the one who vetoed Su Chen's entry into the strategy training base. Although he acted out of good intentions, for the public good, the fact was, if he had been a bit more bureaucratic, he wouldn't have been forced into this situation by Nishikawa Kairo. If Su Chen had been trained with a large investment early on, the mere ghostly abyss would have probably been resolved long ago. Deng Pengang sighed inwardly. I owe him an apology. With a sigh, he immediately instructed the staff beside him. Su Chen clearing the hell level abyss is a hero who saved our Jianyang city. Heroes deserve heroic treatment. Promote the hero's deeds more online, and have the TV station come over for an interview or two. He arranged, and for other rewards, he would personally meet Su Chen to discuss. He wanted to see that boy he had misjudged one more time. Speaking of which, old Xia has the best eyesight. Deng Pengang looked up at Xia Yidong. It seems you were the one who recommended Su Chen for the training list. you must have seen something we didn't. Yeah, who would have thought the one with the sharpest eyes among us is you, old Xia. Your eyesight is really good, but you actually hid the fact that you knew Su Chen was this amazing. Why did we even bother talking to those neon people? I think old Xia wants to keep this boy in the Xia family. Look at his daughter, she's already making moves. At first, Xia Yidong felt incredibly awkward listening to the crowd's flattery. He was just being bureaucratic, not wanting to risk the public outcry of the national champion can't enter the training list. Now it had turned into him being seen as having a discerning eye for talent? His face turned red, and he waved his hands repeatedly, embarrassed by the crowd's words. But when he heard the last part, huh? What did you say? Xia Yidong was taken aback. My daughter is making moves? What is she doing? Here you go again. Laughed Jing Jing beside him. Didn't you send your daughter to recruit that genius boy? What? He's the son-in-law you have your eye on? When are we having a wedding feast? I'll give you a big red envelope. No. Wait. Xia Yidong's expression changed. You all need to clarify. What's going on with my daughter? You don't know? The crowd was stunned. Li Yuehong from Shinfeng Group fell silent for a moment, took out her phone, and handed it over. It was a chat interface. The chat messages were her orders to her subordinates, trying to find Su Chen's whereabouts. How could she not try to recruit someone who could solo the hell-level Abyss? The last time she failed to recruit him was due to her own misjudgment. Although it was embarrassing, when have capitalists ever cared about face? Of course, she had to invite him again. The response from her subordinates was Su Chen and Xia Shualan, the two young people, had gone off together, and it was not advisable to disturb their world at this time, fearing it might anger them. Recruitment could wait for another day. Yes, Xia Shualan, as a member of the strategy team, was quite well known, so she was certainly recognized. The two young people were walking together. Xia Shualan had previously stood up for Su Chen. Su Chen had just avenged Xia Shualan. Anyone who had watched 3 episodes of a drama wouldn't be foolish enough to think there was nothing between them. Xia Yidong looked at the message saying not advisable to disturb their world at this time and felt a surge of unnamed anger rise in his heart. There were wild boars trying to root around his little cabbage? Meanwhile, Su Chen took Xia Shualan on a 40-minute ride to a night market. The timing was just right, as the stalls were just being set up. Xia Shualan looked at the bustling night market with a hint of curiosity. Being a genuine young lady, she had never been to such a place before. Su Chen, you're treating me to eat? Xia Shualan was about to speak when she saw Su Chen raise a finger and gently shush her. Then Su Chen turned around and said loudly, I just finished a deep dive today and was starving after getting off the car. We're not going to a restaurant for a big meal, we're only eating street food today. In the next second, 5 food carts rolled up simultaneously. Su Chen smiled slightly. With just my shout, I attracted 5 luxury cars. Vendor 1, young man, today I'm saving you with my egg-filled pancakes, layered pancakes filled with eggs, high-tech and priceless. Vendor 2, don't listen to her, young man. The trendy snacks are only with me. Spiraled and exciting, eating grilled gluten will make you popular. Vendor 3, hey, they're all too outdated, buddy, get a grilled sweet potato. Fragrant, sweet, and good for weight loss, who dares to argue? Vendor 4, little handsome, he's cultured. My pancakes are not bad. Egg sauce with scallions, top-notch deliciousness at cabbage prices. Vendor 5, Northeast sister shouts, you 4 hurry up. Grilled cold noodles in hand, the deliciousness will make you shiver. Su Chen turned to Xia Shualan, so what do you want to choose? I'm online and quite hungry. Xia Shualan looked at the aunt selling egg pancakes, the uncle selling grilled gluten, the young man selling sweet potatoes, the old man selling pancakes, the aunt selling cold noodles, and the inquiring Su Chen. After 3 seconds of silence, she said, so, are you all reincarnated rhyme aliens? Or is this a unique ritual of snack stalls? Su Chen smiled slightly, neither. Then what is it? Oh, it's a joke I copied from a short video. Xia Shualan, please, Goddess Xia, wear black stockings. Please, Goddess Xia, wear black stockings. In the end, Xia Shualan chose 1 serving of grilled cold noodles, 3 servings of grilled gluten, and 2 grilled sweet potatoes. You really ordered quite a lot. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Meal should be filling. Xia Shualan glanced at Su Chen and said calmly. That's true, Su Chen nodded. As a professional, Xia Shualan's appetite wouldn't be as small as an ordinary girl's. But professionals don't rely solely on meals for nutrition. Many female professionals prefer to eat very little, especially in front of men, often putting on a pretentious act of I wouldn't eat that much. But Xia Shualan wouldn't. She maintained the mindset of only by eating enough can one fight well. If it weren't for the visible speed at which her snacks were disappearing, Su Chen might have thought she was rare and winning once and wanted to eat herself poor. Su Chen, on the other hand, ate even less, only ordering 1 egg pancake and 1 pancake. His strength was not fully mastered yet. Interacting with fellow professionals like Xia Shualan was fine, but for delicate tasks like eating snacks with chopsticks, it was best not to expect much for now. There was no need to worry about these two pancakes. They were packed in a plastic bag, and with a little uneven force, it would only change the shape of the bag, not ruin it. Xia Shualan watched Su Chen pay and frowned. The payment amount seemed a bit low? Su Chen, you paid too little. I didn't pay less. I have a discount here, Su Chen explained. The joke you just heard was what I told them. After promoting it, I helped them attract some business, and it was popular for a while. So since then, I've only paid the cost price for snacks here. Su Chen's parents had passed away, so he certainly couldn't rely solely on Xia Shualan's gift from nature to solve all his food problems. When he was younger, he couldn't find a job easily. He thought of many ways to make money. Besides this kind of meme-style promotion, he also used the foreign languages he learned in school to help some vendors with translations, write foreign language posters, and attract foreign tourists. Although he didn't earn much in the end, it was enough to support himself. You really are impressive. Xia Shualan paused for a moment, then sighed lightly. She was aware of Su Chen's family background. Although Xia Shualan was quite strong-willed, she also understood how much support her family had given her in her studies and life. Compared to Su Chen, she had certainly benefited a lot. Yet, until now, she had never won against him even once. It's just average level, things aren't as difficult as you think, Su Chen said nonchalantly. As a transmigrator, even though he had embarrassed himself to the point of needing to deceive a little girl, he certainly wouldn't starve. The country also provided poverty subsidies, so meeting daily needs was quite simple. The reason he worked so hard to earn money was merely to improve his living conditions a bit, to have more nutrition to support his physical training. I'm just not as good as you, Xia Shualan said calmly, but I won't give up. Even if you become very strong and can break through the hell-level abyss, I will eventually catch up. Then we can compete again. Her voice was calm, lacking the fervent fighting spirit of the text, yet it was filled with an undeniable determination. You still want to compete? Su Chen shrugged. By the way, why are you so determined to compete with me? If it's just simple competitiveness, it shouldn't be to this extent, right? You are the biggest stumbling block on my path to invincibility. I must surpass you to walk the path of being invincible in the world. Xia Shualan clenched her fists. So I won't give up. Path to invincibility? Su Chen was taken aback. Where did this second-rate talk come from? Yes, the path to invincibility. Xia Shualan nodded, repeating her father's words from her childhood, saying, so I won't give up. I must defeat you. There's such a saying? Su Chen was somewhat surprised. The idea of walking the path of invincibility and cultivating an invincible heart, thus being invincible at the same level and challenging beyond one's level, sounded quite mystical, but Su Chen believed it. After all, Xia Shualan never lied. Her family background was also quite good and the range of knowledge she could access was far beyond his. I didn't expect there was such a saying, but it seems like I really am on this path to invincibility as you said. Su Chen stroked his chin. After all, it seems I haven't lost yet. Xia Shualan nodded slightly. That's right, so you are strong, perhaps because of this invincible heart. It seems I can't afford to lose. Su Chen chuckled lightly. I was still thinking that if you said a few good words, I might let you win a round. But now, since it concerns the invincible heart, I won't let you win easily. I don't need you to let me win. Xia Shualan's delicate nose twitched, expressing her dissatisfaction. Since I've decided to walk the path of invincibility, I must truly be invincible in the world. The invincibility you grant me isn't real invincibility. Moreover, I will eventually catch up to you, surpass you, and make you lose convincingly. Then you need to work hard, Su Chen laughed heartily. The two continued to discuss the path to invincibility. Xia Shualan usually had no familiar friends, so she naturally wouldn't talk about these things with others. At this moment, having the rare opportunity to discuss this topic, she, who was usually somewhat taciturn, inevitably became more talkative. Su Chen was also a top student and had some understanding of information about strong individuals. You mention a strong person and their style of walking the path of invincibility. I mention a master and guess how they began their path. The two exchanged words, increasingly feeling that Xia Yidong's views on the path to invincibility were very correct, with ample theoretical basis in various aspects. The existence of those who walked the path to invincibility was indeed invincible at the same level. If these words were used to fool old Lu, a colleague of Xia Yidong who had been deceived, and then he used the path to invincibility to fool Xia Shualan, one could only wonder what he would think. As they chatted, they walked. By the way, I have something for you. Su Chen slapped his forehead and took out a piece of equipment, a skill book. An agility-type weapon, Blade of Oblivion. The Agile Warrior skill book Phantom Sword. This is a great item that Su Chen just obtained from the hell-level abyss in the ghostly cave. Xia Shuelan took a glance and immediately knew that these were two weapons and skills that suited her perfectly. But why are you giving this to me? Xia Shuelan frowned slightly. These two items are quite valuable, especially this Blade of Oblivion one-handed sword, which is even better than the sword my father spent a huge amount to acquire. And you want to give it to me? Yes, it's a gift for you. Su Chen nodded. Why? Xia Shuelan's brows furrowed, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Su Chen. This is not some cheap little thing. My sword cost my father 100 million, and he also owes a favor. This was already beyond the scope of gifts between classmates. I'm mainly repaying a favor. Su Chen pouted. Have you forgotten how much food I took from you a few years ago? If it weren't for you, I might not have been able to do so well, easily changing jobs and achieving so much. Consider it me repaying your favor. Every professional's initial attributes are the result of their physical training. If the standards are not met, one cannot change to certain specific professions. In the early stages of the abyss, various attributes are also crucial for ensuring one's survival. The reason Su Chen's basic attributes were not inferior to those of top students of the same level, and even surpassed those of typical rich second-generation kids, was mainly due to the gift of nature from Xia Shuelan. Now, of course, he had to repay the favor. However, Xia Shuelan shook her head. What favor? You don't owe me anything. The food I lost to you was your loot, a cost of my insufficient strength. It doesn't count as a favor. Su Chen felt a bit awkward upon hearing this. Normally, Xia Shuelan was right. But the problem was that Xia Shuelan lost mainly because Su Chen, as a time traveler who had essentially lived several more years, was taking advantage of his advantages to bully a little girl. But before Su Chen could speak, Xia Shuelan frowned and said, if you give it to me, I won't accept it. But this sword is indeed a good weapon. If you're willing, can I buy it from you? Su Chen was taken aback. Buy it? Yes. Xia Shuelan nodded. The sword I have was made by a master that my father spent 100 million on, plus a favor. Your Blade of Oblivion is of higher quality and more suitable for me. I'll pay 200 million. Are you willing to sell it to me? 200 million? Do you rich second-generation kids not take money seriously? But then Su Chen thought about it. He had earned nearly 10 million from a nightmare-level abyss before. Trading 20 abyss items for a weapon that suited him well didn't seem too outrageous. This was just a low-level abyss. Higher-level abysses yield even more. Earning 10 billion from a single abyss is easy. For professionals, the Daxia currency is really just a number. High-level professionals actually use various energy crystals as currency units, rather than relying on casually spending hundreds of millions of Daxia currency. For low-level professionals, the spiritual crystals rewarded for clearing an abyss are actually a form of currency, but for ordinary low-level professionals, this item has too high a face value and poor liquidity, making it less useful than Daxia currency. But 200 million. For a low-level professional, 200 million. Just for buying potions to replenish mana, how many attributes could that buy? Before, it was just breaking even, but now it was a direct profit. Truly worthy of a young lady, so generous. But I genuinely wanted to repay your favor. Su Chen was quite conflicted. Fortunately, after thinking for a while, Xia Shuelan shook her head. No, 200 million is just the market price. The favor my father spent is actually more valuable. But how should I price this? Xia Shuelan frowned, struggling to understand the value of a favor. A favor worth hundreds of millions is the value of her current sword. How much should the better Blade of Oblivion be priced at? Su Chen didn't mind. He considered the extra reward as a way to repay his own embarrassment. Moreover, the market price of 200 million was already quite low. After all, no matter how exceptional, it was just a weapon for low-level professionals. Without any channels, if Su Chen wanted to sell it alone, he would probably find it difficult to find a suitable buyer, and he might not even sell it for 200 million. But Xia Shuelan disagreed. She didn't want Su Chen to suffer losses and was unwilling to accept that price. This girl was very stubborn and didn't take advantage of others. The two of them tugged back and forth, and by the time they were about to leave the snack street, they still hadn't come to a conclusion. In the end, as Su Chen passed by a store selling stockings, he impulsively said, "How about you wear a pair of black stockings for me to see, and we'll consider it as offsetting the extra price." Black stockings? Xia Shuelan frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. All right then. Su Chen? Wait, you really are going to wear them? Xia Shuelan, Su Chen, I've caught your weakness. Xia Shuelan's personality was very straightforward. She was unwilling to accept goodwill without reason, but she could accept exchanges. However, the value of such favors fluctuated greatly. Sometimes it might just be a casual remark between acquaintances, and the other party would agree directly. Other times, it could be a life-risking act to shield someone from harm, followed by a full repayment from the other party. But her black stockings were the same. Although I don't know why you want to see me wear this, and I don't think wearing black stockings is worth much. If you want me to do such a thing, paying me won't work. Xia Shualan looked at Su Chen's incredulous face and explained seriously, at the very least, if someone offered me several $100 million to wear black stockings for them, I definitely wouldn't do it. Instead, I would feel humiliated. No matter how much money, I wouldn't even glance at it. But it's strange, for some reason, I don't seem to think you're humiliating me, so asking me to wear them for you is a price I can accept. So from a pricing perspective, my wearing black stockings is also something with a very large fluctuating value, similar to my father's favor, so we can barely consider them equivalent. Therefore, using it to offset the value of that favor from my father is also very reasonable. Of course, this is under the condition that you are willing. If you think my wearing black stockings can't offset that value, we can exchange it for other rewards. Xia Shualan's expression was serious and earnest. She tried to describe in various ways why her black stockings could offset that considerable favor. After all, at first glance, the price she needed to pay seemed very small. It was just changing into a different outfit. Not to mention over 100 million dasha coins, even 10,000 or 1,000, there would probably be countless girls willing to change into 100 or 80 pairs of black stockings. But those were other people's black stockings. Xia Shualan's black stockings were different. Her black stockings couldn't be measured by money, so they could be equivalent to the fluctuating value of her father's favor and serve as an extra reward. Xia Shualan was trying hard to explain this point, even using body language, as if she were about to draw a chart on the spot. Su Chen, am I struggling with whether the value of your black stockings and your father's favor are equivalent? I'm surprised that you actually are willing to wear them. And your reasoning is really so. Su Chen, are you willing to accept my reward? Xia Shualan looked at him with piercing eyes. Su Chen glanced at Xia Shualan. She was dressed in exquisite leather armor called Starshine, which her father, Xiaidong, had spent a lot of effort to acquire as top-tier equipment. Not only were its attributes strong, but its appearance was also impeccable. The color was bright and rich in texture, adorned with countless stars, shining like the night sky. Its design was intricate and delicate, fitting the curves of a woman's body, providing effective protection while not losing elegance, shimmering slightly in the sunlight, quite dazzling. And beneath that exquisite leather armor was an even more refined girl. Her face was like a meticulously carved work of art, with eyebrows resembling distant mountains, the slightly raised peaks exuding a sense of heroic elegance. Her eyes were bright and deep, like brilliant stars. Her skin, under the starry leather armor, appeared even whiter and more delicate. Her long neck was as graceful as a swan, and her collarbone was exquisite and charming, making it hard to look away. Her slender waist was barely enough to be grasped by a single hand. Her long legs were straight and carried a certain athletic beauty. The leather armor was beautiful, but the girl beneath it was even more stunning. If she changed into black stockings, she would naturally look even better. Su Chen? Xia Shualan tilted her head, her gaze filled with a hint of confusion. Ahem, acceptable, acceptable. Su Chen coughed. I think it's acceptable. Su Chen was not a lecher, he was merely trying to alleviate his own shame for having bullied a little girl in the past. If Xia Shualan hadn't insisted, he could have easily ignored the black stockings and would have willingly given her the sword. Yes, that's right. Xia Shualan nodded and entered the clothing store, taking a few pairs of black stockings into the fitting room. Time passed a bit longer, seemingly because the girl was not accustomed to wearing such attire, which delayed her. Speaking of which, I don't think I've ever seen Xia Shualan wear black stockings. Su Chen blinked. Although Xia Shualan was beautiful, her dressing style was more straightforward than the roughest man, let alone black stockings. She wore sportswear at school and armor like Starshine after her job change. Although Starshine was also quite nice, since it was called armor, the priority was definitely defense. In this context, for Xia Shualan to be recognized as the school beauty was truly a testament to her striking looks, a fierce achievement that could only be accomplished by someone who overshadowed all her peers. After a moment, the girl slowly walked out. She had shed the mysterious and deep armor and, at the suggestion of the female shop assistant, changed into a simple white shirt. The lightweight fabric showcased her beautiful curves, capturing attention. However, what was even more eye-catching were her legs tightly wrapped in black stockings. Silky smooth, they glimmered slightly under the light, as if caressed by moonlight, resembling a mysterious treasure. Those long legs appeared even straighter against the backdrop of the black stockings, each step carrying a captivating rhythm, adding a layer of smoothness to her skin, exuding a sense of mysterious allure. From her ankles to her thighs, the lines were smooth and graceful, subtly outlining the contours of her legs, radiating an irresistible charm that spoke of a woman's unique elegance and sensuality. Su-chen, Su-chen, Su-chen. Ha! Su-chen was startled, seeing Xia Shuelan frowning. You've been staring for quite a while. Xia Shuelan's brow furrowed slightly. Is this thing really that good looking? She gently pinched a small section of the black stockings, then let go with a snap. The elastic stockings quickly returned to their original shape, making a crisp and pleasant sound against her thigh. They do look quite nice, Su-chen coughed. What, do you think they look bad? The defense is too low. Xia Shuelan lightly twisted the thread, feeling its thinness, her brow furrowing. This level of defense is practically the same as having none. Even someone agile like me can easily tear it apart with my bare hands. It offers no real protection. The skin-tight texture isn't suitable for sports either. It hinders movement, making it far less practical than sportswear for daily training. This outfit isn't very good, Miss Xia seriously critiqued, giving it a poor review. Meanwhile, the female shop assistant behind her covered her mouth and chuckled. Little sister, you don't know this, but it's easy to tear, which is why it's good. That's the advantage of stockings. Low defense is actually a good thing? How can that be? Xia Shuelan looked surprised, utterly confused. She pondered for a long time but couldn't figure it out. When she asked the shop assistant, the assistant just smiled and remained silent. Finally, I could only choose to ask Su-chen. Su-chen, why is being easily torn a good thing? Su-chen looked at the giggling staff behind him and coughed. Well, what she means is that this special equipment has a chance to put enemies into states like infatuation, astonishment, or drooling. When in a torn state, the probability of causing the enemy to fall into those special states increases. If the enemy tears it themselves, it might even add a frenzy effect. Xia Shuelan? Her expression became even more confused. This thing that costs just a few dozen bucks has so many special effects? But clearly, she didn't feel that this equipment had any special enchantments. But Su-chen was staring at it just now. Didn't he fall into one of those special states? Xia Shuelan thought to herself. So in other words, if I wear this black silk to fight him in the future, will he expose a huge flaw? Although Xia Shuelan advocated for fairness, she wouldn't insist on a head-on confrontation with the enemy. On the contrary, in her understanding, Su-chen had a low resistance to black silk. That was his own weakness. It was something he should overcome and resolve. If he couldn't do it, then it meant he was lacking in strength, that he had made a mistake. It wasn't her problem for taking advantage of his weakness. Well, if I challenge him next time, maybe I should wear this outfit. Xia Shuelan thought to herself. As for fighting with others? Of course, she would wear normal armor. After all, who knows if the enemy would fall for it? If they didn't, wouldn't she be at a disadvantage for not wearing a piece of equipment? She, Xia Shuelan, would never make such a serious mistake. Su-chen, I've caught your weakness. Excitement sparkled in Xia Shuelan's eyes. She was sure she could win next time. Meanwhile, at the foreign guest hotel, the unconscious Nishikawa Kairo was sent back by the staff to the place where the neon people stayed, laid on the bed, and even had a few footprints kindly swept away. Those shoe sizes clearly belonged to a certain unnamed president. And when the staff from Dacia left, Nishikawa Kairo immediately opened his eyes and clutched his abdomen. Damn Dacia people! His father was seething with rage. Damn Dacia people! He really hit hard. Nishikawa Kairo was, of course, pretending to be unconscious. After all, he had been too arrogant before and offended quite a few high-ranking officials from Dacia. If he didn't pretend to be out cold now, who knows what they would do? They might curse him out loud. Of course, Nishikawa Kairo didn't expect that among the high-ranking officials of Dacia, there was a shameless guy who actually took action against the unconscious neon friend. Lord Nishikawa, you're awake. What should we do now? Right. We didn't clear this dungeon, so what about our contract? Uchida Kazuki and other Neon team members immediately surrounded him, looking tense. Can we still cancel our contract? Clearly, they had also received the news that the underworld ghost cave had been cleared. You haven't even cleared the abyss, and you still want to cancel the contract? Nishikawa Kairo spat. Don't be delusional. And what have you all been doing? That guy named Su-chen seems to have gone in and out of the abyss several times, and you didn't notice anything unusual? You caused me to lose a business deal. You are the culprits of this failure. How could the financial group let a bunch of chumps run away without making enough money for themselves? Nishikawa Kairo was in no mood to care about the feelings of the chumps. He directly cursed and pushed all his mistakes onto Uchida Kazuki and the others. He vented his emotions on them, hitting and scolding, making them flee in panic. After a while, he finally let Uchida Kazuki and the others go and began to think about how to salvage the current situation. The penalty for breach of contract was not small, and causing such a loss, the financial group would not let him off lightly. If Deng Peng were to bring out the excuse of deliberately using Neon's resources to support Friends of the Great Xia and spread it domestically, he would be left speechless. Perhaps in the end, he would learn from the style of Neon's Eagle Emperor's father, shot in the back 8 times, committing suicide. Uchida Kazuki and the others looked grim but could only endure their superior's wrath. After all, in the incredibly strict hierarchy of the Neon conglomerate, the achievements of subordinates are the achievements of their superiors, and the mistakes of superiors are the failures of their subordinates. They didn't even dare to show their anger, only directing their frustration at the people of Great Xia. Damn Su Chen, he truly is a born evil necromancer, coming to deceive and ambush the warriors of our great Neon Empire. Uchida Kazuki gritted his teeth and said, if it weren't for him, we would already be. Don't give me a chance, otherwise, I will definitely beat him up. Upon hearing this, Nishikawa Kairo suddenly halted his pacing. He turned sharply, as if he were going to snap his neck. What did you say? Ah? Uchida Kazuki was taken aback, thinking Nishikawa Kairo was angry about his reckless actions, and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Nishikawa, I won't fight Su Chen anymore. I know. You must fight. Nishikawa Kairo interrupted him directly, saying, not only must you fight, but you must win beautifully. Can you do it? Uchida Kazuki blinked, somewhat confused. But can he really take on that Su Chen? Although he soloed a hell-level abyss, his profession is a necromancer. Necromancers are notoriously weak, perhaps that Su Chen can pull off some tricks, but he is definitely not his match. When it comes to one-on-one, warriors are the strongest. I can. Uchida Kazuki nodded firmly. I will win even if it costs me my life. Very good. Nishikawa Kairo smiled. He had just realized a problem. Why the board of directors sent him to Great Xia. Was it just for a mere abyss gate? No. It was for the vast market of Great Xia. The abyss gate in Jianyang City was nothing. Leveraging this opportunity to open channels in other provinces and cities was what the board truly desired. Before Uchida Kazuki and the others emerged from the abyss, they would even restore their states, tidy up their appearances, and then deliver the final blow. The goal was to showcase Neon's strength to the fullest. Su Chen could solo hell level, which is indeed impressive. But if any random member of the Neon team could defeat Su Chen, it would naturally prove that Neon is stronger. With this achievement, the board might still hold me accountable for the breach of contract, but there won't be any severe punishment, Nishikawa Kairo thought to himself, then decisively said, very well, Uchida-kun, next you will challenge Su Chen, make him accept your challenge, and win beautifully, understood? Uchida Kazuki replied, yes. Nishikawa Kairo nodded, stroking his chin. Of course, Su Chen might not agree to Uchida Kazuki's challenge. But that's fine, he was very good at solving such problems. Xia Shuelan walked in expressionlessly and found her father, Xia Yidong, waiting by the door. Father? Xia Shuelan blinked. You're back, Xia Yidong nodded slightly, glancing at the time, 8:30, quite good. He then took out his phone and made a call. Hello, Xiaolu? Alright, the hotel inspection plan for tonight is cancelled. Please inform the information department that the matter I instructed no longer needs to be investigated. Sorry for the trouble. Next to him, Xia Shuelan was confused. She had no idea what her father was thinking. After learning that his little cabbage had left with the cunning pig, the usually diligent father decisively chose to use public resources for personal gain. He ordered the information department to investigate the IDs used for hotel bookings across various locations. Once again, it was the security office planning a wave of surprise inspections at hotels. Fortunately, Xia Shuelan had returned, otherwise, tonight in Jianyang City might have stirred up a bloody storm. However, today's events had also raised a sense of tension in her father. After hanging up the phone, he asked, Shuelan, you're grown up now. Is there a boy you have feelings for? Xia Shuelan replied calmly, no, why do you ask? It's nothing. What do you think of Su Chen? Xia Yidong asked with a smile. He is my lifelong rival, my pursuit, the obstacle on my path to invincibility. Xia Shuelan thought for a moment and said, before I defeat him, I will use him as my target and keep striving. Xia Yidong nodded repeatedly as he listened. Rivals are good, rivals are good. As long as there are no special feelings involved, everything is fine. As a father, he understood that his little cabbage would eventually be taken away by a pig. But if possible, he hoped that day would come as late as possible. Xia Shuelan glanced at her father and felt he had no more questions, so she walked into her room. Mother, send me some money, I bought a piece of equipment. Send money? How much? Mother Xia wiped her hands and prepared to get her phone. 200 million. 200 million? Mother Xia was taken aback and couldn't help but look at her daughter. Shuelan, have you been scammed? What kind of equipment costs 200 million? This one. Xia Shuelan took out the Blade of Oblivion and then thought for a moment, adding, no, you need to send me 200 million and also a skill book for the Phantom Sword. The price of the skill book was relatively public, so Mother Xia didn't mind. But this Blade of Oblivion was an exceptional piece of equipment for low-level agile warriors. It was even better than the sword Xia Yidong had spent a fortune on. If this sword is 200 million, it's indeed worth the price. You could even say you got a great deal. Mother Xia, being a professional herself, could naturally assess its value, but according to what you said, you haven't paid yet, and you just took the sword? Who trusts you that much? 200 million wasn't much for high-level professionals like them. But for a low-level professional who could produce such equipment, it might be more than all his possessions. Su Chen sold it to me. Xia Shualan's expression was calm, but I did pay a deposit, so it's not strange. Mother Xia asked, how much deposit did you pay? Xia Shualan replied, oh, I showed him my black stockings for 10 minutes. Mother Xia? Next to them, Xia Yidong? 3 minutes later, Xia Yidong suddenly stood up and walked out the door. Father? It's so late, are you going out? Xia Shualan was taken aback. Her father waved his hand, filled with killing intent. Yes, I'm going to kill a pig, I'll be right back. Xia Shualan? Real level abyss. Real level abyss. After sending Xia Shualan off, Su Chen returned home, washed up briefly, and went straight to bed. He lay down at 10 in the afternoon and slept straight until 3 the next afternoon. Even when he woke up at 3, he was reluctant to get out of bed. He was truly exhausted. During this time, he had been continuously clearing the abyss, constantly grinding attributes, with hardly any rest, relying solely on his strong physique to hold on. Sometimes he would shout lines like, "What's wrong with you, little bone?" until it almost became a catchphrase. Coupled with his somewhat hoarse voice from constant shouting, he could perform the Urkong hand without any acting. His body was naturally fatigued. If he hadn't gritted his teeth and forced himself, he could have slept for 3 days and nights. Just the act of getting out of bed took him half an hour of willpower. The damp feeling outside from the recent rain made him want to lie down a little longer. He couldn't help but chuckle. This bed is really hard to get out of. Although I have a body of iron, I can't withstand this bed made of magnets. Sigh. But since he had already dealt with the underworld ghost cave, he could take a little break. Su Chen rubbed his belly, planning to go downstairs to eat something. However, as soon as he opened the door, he saw a big man quietly standing at his doorstep. Is that President Deng? Su Chen was taken aback. What are you doing here? The man was indeed Deng Pengang. I came to apologize to you, Su Chen. Deng Pengang laughed heartily. You don't know, yesterday I was about to sign a contract with that bastard little Neon. If it weren't for you, Su Chen, resolving the abyss issue, our country would have suffered significant losses. I feel ashamed to say this. Clearly, you have exceptional talent and your evaluation surpasses everyone else's, yet because of my preconceived notions about necromancers, I didn't even let you join the training base. I sincerely apologize to you here, Su Chen. As he spoke, his expression became serious. He slowly bowed, lowering his waist. I'm sorry, I have let down the trust of the people of Jianyang. He was here to apologize. Su Chen blinked. Honestly, he hadn't expected this situation. After all, official people tend to care about their image. Who would apologize to a young person like him? Su Chen was just a minor practitioner, while Deng Pengang was at least a formidable professional. With one slap, he could crush 10 ordinary practitioners. Yet, he still came to apologize, and Su Chen's gaze fell on Deng Pengang's shoulder, where the fabric was somewhat damp. It had the moisture of being wet and then dried again. He didn't know how long Deng Pengang had been waiting here, but the rain had stopped for nearly an hour. This was quite sincere, reminiscent of the saying Chengmen Li Shui. One could even praise it as Su Men Li Yu. You are really exaggerating. It's not necessary. Su Chen said softly, as a part of Jianyang, this is what I should do. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Chen invited Deng Pengang to eat some snacks downstairs. The big shot from Jianyang didn't hold back, sitting comfortably on a rickety little stool, ordering 3 large bowls of noodles, eating with great enjoyment, as if he could have 3 more bowls. If he hadn't also paid for the meal, Su Chen would have genuinely felt that this guy was just here to mooch off him. Deng Pengang smiled and said, Su Chen, today I came to apologize to you and also to give you the reward from the Practitioner Association. The rewards from the Practitioner Association included 3 items. 1. Cash of 300 million. 2. 1 piece of legendary equipment, any one. 3. Any low-level skill from the challenger profession. The cash was straightforward, being the most direct reward. Although the amount was considerable, it was also the least valuable among the rewards. Deng Pengang provided Su Chen with 2 lists, one being the inventory of legendary equipment available in Jianyang, and the other being the list of skill books. Su Chen glanced through them. Jianyang's inventory was decent, with a few pieces of legendary equipment for mages, not much difference, so there was no need to get too tangled up. However, regarding the skill books, Aren't there any skill books for the skeleton mage? Su Chen asked curiously. When he checked the store earlier, he noticed that the skill books for the skeleton mage were out of stock. Now, the entire inventory of Jianyang didn't have any? That was a valuable item worth 2 billion. If he had to choose, he certainly wanted to pick an expensive one. We indeed don't have that, Deng Pengang nodded. I think you might have noticed, our country has imposed certain restrictions on special professions like necromancers that could pose a threat to national security. Not just our country, but others as well. We are all working together to suppress such professions, worried they might cause trouble for the nation. Generally speaking, the state will purchase the skill books of these special practitioners at a unified price and then destroy them to prevent them from entering the market. Not long ago, a batch of skill books was destroyed. I'm not sure if any new summon skeleton mage skill books have been released. Lack of inventory for skill books? Could you help me contact big companies like Shinfeng Group? They might have that skill book. Su Chen couldn't help but say, can I trade my own rewards for it? Intelligence attribute. He was just missing a good brother with the intelligence attribute. Shinfeng Group? They don't have it either. Deng Peng just shrugged. If they had it, they would have sold it to us officially long ago. Would they be willing to sell? Su Chen was taken aback. The official selling price and purchasing price for necromancer skill books were 100 times apart. Those profit-driven capitalists could actually accept that? Why wouldn't they want to sell? Deng Peng countered, if they insist on keeping it, who can they sell it to? Su Chen felt a bit awkward. That seemed to be the case. In the entire Jianyang city, there might only be Su Chen as a necromancer. If a big company released a skill book and didn't sell it to Su Chen, it would directly mean it couldn't be sold. At first glance, it seemed like a seller's market as long as they lowered the price, but in reality, it was a buyer's market no matter how much they lowered the price, because there were too few customers with purchasing demands. Even if they kept it to sell slowly, they could never sell it at the official price. But preserving the skill book was also quite tricky, and they had to worry about security issues. It's better to hand it over to the official for centralized processing, which is simpler and more cost-effective. Su Chen glanced at the list and found that the only skill book he valued was the Summoning Ghost skill book worth 500 million. Although he could also use his own rewards, compared to the 2 billion Summoning Skeleton Mage, it was clearly a loss. Su Chen felt a bit conflicted. Deng Ping noticed Su Chen's expression and kindly said, if you really want it, I can contact some brother cities to see if anyone there has dropped a Skeleton Mage skill book. But if that's the case, you'll have to wait. I don't know when you'll get it. Should he directly take the ghost or gamble on whether he could get the skeleton mage? Su Chen only hesitated for 3 seconds before decisively deciding. Then I'll trouble President Deng. With the association's power, acquiring the skill book would definitely be much simpler than searching for it himself. The enhancement of intelligence-based necromancy for Su Chen was immediate. He absolutely couldn't let it go. Don't worry, I'll keep this matter in mind. Deng Peng smiled. By the way, are you interested in having the Abyss Gate of Yinning Ghost Cave located in our Jianyang city? We are willing to maintain the Abyss Gate for you for free, enforce discipline, collect fees, and we can even pay a little price, as long as you are willing to open the Abyss Gate in Jianyang. Of course, if you don't want to, that's fine. In a couple of days, other provinces and cities should be able to get news about your clearing of the hell-level abyss, and perhaps some major economic cities can offer better conditions. The Abyss Gate. This was a special item that could only be obtained by clearing the hell-level abyss for the first time. Upon hearing this, Su Chen took out his reward item after clearing it. Abyss Gate, Yinning Ghost Cave. Description: you can open an Abyss Gate of the Yinning Ghost Cave at a certain location, which will connect to a phantom dungeon world identical to the Yinning Ghost Cave. The gate can be maintained for 3 years, and you can choose the landing location, and you can also close the gate at any time. Simply put, this thing is an entrance to a Yinning Ghost Cave dungeon that can be maintained for 3 years. During this period, Su Chen can choose to close the gate at any time, but he can only choose to close it, cannot reopen it, and cannot move the gate after it has landed. A detailed data-recorded abyss with strategies and tactics is an endless goldmine. It is the most important resource point for every city, without exception. According to the system, Su Chen could monopolize this gate, but generally, it would be open to the public to collect entrance fees. This could be handled by the official, and there wouldn't even be a handling fee deducted. After all, although the official wouldn't take a cut from the abyss tickets, the abyss gate was usually opened in the city center. Nearby land and houses would instantly appreciate in value, and various entertainment facilities would welcome a huge influx of people. The income of local professionals would also increase, and under this economic cycle, it would be a great boon for the city's development. I will think it over carefully, Su Chen said slowly. Take your time to consider, Deng Peng said with a chuckle. By the way, I actually have another matter to discuss, something that every professional who has cleared the hell-level abyss needs to know. But before that, please sign a confidentiality agreement. As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper. Suchen took it and glanced at it, finding it to be a standard confidentiality agreement. After a moment's thought, he signed his name. The next second, the agreement burned and vanished into thin air. Suchen felt as if an unseen force pressed down on him, as if violating it would lead to punishment. This confidentiality agreement was also a highly effective item. Don't worry, Suchen, this is a necessary experience for every professional in our great Xia who has cleared the abyss, Dengpeng said with a slight smile, but then his expression turned very serious. Because the information I am about to share is absolutely confidential. He waved his hand, and a light orange membrane enveloped them, isolating them from the surrounding world to ensure their conversation would not be overheard. Then, he stared intently into Suchen's eyes. Suchen, do you know what the difficulty level above hell level in the abyss is called? Real level? Suchen raised an eyebrow. Was there really a need to ask about something so commonly known? Yes, real level, Dengping nodded. Do you know why we call it real level difficulty? Before Suchen could respond, he answered directly. Because the real level abyss is a true world. The Great Wall. The Great Wall. The real level abyss is a true world. Deng Peng's words were deafening. Suchen frowned. He had actually found the name real level somewhat strange before. Hell level, nightmare level, difficult level, these all described the difficulty well. Only the real level was completely incomprehensible as a name for a difficulty tier. But a real world? What does that mean? Suchen asked. It's simple, just the literal meaning. Deng Peng smiled slightly. You have also cleared the hell level, and a city has 5 abysses appear each year. Although we can't solve every abyss, most of them can be dealt with. You don't think no one has tried to challenge the real level difficulty, do you? He said without hesitation. In fact, there are quite a few geniuses who have challenged the real level difficulty, but almost all of them have perished. Only our great Xia's number 1, the president of the professional association, has personally challenged a real level abyss called World Tree and returned alive from it. Suchen did not doubt the information about geniuses challenging the real level difficulty. Every genius has a strong confidence in themselves, and even if no one has information about the real level abyss, there would definitely be many who plan to give it a try. But the president also entered the real level abyss? He cleared the real level abyss? Suchen asked in surprise. He remembered that when teacher Lu Hongzhe explained the abyss difficulties to the students, he had emphatically stated that no one had cleared the real level. No, the president hasn't cleared it either, Deng Peng said with a smirk. But he still walked out alive from that abyss. A hint of surprise flashed in Suchen's eyes. That person truly was like a protagonist from a novel. The abyss is known to be a one-way trip, either death or victory, a universally acknowledged fact. Yet he managed to break into the real level difficulty and come back out? Even without clearing it, that level of strength was absolutely beyond people's imagination. It's simply terrifying. Do you know what the president saw in the real level abyss? A flicker of intense emotion crossed Deng Pingdong's eyes. In there, every monster seems just like a real human. We can't even see each other's detailed information or levels, just like when we face other professionals. Everything feels incredibly real. But that's not the point. The point is that the president saw the historical records of the Elven Empire in the World Tree real level abyss. Deng Pingdong's voice was very low. Despite using a device to isolate himself from the outside, he still spoke in a hushed tone, as if afraid of being overheard. In the historical records, there is the name of a man who disrupted the entire Elven Empire 100 years ago. This name belongs to a professional who entered this abyss before the president. What? Suchen's eyes widened in shock. You mean to say, that's right. Deng Pangang nodded. This means that the real level abyss is truly a completely real world, because its time continues to flow. Suchen looked astonished. He knew that the abyss he had previously cleared had a nearly fixed starting scene. The locations of minor monsters, traps in certain areas, and the terrain all seemed like a game dungeon that could be reset continuously. So even if the abyss appeared very real, with each monster having its own personality, it was ultimately considered a half-real, half-illusory world. But if what Deng Pengang said about the real level abyss is true, then it really is a real world. Not only that, but the country has already discovered that the flow of time in the abyss is proportional to the number of professionals entering it. Deng Pengang continued to reveal information. For every person who enters, about 100 years pass in the abyss. And although you haven't experienced it, I can tell you, when the abyss descends into reality, the monsters that appear exhibit strength far greater than hell-level difficulty. Suchen frowned. That's right, you're not mistaken. The descent of the abyss means that real-level monsters are coming into the real world. Deng Pangang nodded. So, combined with the fact that time flows away in the abyss after someone enters at real level difficulty, have you thought of anything? He looked at Su Chen expectantly. Su Chen was silent for a moment, then sighed deeply. I remember there are regulations from the official side. If the hell level abyss cannot be conquered, then in the last 7 days, the official will seal the abyss portal, prohibiting all personnel from entering. You are trying to prevent spies or death warriors from entering the real level abyss at the last moment, causing a change in the strength of the abyss, right? If time can flow in the abyss, then the monsters will naturally change as well. Taking the Orc Empire that Su Chen experienced as an example, if 100 years have passed, the Orc King might be killed by a new, stronger male leader rising on the grasslands. Or he might have been blessed by the beast god, overcoming the troubles of time, and through 100 years of hard training, greatly increasing his strength. Of course, it's also possible that the Orc King simply died of old age, and the grasslands fell into chaos, resulting in an overall decline in strength. But no matter what, it would be an unstable outcome. In fact, the Orc King is just an ordinary case. Even if a stronger new male leader rises, he wouldn't be overwhelmingly powerful. But what about the underworld abyss? The one Su Chen killed could summon minor monsters. If it can summon minor monsters without restriction, accumulating them over time, who knows what kind of enemies could appear when it descends, perhaps millions of undead. But that's a minor issue. If it were a type that could cultivate itself and continuously level up, then the original abyss could directly become a higher difficulty. If no one can conquer the hell level difficulty, then what descends into reality next would be enemies of that difficulty. That would be too terrifying. No wonder the authorities would completely seal off the abyss as the arrival approached. No matter how tricky the abyss, with the strength of the entire nation, it would be impossible to conquer it. But what if spies or cults entered the real level at the last moment before the arrival? They might cultivate an unsolvable enemy. That would truly be a situation where even the strength of the nation would be too late to stop it. But isn't the country worried that there are people who don't know this information and might accidentally stumble into the real level? Su Chen couldn't help but say, although normal people wouldn't seek their own death, what if someone wants to go crazy? Keeping this information confidential could prevent madmen and desperate criminals from using it to threaten the nation. But not making it public could also lead to some hopeless lunatics seeking their own demise. Indeed. Deng Peng just nodded, revealing a smile. Su Chen, you truly deserve to be the top scholar. You are indeed wise. But don't worry too much, Su Chen. Such crazy people are also a minority, and the country has countermeasures for this. Our Great Xia has a specialized official organization capable of conquering any hell-level abyss in a short time during critical moments. That is where the true geniuses of our Great Xia gather. It is also our last trump card. It is a card that we would rather allow an abyss like the underworld ghost cave to descend than to use. The abyss cannot be closed off. Practitioners need the abyss to level up and grow, and the descending abyss must rely on the strength of practitioners to be stopped. There will definitely be people who accidentally stumble into the real level, and there will certainly be those who deliberately rush into it. So someone needs to clean up after them, and those who do the cleanup must be terrifyingly strong. After all, the requirement to conquer any hell-level abyss in a short time is not low. Su Chen took a deep breath. Some abyss information is unknown, and it is impossible for people to test the mechanisms of the abyss step by step in a short time. They can only rely on their own strength to crush through. It must be known that the abyss levels are distributed among them, which means that Great Xia must have top teams capable of solving enemies at every level. Indeed, it's not low, which is why it's recognized as top genius. Deng Ping just said this with a slight smile. Perhaps Su Chen will be able to join there in the future. What is the name of that official organization? Su Chen also felt a bit curious. The Great Wall. The Great Wall, Su Chen murmured as he watched Deng Peng leave. It is a department that only top geniuses with reliable backgrounds and extraordinary strength, capable of solving all same-level abysses, can join. The country will also fully support the growth of such geniuses, using national strength to help them acquire various skill books and equipment, assisting them in becoming stronger. If I can get in, then I won't have to worry about the necromancer skill book, Su Chen pouted. But this old Deng only mentioned the existence of the Great Wall and didn't say how to join. This is really, Su Chen shook his head, but he wasn't completely without leads regarding his skill book. Deng Peng had already promised to help find the Summon Skeleton Mage skill book. He still had the special item, the Abyss Gate, in his hands. According to his words, the various cities would invite Su Chen to place the Abyss Gate in their locations. Su Chen could completely take this opportunity to propose the condition for the Summon Skeleton Mage skill book. However, the real level? Su Chen squinted his eyes. Can I clear this real level abyss? He still felt quite lacking. After all, his agility was a significant weakness. It was very tricky when fighting the underworld ghost cave at the hell level, taking a long time to catch it. The real level should be even harder to deal with. The key is the shortage of intelligent brothers. Let's see if there are skill books in other cities. Just as Deng Peng had said, the next day, envoys from other cities came, willing to offer a price for Su Chen to place the Abyss Gate in their city. Unfortunately, people from other cities also did not possess the skill book for summoning skeleton mages, nor did they have similar intelligence-based undead skill books. However, the conditions they were willing to offer were indeed better than those of Jianyang, as Jianyang, despite being a large city, could not compete economically with many developed coastal provinces and cities. After much consideration, Su Chen ultimately decided to keep the Abyss Gate in Jianyang. One reason was a sense of simple hometown sentiment. The other was that his greatest hope for acquiring that summoning skeleton mage skill lay in the promise of full support from Deng Pengang in searching for it. Given this, it was only natural to maintain a good relationship with this esteemed president. After all, while the conditions offered by other cities were slightly better than those of Jianyang, the difference was minimal. There was no need to reject this esteemed president over such trivial benefits. The envoys from other cities received the reply without much regret, and no one attempted to raise their offer. After all, the Great Xia was a unified nation. While cities could compete with each other, they could not engage in cutthroat competition. In fact, according to political rules, even if they got Su Chen to agree to open the gate in their city, they would have to subsidize Jianyang with certain resources. Therefore, even economically developed large cities could not offer too many additional chips when accounting for the subsidized resources. Quite a few envoys brought up another topic, inviting Su Chen to resolve the abyss in their cities. The netherworld abyss in Jianyang had troubled the higher-ups for a long time, but other cities also had their own tricky abysses that needed resolution. Su Chen glanced at the materials provided by them. Those abysses were mostly of high difficulty, featuring various unique mechanisms, similar to the netherworld abyss with endless wraiths consuming the adventurers. However, Su Chen could ignore the wraiths' consumption, so these unique abysses posed a greater challenge for him. He kept a few pieces of abyss-related information that might be useful to him, indicating that he would consider them seriously after some time. He had been focused on grinding his attributes, and not only was he mentally exhausted, but his control over his own power was also lacking. Having finally resolved the netherworld abyss, he needed to rest and improve his mastery of power before considering tackling the next abyss, especially since those abysses would not descend for a while, so there was no rush. Although I might not be able to help with a few, Su Chen shrugged. He was already close. He was just one level away from the maximum limit for low-level abysses, and the next abysses he would tackle would definitely be of higher difficulty to increase his gains. Based on the massive experience provided by hell-level difficulty abysses, he would soon break through the limit. After the city envoys left, the representatives of various capital firms arrived. Li Yuehong from Shinfeng Group, Ma Wei from Ma Group, and Hong Shikai from Tianqing Company, without exception, offered enormous rewards, hoping Su Chen would join their groups. They promised salaries in the hundreds of millions, full support in searching for skills and equipment, and hiring high-level professionals as teachers. However, Su Chen's response was the same. Sorry, I don't plan to join any company for now. Your company may not be suitable for me. Although they offered substantial salaries this time, Su Chen's most challenging initial phase had already passed. Why should he join a company to work for others? There was no value in joining them at all. The big companies lined up to visit Su Chen's room, only to receive the same response. Su Chen's small house was not soundproof, so whether they were waiting in line or leaving, everything was heard clearly. This guy is so rude. Li Yuehong's HR manager couldn't help but mutter under his breath, his face twitching. Refusing was one thing, but at least he could have changed his rejection line. Giving everyone the same line, completely disregarding the fact that your door isn't soundproof, how could he be so disrespectful? A young genius with top-tier talent, soloing hell-level abysses, what's wrong with being a bit proud? Li Yuehong, however, was completely unconcerned. Even when she walked through Su Chen's door, she still wore a gentle smile, chatting with Su Chen about trivial matters. Even though she was ultimately rejected by him, she left behind a gift representing the Shinfeng Group. Youth itself is a form of capital, not to mention such talent? Regardless of the realities faced by professionals, this holds true even in Su Chen's past life. Take the reasons people in his past life gave for resigning. Those born in the 70s blamed their parents, those in the 80s blamed themselves. Those in the 90s blamed their children, and those in the aughts blamed their bosses. Being young means having the capital to make mistakes. It means having the qualification to be proud. It means having the confidence to be willful. For a top genius who can solo clear hell-level abysses, what does it matter if he is rejected? Not to mention that it was his own rudeness that looked down on Su Chen. In reality, whether it was Li Yuehong or others, deep down they didn't truly believe that the ones who had once been rude could still win over Su Chen, who had fully displayed his talent. Yet everyone still came and presented valuable gifts. To put it simply, it was about salvaging their own image, not wanting to offend someone due to their previous inappropriate remarks. It's not that these high-level professionals were afraid of Su Chen, but there was no need to become enemies with a genius, right? They were capitalists, not brainless villains who would go to any lengths to destroy each other over minor conflicts. The entire day, Su Chen was busy receiving guests. Of course, the rewards were substantial. If he were to cash in the gifts they brought and add the official cash reward for clearing the hell level, he could buy the summon ghost worth 500 million. If I also count the money from selling the sword to Xia Shuelan, I should be able to get an even better set of equipment, making it much faster to level up. Su Chen's eyes sparkled, and the next day he decisively went to school. Then he was met with countless admiring gazes. Su Chen is amazing. You actually soloed a hell level? Hell level, soloing, wow, Su Chen, how did you put those two words together? Su Chen, when you changed to a necromancer, I thought you could only rely on the undead to make a living, but I didn't expect you to be this impressive. Please take me with you. I can warm your bed. The Abyss was the common enemy of all. Every professional who solved the hell-level Abyss could be said to have saved countless civilian lives. This is the hero of the professional era. Even teacher Lu Hongzhe couldn't help but smile. Come on, let's applaud our hero. Su Chen felt a bit awkward, sensing that the atmosphere was being overly exaggerated. Of course, online it was even more excessive. Who knows what order Deng Peng had just issued, but the newspapers and media in Jianyang City unanimously hailed Su Chen as a hero. Various nauseating phrases were piled up endlessly. If it weren't for the fact that Su Chen still had a bit of weight to him, he might have thought he had saved the whole world. It must be out of guilt that he specially praised me so much, Su Chen said with a wry smile. This is really something he could do without worrying about it becoming a double-edged sword. Of course, it wouldn't go that far. Every year countless abysses appeared, and many students had to solve hell-level abysses. Su Chen merely stood out because of his solo clear and suppressing the Neon People achievements. In fact, from what Su Chen saw online, in the eyes of some netizens outside Jianyang City, suppressing the Neon People was his greatest achievement. Su Chen. Xia Shuelan strolled over, her expression calm. I want to talk to you about the payment. My mother wants you to come to my house. To your house? Su Chen was taken aback. It's just 200 million. Can't you just transfer it to me? I think so too, but my mother seems to believe I'm not suitable to handle such a large sum of money and insists that you come to my house. Xia Shuelan frowned, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. I'm already a professional, why do they still treat me like a child? 200 million is certainly not a small sum, but Xia Shuelan's equipment had long surpassed 200 million. As a promising professional, the numbers she would encounter in the future would definitely be above this. Yet her mother still regarded her as a child, as if afraid that once she got the money, she wouldn't pay but would secretly buy herself snacks instead. Xia Shuelan was very unhappy about this. Su Chen also found it strange and said, has something happened in your family recently? It shouldn't be like this. Xia Shuelan tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said, if I have to say something, on the day you broke through the abyss, when I went home, my father suddenly had a strange impulse and insisted on going out to kill pigs in the middle of the night. Su Chen? Xia Shuelan, then he was stopped by my mother, but he still insisted on going to kill pigs, and in the end, he was slapped to the ground by my mother. Su Chen? Xia Shuelan, then I don't know if my mother poured her grievances against my father onto me, insisting that you come to my house so that I could transfer money to you. Wasn't it always just beating my dad to vent her anger before? Why drag me into this? Xia Shuelan's small eyes flashed with great confusion. Su Chen? So what exactly is going on in your family? Marry a Sichuanchongqing woman, enjoy a life of luxury. Marry a Sichuanchongqing woman, enjoy a life of luxury. After school, Su Chen followed Xia Shuelan, and just as they exited the school gate, a super cool car stopped at the entrance. Its lines flowed seamlessly from the front to the back, without any sense of awkwardness. The side of the car was as natural as flowing clouds, as if it were a masterpiece of the wind. The roof had sharp angles, showcasing a strong sense of futurism and technology. The entire car body was silver white, dazzling and shimmering under the sunlight. When Xia Shuelan arrived, the car door opened automatically, the lights flashed, and a voice said, "Welcome, miss. This is a creation of a mechanic." Su Chen blinked, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He remembered that when he changed jobs, some people thought he needed to rely on the undead to screw bolts to make a living. At first glance, it seemed like a quick path to wealth, bringing along 100,000 undead, transforming into 100,000 workers, opening a factory to outcompete everyone, a very promising profession. But in reality, relying on the undead to screw bolts yields very little income. It's far less lucrative than going down into the abyss. Because in the screwing bolts business, there is a very powerful competitor, the mechanic. The undead themselves have poor intelligence and can only engage in the simplest tasks, with efficiency comparable to that of ordinary people, or even slightly worse. How could they compare to the production lines created by mechanics? The formidable mechanics can design mechs, spaceships, and space capsules, and manufacture industrial mother machines, photolithography machines, and artificial intelligence. In the era of professionals, the true top-tier luxury goods are only the equipment forged by blacksmiths, the potions brewed by alchemists, and the special machines produced by mechanics. Xia Shualan nodded slightly. Let's go, get in the car. Once inside, the interior was also very luxurious. Seats made of unknown monster fur, a ceiling that flowed like the starry sky, intelligent systems without any manual control, and a suspension system that had no sense of motion at all. You really are a rich girl. Su Chen couldn't help but look at Xia Shualan. Rich girl, hungry, food. Xia Shualan looked over in confusion, feeling that Su Chen's gaze seemed a bit off. The vehicle created by the mechanic was very fast, although it didn't use any rocket propulsion technology. In less than 10 minutes, they had already arrived at the Xia family home. Stepping out of the car and looking at the vast estate, Su Chen couldn't help but marvel again at the power of the rich girl. At the entrance of the Xia family, a woman who resembled Xia Shualan but was more mature stood gracefully waiting. This was clearly Xia's mother. You must be Su Chen, Shualan's classmate. Summer mother smiled, looking Su Chen up and down. You're quite handsome. Cough, auntie, you're overpraising me. Su Chen coughed lightly. Well, auntie, since I'm here, then come in and have a meal, Summer mother beamed. The young man just got out of school and hasn't had a chance to eat, right? Come and try your uncle's cooking. Saying this, she walked straight into the house. Shouldn't I get the money first? Su Chen's lips moved, but he still obediently followed. After all, he hadn't received the money yet. Entering the Summer household, the house, while not resplendent, was quite nice. A stern-looking man was bustling between the kitchen and dining room, constantly bringing out dishes. The food on the table was steaming, exuding an enticing aroma, clearly made with many rare ingredients from the abyss. They really are wealthy. Su Chen thought to himself. The taste of such rare ingredients goes without saying. The key is their effect. Long-term consumption of these materials can enhance one's attributes. There are even secondary professions among practitioners that specialize in utilizing these materials, chefs. One can imagine the preciousness of these ingredients. Dad, why did you make so many delicious dishes today? Summer Shualan was also taken aback when she saw the dishes. Is today some kind of holiday? So many good things are not something the Summer family eats often. Summery Dong's face twitched, but he remained silent. No, Mom just thought that after you've been working hard in the abyss for so long and haven't had anything good to eat, she felt sorry for you, so she asked your dad to make a few more dishes, Summer mother said with a squint and a gentle smile. Although she was the children's mother, practitioners themselves have lifespans far exceeding that of ordinary people. Walking alongside Summer Shualan, she resembled a sisterly figure out shopping. At this moment, her smile was quite beautiful, radiating a unique warmth of a wife. Summer Shualan tilted her head, a hint of confusion in her eyes. If you think that way, then why did I eat ordinary dishes when I came home a couple of days ago? I didn't just return from the abyss today. Hello, Uncle Summer. Su Chen stepped forward to greet. Summery Dong grunted. Su Chen? He blinked, unsure if it was his illusion, but it seemed that Uncle Summer had some opinions about him. But this was their first meeting. Summery Dong glared fiercely at Su Chen. This little lecher really has the nerve to come. Summery Dong gritted his teeth, wishing he could bring out his 40-meter-long knife. Daring to let my little cabbage wear black stockings for you to see? How bold. I see you have a death wish. You. Summer mother squinted her eyes and looked over. Hello. Summery Dong forced a smile on his face. Su Chen looked at that forced smile. I must have misjudged. Perhaps Uncle Summer just doesn't smile much? Summer mother averted her gaze and then revealed her usual warm smile, saying, Come, little Suen, can I call you little Su? Sit down and eat, come and try your uncle's cooking. Thank you, Auntie. Su Chen smiled slightly and sat down. He picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. It really is delicious. Although ingredients can't determine the taste, they can enhance the effect. Delicious. This is the first time I've tasted such a flavor. Su Chen praised, Uncle's cooking is truly exceptional, right? He really has a knack for cooking. Summer mother immediately smiled. If it's good, eat more. If it's not enough, let him make more. Summery Dong gritted his teeth. That's right, if it's not enough, I'll make more. Then I won't be polite. Su Chen's eyes lit up, because this is really delicious. The unique taste brought by these premium ingredients, and the feeling of being awakened in the body after eating, filled with vitality, made one unable to help but indulge. Su Chen took 3 more bites. Next to him, Summary Dong inhaled, exhaled, and inhaled again, his breathing heavy, as if he was suppressing something. Cooking still requires a bit of effort. It's one thing to cook for my wife and obedient daughter, but why should I work so hard to cook for this pig? That's a pig that wants to root through my family's cabbage. Looking at Su Chen's gluttonous expression, Xiaodong couldn't help but say, a real man should work hard. Someone who only seeks good food will. Xia's mother turned her head slightly. You dare to talk nonsense? Be careful or I'll give you an earful. Her voice was very low, almost like a mosquito, ensuring that the nearby low-level professional Su Chen and Xia Shuelan couldn't hear, but it couldn't escape the ears of a high-level professional. The achievements must be quite impressive. Xiaodong's face twitched, continuing, after all, wine helps with joy and prosperity. Having interests can better motivate one's progress. The ingredients I need for cooking are quite expensive, but precisely because they are expensive, I work hard and strive continuously, ultimately achieving who I am today. So, those who love food must be capable people because they have a reason to work hard. Conversely, men who only know how to lie flat and have no aspirations will surely not have a bright future. Little Su, do you agree? His lines had no sense of incongruity, as if this was exactly what he wanted to say. This is the kind of flexible eloquence that only diplomats possess. So Su Chen was completely unaware, just blinking and looking at Xiaodong with a hint of confusion. Did he really link a person's achievements to their love for food? Could Xia Shuelan's father be a foodie? But that didn't stop him from putting on a show, repeatedly saying, yes, Uncle Xia is absolutely right. Those who love food will definitely achieve something. As he spoke, he picked up 2 large chopsticks, indicating his agreement with the viewpoint. I am indeed a man who loves food. That's right, eat a bit more. Xia's mother showed a gentle smile, actively picking up the serving chopsticks. Come, auntie will serve you some dishes, try this, it's Shuelan's favorite. Beside her, Xia Shuelan looked up in confusion. Mom, since it's my favorite, isn't there a possibility that you should put the food in my bowl? Watching the dish being taken away halfway by those large chopsticks, Xia Shuelan felt a bit heartbroken. By the way, little Su, you and our Shuelan are classmates, right? How does Shuelan do in school? Xia's mother smiled. Su Chen wasn't surprised. After all, the parents of classmates would specially invite you in, and it couldn't just be for a meal. They must want to inquire about their daughter's life at school, how she performs. At such times, one must say a few good words. So Su Chen confidently said, Xia Shuelan is a top student in school, her grades are very high, and the teachers really like her, her classmates admire her a lot. Xia's mother asked, how does she get along with her classmates? Su Chen decisively replied, although Xia Shuelan is not talkative, she always speaks when she has something to say, and she has her own principles in dealing with people. This straightforward character makes her classmates very envious, believing that being friends with her means not having to worry about deceit. She is a trustworthy partner. Xia's mother squinted her eyes slightly. So, little Su, what kind of person do you think our Shuelan is? Su Chen spoke eloquently. Xia Shuelan studies diligently, practices hard, treats everyone with a calm attitude, has never harbored ill will towards others, and although she is usually quiet, she actually enjoys helping others. I haven't teamed up with her, but from what I know, her teammates have a very good opinion of her, believing she is very brave in the abyss, willing to lead the charge against enemies, and often takes the initiative to cover the retreat. She is definitely the most reliable teammate. Actually, auntie, don't be fooled by the fact that I solo the abyss. In reality, I really envy Xia Shuelan's teammates. They get to team up with such a reliable person, unlike me, who can only hold my own against any kind of enemy. Su Chen sang praises for Xia Shuelan, making her face turn red. Am I really that great? Does Su Chen really want to team up with me? But Su Chen completely ignored Xia Shuelan's expression. When you're having dinner at a classmate's house and their mother asks for your opinion about them, can you say anything bad? Not to mention that Xia Shuelan herself has no flaws. Even if she did, out of respect for this meal, Su Chen would never let a bad word slip. In fact, he was going all out to praise her. He said Xia Shuelan was beautiful, hardworking, reliable, and loyal, almost making it sound like she was the unattainable woman of his dreams. Xia's mother listened, her eyes sparkling with amusement, her smile growing wider. Is our Shuelan really that good? Of course. Su Chen replied without hesitation, Xia Shuelan is the best classmate I've ever met, bar none. Upon hearing this, Xia's mother's eyes lit up, and her smile became even more radiant. Xia Shuelan felt a bit shy. Am I really that great? Meanwhile, Xiaodong was breathing heavily, as if he were working a bellows. This kid had previously made our Shualan wear black stockings for him. What a damn lecher. It's true that no necromancer is a good person. Born evil, those necromancers. And now he's got his eyes on our Shualan? Listening to Su Chen's praises for Xia Shualan felt like hearing him say, "Dear father-in-law, your daughter is too outstanding. Please let her marry me." No way. I don't agree. Under the pressure of his wife's authority, he struggled to hold back for a long time. But in the end, he couldn't contain himself and let his anger break through his reason. "Kid, shut up." Xia Yidong suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Before he could finish, a delicate hand appeared before him, growing larger and larger until, bang! Xia's mother slapped him, sending Xia Yidong flying far away. He crashed into the wall, creating a large dent. Xia Yidong ended up stuck in the wall, headfirst, with his apron flipped over, revealing two thick, hairy legs. He was twitching, looking quite lively. Oh dear, you really are something. Even though the wall is broken, you can't rush to fix it before dinner is finished. Our guest is still here. Xiao's mother chuckled lightly, elegantly and solemnly, like a noblewoman. You couldn't tell that the hand covering her mouth had just struck her husband hard enough to make him spit blood. But since you insist on fixing it, go ahead. The tools should be in the basement. Hurry and get them. Xiao's mother waved her hand, wearing an expression of "since you insist, I won't keep you here." Half of Xia Yidong's body was buried in the ground, his toes twitching, but he didn't move. Xiao's mother's gaze sharpened. "I'll summon the spirits." This phrase seemed to have magical power, instantly filling Xia Yidong with energy. He jerked up, quickly running toward the basement. Su Chen was left dumbfounded by this series of events. Meanwhile, Xia Shualan remained calm, eating her food while comforting Su Chen. "Don't panic, just keep eating. This kind of thing happens often in our family, you'll get used to it." Happens often? Get used to it? Su Chen's mouth twitched. Is this the result of marrying a woman from Sichuan and Chongqing? Marrying a Sichuan Chongqing woman means enjoying a life of surprises. Truly impressive. Skill, summon spirits. Skill, summon spirits. Although Xia's mother was fierce towards Xia Yidong, she was very friendly to outsiders, like Su Chen. Her warm smile hardly ever left her face, and her every gesture was filled with the elegance and grace of a refined lady. Especially after learning that Su Chen planned to focus on strength control training for a while, she took the initiative to suggest that Xia Shualan take Su Chen to the Xia family's training ground to use their training equipment. Su Chen walked into the underground training room and picked up a pair of technologically advanced gloves, putting them on. The gloves were long. Although they were called gloves, they actually wrapped around his entire arm. He clenched his fist with a bit of force. The next second, a number 19 appeared on the screen not far away. This was the strength Su Chen exerted. Not just this, but also this, and this. Xia Shualan rummaged through a pile of strange equipment, pointing out how Su Chen should wear them all. Su Chen seemed to transform into a robot or Iron Man, covered in all sorts of peculiar metal. If you want to train strength control, you need to control your own power, Xia Shualan said. Next, you'll wear these things and walk, jump, and punch according to the prompts on the panel. As long as you meet all its conditions, your strength control will be considered qualified. As soon as she finished speaking, the screen displayed a walking icon, indicating Su Chen to take 2 steps. Su Chen nodded and followed the screen's guidance to walk. After taking 2 steps, the screen changed color. A 3-dimensional little figure appeared on the screen, with a bunch of small red dots appearing on the wrist, fingers, and various joints. The red dot on the wrist indicated excessive force, suggesting a reduction of 352 in power. The red dot on the toes indicated excessive force, suggesting a reduction of 299 in power. The red dot on the waist indicated insufficient force, suggesting an increase of 34 in power. Just from the simple act of walking, he was marked with dozens of instances of improper force. What a set of high technology! This must be the work of a mechanic. Su Chen's eyes lit up. This was far more effective than training with a cheap glass cup. My mom said, if you want to use our training ground in the future, just come to me, and I'll let you in any time. Xia Shualan said with a hint of jealousy. She really treats you well, even serving you a lot of my favorite dishes. Yeah, Auntie is really too friendly. It makes me a bit uncomfortable. Su Chen chuckled awkwardly. Maybe she wants to return a favor? After all, I sold you that sword for a cheap price. The 200 million had already been transferred to Su Chen's card, which was not a low price. However, the value of that sword indeed exceeded 200 million, not that the selling price could be higher, but generally, to obtain such top-notch equipment, one often needed to offer extra favors to qualify for the purchase. Perhaps Xia's mother considered this, which is why she lent her training ground to Su Chen? What do you mean cheap? Xia Shualan said, clearly dissatisfied. I clearly contributed the black silk. You were so excited back then, and now you deny it? It should be you who owes me a favor now. Cough, cough. Su Chen almost choked. Fine, even if what you said makes sense. Su Chen casually brushed it off and then gazed at the big screen with shining eyes. This set of training equipment was far better than his broken glass cup. With its assistance, he would definitely be able to master his strength faster and better. Let the training begin. In the following days, Su Chen was almost addicted to the Xia family's training ground. This behavior, which was too intrusive, made Su Chen quite embarrassed. However, although Xia Yidong's face was dark every day, Xia's mother was very enthusiastic towards Su Chen, often inviting him to stay for meals. She noticed Su Chen's awkwardness and used various phrases like "please take care of our Shuelan, training together will motivate Shuelan more, and you are both the same age, you should exchange experiences on conquering the abyss," to give Su Chen an out. This favor is going to be owed, Su Chen sighed lightly. However, he didn't mind too much. He had already passed his initial difficult period, and the abyss he would be tackling next would definitely be of a very high difficulty level. Just casually exploding a few pieces of top-notch equipment and selling them to the Xia family would be enough to repay this favor. Even this is beneficial for him. Not to mention the issue of sales channels, just selling equipment to Xia Shuelan is actually a win-win for me. It's the kind of win where I can win twice. After all, the better Xia Shuelan grows, the greater her impact on me. When the two of them were walking through the snack street, as soon as Xia Shuelan slightly slowed her pace, Su Chen knew it was time to head to the stall to buy 2 portions of snacks, handing one to Xia Shuelan. And if Su Chen hadn't gone to buy and just continued walking straight ahead, Xia Shuelan wouldn't be angry because she understood that this meant Su Chen thought there was another snack stall behind that was even better. During this time, they were chatting about the topic of Invincible Road the whole way, without any delays, and there was no need for any other communication. This definitely counts as a kind of mutual understanding, right? So, if this young lady were to drop dead, would Su Chen's attributes also increase? Ahem. Although it would be better if Miss Xia were still alive. But clearly, the stronger Miss Xia is, the more beneficial it is for Su Chen. Selling top-notch equipment to the Xia family not only repays a favor but also makes some money. If something were to happen to Xia Shuelan, Su Chen could also gain some attributes. From any angle, this is a win. Not just Xia Shuelan, but I can actually help you Dingwu as well, Su Chen thought to himself. This is a good brother Su Chen recognized early on. Definitely the kind that can explode with attributes. Of course, Yu Dingwu probably can't come up with enough money, but that's okay, Su Chen can lend him the equipment. During this time, he can also collect a bit of low-interest fees, and when Yu Dingwu levels up to the point where he doesn't need this equipment anymore, Su Chen can reclaim the equipment, sell it off, and be done with it, all without any loss. Helping a good brother grow stronger while also making a bit of interest? This is definitely not a loss. Su Chen decisively chose to take action. He took the money sent by the Xia family, along with the money from gifts given by Shinfeng Group and other companies, and the official rewards, directly buying the Summon Ghost skill book worth 500 million, slapping it onto himself. Then, with the remaining balance, he equipped himself with a complete set of rare-level mage gear. Thus, Su Chen's panel changed to Su Chen, Class, Necromancer. Level, Health, 402,800, Mana, 830, Strength, 2,211, Constitution, 4,028, Intelligence, 89, Agility, 21, Talent, Legacy of a close friend. When your close friend, with whom you share a mutual understanding, dies in battle, you will gain all of that friend's main attributes, permanently increasing your own attributes. Skills, Necromancy Control, passive all the undead you summon will share a mutual understanding with you, they can comprehend and obey your commands. Summon Skeleton, consumes 20 mana, summons a skeleton warrior, maintaining this summon requires occupying 1 point of intelligence limit. Summon Zombie, consumes 30 mana, summons a zombie, maintaining this summon requires occupying 2 points of intelligence limit. Summon Ghost, consumes 50 mana, summons a ghost, maintaining this summon requires occupying 3 points of intelligence limit. Corpse Poison, a cursed toxin that can be applied to your undead. Flesh and blood creatures that die from this undead have a certain probability of being transformed into undead. Frost Nova, consumes 100 mana, releases a crystal imbued with frost energy, dealing 200 intelligence attribute, ice magic damage to the target and surrounding enemies, with a slight freezing effect, adding up to a total of 180 intelligence. Those mages cultivated by major powers are about this level when they are around. Although the quality of their equipment is much stronger than Su Chen's rare gear. But aside from Su Chen, who would dare to allocate all their attribute points to the main attribute? New skill in hand, let's first test the quality of my new good brother. Su Chen looked at the word Summon Ghost, his eyes shining with excitement. Then he turned and walked into the Abyss, Tower of Ancient Martial Arts. Looking at the muscular monk copper men, Su Chen waved his staff. Summon the spirits. This account had already developed the skill spirit, strength, 15, constitution, 10, intelligence, 2, agility, 20, skill, ethereal body. On the surface, the spirits summoned by Su Chen looked very similar to those from the underworld abyss, making it hard to tell the difference at first glance. But the attributes were quite different. The stark contrast between the enemy spirits and Su Chen's spirits highlighted the significant gap. After all, Su Chen's spirits had a lower panel, while the spirits from the underworld abyss had panels equivalent to that of professional players. The undead summoned by necromancers do not change in level. There is no situation where the summoned undead follow the necromancer's level. If that were the case, could they summon skeleton warriors? Would they still be called skeleton warriors? Perhaps renamed as skeleton war gods? This is one of the reasons why necromancers are considered a low-tier profession. The strength of the undead under their command often fails to keep up with the professional player themselves. Without sufficiently powerful skills, ordinary undead are truly more of a hindrance than anything else. However, this flaw is not insurmountable. Necromancers have means to enhance their undead, the most typical being the undead monster abomination. These large, exaggerated undead warriors are entirely inhuman creations. They are stitched together from many corpses' severed limbs and transformed through simple suturing, forming powerful walking corpses. This is how necromancers compensate for the weakness of their summoned undead. In addition, there are some pieces of equipment for necromancers, like the necklace Su Chen wore, Soul Seal, which grants all attributes to the controlled undead. Little ghost, go for it. Su Chen waved his hand. Dozens of spirits rushed towards the monk copper men. Filthy creatures that do not understand the way of the monk. The monk copper men roared in anger and struck with a heavy punch. Bang! The spirit's form faded slightly. After a few more punches, the spirit ultimately dissipated. Although the spirit had the skill ethereal body that significantly reduced physical damage, the attribute gap was too great to gain any advantage against the monk copper men. However, they were still much stronger than skeletons or zombies. The spirits at least managed to land a few hits, causing some damage to the monk copper men. If it were skeleton warriors, they would likely be killed in an instant. But Su Chen had long anticipated the spirit's shortcomings. Weakness is just weakness. If these monsters can't even deal with spirits, wouldn't that waste my time earning attribute points? Su Chen thought to himself, while shouting, "Ah, little ghost. What's wrong, little ghost? Damn it, you bastard. How could you harm my little ghost so cruelly? Are you even human?" The next moment, triggered talent legacy of a dear friend. Your agility increases by 20 points. Oh my! Su Chen felt his limbs become much lighter, and his dynamic vision was also enhanced to some extent. He then threw a punch. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a few punches, his fists left after images. This was the effect of the increased agility attribute. However, it seemed that the additional attributes granted by the equipment for the undead were not counted in the talent. Otherwise, it should have increased by 21 points of agility, but it didn't matter. It was just a small issue. Su Chen wanted to take the opportunity to test the benefits brought by the agility attribute, but for now, he suppressed his emotions, watching the spirits in front of him fiercely battling the monk copper men, continuously shouting, "Ah, little ghost, you can't die, little ghost. Didn't we agree to clear the abyss together and achieve great things? Get up, little ghost." He let out a desperate wail from the back. Yet, the spirits fell one after another. In the end, they were cleared out by the monk copper men. He, now it's just you left. You're going to be subjected to this and that by us. Little necromancer, you can't escape, the monk bronze men sneered as they approached, cracking their knuckles. But Su Chen merely smiled. Yes, you're right, I can't escape. The next second, his figure transformed into a phantom and charged forward. The abyss gate contracted and expanded, revealing Su Chen's silhouette. He was merely facing a nightmare-level abyss, which of course couldn't pose a challenge to him. This time, the focus of the abyss run was simply to test a new skill. Su Chen, class, Necromancer. Level, health, 402,800, mana, 830, strength, 2,211, constitution, 4,028, intelligence, 89, agility, 1221. This wave of abyss running had increased his agility by a full 1,200. Just from one run. It's terrifying. Su Chen stood there in shock. However, upon reflection, it wasn't surprising. With a complete set of mage gear, his intelligence attribute had nearly doubled compared to before, and his mana naturally surged. Each ghost could provide 20 points of agility, far surpassing the 5 points of strength offered by a skeleton warrior. Although summoning a ghost consumed 50 points of mana, while summoning a skeleton warrior cost only 20 points, a simple calculation would reveal that the cost-effectiveness of summoning ghosts far exceeded that of summoning skeleton warriors or zombies. Plus, now that Su Chen had money, he was using medium-quality mana recovery potions throughout, allowing him to summon even more undead. If it weren't for the fact that Su Chen wasn't yet familiar with his new ghostly companions, which caused some to die without him gaining their attributes due to their diminished sorrow upon death, he could have summoned even more. So it can be concluded that the higher the level of the undead, the better the cost effectiveness, allowing for quicker and better attribute increases. I really need to find a way to get the skill book for the skeleton mage. The skeleton mage was a top-tier undead. Whether considering the increase in intelligence or cost effectiveness, it was the best choice. Next time, I'll go straight for the hell level. Su Chen glanced at the ancient martial tower and made up his mind. The mere nightmare-level ancient martial tower was no longer a challenge for him. He had compensated for the weakness in agility, and he could definitely take down the hell-level ancient martial tower. Moreover, it might not even require much effort. Su Chen walked into the school and handed the Constitution warrior gear he had just obtained from the ancient martial tower to Yu Dingwu. Old Su, you really are. Yu Dingwu's face was filled with gratitude. I didn't expect you to remember your brother. How could I forget you? Su Chen smiled. You're my kindred spirit. The equipment dropped from the nightmare-level ancient martial tower wasn't particularly outstanding. Its quality was merely rare. Although Su Chen wore a few pieces, he couldn't even be bothered to remember their names. He was completely indifferent. But to say that rare-level equipment was subpar was only true for someone like Su Chen or Xia Shualan. Yu Dingwu, although also a shield warrior, hadn't found a reliable investor and lacked significant capital support, making both his equipment and skills somewhat shabby. For a poor warrior like Yu Dingwu, rare-level equipment was already incredibly powerful. Yu Dingwu was immediately moved to tears, but after hesitating, he said, "No, old Su, you should sell this equipment. I can't accept such a favor. I'm just lending it to you, not giving it to you," Su Chen replied nonchalantly. "When you no longer need it, just return it to me. I still plan to sell it. That's not the issue. I'm worried that I might accidentally die in the abyss and cause you a huge loss." Yu Dingwu hesitated. "Then you'd really be at a disadvantage. Equipment, of course, wasn't permanently usable. There was a durability setting for equipment. As durability decreased, it needed to be repaired by a blacksmith, which would also lower the maximum durability. However, this is actually not a big deal. With the consumption of low-level professionals, they might not even need to repair their equipment when their levels increase and their gear is updated. But if the wearer dies in the abyss, that equipment cannot be retrieved. This is the greatest loss of low-level gear. Su Chen, is there a possibility that your death in the abyss would actually help me more? Not to mention, my investment is only around 1,000. If you fall in the abyss and it can exchange for dozens of points in constitution, that's even better than the cost-effectiveness of my zombie buddy. After all, Su Chen often pops a bottle of expensive blue potion to summon the undead as quickly as possible. Even without considering the blue potions, if you put it to anyone right now, if they could spend 10 million or even a billion to infinitely increase their attributes by dozens of points, do you think they would refuse? They could throw a mountain of gold at you. After all, this is a fundamental attribute, a permanent enhancement that can be infinitely stacked, not some external garbage added by equipment. But such words cannot be said outright. Su Chen could only smile kindly and pat the dog's head. What can I do? Who told you to be my most obedient adopted son? If I don't help you, who will? Adoptive father. Yu Dingwu looked deeply moved. Su Chen watched, feeling quite touched. This is actually the normal way to activate the legacy of a close friend talent. Those who possess this talent must be good men with a sense of righteousness. Known as the timely reign of the abyss, the protector of the great Xia. Words like being generous, helping the needy, and eagerly seeking talent are meant to describe those who are willing to wholeheartedly support their brothers. Yu Dingwu was so moved that he immediately vowed, "Adoptive father, if you need anything from me, just say the word. I will definitely not let you down." "Well then, can you lend me your phone to watch some short videos for a while?" Su Chen smiled and extended his hand. "Adoptive father, feel free to take it." Yu Dingwu obediently handed over his phone. Su Chen immediately opened it. Although he also had a phone and short video apps, Yu Dingwu's account was cultivated. As a pure old pervert, his persistent training had led to countless precise recommendations from big data. If others searched for Jiahuafe, they might find sneak attack, a right whip kick, a left straight kick. But Yu Dingwu was different. When he searched for Jiahuafe, it would show Su Chen casually clicking on it. Sneak attack. Slap. A black silk leg. Slap. A leg ring beauty. Slap. A mouth. Slap. Just enough to stop without underwear. Slap. A lowly kneeling. Slap. A mature woman pushing. Slap. And a pervert chasing. Rat Tail Juice talks about martial ethics. Jia, Hua, Fa, mature woman voice, look. What a perfect account. Yu Dingwu must have done good deeds in his past life, reaching the point of having a monument erected for him by the people, to have cultivated such a perfect account in this life. This account was once offered 50,000 by an anonymous person, but Yu Dingwu refused without hesitation. Su Chen agreed with Yu Dingwu's decision. 50,000 is simply an insult to such an excellent account. Su Chen happily started scrolling, as this was his relaxation time. This new adopted son of mine, Yu Dingwu, is still quite useful. Yu Dingwu watched from the side, feeling somewhat complicated. He still hadn't found capital to support him, living in dire poverty. The main reason was his going to clubs before exams and calling for foot massages after antics. Clearly, such carefree behavior always made people feel he was unreliable and unambitious. Therefore, the HR of big companies kept pressing him down on the price, making it unacceptable for him. His parents had been criticizing him for this. His teachers also helplessly advised him. Originally, a couple of days ago, he saw Su Chen dealing with the abyss level and felt he could no longer indulge in self-destruction. He decided to restrain his desires in this area and become a reliable good man. Yet the only thing Su Chen needed him to do was to lend his phone to watch short videos? I originally planned to give up on the sensual side and wanted to become a reliable person, but Su Chen treats me so well, and the only value I can provide him may be just that. So should I give it up? Yu Dingwu's face was filled with conflict. But he didn't struggle for long before he decisively reached a conclusion. I can't give it up. Now the recruitment of big companies is nearing its end, and the excellent equipment in stock has long been sent to other students who are changing jobs. Even if I join the company now, I can only wait in line for the new equipment that will be released. These pieces of equipment might not even be as good as what Su Chen gave me. So why should I continue to provide value to Su Chen and instead sell myself to a company that exploits people? Exactly. That's it. I not only can't give up on the sensual side, but I also need to delve deeper into this field, using my understanding of it to provide more value to Su Chen. Yu Dingwu immediately made the decision to stay true to himself, to connect with his brothers, and not to bout a big capital. He planned to first check out the foot massage parlors near the school, filter out all the non-green establishments, and investigate the service levels of the technicians one by one, summarizing his findings. At that time, he could completely recommend to Su Chen to have a foot massage and bring Su Chen for a massage. Only then could he repay the gratitude he felt in his heart. He immediately borrowed a phone from another classmate and began searching for stylish places. After a while Su Chen was engrossed in watching short videos, Yu Dingwu approached with an angry expression. Su Chen, those damn neon people are cursing you online. The Neon People's Challenge. The Neon People's Challenge. Damn necromancer Su Chen, the insidious Jianyang City Professional Association. While we are working hard to help you conquer the underworld ghost cave, you sneak into the abyss, using the foundation we laid for you to shamelessly steal the fruits that rightfully belong to our great Neon Empire. It's simply the height of shamelessness. Your great Xia people are just a bunch of cowardly and timid folks. You great Xia were once just our Neon's defeated foes. You only know how to use despicable and shameless means to launch sneak attacks, and you even took advantage of our resources. We clearly came to help you, and this is how you treat your benefactors? I, Uchida Ichimu, will absolutely not swallow this grievance. We Neon warriors are also the ones who cannot stand your great Xia's insidious and cunning behavior. Su Chen, if you still have a bit of manly responsibility, then let's have a fair duel between warriors. The winner can take the Hellgate of the Underworld Ghost Cave. This was the statement made by the Neon captain, Uchida Ichimu, online. Su Chen looked at the phone Yu Dingwu handed over, raising an eyebrow. What tricks is this little Neon trying to play? Want to challenge me? Of course, such statements posted online don't need Su Chen to respond. A series of netizens immediately jumped in to curse back for him. Trash little Neon, you didn't even fight in the abyss, and you don't let us take action? This is our territory. What benefactor helping us? Do you dare say we didn't pay you? And that so-called resource you claim we took from you, isn't that your penalty for breach of contract? Don't think we don't know. You voluntarily breached the contract, trying to extort us, but didn't expect Su Chen to clear the level, and now you need to pay us the penalty, and you really have the nerve to bring it up. Confusing right and wrong, turning black into white, this is indeed the nature of you Neon people. A large number of netizens were cursing Uchida Ichimu on behalf of Su Chen, and those unfamiliar with the situation learned the reasons behind it from enthusiastic netizens. It was just that the Neon people wanted to take advantage of Great Xia, but were stopped by Su Chen, and then they angrily cursed. The number of comments cursing back was countless, but Uchida Ichimu actually cursed back one by one. You despicable and shameless people of the Great Xia, you are a naturally inferior race, not worthy opponents for our neon warriors. We only wanted to negotiate a more friendly contract with you, and yet you force us to pay a penalty for breach of contract, taking advantage of our conscience. How can there be such brazen and shameless people? We clearly came to help you, to bring the flame of civilization to Great Xia, yet you treat your benefactors this way? You inferior beings deserve to be killed by the abyss monsters, it is only fitting. This immediately sparked even greater anger among netizens, who retaliated with sharper words. The comments below kept piling up, and Su Qin scrolled several times, only to find even more. He is trying to provoke you. Xia Xuelan also saw this news, walking over casually and whispering, "It seems that Xianghua was similarly provoked by that neon leader, which led us to hastily enter the abyss and suffer heavy losses." Su Chen, you need to stay calm. Is this really the tactic of the little neon? Yu Dingwu was taken aback upon hearing this. These neon people are truly despicable. Su Chen, don't fall for their provocation. He had heard a bit about the heavy losses suffered by Xia Xuelan's team. He never expected that the culprit would also be related to the neon. Those damned little neons are indeed vile. He quickly comforted Su Chen, saying, "Su Chen, there's no need for you to be angry. Look, so many people are helping you to scold him, and the heat of this verbal battle usually doesn't last long." In simple terms, it was just a post where a neon person insulted Great Xia, and Great Xia retaliated. Similar posts were abundant, popping up almost every day. There was no need to pay attention. Not to mention that the neon people are completely in the wrong, they are just being unreasonable. Yu Dingwu said, "Su Chen, you don't need to engage with them. It is indeed unreasonable, but..." Su Chen looked at the words above, his eyes narrowing slightly. The heat might not decrease. Ha! Yu Dingwu was taken aback. However, the reality turned out to be just as Su Chen had said. It was clearly a post about a verbal battle, but after an afternoon, the heat not only didn't decrease, it became even more explosive. Countless patriotic Great Xia people rushed to scold Uchida Kazuki, but Uchida Kazuki tirelessly retaliated one by one. The back and forth between both sides only increased the heat. That Uchida Kazuki has quite the strategy. Su Chen looked at his phone and said, he knows his arguments don't hold water, so he directly focuses on meaningless personal attacks. Insulting Great Xia, insulting the Great Xia people, without needing specific examples, just continuous insults. So it's easy to provoke the anger of the Great Xia people, making them unable to resist retaliating. It's just like ordinary people arguing on the street. You don't actually need to insult someone with phrases like slutty whore mixed with specific bad deeds. Just repeatedly saying what the hell can easily ignite the other person's anger. Of course, for him to be able to do this, there must be a team behind him, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep up with replying to others. It should be the tactic of their leader. Su Chen succinctly stated. But I can't just stay silent now, there are already quite a few trolls starting to guide public opinion. Su Chen looked at a comment that read, "Where's Su Chen? Why hasn't he shown up? We're working so hard to scold for him, and he's hiding behind." This kind of comment was definitely from trolls, trying to shift the fire onto Su Chen, but it could indeed easily provoke dissatisfaction among the Great Xia people towards Su Chen. The other side was a master at manipulating public opinion. So, Su Chen, are you going to accept his challenge? Yu Dingwu frowned, that Uchida Kazuki is well prepared, and he's much older than us. Of course not. Su Chen shrugged, if they win, I have to pay the price of the Abyss Gate, but if they lose, they don't mention any consequences. Why should I agree to such unreasonable gambling? Speaking of which, using his certified account, he typed on the forum. As expected of Little Neon, you don't mention the price of your own loss, but you repeat the rewards of your win over and over. Why don't you just go home and play with your dad? The netizens, seeing Su Chen's appearance, immediately got excited and started cursing. Exactly. This damn Little Neon is really shameless. And a gamble without paying the price? When have the Neon people ever cared about face? This is just their nature. If the Neon people cared about face, would they still be Neon people? Uchida Ichimu, or rather Nishikawa Kairu speaking through Uchida Ichimu's account, brightened up. He didn't care about the insults directed at him, but he cared about Su Chen's appearance. As long as Su Chen showed up, that was a victory for him. So what do you want? I can offer. He typed out a series of resources. But after seeing it, Su Chen just chuckled and replied, with just this stuff, you think you can trade for a Gate of the Abyss? As expected of Little Neon, you really have no shame. If you want my Gate of the Abyss, you should at least offer a Gate of the Abyss in return, right? Now that's fair. Nishikawa Kairu didn't mind Su Chen's mockery. Just like at the beginning when he didn't set a bet for his defeat. What if Su Chen really had a moment of madness and agreed to his terms? Wouldn't that be a huge advantage? However, in reality, neither side could put a gate of the abyss as a stake. This item was strictly prohibited from export by the state. Suchen could decide where to open the gate of the abyss, but he couldn't take it out of the country. The same rules applied on the Neon side. Nishikawa Kairu couldn't mobilize a gate of the abyss as a stake either. To send a gate of the abyss to another country, only an official request from both countries would make it possible. But that didn't stop the two from putting on a show of betting on the gate of the abyss. So after replying, Suchen put down his phone. Nishikawa Kairu would absolutely not be able to put a gate of the abyss on the line against Suchen if he dared. Suchen would really dare to accept the bet. After all, Suchen didn't think he would lose to any practitioner. Whoever came, they would die. But while Nishikawa Kairu was provocative in words, his actual actions were very steady. Both he and Uchida Ichimu had official identities and couldn't speak as freely as Suchen, who was just a student. Next, he gradually increased his resource stakes, trying to wear down the information that there was no need to pay attention to. Suchen put away his phone and walked out of the school gate. He had work to do today, settling the gate of the abyss. I'll set up another gate of the abyss, don't move. I'll set up another gate of the abyss, don't move. Suchen took a car to a community in the city center. At this time, the community had already been evacuated, and the buildings were flattened. But a little further away, there were large construction teams working on nearby buildings for repairs and beautification. This was the planned location for the Netherworld Cave Gate of the Abyss. The nearby construction teams had been hired in advance by Big Capital. They would also purchase surrounding buildings to prepare logistics for practitioners, ready to make a profit. Of course, according to the unspoken rules, after they bought the properties here, they would also give Suchen a red envelope, not too much. After all, the Gate of the Abyss only had a 3-year validity. Suchen, you're here. Dang Peng walked over briskly. It's good you're here. I thought the damn little Neon would have you so worked up that you'd really consider betting the Gate of the Abyss against him. I almost called Lao Xia to go to your school to talk you out of it. Don't take those little Neon guys seriously, they don't have the qualifications to use the gates of the Abyss of Neon Country. Just look at what they say online. It's clear these guys don't even dare to mention it a few times, obviously lacking the confidence to bet the Gate of the Abyss against you. Deng Peng looked at Suchen's figure, clearly relieved. For a moment, the conversation seemed to multiply. Suchen nodded slightly. Don't worry, I'm not foolish enough to be deceived by that little Neon. Saying this, he continued to walk slowly forward. His pace was extremely slow, as if an old lady were crossing the street. Deng Peng just blinked. Suchen, what are you? It's nothing, just a minor after effect, Suchen replied calmly. He had to move slowly. Otherwise, the surging agility attribute would be uncontrollable. Suchen had never allocated points to agility. Before his new good brother arrived, agility was indeed the weakest link. However, after the last run in the Abyss, he had forcibly increased his agility by 1,000 points, jumping from the original 20 points to 2 additional digits. This change was far greater than the previous increases in constitution and strength. If Suchen didn't suppress himself to such slow movements, he might end up crashing face-first into a wall due to moving too quickly and losing control. Or rather, he had already crashed into walls many times. But it's not a big deal, Suchen thought to himself. Mastering agility is much simpler than mastering strength. In fact, agility itself also affects balance, observation, and fine motor skills. Each attribute has some hidden influences. For example, constitution can affect endurance, defense, and magical resistance. Intelligence-based practitioners not only excel in fine motor skills but also have resistance to abnormal states like dizziness, drunkenness, sleep, and fear. Agility itself provides a certain bonus to self-mastery. Every high-agility practitioner can dance on an egg. Is this the after-effect of him using his talent to conquer the Abyss? Deng Peng thought to himself. As someone who soloed the Abyss, Suchen naturally sparked countless discussions. Practitioners' attributes at each level are generally similar, skills can be tracked, and weapons and equipment are laid bare. So, Suchen's ability to surpass others by so much must be due to his unique talent. However, although talents vary from person to person, some are strong while others are weaker, they generally fall within a certain range. Some seemingly powerful talents actually require a price to be paid to unleash their full combat potential. Perhaps this is the price Suchen is paying now? Suchen, this way, Deng Peng gestured, leading Suchen forward. As an official, he certainly wouldn't inquire about Suchen's talent, so he simply skipped the topic. He directly took Suchen to a somewhat open area. Suchen, just release the Abyss Gate here, Deng Peng said. The surrounding buildings have been flattened, there's enough space to set up the Abyss Gate. Okay. Suchen nodded and took out the Abyss Gate item. It was a small door-shaped object, intricately carved with the likeness of countless fierce ghosts, giving off a somewhat sinister and eerie vibe. Abyss Gate, Abyss of the Underworld. Description: you can open an abyss gate to the underworld at a certain location. This gate will connect to a phantom dungeon world identical to the abyss of the underworld. The gate can last for 3 years, and you can choose the landing position or close the gate at any time. Su Chen dropped the abyss gate. At the same time, a voice echoed in his ears, asking, "Do you want to open it?" Open. The next second, the small portal instantly expanded. Thick darkness seeped out from within. Deng Peng quickly grabbed Su Chen's shoulder and retreated rapidly. In that brief moment, the darkness had already expanded to several meters high, continuing to spread. Once it reached a certain extent, it slightly retracted and finally settled into shape. This is the Abyss Gate. Su Chen looked up and thought, it doesn't seem much different from a normal Abyss portal. No, it feels a bit smaller than a normal Abyss portal. The Abyss Gate had been opened. Su Chen stepped forward to test it. It was basically no different from a normal Abyss portal. The options for difficulty selection, completion records, and death records are all present. However, in the difficulty selection, the real level option is missing. The highest level is Hell level. By the way, the previously normal Abyss of the Underworld has now disappeared. The reason Su Chen is only now lowering the Abyss Gate is that the 3-year duration of the Abyss Gate is calculated from the moment the Abyss of the Underworld disappears or the Abyss Gate is lowered. The two conditions are parallel. Once the Abyss of the Underworld disappears, even if Su Chen keeps the Abyss Gate unused, it will automatically disappear after 3 years. Conversely, if Su Chen lowers the Abyss Gate before the Abyss of the Underworld disappears, it will also automatically disappear 3 years after being lowered. Therefore, in order to maximize their profits, the professionals will time the lowering of the Abyss Gate to coincide with the disappearance of the Abyss of the Underworld. For abysses like the Abyss of the Underworld, which are nearing their deadline, it's manageable. Some abysses that have just opened are often cleared by people who will wait until a year after the abyss disappears to lower the Abyss Gate. This is akin to starting to make money a year late, but not doing so is not an option either, because normal Abyss Gates do not charge fees, and no one would pay just to use your Abyss Gate. Of course, if you are dissatisfied, you can choose to sell your Abyss Gate to others. As long as you don't take the Abyss Gate out of the country, the state won't care about these matters. Another Abyss Gate that can last for 3 years. Deng Peng looked at the pitch-black portal, filled with emotion. Our Jianyang is still far behind other provinces and cities. Even counting this portal, we only have 3 charging Abyss Gates. It's not that Jianyang City hasn't cleared its abysses every year. Rather, they have cleared them, but the capital behind them is often more willing to send the Abyss Gates to other economically developed provinces for opening. Large capital often manages other businesses, and in these economically prosperous cities, they can exchange benefits through the placement of Abyss Gates, entering their markets to gain greater profits. But with your Abyss Gate, our Jianyang City will surely achieve better development. Deng Peng said proudly, after all, this is an agile, mage-type abyss. Although the mage equipment that can drop is more inclined towards necromancer gear, it is still magical equipment. But it has a very high value. The market price of mage equipment can be twice that of warrior equipment. As long as there is profit to be made, professionals don't mind putting in a little extra effort. However, Su Chen, can't that strategy be a bit more detailed? Deng Peng looked at Su Chen awkwardly. With your strategy, we can't find a second professional in Jianyang City who can take down the hell-level abyss of the underworld. As the hell-level abyss that Su Chen soloed, the data and strategy for the abyss of the underworld were, of course, provided by Su Chen. The data is one thing. Su Chen's records are quite complete. But Deng Peng still remembers the details of the strategy he saw in the report submitted by Su Chen. First, freeze the gate to prevent it from escaping if you can't defeat it, then continuously provoke it, using a defensive counterattack to catch the opponent, and just beat it down to clear the level. What a beat it down to clear the level. I don't know that beating it down clears the level? Deng Peng's mouth twitched. With this strategy, who can use it? Su Chen chuckled awkwardly. He also felt that this strategy seemed to have little significance for ordinary professionals. But that's how he cleared it. I haven't tried other methods myself, and I don't know if other methods are reliable. How can you expect me to write a strategy? Jianyang City has obtained a new Abyss Gate, so naturally, they will promote it widely. By the way, they also announced the entrance fee 1,000 per person per entry. This pricing is considered the lowest tier among all Abyss Gates. The main factor was Su Chen's decision. The Nether Ghost Cave had a certain probability of dropping necromancy skill books and equipment. Although the drop rate was low, it still existed. These were all things he could use. In fact, his Summon Ghost skill book was obtained by someone who had found it in the Nether Ghost Cave and then sold it to the professional association. So Su Chen hoped that more people would enter the Nether Ghost Cave. Perhaps they could really help him obtain a useful skill book. When Deng Peng learned about this, he was immensely grateful. It should be noted that although the Nether Ghost Cave was difficult to conquer, it could also drop magical equipment. It was a hot spot in the Abyss. Moreover, with the Abyss Gate located right in the city center, the complete supporting facilities and services would definitely attract a large number of out-of-town professionals to venture into the Abyss locally. Su Chen was a good person. He had contributed a lot to the development of his hometown. Not only did he immediately praise Su Chen profusely, but he also swore to the heavens that he would contact his old comrades from various places and ensure that once they discovered the Summon Skeleton Mage skill book, they would send it to Su Chen immediately. This made Su Chen feel a bit embarrassed. He just wanted to see if he could snag a few skill books. However, even with such a price drop, under the assessment of official personnel, it was conservatively estimated that just this Abyss Gate could bring Su Chen at least 10 billion in revenue over 3 years. If it weren't for Su Chen's inability to conduct targeted commercial operations like large companies in real estate development, service industries, and trading houses, he might have earned even more. And in the economic cycle, the official revenue would be even higher. This was the enormous benefit of the Abyss Gate. After all, this was the era of universal professionals. The ordinary professionals in Jianyang City were also very happy. A cheap Abyss Gate, combined with the supporting facilities in the city, was very convenient for them. No wonder the professionals cultivated in Jianyang City cared about their hometown. However, while some were happy, others were naturally angry. Uchida Kazuki, or rather Nishikawa Kairo, who released messages online in Uchida's name, was very angry. He cursed Su Chen online. The people of Dacia really have no credibility. We were clearly discussing the terms of a bet, and you directly liberated the Abyss Gate? I put forth so many conditions. What did you disagree with? Speak up. Why did you liberate our neon country's Abyss Gate without a word? Despicable. Shameless. Although he viewed the Abyss Gate as an act of neon country, it made the Dacia netizens very angry. His previous constant price increases and penny pinching were completely disproportionate to the value of the Abyss Gate, drawing criticism. But that didn't stop him from taking on a posture of I want to bet with you over the Abyss Gate. Why did you suddenly withdraw the stakes? To accuse Su Chen. Even to occupy the moral high ground, he boldly declared, Su Chen, I have already applied for the domestic Abyss Gate and am planning to bet with you. Where is your Abyss Gate? Although he couldn't actually apply for the Abyss Gate, that didn't stop him from daring to shout. After all, Su Chen's Abyss Gate had already been used. In response, Su Chen said, oh, no problem, I'll just go and get another Abyss Gate. You just stand here and don't move. Nishikawa Kairo? Su Chen then put away his phone and looked up at the Abyss Gate in front of him. Ancient Martial Tower. Hell level. Let's go. Neon, what the hell? Are you serious? Neon, what the hell? Are you serious? The familiar dim candlelight and the nostalgic cold atmosphere. Su Chen stood in the center of the first floor of the ancient martial tower, the dim candlelight casting deep red shadows on his body. The hell-level ancient martial tower shouldn't be too hard to conquer. Su Chen glanced at the familiar scene and waved his hand. Summon ghost. Dozens of ghostly figures twisted into existence out of thin air. They brought a chilling aura, causing the surrounding temperature to drop several degrees. But the next second, several blood-red eyes lit up not far away. Twisted beings. Disrespectful evil creature of the Buddha. Damn it. You all should die. Why won't you walk the path of the monk with me? Monk Gold Man, level. Health, 10,000, attack power, 500, skill, inch force. Truly a physical type monster. Its health is more than double that of the souls in the ghostly abyss. Its attack power is even stronger, almost surpassing some lower-level monsters. So it's a gold man right from the start? It seems the monsters have been modified. Su Chen said calmly. The initial low-level monsters were just copper men. Now they've turned into gold men, with a dramatic increase in stats. But none of them are my match. Su Chen looked up at the monk Goldman already engaged with the souls, and began to shout the iconic line, Xiaoyu, what's wrong with you, Xiaoyu? He then watched as the souls were slaughtered by the Goldman. Benefactor, there is still a chance for redemption. Why not cultivate the monk's path with this poor monk? The monk Goldman, having killed the souls, clasped its hands together, just about to say something. But the next second, bang! Su Chen threw a punch. The powerful punch shattered the monk's head. No need. Su Chen said, his figure almost turning into a phantom, weaving between the monks. Wherever he went, they were all instantly killed. This is the power of over 1,000 agility. The monk's eyes couldn't catch Su Chen's figure, only seeing one companion after another getting their heads blown off. So fast. These monks actually had decent fighting skills, and in terms of technique alone, they might even be slightly stronger than Su Chen. But the greatest advantage of agility was revealed: only he could strike first, while no one could hit him first. Even if the monk gold men tried to surround Su Chen, he could easily break the encirclement, taking them down one by one. Unlike the souls he faced in the ghostly abyss, he had 2,000 points of strength. That represented 20,000 in attack power. Even though the monk gold men, as physical-type monsters, had decent defense, they couldn't withstand his strike. After all, once I compensate for the last weakness of agility, purely in hand-to-hand combat, no one can compare to me. Su Chen felt the incredibly easy battle process and thought to himself. His mastery of speed was still lacking. Sometimes he should have easily dodged and counterattacked, but often, he accidentally overshot, passing by the enemy and failing to land a hit. Yet even so, no monster could catch his figure. Strength, constitution, and agility represent all the factors affecting hand-to-hand combat. When all three of my attributes crush the opponent, they can never be my match. Any monster relying on melee or ordinary physical attacks could not be Su Chen's opponent. His attributes were simply too exaggerated. Most people, even if they allocated all their attribute points to their main attribute, would only have around 120 points. Even the top talents who were heavily trained, fully equipped with legendary gear, and allocated their points so extremely to their main attribute would max out at around 300 points. And Su Chen? Strength, 2,000. Constitution, 4,000. Agility, 1,000. The weakest agility was still more than 3 times that of a genius main attribute with extreme point allocation. A chasm-like gap had already formed with others. Want to defeat him? Only some uniquely structured mechanisms or monsters with special skills from the abyss might have a glimmer of hope, and the ancient martial tower clearly wasn't one of them. Effortlessly, Su Chen cleared the first level. Then, as always, he meditated to restore his mana. There seemed to be no difference in mechanism between the hell-level ancient martial tower and the ordinary one. The unique setting of each level being separated still provided Su Chen with a foundation to grind his attributes. Then, layer by layer, Su Chen brushed up the second and third layers, his expression becoming increasingly relaxed and carefree. When he reached the 9th layer and faced the Evil Spirit Master, his agility attribute had already surpassed 2,000. Evil Spirit Master, level, health, 150,000, attack power, 4,000, skill, inch force, skill, faceless evil body, skill, evil god's heart punch, skill, dark moon grasp, skill, 10,000 evil devouring heart technique, a health of 150,000, an attack power of 4,000. And that skill list looked exceptionally fierce. This guy was extraordinarily formidable. Benefactor, are you here to learn the way of the monk from me? The Evil Spirit Master slowly raised his head. Its face was just a flat surface, filled with a chilling darkness. Yet, it seemed as if countless faces were emerging upon closer inspection. It was just that perfectly smooth visage. However, with its words, the dark faces seemed to emit wails, twisting in a way that made it hard to discern what it truly looked like. No, I'm here to fight you, Su Chen replied calmly, waving his hand to summon a ghost to attack. Benefactor, you are so stubborn. It seems I must properly demonstrate my monk's way to bring you to the path of Buddha. The Evil Spirit Master suddenly stood up, muscles rippling, exuding a thick aura of darkness. With a punch, several ghosts were instantly killed. With a single step, the shockwave alone killed 3 more ghosts. Under 3 punches and 2 kicks, the once numerous ghosts were reduced to just a few, which were then completely annihilated. How could ghosts, which couldn't even defeat ordinary small monsters, be a match for him? So, Benefactor, do you now see the beauty of the monk's way? The Evil Spirit Master clasped its hands together, its faceless visage twisting even more. No, I plan to teach you a lesson. Su Chen tightened his fists, looking ready to strike. The punch of a necromancer? The Evil Spirit Master chuckled as if hearing a joke, sneering, do you think we monks cannot dodge such things? As a being weaker than an average mage, the melee capability of a necromancer ranked at the bottom among many professions. The punch of a necromancer is indeed quite easy to dodge. Su Chen nodded in agreement. In the next second, his figure suddenly vanished. Then he appeared behind the Evil Spirit Master. Bang! With a punch, the Evil Spirit Master was slammed hard into the ground, cracking the tower's floor and leaving a massive imprint. The Evil Spirit Master itself instantly turned pale, spitting out blood. Su Chen calmly shook his hand. What's hard to dodge is my punch. 3 minutes later. Successfully killed the boss, Evil Spirit Master, completed Abyss exploration. Total time spent, 13 hours 11 minutes. Would you like to exit the Abyss? Note, if you do not exit, you can continue to stay in the Abyss for 72 hours. Exit. Calculating rewards for you. You have obtained Spirit Crystals, 5,000. You have obtained experience, 10,000, you have obtained materials, monk gold powder, golden man relics, evil spirit ashes, you have obtained equipment, holy skeleton gauntlets, diamond armor, you have obtained item, skill book inch force, you have obtained special reward, abyss gate, ancient martial tower, settlement complete. Done. The whole process was easy and stress-free. Especially at the end, the enemy didn't even touch a single hair on Su Chen, while he effortlessly slaughtered it to death. The opponent didn't even use many skills. Too easy, Su Chen smirked. I was right before. The ancient martial tower is much simpler than the underworld ghost cave. Before my agility increased, I should have been able to crush the underworld ghost cave. Now that agility has become my advantage, clearing a small ancient martial tower is truly too easy. He only spent 3 minutes in total. When was it ever this easy to fight? The amount of blood was no match for Su Chen's punch that dealt 20,000 damage. The so-called skills and dodges were easily crushed under Su Chen's agility advantage. But this method of fighting isn't very good, the time is too short, and the enemy's resistance is too weak. Su Chen thought to himself, at least I know the skill mechanics of the underworld ghost cave, but this ancient martial tower's evil spirit host. I didn't even get a chance to see the opponent's skills before I killed it. How could he introduce a strategy to other professionals? How could he encourage them to venture into the depths of the ancient martial tower? Next time, I need to make sure to see at least all the skills. Anyway, with my physique, even if I tank the skills, I won't take much damage. Su Chen decided to learn from this lesson. But for now, he quietly took out his phone. In fact, the online uproar was already overwhelming. Under the operation of Nishikawa Kairu, he was cursing wildly in the name of Uchida Ichiki. You people from Dacia are just untrustworthy. What happened to the bet we agreed on? Are you afraid of our warriors from Neon Country? But this is normal, after all, you Dacia have always produced cowards, unlike the bravery of our Neon Country's samurai. I'm currently in contact with my superiors to decide which abyss gate to use, and yet you have retracted your bets? So this is your Dacia style. Turtle. You Dacia people only deserve to tremble in the corner, you'll never amount to anything. Countless netizens were eager to retort, but the fact that Su Chen had already set up the abyss gate left them at a loss. Instantly, they were in a pitiful state. Seeing this, Su Chen chuckled. He took a photo of the completion record for the ancient martial tower and posted it online. Little Leon, I've already obtained the abyss gate here. When will you bring out the abyss gate you used as a bet? When are we preparing to start fighting? I'm ready anytime. Nishikawa Kairu, who had just been boasting online, was suddenly taken aback. What the hell? I was just joking, and you're actually serious. The Neon people started to play dead. Nishikawa Kairu felt a bit flustered. He had dared to claim, in an official capacity, that he had applied for the abyss gate because Su Chen's abyss gate had already been used, which gave him the audacity to mock. But now, looking back at Su Chen's words, if I go to fight another abyss gate, you just stand there and don't move, you really mean it? The netizens who had just been mercilessly mocked by Nishikawa Kairu suddenly perked up. Su God is amazing. When he says he's going to fight a hell-level abyss, he really does. The last abyss gate was used, so I'll just fight another one. This is called being tough. Another solo clear. How strong is this undead mage? In such a short time, 2 abysses are terrifying. Damn little Neon, now that Su God has already opened the abyss gate, when will you bring out the abyss gate you applied for from Neon Country for us to see? Yeah, didn't you say you had it all applied for? Su Chen has already put up his bet. When will you bring out yours? Everyone was spirited, continuously posting comments below. Meanwhile, Nishikawa Kairu could only play dead. Bring out the abyss gate? What a joke. Who does he think he is, to have the qualifications to bring out an abyss gate? Of course, if the situation were right, he could apply for an abyss gate from his country, but that required extremely harsh conditions. How could he casually bring one out as a bet for a duel between 2 professionals? He could only desperately express online, I had applied for it before, but Dacia have already set up the abyss gate, so I had my superiors retract it. Then he added, Su Chen has just cleared the abyss of the ancient martial tower, which is a physical-type monster abyss, relatively low in value, and not comparable to the semi-agile, semi-mage netherworld cave. The bet is invalid. The netizens from Dacia looked at his statement and scoffed. Trash, if you have the guts, come and bet. Didn't you apply to come to the abyss gate? At least take a photo for us to see. Su Chen has already brought out the abyss gate. Where is your abyss gate? Nishikawa Kairu stammered in a weak defense but no longer dared to casually say betting the abyss gate. After all, he had an official identity, unlike Su Chen, who was just a recent graduate. If he really dared to bet the abyss gate and set up a contract under official witness, then lost to Su Chen, even if the abyss gate didn't come to Dacia, Dacia would dare to ask Neon for it. And Neon wouldn't dare to refuse. Don't be fooled by low-level abysses like the Netherworld Cave. Neon could still come over to snatch them. But the disparity in national strength between the two sides is fundamentally different. If a small country acts poorly, it gives a big country a legitimate reason. Do you still dare to go back on your word? After struggling for a while, seeing he couldn't win against the Dacia netizens, Nishikawa Kairu decisively chose to play dead. After all, this account belonged to Uchida Ichiki, and it was Uchida Ichiki who was being scolded. Uchida Ichiki, thank you. However, watching Suchen achieve another Abyss record in just a few hours, Nishikawa Kairu felt a bit flustered. This kid can't really be that strong, right? But he's just a necromancer. According to my investigation, it seems he doesn't have many skills. How did he continuously clear hell-level abysses? Nishikawa Kairu frowned tightly. The characteristic of the abyss being one way in and out means that every professional entering the abyss must be fully prepared. Without good intel and familiarity with the terrain, no one would dare to casually enter a high-difficulty abyss. Yet Suchen had just finished the Netherworld Cave and then immediately cleared the hell-level ancient martial tower in such a short time. This is truly exaggerated. Don't you need to adjust your equipment and train accordingly? Uchida-kun, do you still have confidence that you can beat Suchen? Nishikawa Kairu looked at Uchida Ichiki. This was crucial for whether he could escape accountability in his home country. Of course I have confidence. Uchida Ichiki replied with a hint of anger. He looked at his phone. Although it was operated by Nishikawa Kairu, the name being scolded was indeed Uchida Ichiki. Being scolded like this, how could he not fight? Uchida Ichiki gritted his teeth, his voice seeming to squeeze out from between them. A mere necromancer, how could he possibly be a match for our great neon warriors? Lord Nishikawa, rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I will definitely take him down. Upon hearing this, Nishikawa Kairu nodded slightly. With such words, he could still consider how to continue the betting fight. The Abyss Gate was impossible to bring out. If they didn't bet the Abyss Gate, the other side probably wouldn't bring out their Abyss Gate either. But if both sides brought out some resources, this bet might not be impossible after all, because Nishikawa Kairu's goal was the vast market of Dacia. Meanwhile, Dengpeng just rushed over in a panic. Suchen, you cleared another hell-level abyss? Yeah. Suchen nodded, showing the Abyss Gate. The ancient martial tower is much easier to clear than the Netherworld Cave. Dengpeng's mouth twitched. Is this even a matter of being easy or hard? Your guts are too big. Every abyss has its unique mechanisms. Even the strongest professionals can fall in an unnamed abyss. You just finished the Netherworld Cave, didn't even take a break to replenish your equipment, and went to tackle another hell-level abyss? Aren't you afraid of dying? Dengpeng couldn't help but say. No, I'm quite familiar with the ancient martial tower. Suchen shrugged and said, before tackling the ghost cave, I was wandering around the ancient martial tower. I have a complete record of clearing the nightmare and hard levels. When it comes to familiarity, probably no one knows the ancient martial tower better than I do. Well, even so, you're a bit too anxious. Dengpeng just couldn't help but laugh and cry. You just cleared the ghost cave, at least get familiar with the new equipment and do some self-training. Otherwise, it's easy to have accidents. Suchen nodded, he actually agreed with this point. His usual self-training was indeed quite rigorous. But the problem was that no matter how he trained his self-control, he couldn't keep up with the explosive growth of his attributes. It was quite frustrating. Moreover, it was easy to foresee that this frustration would continue. Dengpeng reminded him a few more times, emphasizing the principle that without the country's permission, the Abyss Gate cannot be used as a wager. This was also one of the reasons he came here. He was genuinely afraid that the young and impulsive Su Chen, once provoked, would gamble the Abyss Gate against the Neon people. The Abyss Gate is a crucial resource in the era of professionals. If some abysses pose relatively little danger upon their arrival, the country might prefer to evacuate the masses on the day of the abyss's arrival rather than let it be taken by people from other countries. The Great Xia has already granted the greatest freedom to those who clear the abyss. As long as they are settled domestically, you can open the Abyss Gate wherever you want. In countries like Neon, teams that clear their hell-level abysses might not even have the right to handle the Abyss Gate. This shows how precious this item is. Perhaps feeling that he was being a bit harsh, even though it was a national law, it could easily provoke dissatisfaction among the youth. After all, these were items they had obtained themselves. So Dengpeng quickly said, speaking of which, Suchen, are you close? Yeah. Suchen nodded, close. The experience bar had already moved to the back. He was about to level up. So have you thought about your job change in advance? Dengpeng's expression became serious. This is a matter that concerns your whole life. Do you want me to find a special teacher for you? To teach you what preparations you need to make? Upon hearing this, Suchen narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze deep. Job change, huh? The special job change abyss. Whenever the experience is full, professionals cannot enter other abysses. Or rather, any abyss they enter next will automatically be replaced by a special job change abyss. It is a special abyss similar to a basic trial, which grants different job change professions based on your evaluation in the abyss. However, unlike ordinary abysses, this job change abyss belongs solely to you and can only be cleared solo. And even if you can't defeat it, as long as you don't die, you can choose to give up clearing and exit the abyss. This is a rare privilege where failing to clear does not result in death. Of course, the cost is that you fall back to the initial stage, with 0 experience. The experience bar for max level also directly doubles, and you need to fill it up again before you can change jobs a second time, but ultimately, you won't die. However, this isn't entirely a good thing, because the profession after the job change is determined by the evaluation you display. And if you fail to clear once, the evaluation will drop significantly. For example, the reason why the Neon team's clearing was deemed a waste of their national talent by the higher-ups of Great Xia is partly due to this. Neon forces its own geniuses to fail in their job changes to exploit them. Although they can't control the actions of the geniuses in the abyss, as long as they use their parents, relatives, friends, and lovers as hostages in the outside world, along with coercing them to remove their equipment, they can often achieve the results they want, forcibly lowering those geniuses' evaluations and levels, just to make them work for themselves. Thus, these geniuses are forced into weaker professions, with lower strength, and even if they grow later, they won't stir up much of a wave. The Neon Nation not only has the Eagle Emperor's troops stationed but also releases a batch of no-work slots each year for exceptionally talented geniuses, giving hope to even more gifted elites. Otherwise, they would have long faced major issues domestically. The Great Xia wouldn't do such a thing. But Su Chen also needed to consider his own preparations for a job change. I should challenge the highest-rated job change, but that requires sufficient preparation. Su Chen thought to himself. The experiences of predecessors are a very effective aid. So Su Chen looked at Deng Pengang and asked, the special grade teacher you mentioned is? Jing Jing. Deng Pengang grinned and said, he is the strongest mage in Jianyang City, and he's young too. He was a genius back then and received quite a good rating during his job change. Jing Jing is the youngest member among the high-ranking officials of Jianyang City, but his position is the chief mage of the city guard. He is one of the few big shots who frequently experiences battle. He is truly in his prime. Su Chen felt a bit tempted, but after thinking for a moment, he asked, is he willing? Of course he is. Deng Pengang chuckled, even if he isn't, it doesn't matter. You've shown the talent to solo the abyss, he will definitely agree in the end. Is it to cultivate talent for Jianyang City? Su Chen felt a deep respect for Jing Jing. As a public servant, Jing Jing has no need to demand anything from Su Chen. Even if Su Chen has shown remarkable talent, it doesn't concern him much, at least until he realizes Su Chen's true potential and believes that Su Chen will inevitably become a major player in the future. He has no reason to recruit Su Chen. His duty is to the city guard, not the Practitioners Association. Cultivating newcomers as a political achievement has nothing to do with him. In the absence of any benefits, if he is still willing to guide Su Chen, it is naturally more out of a sense of public duty to cultivate talent for the Great Xia. No, Deng Pengang chuckled and shook his head, mainly because he previously wanted to apologize to you and intended to recruit you into the city guard with a special grade treatment, right? But now, the talent you've displayed is definitely at that level. It might even exceed the usual special grade. As long as I mention this to him, that proud guy will definitely feel insulted and develop a sense of guilt, wanting to apologize to you, and then I just need to work a little behind the scenes, heh, and it will definitely work out. Su Chen, goodness, I really can't believe it. So it turns out you are taking advantage of his overly proud character to facilitate this matter. When we first met, you called yourself a shameless little warrior, it seems you really are shameless. Su Chen felt a bit sorry for that Jing Jing. Back when everyone thought Su Chen only had a grade rating, he was willing to recruit Su Chen with a special grade treatment, which was already a way to curry favor. After Su Chen declined, he even spent his own money to upgrade the national rewards for geniuses for Su Chen. Just that upgrade alone must have cost him at least 100 million in material costs. And now you are taking advantage of him. Ahem, then I will trouble you, President. Su Chen coughed a couple of times. To be honest, I'm not very clear about the job change process. Well, anyway, it's Deng Pengang who is taking advantage of him. What does it have to do with me, Su Chen? After gaining some benefits, Su Chen thought for a moment and said, by the way, President Deng, the ancient martial tower I just conquered, I was thinking of selling it directly to the association. Oh, let's discuss this in detail. Deng Pengang's eyes lit up. Yes, Su Chen intended to sell the abyss gate of the ancient martial tower. Unlike the ghostly abyss, the ancient martial tower is nearing the end of its opening phase. It still has about half a year before it truly concludes its current state of openness, so wanting to profit from its abyss gate can only happen after half a year. Suchen is already close to a job change in 3 months. Waiting half a year to profit from a low-level abyss gate? The opportunity will have long passed. Rather than waiting for the ancient martial tower to start making money slowly after half a year, it would be better to sell it off directly, exchanging it for resources to invest in myself, thus enhancing my attributes more quickly for the perfect job change. The ancient martial tower is just an ordinary physical type abyss, with limited appeal to practitioners from other provinces, and its earning potential pales in comparison to the Nether Ghost Cave, making it unnecessary to keep it. I still have quite a bit of experience left before I reach the cap. I can definitely use my currently invincible low-level strength to open a few abyss gates first, Suchen thought to himself. In fact, it might be best to hold back on experience and wait until I get the Skeleton Mage skill book. After all, it's a mage job change, and who knows if high intelligence will provide any extra bonuses for the transition. My intelligence is really pitiful. Deng Pengang was certainly interested in the abyss gates, although they were just ordinary physical type abysses, they represented a huge resource point for Jinyang City. After discussing for a moment, the final price they settled on was 5 billion Dasha coins. The price for a physical type abyss, of course, cannot compare to the Nether Ghost Cave. The Nether Ghost Cave is expected to earn 10 billion in 3 years, while the ancient martial tower would get 5 billion 3.5 years in advance. Suchen was already quite satisfied with this price. Of course, this price was also relatively low, as Jinyang City could not compete financially with coastal provinces and cities. Therefore, to make up for the price difference, Deng Pengang stated that since Suchen was about to change jobs, he would definitely need excellent equipment and items. He would personally contact old comrades from other provinces and cities to check their inventories and help Suchen purchase excellent equipment and items from outside the province, ensuring he was in the best condition to face the abyss job change. Suchen has contributed significantly to our city. I need to see if the old leaders have any good items he can use. Deng Pengang thought to himself as he turned to contact his old leaders. Truly valuable items, after all, would not circulate in the market. Of course, he also did not forget to find a tutor for Suchen. That same day, he approached Jing. Jing, you actually thought of insulting a level genius with level treatment? You really have some nerve. Don't you feel sorry for Suchen? I still remember that if Suchen hadn't let go of your careless words, you might have already faced repercussions from headquarters, and yet you turned around to insult him? Can you face your conscience? Now Suchen should also be preparing for his job change. He's an orphan with no backing and doesn't know much about job changes. Aren't you going to teach him personally? What? Not going? Ha, I didn't expect you to be such an ungrateful person. I feel ashamed to be your colleague. Jing, heaven sees the injustice. The treatment given to Suchen was the highest because he felt guilty. After Suchen refused, he was the first to upgrade the protective items the country provided for geniuses. Just the material costs alone were 1 billion, and the labor costs for this great mage were sky high. You call this ungrateful? But even if Jing didn't feel he owed Suchen anything, he couldn't withstand Deng Pengang coming to his office 3 times a day, especially since each time he spoke particularly loudly, as if he wanted the whole office building to hear. Now every day when he goes to work, he feels like the security guard looks at him as if he's a heartless person. When Deng Pengang came running over on the 4th day, Jing finally couldn't hold back anymore, bombarding Deng Pengang with fireballs while cursing loudly. I'll teach right now. Isn't it fine for me to teach him? Now get the hell out of here. Hurry up and leave. The proud mage, who cared about face, ultimately fell to the shameless warrior. What kind of monster is this guy? Although Jing's face was dark, he still took the time to bring Suchen to a training ground exclusive to the city guard. Listen well, my time is limited, so I can only teach you the key points as much as possible. Jing furrowed his brows slightly and said, some knowledge that exists in various schools can be learned by honestly going back to class. Although what I can teach isn't some secret transmission, I still hope you can adopt a serious attitude. As a person from the Great Xia, I hope you can become stronger. His words carried a hint of expectation for Suchen. In fact, if it were just Deng Peng's shamelessness bothering him, he would have long since blasted a fireball at that shameless old face. His previous actions indeed did not warrant any wrongdoing towards Suchen. Offering an apology was merely a way to repay the debt, and from any perspective, he owed Suchen nothing. But Suchen is from Great Xia, a genius of Great Xia. His becoming stronger also represents the strength of Great Xia. This was the fundamental reason he took time out of his busy schedule to guide Suchen. Suchen understood this principle and nodded. His attitude towards learning had never been an issue. Then treat me as your enemy and launch a full-scale attack on me. Jing Jing said succinctly, only through your performance in battle can your shortcomings be revealed. Alright. Su Chen responded without hesitation, then summoned a large number of wraiths, skeleton warriors, and zombies. They coordinated, with zombies charging in front as meat shields, while skeleton warriors and wraiths waited in the back, forming a collective charge. Su Chen himself mixed in with the undead and charged forward. Then he was bombarded by Jing Jing's fireballs. He didn't use any advanced skills or bully others with his level. It was just a classic fireball spell with power similar to that of a low-level mage, yet it sent the undead tumbling. 3 fireballs later, Su Chen's undead were completely wiped out. Damn! Su Chen gritted his teeth and charged directly at Jing Jing, only to decisively step into a magical trap set by Jing Jing in advance. Boom! He was blown away. Getting up, Su Chen charged again, boom, charge again, boom. After all, having exhausted his mana on summoning the undead, he had no other options left. Anyway, he was tough-skinned and believed he could catch him. But before Su Chen could truly get a hold of him, he was stopped by Jing Jing, whose face had darkened. What are you doing? Jing Jing shouted angrily, even as a necromancer, you are still a noble mage. How can you charge in mindlessly like those shameless garbage warriors? How did you achieve your results? In this way, you are merely acting as a living target for my spells. Listen well, a true mage must understand the movement and tactics of both enemies and allies, the timing of skill releases, and always leave enough backup. Jing Jing pointed, and a fireball appeared out of thin air. The fireball moved quickly through the air, tracing an arc. Then it flew back in front of Jing Jing, tracing the arc 3 times in total. This is the path of the 3 fireballs I cast. Do you remember the positioning of your undead at that time? That's right, the landing spots of my 3 fireballs ensured that the subsequent explosion would cover all your undead. This was the optimal solution for me as a mage when facing a necromancer. I successfully killed all your undead at the cost of just 3 fireballs. Meanwhile, you were moving within the overlapping area of my 3 fireballs, although not at the center, the overlapping fireballs would still inflict considerable damage on you. Jing Jing took out a blackboard, writing and drawing, noting the movement speed of Su Chen's undead, possible evasion routes, the speed of his fireballs, the radius of the explosion, and the cooldown time of the fireball spell, then wrote the conclusion, being a fire mage, at a certain time, chanting the fireball spell and directing it to hit a specific location was the best choice. Not only was the damage caused significant, but the storm triggered by the explosion also reduced Su Chen's movement speed, buying time for his next spell cooldown. Impressive, Su Chen couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the data filling the blackboard. In reality, anyone could solve simple calculation problems, but he had already calculated to this extent and cast his spell the moment Su Chen charged. Jing Jing was truly a formidable mage. This is the power of calculation, the strength of a mage. Jing Jing tapped the blackboard and said seriously, but the enemy isn't foolish, they won't be easily outsmarted by us. For example, Su Chen, you are a necromancer, but I see you have no mana left, right? That's not acceptable. A mage must always leave enough backup for themselves. The skill to summon the undead can be pinpointed within a certain range. If used well, this feature is a very practical ability. For instance, if you had a bit of mana left, when my fireball comes at you, you could summon the undead to block it, causing the fireball to explode early. Jing Jing used Su Chen's summon undead skill as an example. You can summon the undead to block enemy attacks. You can summon the undead to obstruct enemy movement, forcing them to endure your attacks. You can summon the undead to get close to the enemy, affecting their attack actions and giving yourself a chance to dodge. You can summon the undead to block the enemy's escape route, trapping them in a confined space. Just from a simple summon undead, he provided over a dozen different usage methods for various situations. One could say he had mastered this skill. Despite being a fire mage, he had not actually learned the necromancer's skills. Then Jing Jing returned to discussing the previous battle. He told Su Chen where the traps were, what effects they would cause, which traps were merely bluffs to intimidate the enemy, which traps were designed to force the enemy towards certain traps, and which traps were meant to bind the enemy. He then explained what spells he could cast when the enemy fell into his traps, achieving various effects. A series of tactics worked together, pushing everything to the limit. Every attack was not merely for the sake of attacking. This is about calculating the enemy to death. Su Chen listened, his mouth twitching. Of course. Jing Jing said proudly, Su Chen, I know that a genius like you might develop an arrogant mindset because of your achievements, but I must tell you, don't be complacent just because you won once. Remember, in any gamble, winning is the process, losing is the result. We mages pursue a victory that is inevitable under extreme calculation. This is what a mage is. Able to calculate the enemy to death and unleash their own power to 200%. Impressive. Su Chen sighed deeply. Just in facing Su Chen's attack, Jing Jing had set up 3 different tactical strategies, each with enough margin for error, ready to switch between them at any time to ensure his victory. Although he used some low-level mage trap skills that were probably beyond the reach of others, the mana usage and attack power throughout were all at the standard for his level. Moreover, the trap skills could also be replaced with items. This meant that other mages could achieve this level too. If there really are students within the academy who can reach the level of 200 like Jing Jing, he could probably solo the hell level Abyss. Su Chen thought to himself. No, there must be such people. Su Chen immediately thought of the official organization mentioned by Deng Peng, the Great Wall. Those who could clear the hell level Abyss at the fastest speed without any intelligence and without being proficient in the Abyss were probably such individuals. Of course, considering the intelligence disadvantage and the preciousness of these elites, they are likely teaming up to tackle the hell level Abyss. That's impressive. Su Chen took a deep breath. Within Jianyang City, including Xia Shuilan, there hasn't been a single practitioner like that. Don't be discouraged, Jing Jing comforted him instead. The reason I have reached this level is that I have studied the path of the mage for a full 10 years, so I naturally have a thorough understanding of low-level skills, and I can use them with ease, reaching their limits. In fact, my mastery of advanced skills doesn't even reach this level. How long have you been a mage? You want to compare your low-level skill execution with that of an old senior like me who has accumulated years of experience? When I was your age, I couldn't solo a hell-level Abyss. Su Chen nodded, not minding his own shortcomings in performance. After all, it has only been a little over 3 months since he changed jobs. He hasn't even fully grasped his suddenly increased attributes. How could he possibly perform at 200 like Jing Jing? However, although Su Chen didn't care about this, he was indeed at a disadvantage in terms of combat style as a mage. Learning from Jing Jing was indeed a great way to grow. Whether it was learning the combat style of a mage or how to deal with one, it was very effective. So Su Chen said without hesitation, Teacher Jing Jing, let's have another match. This time, I will pay attention to my surroundings and try not to fall into your calculations. However, upon hearing this, Jing Jing's expression slightly stiffened. Then he couldn't help but turn his head away. No need for that, let's train on something else. First, summon all your undead, and we'll familiarize ourselves with the data of each one, making it easier for you to use them in the future. Su Chen was slightly taken aback. Familiarize with the undead? But the undead I can summon right now are all quite weak. Now that I have money, I could update them at any time. What's the point of getting to know them? Yet Jing Jing insisted, I can't follow you around to guide you, so we need to establish a complete process for you to familiarize yourself with your undead, making it easier for you to find new ones in the future and apply what you've learned. This was a reasonable argument, so Su Chen nodded in agreement. In reality, what Jing Jing truly thought was, what are we even fighting for? What's the point of fighting? What is wrong with this kid's physique? My traps are almost used up. I almost got turned over by this kid just now. How can I still be this teacher, teaching this student? With such a meager amount of mana, how many spells can he cast? How many traps can he set? Jing Jing originally planned to let Su Chen suffer a lot, probably reprimanding him to make him fully understand the nobility of a mage. But then Su Chen unexpectedly charged in, smashing the traps to pieces, and then stood up and continued rushing forward as if nothing had happened, crashing into the next trap. Did Jing Jing think he couldn't stand Su Chen's rude behavior? No. In fact, he almost lost the dignity of a mage and had to reprimand Su Chen in advance. What the hell is this monster? Jing Jing looked at Su Chen, his eyes twitching. Is he really a mage? The Daxia scholar Su Chen learned that you are from a family of warriors, and Jing Jing's eyes twitched as he looked at Su Chen. Is this his talent? No wonder this kid can solo a hell-level Abyss. It's truly terrifying. Su Chen's oddities had actually been evident from the beginning. When he fought his first enemy, Wang Yong, it was in front of many big shots. That power, which surpassed that of a warrior, was clearly the result of his unique talent at work. He summoned all his undead right from the start, completely ignoring the formation issue, as if he was sending them to their deaths. Perhaps he has a talent that allows him to sacrifice a large number of undead for a temporary attribute boost? Jing Jing speculated in his heart. As for permanent enhancement, Jing Jing didn't even think about it. How could there be such an outrageous talent? There are differences in talent, but there are also basic rules to follow. How could it be so exaggerated, right? As a battle-hardened mage, analyzing the enemy's abilities is also an instinct. However, Jing Jing wouldn't voice his analysis. During training breaks, he would casually remind, in battle, be sure to protect the details of your talent, don't expose your weaknesses to others. The formation you let the undead charge is too obvious, revealing a lot of information. A true master wouldn't show flaws in such obvious places, They might even release some misleading information to conceal their true important details. You have a lot to learn. Su Chen was taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. It seemed Jing Jing had guessed part of his talent, which was why he gave such advice. However, he probably guessed wrong, thinking my talent was a temporary enhancement attribute for sacrificing the undead, which is why he said that, Su Chen thought to himself. Jing Jing's subtext was to make Su Chen hide his true purpose of wanting the undead to sacrifice themselves, preventing the enemy from targeting the undead and going straight for Su Chen to implement a decapitation tactic. This was to prevent Su Chen's sacrifice from failing, which would hinder his ability to activate his talent. But the problem was even if the sacrifice failed, it wouldn't significantly affect Su Chen's own strength. A single sacrifice had very limited enhancement on Su Chen's attributes. It's not surprising he guessed wrong. After all, who would believe my talent could be like this? Su Chen shrugged. Everyone's talent is generally at a similar level. There might be some fluctuations, but nothing too outrageous. If it weren't for Su Chen's unique situation, his talent wouldn't be so exaggerated. How many close friends would he have to lose to accumulate his current attributes? The bodies of his fallen brothers like Little Bone, Little Corpse, and Little Ghost could fill the entire third middle school. However, Su Chen didn't refute Jing Jing's words. Instead, he nodded seriously, indicating he understood. What he guessed isn't bad. It might serve as a cover for my true talent, Su Chen thought. After all, Su Chen couldn't avoid fighting in front of outsiders forever. As long as he fought in front of others, some information would be leaked. This was also why he didn't overly conceal himself in front of Jing Jing. Having such a cover now was a good thing. Not only could he use his talent freely, but it might also lead the enemy to target his weakness in their tactics, giving him an advantage in battle. Jing Jing taught Su Chen for 3 consecutive days, especially focusing on the mage's casting, sharing countless unique techniques and demonstrating them one by one. Su Chen studied very seriously. Although his current attributes leaned heavily towards being a warrior, relying solely on his fists to conquer the world, his main profession was still a mage. As long as his attributes caught up, the strength he could unleash would far exceed the current level. Moreover, who doesn't want to be an elegant mage? Su Chen's lips curled up. A mere cannon fodder warrior could never compare to a noble mage. However, on the 4th day of school, Jing Jing still sent Su Chen back to school. He himself was busy with work, and it was already rare for him to take a few days to teach Su Chen. So Su Chen didn't mind. After a good sleep, he arrived at school. Then he immediately saw the pale-faced Yu Dingwu. What happened to you? Why do you look so deathly pale? Su Chen was shocked. Son, did something happen to you? Yu Dingwu turned his head in a daze, looking at Su Chen with tears in his eyes. He wanted to hug Su Chen and shout, "Foster father, do you know how I've been these past few days? Foot baths, massages, yao baths, healthcare. I've experienced every club within a 10-kilometer radius of the school. Every technician commented on each other's appearance, figure, and skills. With his robust warrior's endurance, it was surprising to see him looking so pale, revealing just how hard he had worked. The notes he wrote filled nearly half a booklet. It could be called the evaluation guide for the customs industry in Jianyang City. This was still considering that he was a longtime client of the club, with countless historical experiences, so he didn't need to repeatedly figure out the levels of some familiar technicians. Otherwise, he might have exhausted himself. To repay you, I've sacrificed a lot. Yu Dingwu sighed heavily. You've given so much? Su Chen was taken aback. Where have you been to end up like this? Repaying himself? Did he go to grind in the abyss for money? Well, a good brother is indeed reliable. To not let me down on my investment, he must have been grinding hard in the abyss. And with that pale face, how many days had he spent there? That's quite the effort. I went to Yu Dingwu was about to answer when he suddenly noticed a beautiful figure flash by in his peripheral vision. Su Chen, you've conquered another hell-level abyss. Congratulations. Xia Shualan bit her lip, her face showing a hint of unwillingness. I've been left behind again. She had seen the news about Su Chen conquering the ancient martial tower. It hit her hard, and she fiercely grabbed at herself in frustration. It's fine, I plan to take a break next. Su Chen shrugged. My strength has increased too quickly, and many things haven't caught up. That's a big problem. You have plenty of time to catch up to me, no need to rush. It's frustrating that my team isn't complete. I haven't been in the abyss for a while. Xia Shualan's face showed anger. That Xianghua is really despicable. Captain Li Shanghua had died, and Xianghua was expelled from the team because of it. The original shield warrior was also reassigned to another team by his company to work for them. In the entire small team, it was just her and a mage affiliated with the city guard. The others couldn't keep up with their levels and couldn't find any strong recruits. With too few members, they didn't even dare to enter the abyss. Otherwise, how could she just be casually training? She had long been living in the abyss. Hearing this, Su Chen pondered. Yu Dingwu was also a high-level shield warrior, with decent talent, and he was reliable. Now, with that pale face, it was clear he had started to work hard. Why not recommend him to Xia Shuelan's team? But there was no need to mention it now. Xia Shuelan was very straightforward. If she agreed, it would be fine, but if she refused, she would definitely state her reasons without holding back, which might stab Yu Dingwu, who had just begun to work hard, in the heart. But he should give his good brother a chance to shine. So Su Chen continued to chat with Xia Shuelan for a bit before turning to Yu Dingwu and asking, by the way, where have you been these past few days? Come on. Say the name of the abyss you went to. Let Xia Shuelan know you are also working hard. Yu Dingwu glanced at Xia Shuelan beside him and opened his mouth. He wasn't concerned about his pride. He wouldn't feel embarrassed just because there was a girl nearby. But that was a different girl. Xia Shuelan was not the same. His effort was aimed at bringing Su Chen to enjoy, as a way to repay his great kindness. And Xia Shuelan had been eyeing Su Chen for years, it was common knowledge. At first glance, it seemed unrelated, but there was a hint of ambiguity. Could he say these things next to his good brother's girlfriend? So Yu Dingwu pondered for a moment and decided to change his way of expression. Well, just saying the name doesn't mean much, I'll use a song to hint at it. Then, without waiting for Su Chen's reply, he started singing. Loving you, walking alone in the dark alley, loving you, your unpretentious appearance. Su Chen? Xia Shuelan? The song seemed fine at first, but why did it feel strange? After chatting for a while longer, they all dispersed. Su Chen took out his phone, went online, and looked for some fun. For example, bullying some neon people. When Su Chen struck down the second abyss, Uchida Kazuki became quiet, no longer daring to shout phrases like let's bet on the abyss. Even when news came later that Su Chen intended to sell the newly conquered abyss, he remained silent, no longer bold enough to provoke. On the other hand, Su Chen, even without the abyss gate in hand, would occasionally visit Uchida Kazuki's blog to mock him, shouting about betting on the abyss gate. Uchida Kazuki endured it all. It wasn't until a few days later, after the storm had passed, that Uchida Kazuki jumped back in, shouting that he wanted to bet with Su Chen, though this time it wasn't about the abyss gate. He brought out a resource of his own, intending to bet resources with Su Chen. But what do I need this for? Su Chen scoffed. The neon people, as always, were petty, and the resources they offered were so meager that they were not even worth the time it took for Su Chen to grind through an abyss. What value was there in wasting time? With that spare time, it was better to grind the abyss. So Su Chen simply ignored his request, and when he had nothing better to do, he continued to go to his blog to hurl insults for fun. Why not play? If the neon people really brought out something substantial, he wouldn't mind actually betting against Uchida. The neon people slowly raised their offer, dragging it out for several days. Unexpectedly, today, the neon people actually brought out something good. Or rather, something Su Chen wanted. A skill book, Summon Skeleton Mage. They actually have this? Su Chen's eyes lit up. This round, he could bet. Clearing his throat, he focused his energy. Su Chen began to type. Little Neon Captain Uchida, listen up. Su Chen, a student from Dasha No. 3 Middle School, has learned of your samurai lineage and your mastery of swordsmanship. I, Su Chen, believe that your swordsmanship is merely the surface of Dasha's sword techniques, and the master-disciple relationship was already established in the previous dynasty. If you cherish the honor of a samurai, stop barking online. I, Su Chen, am willing to engage in a formal duel with you using swords. Little Neon, did you hear that? Dragon Crystal Fruit. Dragon Crystal Fruit. Little Neon Captain Uchida, listen up. Su Chen, a student from Dasha No. 3 Middle School, has learned of your samurai lineage and your mastery of swordsmanship. Uchida Kazuki and the others, watching Su Chen's statements on the screen, were so furious that they drew their swords. Baka! How dare he mock the warriors of our great Neon Empire? This damn Dasha person dares to belittle our swordsmanship. This is outrageous. This is outrageous. The mockery was too great. It made every Neon person unable to bear it. Nishikawa Kairu also had a grim expression, but he still said, he is indeed a bold little brat, but at least he has agreed to our request. As expected, my investigation was correct. He is indeed looking for the skill book of the necromancer. Deng Peng was busy making a big deal out of Su Chen's search for the skill book, working hard to let external capital know about it for easier acquisition, of course, not hiding the essence of this news. Nishikawa Kairu naturally received this information and decisively made use of it. Dasha had just destroyed a batch of skill books, but the Neon country hadn't even started its destruction this year. They naturally had such stock on hand. It wasn't like the crucial Abyss Gate, it was just a mere skill book for a necromancer, with a price that was ridiculously inflated, probably not even worth 1% of its marked price. Nishikawa Kairu certainly had the right to call upon it. If luck was on his side, he could even set a high price as a bet, making Suchin put up more stakes. It seems this bet can be established, Uchida-kun, so now it's up to you. Nishikawa Kairu turned to Uchida Kazuki. Uchida Kazuki patted his chest and assured, "Rest assured, Lord Nishikawa. Just a mere necromancer, my samurai sword will surely be stained with his blood." Nishikawa Kaichiro nodded. If it weren't for Suchen's profession, he wouldn't have dared to let Uchida Kazuki gamble against such a hell-level existence solo. But who could blame him when Suchen was a necromancer? That was a profession recognized as a sewer job in every country. But after all, it's a hell-level existence. There might be some hidden tricks. Nishikawa Kaichiro squinted, looking at the screen. What else can I prepare? Or rather, he pondered, are there any rules of the gamble that can be exploited? In fact, half an hour after Suchen accepted Nishikawa Kaichiro's challenge, Deng Pengang and Jing Jing rushed over in a hurry. Suchen, are you really going to agree to that little neon? Deng Pengang looked at him and sighed lightly. You should know that the enemy is a seasoned elite who has changed jobs for several years, right? Suchen nodded slightly. The accumulation of time can sometimes be very valuable. For example, Jing Jing's superb low-level spells were the result of long-term training. However, even so, he didn't think he would lose. Among the practitioners within the limit, there shouldn't be anyone who can match me. Suchen smiled slightly and confidently said, money that comes to the door should be taken. Deng Pengang nodded as well. In fact, when he saw the neon person take out the Summon Skeleton Mage skill book, he thought Suchen would definitely agree. After all, Suchen had been looking forward to the skill book for a long time. Old Deng, don't worry, Suchen's strength is indeed very strong, Jing Jing added. Although I don't know how strong that Uchida Kazuki is, he shouldn't be Suchen's opponent. He had trained Suchen for 3 whole days. He was very clear about Suchen's strength. That was a guy who could take spells to the face and still charge forward after brushing himself off. How could he possibly lose? Instead of worrying about this, you might as well think about what means can prevent Suchen's information from leaking. Jing Jing thought for a moment and said, his talent is very strong, but the limitations are also significant. If the information becomes familiar to outsiders, it might become a problem in the future. Jing Jing still believed that Suchen had the talent of sacrificing the undead to gain temporary attribute bonuses and was already considering how to cover up this talent. Suchen blinked but said nothing. Letting Jing Jing misunderstand was a good thing. It could serve as a shield for his true talent. Meanwhile, Deng Pengang had already started discussing how to cover up Suchen's talent with Jing Jing. Both were seasoned elites, well-versed in various rules, and one idea after another came from their mouths, appearing even more enthusiastic than Suchen himself. Suchen watched from the side, smiling slightly. This was actually a benefit of his support for the construction of his hometown. If it weren't for his repeated care for his hometown, how would a big shot like Deng Pengang care about a student's gamble? Deng Pengang and Jing Jing talked a lot, then simply contacted Nishikawa Kaichiro in an official capacity. During their communication, they continuously rejected each other's proposals until they finally decided on the method of the gamble, deciding the outcome in the abyss. The so-called deciding the outcome in the abyss actually meant that the two would team up to enter the abyss, fight within the team, and then see who ultimately survived. Since they were entering a simple abyss that both could solo, the internal team battle often determined the outcome. However, due to the complex and ever-changing terrain in the abyss, along with abyss monsters that could attack indiscriminately, the impact was significant, so the outcome did not entirely depend on strength. With good luck, a weaker player could hide directly, while a stronger player might be unable to catch the opponent, ultimately being forced to clear the abyss honestly, resulting in a draw where both could emerge from the abyss. But luck was not on their side. After the battle, both were severely injured and ultimately fell into the hands of the abyss monsters. It was not impossible that this way of fighting was quite interesting, as it had a very high level of confidentiality. What happened in the abyss was known to no one. As long as the parties involved did not speak, all information would remain contained. Thus, it was a unique form of gambling fight. Our main consideration here is confidentiality, and your necromancer can take advantage of the abyss monsters to unleash a necromantic disaster, which is why we chose this method of combat. And the neon people actually chose this. They probably want to pull some tricks. Deng Peng frowned slightly but still whispered, but don't worry, we have secured the location in the abyss. The chosen abyss is the Orc Empire from your basic trial. You have an information advantage in this area, and your level is sufficient. Even if you can't defeat the opponent, you can directly unleash the necromantic disaster. At that time, no matter what tricks the opponent plays, they will be useless in the face of endless undead. And I have also prepared this for you, he said, taking out two fruits that were similar in shape but different in color. The fruits were crystal clear, with a shape that was angular, resembling a gem, exuding a mysterious and profound luster. In the sunlight, upon closer inspection, one could faintly see a dragon roaring towards the sky beneath the fruit's skin. A delicate and sweet fragrance wafted from the fruit, refreshing the senses. Su-chen looked at it, his brow furrowing. This fruit also appeared in textbooks. It seemed to be the dragon crystal fruit? Damn, the little neon actually came prepared. Dragon crystal fruit, agility, description. Cultivated by burying true dragon crystals underground and irrigating the fruit trees with dragon blood, consuming it can increase agility by 10 points, with a maximum of 3 per person. Dragon crystal fruit, constitution, description. Cultivated by burying true dragon crystals underground and irrigating the fruit trees with dragon blood, consuming it can increase constitution by 10 points, with a maximum of 3 per person. This was a treasure that could increase attributes? Su-chen's eyes widened. This was the first time he had seen something that could increase a professional's basic attributes aside from his own talent. Of course, in reality, a professional's attributes could grow. Long-term efficient training, consuming high-energy food, and other methods could all increase attributes. However, the difficulty of improving attributes through training was immense. It might take a year to increase by just 2 points. As for high-energy food, it required long-term and large-scale consumption to gain attributes. Even a wealthy person like Xia Xuelan could not treat such food as a staple. What a good thing! Jing Jing exclaimed, "You, old dang, must have robbed your old boss, right?" Su-chen, don't be fooled by the low price of this thing, just 200 million each, but getting it is as hard as climbing to the sky. This is a controlled item. If it were on the black market, the price would definitely multiply by 10 or more. 10 points in agility and 10 points in constitution. One fruit was equivalent to 2 levels worth of attribute points. A price of 2 billion multiplied by 10 would definitely find buyers. But it would be impossible to buy. Su-chen also knew a bit about the origins of the dragon crystal fruit. It seemed to be produced in a top-tier abyss. This abyss was classified as a state secret, with the military specifically organizing personnel to farm it, belonging to state-controlled items, only used to reward professionals with national merit, never leaked. Jing Jing smacked his lips. Old dang, you really treat Su-chen well. Is he your illegitimate son? Even for you, it wouldn't be easy to get this stuff, right? It's okay. Deng Ping shook his head. You know my old boss is quite hostile towards the Neon people. As soon as I mentioned that Su-chen planned to teach the Neon people another lesson, he helped me out. Well, in terms of hostility towards the Neon people, Daxia ranks first, no one would claim second. At Deng Pinggang's age, his former leader might have really fought fiercely against the professionals from Neon back in the day. Just right, Su-chen hasn't claimed the skill reward for solving the underworld ghost cave yet. Seeing that the Neon people are using Summon Skeleton Mage as a bet, it's highly likely that I won't need to help you find skills anymore. So you don't need to spend extra money, just use this merit to exchange for these 2 fruits. Deng Penggang said casually, saving Su-chen a significant amount of money. The value of skills is mostly inflated. The Summon Skeleton Mage that Su-chen wanted is priced at 2 billion on the surface, but the actual acquisition price is only 2,000, and its true value might be even lower. At first glance, it seems the official is making a lot from trading for this dragon crystal fruit. But in reality, Su-chen is the one who benefits. Deng Penggang handed the dragon crystal fruits to Su-chen and reminded him, one fruit is for enhancing your physique to prevent accidents, and the other can enhance agility, so if you can't beat the opponent, you can run first, which helps accumulate the number of undead. The nearby Jingjing nodded. That's a good calculation, but it's a pity it's not a fruit that increases intelligence. Deng Penggang couldn't help but say, do you think I don't want a fruit that increases intelligence? Isn't that little annual output all snatched away by you mages? But increasing physique and agility isn't a loss. Su-chen can save points in these areas and allocate them to intelligence. Overall, it's equivalent to adding to intelligence. That's true. Jingjing nodded. No professional would allocate points to a single attribute, even though every level up increases all 4 attributes. It still doesn't satisfy the needs of professionals. Everyone has invested points in attributes outside their main ones to some extent. With these 2 fruits, Su-chen can avoid investing points outside his main attributes, indirectly equivalent to adding points to his main attributes. I don't need these 2 fruits. Su-chen shouted internally, these 2 fruits are so expensive, how can they compare to my good brother's cheap and useful benefits? A ghostly good brother can give Su-chen 20 points in agility. Isn't that better than any dragon crystal fruit? But after much hesitation, Su-chen ultimately accepted the 2 fruits. After all, even if he refused, he would only revert to the original conditions for skills. Given his current situation of about to take the Neon people's bet, he really didn't lack any skills within that range. He couldn't use these two fruits himself, but he could give them to someone else. For example, Xia Shuelan would definitely be willing to pay a high price for an agility-enhancing dragon crystal fruit. As for the physique-enhancing dragon crystal fruit, why not let Yu Dingwu sign a contract? If these two good brothers eat them, it's equivalent to Su Chen benefiting, a win-win situation. Just looking at Deng Penggang's expression of "I've finally repaid Su Chen's favor" and Jingjing's look of "Su Chen, you've struck it rich." Su Chen's mouth twitched, once again realizing how powerful his card talent truly was. The next day, both sides took the official vehicles provided and arrived at the Abyss portal of the Orc Empire. Deng Penggang seemed to have turned the duel between Su Chen and the others into a theme of Sino-Japanese friendship battle, transforming a private duel into an official competition, even bringing along a media vehicle for live broadcasting. He clearly intended to take credit for the new generation of Jianyang defeating the old elite of Neon. "You really are confident," Nishikawa Kairo chuckled, his eyes slightly lowered as he glanced at Uchida Kazuki beside him. Uchida Kazuki nodded slightly and whispered, "Rest assured, my lord, even if you don't trust me, you can trust the methods you've given me, right?" Nishikawa Kairo nodded gently, then smiled and stepped forward to greet Deng Penggang. In front of the media, both displayed a very friendly demeanor, appearing as if friendship was paramount and competition was secondary, discussing Sino-Neon friendship and showcasing the grandeur of their nations. Just as the interview on this side concluded, the two people over there exchanged a cold grunt and simultaneously flicked their hands, pulling out handkerchiefs and tissues to wipe their hands vigorously, as if they had come into contact with some virus or bacteria. They then rushed towards the competitors from all sides. "Su Chen, be careful, that damn little Neon looks like he has victory in his grasp. He must have some tricks up his sleeve." As Deng Peng just finished speaking, he pulled over Jing Jing. "Old Jing, quickly check your stock and see if there are any spell scrolls that Su Chen can use. Let's arrange something for him first. By the way, Su Chen, you haven't used the protective scroll that the country sent you for scoring, right? Bring that too. When dealing with little Neon, we can't talk about martial ethics." Su Chen. However, Jing Jing, who was pulled over, helplessly spread his hands. He did have spell scrolls, but those that could be used by low-level practitioners had to be specially made. Just like the protective scroll that the country initially rewarded Su Chen for his level scoring. Its defensive power was actually far lower than similar products, but its cost was more than 10 times that of comparable items. This was mainly to lower the usage threshold, a compromise that had to be made. Such specially made scrolls that could be used by low-level practitioners were even rarer than scrolls with higher power. It's a pity that after solving the underworld ghost cave, I returned the disposable items I applied for from the higher-ups, otherwise, I could have given those items to Su Chen. Deng Peng just pouted. "But it doesn't matter. We can't produce any good items, and neither can the enemy. This is the home ground of our great Xia. Since we haven't brought out anything good, they definitely." Just as Deng Peng was speaking confidently, he looked towards Nishikawa Kairo. Then he saw Nishikawa Kairo directly pulling Uchida Kazuki into the car, sealing off the surrounding space, looking as if he was preventing outsiders from eavesdropping. Deng Peng. Damn. This bastard is actually prepared. Knife, is there danger? Knife, is there danger? Damn it, if I had known, I would have acted differently. Deng Peng's expression changed drastically. "Su Chen, just in case, let's give up on this bet." Deng Peng directly pulled Su Chen, indicating that they would not take this gamble. After all, that little Neon must have prepared some means for the other side. Such means come at a cost, but the effect is also very good. Initially, Deng Peng and the others planned to let Xia Shuelan and others take such disposable items to break through the hell-level underworld ghost cave. Using them could have a significant effect, but using them against ordinary practitioners is too risky. There's no need to take that risk. Even though Deng Peng had just been confidently speaking in front of the media, going back on his word would undoubtedly be a huge embarrassment. But at this moment, he hesitated not at all. What is a mere issue of face compared to Su Chen's life? Jing Jing was also a bit hesitant, but Su Chen was not flustered. He was not unaware of the terrifying nature of those disposable items, but he knew he was not without the ability to defeat the enemy. After all, Su Chen's gaze slowly shifted down. That agility attribute had already become 2,300 points after attacking the hell-level ancient martial tower. Even if that Neon has prepared some means, it may not hit me. Su Chen thought to himself, if it really doesn't work, I can hide first and use my high mobility advantage. They definitely won't be able to catch me. Then rely on the corpse poison to accumulate the undead and unleash the undead disaster. No matter what means he has, it can't outlast the endless undead. This was related to Su Chen's intelligence attribute good brother. With such a high chance of winning, it was worth a shot. Suchen continuously expressed his confidence and even brought out the tactic of once I enter the abyss, I will directly distance myself from the opponent and wait for the opportunity to launch the undead disaster. He finally convinced Deng Pang and Jing Jing. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uchida Kazuki and Nishikawa Kairo also walked out of the RV with smiles on their faces. Uchida Kazuki shot a cold smile at Suchen, sliding his thumb across his neck, full of threatening meaning. We are already prepared on our side. When will they enter the abyss? Nishikawa Kaichiro smiled. Let's do it now. Deng Pang had just given Suchen a be careful look. Suchen walked alongside Uchida Kazuki and approached the abyss portal. They selected the difficulty level. The abyss swallowed them whole. The familiar vast grassland, filled with the rich scent of earth. Suchen felt a twinge of nostalgia. The first abyss he experienced was this Orc Empire basic trial difficulty. I heard this is the abyss where you got your level rating? Uchida Kazuki, clad in armor, gazed around. Yeah, Suchen replied slowly. To get a level rating is quite impressive. I only managed to get a level rating in my basic trial. Uchida Kazuki sighed softly. If I could also get a level rating, I wouldn't have to waste my potential fighting abysses in your great Xia. Suchen quietly watched Uchida Kazuki, remaining silent. He knew that although the others seemed to be conversing, he wasn't really chatting with him. You know, I've failed my third job change under the orders of the conglomerate, Uchida Kazuki sighed softly. Failing a job change is very damaging to potential and greatly reduces one's rating. Even if I succeed in my fourth job change, I won't be able to get an excellent profession. Sometimes I think, if I hadn't gotten a level rating but instead a level rating, would I not have to be threatened by the conglomerate? You know, when I saw your new team at the entrance of the underworld ghost cave, so full of vitality, I was really jealous, so jealous I felt like I was going to explode. Suchen quietly gazed at him and calmly said, then why don't you leave Neon and come to our Great Xia? Over the years, many foreign talents have come to Great Xia. Come to your Great Xia? To be a lowly citizen of Great Xia? Uchida Kazuki scoffed. Although I don't like our country's political system, it's still better than staying in your Great Xia. Suchen's expression didn't change. Uchida Kazuki's words were not surprising. Neon wasn't foolish, and they naturally brainwashed their citizens, linking it to their interests. While they exploited their own citizens, they also took their citizens to exploit other weaker countries, sharing the profits. This allowed the lower-class citizens of their own country to have the chance to become foreign masters. Thus, under their unique education, the notion that even the most miserable Neon citizen lives better than the middle class in Great Xia became quite normal. Not to mention their own people, even in Great Xia, aren't there often similar brainwashed individuals? Not long ago, Lord Nishikawa promised me that as long as I resolved the underworld ghost cave, I could change jobs. Uchida Kazuki continued, although my job change potential is a bit weak now, it's still much better than staying in this low-level abyss. But you resolved the underworld ghost cave. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Suchen with rage. You forced me to continue lingering in low-level abysses, waiting for the next opportunity to gain permission from my country. You really should die. His eyes were filled with hatred. Suchen listened, feeling a bit amused. The underworld ghost cave belonged to Great Xia. They were the foreign invaders. And now that Great Xia had resolved its own issues, he was angry that Great Xia didn't hand the abyss over to them. So, what do you want to say? Suchen quietly looked at him. So, I will repay you well. Uchida Kazuki revealed a sinister smile, his eyes filled with madness, the killing intent brewing in the air. I won't let you die easily. Let me think, how about I first sever your limbs and then throw you into a raging bullman crowd? Of course, it would definitely be male bullmen. I once saw a breeding bull in my country. Its radius was close to a human forearm. I haven't seen a bullman, but I imagine the size might be similar to that of a breeding bull? Do you think you'll be shot into a cream puff? No. You'll just be squashed. Uchida Ichiki's words grew more and more frenzied, his expression twisted with a hint of madness. The killing intent around him thickened. His hand slowly slid down to his katana, poised to strike, as if he were about to swing it at any moment. But Suchen merely watched him quietly. Uchida Ichiki reveled in his performance, but the audience showed no change in expression, which made him furrow his brow in frustration. Aren't you going to say anything? What he really wanted to ask was, aren't you afraid? Although Uchida Ichiki had a twisted psyche, the reason he put on such a distorted, pathological display was more of a psychological tactic. Suchen was just a newcomer who had only switched jobs a little over 3 months ago. He surely hadn't experienced many battles. Facing an enemy exhibiting madness and distortion, such a newcomer could easily fall into panic and terror, revealing a huge flaw. That was Uchida Ichiki's goal. He seemed insane, but in reality, he was a battle-hardened elite with extensive combat experience, never underestimating others, especially since Suchen was the man who had soloed 2 hell-level abysses. How could he afford to be careless with Su Chen? From his initial sentiments to his later twisted demeanor, it was all just part of his strategy. Yet, standing just a few meters away from Uchida Ichiki, who had his hand on his sword and exuded killing intent, Su Chen showed no signs of tension, only a faintly mocking smile, as if he were on the street watching a little boy aim a water gun at him. A water gun? Is there any danger? Of course not. Uchida Ichiki's sword, is there any danger? Of course not. Su Chen scared me for a moment. Su Chen scared me for a moment. What's wrong with this guy? He's not afraid at all? Uchida Ichiki looked at Su Chen, who wore a faint smile, and felt a twinge of panic inside. This was not how a normal person should behave. But there's no need to panic, he might just be pretending. Besides, we're extremely close now. How can a necromancer fight a warrior at this distance? They can't win. The reason Nishikawa Kairu agreed to Deng Peng's proposed bet within the Abyss plan, even choosing the Orc Empire Abyss that Uchida Ichiki had never entered but where Su Chen had achieved impressive results, was because in this plan, the initial distance between the two was very close. The warrior only needed to take a few steps forward to reach the enemy. This was very unfavorable for mage-type professions. And coincidentally, Uchida Ichiki's profession was a high-explosive warrior-type samurai. This was one of the unique basic professions of Neon Country, belonging to the strength-based warrior class, but it had a very interesting passive skill. Sword drawing technique. When the weapon is sheathed, after charging for more than 3 seconds, the first attack adds 100 agility to the strength attribute. Simply put, when the first strike is made, the samurai can unleash the agility speed of their main attribute strength value. This strike, at the same level, it was almost guaranteed to hit. At such a close distance, I can't possibly lose. Uchida Ichiki thought to himself, still maintaining his mad facade outwardly. Kid, die for me. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, pressing it firmly against the sheath. Leaning forward, he charged over quickly. The originally short distance was crossed in just a few steps, and he lunged right in front of Su Chen. Then he suddenly drew his sword. The bright katana gleamed like a silver crescent moon, flashing across the vast grassland. The wind howled in his ears, and the blade's shadow moved as fast as lightning. The cold aura emanating from the blade seemed to freeze time in that instant. Then, he struck Su Chen. Uchida Ichiki? Wait, what the hell is this? Uchida Ichiki felt a bit dazed but instinctively continued to slash. Then a series of floated out from Su Chen's body. So, why should I be afraid? Su Chen's lips curled up. You see, I'm just letting you hit me, and you still can't break my defense. Impossible. This can't be. Uchida Ichimu's eyes widened. Why is this happening? I don't believe it. Skill, strength. This is a skill that greatly increases one's own power. Uchida Ichimu's muscles bulged, and his arms seemed to thicken twofold in that instant. He swung down fiercely, then shouted, "This is impossible." He unleashed a series of sword techniques: skill, strong assault, skill, severing strike, skill, diamond strength, skill, continuous slash. It must be said that as an elite capable of farming hell-level abysses, Uchida Ichimu had indeed gained considerable benefits despite wandering for a long time. Numerous low-level skills. The flurry of skills dazzled the eyes. But you still can't break my defense. Su Chen's lips curled up. Uchida Ichimu was strong. As a captain nurtured by a conglomerate, he had undoubtedly received many advantages, and it was even possible he had consumed treasures like dragon crystal fruit that enhance attributes. His equipment was also formidable, although not every piece was legendary. From Su Chen's perspective, as long as he had 3 pieces of legendary gear and half a set of strength equipment, his strength attribute would definitely exceed 250. But, Su Chen, class, Necromancer. Level, Health, 402,800, Mana, 830, Strength, 2,211, Constitution, 4,028, Intelligence, 89, Agility, 2,319. Su Chen's Constitution was a whopping 4,000. How could his attack possibly break through this defense? Su Chen sneered, raised his fist, and struck directly. His speed was incredibly fast. It was merely a simple lifting motion, yet it left behind trails of afterimages. Uchida Ichimu's heart raced with alarm. He suddenly exerted force and leaped back. Oh, impressive, impressive. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Even though I didn't use my full strength, you managed to dodge? Although strength attributes aren't agility, explosive power is also included within the realm of strength, like the action of jumping, which is more about the exertion of strength attributes. The speed of the jump is naturally based on the strength attribute. Experienced professionals choose the best movement methods based on their attribute advantages. This movement method may seem awkward and anti-human, but it prevents them from being completely defenseless just because their agility is inferior. So while Uchida Ichimu's agility was weak, his strength still played a role, successfully dodging Su Chen's fist. However, he couldn't escape the wind generated by Suchen's punch. The punch's wind howled, like a hurricane approaching. Uchida Ichimu felt as if he were a small boat in a storm, the powerful gale crashing toward him like a wall. Uchida Ichimu spat out a mouthful of blood, and he was swept away by the punch's wind for dozens of meters. How is this possible? I clearly wasn't hit. Uchida Ichimu coughed up blood. Just relying on the punch's wind can deal such high damage? His equipment was purely strength-based, although it had some constitution bonuses, they were minimal. He himself wasn't a tank class, with barely 5,000 health. Just the punch's wind had taken away 1% of his total health. How the hell could he fight back? What kind of magic did this guy use? But I clearly felt it was just a simple punch. Uchida Ichimu was filled with terror. This damage was beyond his comprehension. But before he could come up with any countermeasures, he saw a blur in front of him. Suchen seemed to teleport, appearing right in front of him, raising his fist to strike. Not good. Uchida Ichimu shouted internally, using all his strength to leap again. Boom! Suchen's fist slammed into the ground. A powerful shockwave radiated rapidly from the center of his fist. Dust and stones flew, as if a small earthquake had occurred. Even though Uchida Ichimu dodged in time, the flying debris still dealt nearly 1,000 damage. Another dodge? Suchen raised an eyebrow. Under the overwhelming pressure of his absolute attributes, this Uchida had managed to evade his attacks time and again, truly an elite from Neon Country. Of course, this was also related to Suchen's incomplete mastery of his own attributes. Moreover, he hadn't gone all out, always keeping some strength in reserve. After all, Uchida Ichiki was awkwardly retreating to the side, a look of terror on his face. However, he decisively pulled out a scroll. Suchen! You forced my hand. Uchida Ichiki gasped heavily, his face twisted in a grimace. Fortunately, Lord Nishikawa gave me this trump card, otherwise, I might really have died at your hands. But now everything is useless. His expression hardened as he tore open the scroll. Here it comes. Suchen's eyes narrowed, feeling tense. The reason he always kept some strength in reserve was that he was worried about the backup plan prepared by Nishikawa Kairo. Although theoretically, he could take down his opponent with a single hit, if Uchida Ichiki activated his backup plan just before dying, he might also suffer. Anyway, even if he held back half his power, it would be enough to kill the enemy. However, he didn't expect that Uchida, being an elite from Neon Country, would react so quickly after dodging his attacks twice in a row and seizing the opportunity to pull out his trump card scroll. So, what effect does this scroll have? Suchen squinted, ready to escape at any moment. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. At worst, he could change tactics and use the undead catastrophe to wear down the opponent's trump card. In this regard, the necromancer still had a significant advantage. Tremble. Fear. Uchida Ichiki suddenly tore open the scroll, shouting with a twisted face, "This is a spell scroll granted to me by Lord Nishikawa, possessing the power of a full strike from a high-level professional. With just one hit, it can deal 30,000 damage. Feel the greatness of our great Neon Empire." With a total health of 40, Suchen thought, only 30,000 damage? I thought it was something extraordinary. I've been on guard against it, not daring to use my full power to take you down, and it turns out to be this? Damn! You scared me! Uchida Ichiki was a tragic figure. Suchen certainly wouldn't just take Uchida Ichiki's words at face value and assume that the opponent's attack couldn't harm him. But unless it was a specific spell, one could generally gauge the opponent's attack power just by the spectacle. In games, the more dazzling the spell, the more powerful it often was. The same was true in the era of professionals. Suchen looked up, and in Uchida Ichiki's hand, a massive vortex was forming. A large amount of water vapor was converging into it, and the vortex gradually took shape, transforming into a giant drill shape, with waves of water spreading out. This was a water attribute attack spell. Uchida Ichiki gritted his teeth, his eyes wide open, staring fiercely at Suchen, veins bulging on his forehead. Using this kind of spell scroll often required locking onto the opponent with one's mental power. But Uchida Ichiki was a warrior professional, not strong in intelligence, making it quite difficult to control at this moment. He struggled to lock onto Suchen, the water drill tightly aimed at him. What if you have some special means? This is 30,000 damage. Suchen, what will you use to withstand it? Die for me. The next second, the water drill came crashing in. First, it was the tiniest spiral stream of water, like a water gun. But the next second, the water flow suddenly expanded, moving at high speed, instantly slicing through the air with a sharp whistling sound. It slammed forward, and in an instant, it completely engulfed Suchen. The massive waves splashed everywhere. The thick water vapor obscured his vision. Got you! A glint of excitement flashed in Uchida Ichiki's eyes. Su Chen was just a necromancer, with his points primarily in intelligence. How could he possibly withstand such a blow? No! Even a shield warrior with a strong physique would crumble under 30,000 excess damage. However, the next second, a light sigh gently echoed. I really was too cautious after all. Thinking about it carefully, I can understand that, in the end, it was just an internal battle. Even if your neon leader prepared enough means for stability, they were only targeting the enemy. And how strong does the means need to be to target the enemy? The health of the physical type Hell Abyss is only about 150,000. If the prepared means are too strong, then why not use them to fight the Abyss? Su Chen walked out slowly against the current. His clothes were already soaked, but the strongest water wave drill had already passed, and the remaining flow couldn't even push his body. You Uchida Ichimu's eyes widened, as if he had seen something unimaginable. Why are you unharmed? That's a full 30,000 damage. All of it hitting him would be enough to kill him 6 times. How could Su Chen possibly be unscathed? Whoosh! Su Chen's figure suddenly disappeared. The next second, he appeared right in front of Uchida Ichimu. Of course, it's because this level of attack is simply not enough to tickle me. Su Chen shrugged, looking strange. Haven't you noticed anything? Just the attack I just made, the punch's wind could deal 500 damage to you. If it really hit a person, the damage would definitely be 20,000. And your 30,000 attack is enough for what? Equivalent to my one punch? Su Chen chuckled lightly. He felt he might be overreacting a bit. The neon people had no idea how exaggerated Su Chen's potential was. While the cost of high-level spell scrolls was quite high, Uchida Ichimu had just used a scroll worth about 500 million. That one shot was equivalent to producing 2 pieces of legendary equipment. Of course, the power of this scroll matched its price. If it hit an ordinary hell-level abyss, it could take away a third of the opponent's health in one shot. However, the difficulty of using high-level scrolls for low-level professionals was very high, the activation speed was slow, and the attack effect was not impressive for those with sharp reflexes, with a very low hit rate and terrifyingly low cost effectiveness. If it weren't for this series of weaknesses, someone might have wanted to use such scrolls to pile up hell-level abysses to death. But this was also an expensive trump card. Initially, the Jianyang city officials wanted to cultivate the Xia Shuilan team and arm them with similar items to force their way through the hell-level ghost cave. Unfortunately, the Xia Shuilan team had an accident, and these were all items that could influence strategy. How could they be used so casually on an individual? But I will still remain cautious in the future. After all, life is only one. Su Chen smiled slightly, looking at Uchida Ichimu. So now, it's my turn to make a move? No! This is impossible. Uchida Ichimu looked incredulous. You must have used some despicable means. Your despicable means can block me once, but absolutely cannot block me a second time. He suddenly reached into his pocket and surprisingly pulled out another spell scroll, making a move to tear it. But before he could act, Su Chen grabbed him. Oh, there's actually another one? Good, this thing now belongs to the Su family. Su Chen snatched it away and stored the scroll. 1 billion in hand. Uchida Ichimu gritted his teeth and surprisingly pulled out another scroll. But it seemed slightly different from the previous spell scroll, faintly radiating some wind-type energy. Just as he was about to tear it open, the familiar large hand grabbed it again. Oh, this time it's a speed enhancement scroll. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, directly breaking it in his palm and tossing it aside, then happily looking at his spoils. This little neon really can drop equipment. Uchida Ichimu clutched his broken hand, letting out a wail. It hurt. It hurt a lot. But compared to the pain in his body, my scroll. That was his last trump card. Now it was all over. Su Chen looked at Uchida Ichimu with a grin, waiting for a moment, but saw that Uchida Ichimu still had an incredulous expression. It seems you don't have a third scroll. He chuckled. So now, I just heard you want to chop off my limbs and throw me into a crowd of randy bull-headed men? Although your goal is unattainable, that's fine. I can let you personally experience the feeling of being dismembered and tossed into a herd of bulls. I hope you enjoy that feeling. Upon hearing this, Uchida Kazuki's eyes filled with panic. Watching Su Chen approach slowly, he was filled with terror and kept retreating. No! You can't do this. How can you treat the warriors of our great neon country like this? Stop! Stop it! Meanwhile, outside. Jing Jing, do you think Su Chen will be okay? Deng Peng looked worried. That little neon must have a powerful one-time item. Su Chen won't be taken down by that little neon, right? You don't need to worry too much. Jing Jing thought for a moment and reassured him, as long as he immediately distances himself once he enters the abyss, and uses the undead to slow down the enemy, it shouldn't be too difficult. Our chances of winning are high. Even if an accident happens, Su Chen still has the protective scroll that the country gave him, which can hold up. You don't need to worry too much. Upon hearing this, Deng Peng felt a bit relieved. Indeed, that scroll could withstand a full-force attack from a high-level professional, and it was quite useful, though its main purpose was to protect the genius of the Great Xia in reality. It meant little in the abyss. But that was relative to the countless monsters in the abyss. In battles against professionals, this scroll could have a significant effect. Especially since the Neon people couldn't possibly use too many powerful one-time items just for a low-level professional's gamble. This time, they could win. Deng Peng had just relaxed a bit. President Deng, didn't you prepare anything good for Su Chen? Nishikawa Kairu suddenly walked over with a cheerful smile. Now that both of them have entered the abyss, we don't need to worry about confidentiality. We can chat freely, right? By the way, my Uchida Kazuki has exchanged 2 one-time spell attack scrolls and 1 speed enhancement scroll from our Neon with his own merits. Officially cheating in the individual competition, of course, couldn't be bluntly stated as wanting to disregard martial ethics. Merit exchange was just an excuse. Deng Peng and the others were well aware of this. So many? Deng Peng's face twitched, and his pupils constricted. 2 attack scrolls, one of which could be used to draw out Su Chen's protective scroll, leaving the second scroll as a trump card. The speed enhancement scroll could also ensure that Su Chen couldn't escape. Su Chen was in danger. That's right. Nishikawa Kairu squinted, nodded, and said meaningfully, I remember that your Great Xia prepared an automatically triggered protective scroll as a standard reward for level geniuses, right? You did this on purpose? Deng Peng's face suddenly darkened. You want to deliberately eliminate our Great Xia's genius? Oh ho ho. Nishikawa Kairu chuckled. President Deng is joking. Sino-Neon friendship, didn't we just talk about this in the media? How could I do such a thing? But Deng Peng's expression turned frighteningly grim. He felt he had overlooked something, competition between great powers. If there was a chance to openly eliminate the other's genius, how could everyone not take action? If before, Su Chen's level evaluation and the undead mage's deduction wouldn't attract too much attention, now that Su Chen had conquered the hell-level abyss twice, he had proven his talent. That made it worth for foreigners to use some means. Just a single gamble, even if it concerned Nishikawa Kairu's upcoming plan to open the gates of Great Xia, might not be worth using 3 incredibly precious scrolls. But if it also meant eliminating Great Xia's genius professional, then it might be worth it. President Deng, I hope your Su Chen can survive under Uchida Kazuki's hands. Nishikawa Kairu laughed heartily and walked away, leaving behind Deng Pengang and Jing Jing, who were both worried and staring intently into the abyss. Su Chen, be careful. Meanwhile, in the depths of the abyss, Su Chen held the small bone sword, gazing from a distance at the figure buried by the Minotaur. What if the Minotaur wasn't in heat? It's simple, kill most of their tribe, place the small bone sword against the opponent's neck, and point at Uchida Ichimu, indicating, be tough, or you might as well die. Then the Minotaurs expressed, this Uchida Ichimu kid looks quite handsome, just to my liking. By the way, the data that Uchida Ichimu provided was quite accurate. Although Minotaurs and bulls are not the same species, they do share quite a few similarities. Listening to Uchida Ichimu's increasingly faint and gradually disappearing wails, Su Chen curiously glanced at the Uchida Ichimu's tragic scene and disgustedly retracted his head. Hiss, that's really tragic, Nishikawa Kairu spat blood. The simple level abyss was no longer worth mentioning for Su Chen at this point. However, Su Chen still prepared to fight properly, testing out the undead calamity. He summoned a large number of undead to attack a small tribe, and with his own combat power, he easily killed a large number of herders, turning them into undead with corpse poison. Countless skeletons surged forward, creating quite a sense of oppression. Actually, in a normal abyss like this, even without the mechanism of the ancient martial tower, one can still farm some attributes, Su Chen thought to himself. After all, the cost of summoning undead is much less than that of the ancient martial tower. After being infected by corpse poison, the bodies naturally transformed into undead, which were essentially wild undead. But perhaps because they had just been born, the necromancers could easily contract them as their own undead, requiring only a negligible amount of mana. It was roughly like directly summoning undead at level 1. Moreover, the undead created in this manner were much stronger than the simply summoned skeleton warriors or zombies. Su Chen looked at a Minotaur skeleton warrior. Skeleton warrior, Minotaur, strength, 21, constitution, 10, intelligence, 1, agility, 4, skills, none. This attribute panel was already far stronger than a blank skeleton. The strength attribute was directly 4 times that of a blank skeleton. Mainly because the monsters in the abyss scale with the level of the practitioners, resulting in the Minotaurs having a high level and naturally not low attributes. The skeleton warriors were simply not on the same level. Infecting such monsters into undead, even if their attributes would be somewhat reduced, would still be much stronger than simply summoning undead. It's a pity it's just too troublesome, Suchin sighed deeply. To infect the enemy into undead, the enemy must first be hit by the corpse poison of the skeleton zombies. However, the skeletons Suchin could summon, due to their level, were too weak. Even if they fought dirty in a group, they might not be able to defeat a single minotaur. To convert the enemy, Suchin had to take action himself, first severely injuring the minotaur, and then letting the undead take over. However, this method required leaving a batch of undead as infection sources, which would reduce the losses of his good brothers, leading to a less effective attribute boost compared to the complete annihilation strategy of his brothers. Additionally, this infection was not 100% guaranteed. So even if the strength of the new generation of skeletons far exceeded that of their predecessors, the attributes they provided would be more, but there were still some situations where the gains did not outweigh the losses. But that was in the early stages. Later on, as the new generation of skeletons increases, my workload will also decrease, Suchin thought for a moment and said, however, considering everything, it seems the cost-effectiveness is still not as good as the ancient martial tower. In such a large map abyss, although it was convenient for Suchin to accumulate skeletons and there wouldn't be monsters attacking him all the time, affecting his meditation efficiency, traveling in such a large map was also a time-consuming hassle. Overall efficiency was slightly lower than that of the ancient martial tower. This is already quite good. The special mechanism of the Tower of Ancient Martial Arts is rare. Once Suchin advances, he may not find such a suitable abyss. But speaking of it, necromancers are actually not as weak as imagined. Suchin looked at the undead army behind him. Necromancers excel at accumulating undead under their command. With such special materials, they can even create quite powerful undead monsters. But unfortunately, the mechanism of the abyss limits our performance. Suchin's expression was one of regret. The abyss has a special spatial barrier mechanism. Entering an abyss is like stepping into a new world. It is impossible to bring one's undead army along. When an ordinary necromancer first enters the abyss, they can only use the most basic summoning of undead, and if they are not careful, they can easily be killed by abyss monsters, which naturally makes them seem very weak. However, if in the real world, one can slowly accumulate an army of millions of undead in a world that stays still in time, even if they are all the most basic low-level skeletons, they could wear down a high-level professional like Deng Pengang. Of course, the greater possibility is that before that, they would be strongly suppressed and killed by the country for their crimes of slaughter. Alright, let's get through this abyss first. Suchin strode towards the Minotaur tribe. It's just a simple abyss. With the undead accumulated behind him, he could clear it. After a while, the portal to the Orc Empire abyss opened and closed. Thick black mist spread out. They've come out. Deng Pengang, Nishikawa Kairo, and others perked up. Looks like the battle is over. Nishikawa Kairo chuckled, a hint of provocation in his eyes as he looked at Deng Pengang. I wonder who won this time. Suchin. Deng Pengang frowned, worry etched on his face. But the next second, both of their expressions froze. Suchin casually walked out, his clothes neat, his demeanor calm. Suchin? Deng Pengang was taken aback. He actually came out? Wasn't it said that the Japanese had prepared 2 disposable items? He was unharmed? What about Uchida Kazuki? He looked back, but behind Suchin, there was no one. Uchida Kazuki is dead? How could that be? How is that possible? What about our Uchida Kazuki? Nishikawa Kairo couldn't help but shout, Suchin, where is Uchida Kazuki? Your words are interesting. My back is empty, so Uchida Kazuki must have died in the abyss. Suchin shrugged, poor Uchida Kazuki, clearly lacking in strength, yet he insisted on showing off. He fell to the hands of abyss monsters. I was quite helpless too. Suchin pretended to sigh. But he wasn't lying. No matter how Uchida Kazuki died, you could say he died at the hands of abyss monsters. Nishikawa Kairo certainly wouldn't believe that Uchida Kazuki died at the hands of abyss monsters. He would only think that Suchin killed him. But how is that possible? Nishikawa Kairo's eyes widened. How could a necromancer like you kill Uchida? That was a samurai, a characteristic profession of the Japanese. One of the profession's best at close-range bursts. You both entered the abyss together, not far apart. How could you possibly kill him? No. More crucially, he clearly had the spell scroll I gave him. How could he be counter-killed by a necromancer? Ahem, Mr. Nishikawa. Deng Pengang coughed, a smile on his face. You shouldn't casually slander people. Suchin has already said that you're Mr. Uchida was killed by abyss monsters. How can you unjustly accuse him? But since it has come to this time the gamble is won by our great Xia, right? Don't forget your wager. Nishikawa Kairo's body trembled. That's right, there was still the wager. The wager itself wasn't much. The value of the necromancer's skill book was inflated, and its actual value was limited. But Uchida, in his 20s, lost to Su Chen, who had just changed jobs for 3 or 4 months. Nishikawa Kairo indeed proved to the outside world the weakness of the Japanese samurai, too weak. Can the market of Great Xia still be opened? Adding to the expense of the disposable scrolls, the previous loss of the Abyss portal left Nishikawa Kairo so enraged that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Skill, bone grafting. Nishikawa Kairo was taken away by an ambulance. However, unlike the previous act of feigning unconsciousness, this time he truly passed out. After all, the situation was too severe, too terrifying. What awaited him next was the harsh punishment from the financial magnates of Neon Country. Under the high-pressure society of Neon, any mistake would lead to extremely severe consequences. But he wouldn't default on his debts, would he? Su Chen stroked his chin, watching the figure being taken away by the ambulance. This guy was clearly going to step down. Who knows if his promises would hold any weight? After all, the one truly holding the goods was the financial magnate Deng Pengang behind him. Deng Pengang laughed heartily. Don't worry, they wouldn't dare default on our Great Xia's debts. At the latest, within a week, I guarantee the things you want will be delivered to your doorstep. Su Chen finally felt relieved. However, there was really no need to worry too much. The skill book of the necromancer was overvalued. Its true value was quite low. Even if the credit of Neon Country was worthless, it was still a proper major nation, and the financial magnates were incredibly wealthy. They wouldn't jeopardize their own reputation over a small sum of money. But you actually managed to defeat that Uchida. Deng Pengang looked at Su Chen, smacking his lips. Do you know that when that Nishikawa kid said Uchida had 3 magic scrolls, I broke out in a cold sweat? You actually won? It was okay, Su Chen calmly nodded, mainly because Uchida was a bit weak, and their preparations were lacking. Just 30,000 damage, who did he look down on? Impressive. No wonder you're a talent from Jianyang City. Deng Pengang gave a thumbs up and then pulled Su Chen towards the media van. In the China Neon competition, with China winning decisively, shouldn't they capture some footage to show off? The key was to look down on Neon, which felt great. The reporters were all well prepared. In front of a big shot like Deng Pengang, they were quite respectful. After a bit of mutual flattery between Su Chen and Deng Pengang, the reporters began to interview Su Chen, asking a few targeted questions. Reporter: Hello, Su, I heard you just defeated a genius from Neon Country? Su Chen: Yes, I won the bet. Reporter: What do you think of the strength of Neon Country's geniuses? Su Chen: It's alright, they're just a bit weaker than me. Reporter: Oh, in what way are they weaker? Su Chen: If my strength is 30, then that Uchida's strength is at most around 3. Reporter: I see, so it's really just a small difference. The people in front of the television watched Su Chen and the reporter chatting away, looking utterly bewildered. What a small difference. Is your small difference just a matter of the decimal point? But well said. Haha, how can a mere Neon compare to our Great Xia's talents? I heard that Uchida is the captain of Neon Country, but he's really nothing special. A 24 or 25-year-old veteran, yet he was knocked down by a newcomer who has only been in the profession for 3 or 4 months in our Great Xia. What a delight. Countless people laughed heartily, feeling exhilarated. The Xia family. Xia's mother watched the television. This child is quite good, he has brought glory to the country. Shuelan, next time invite Su Chen over for dinner. Beside her, Xia Idong's face darkened. Invite him again? What's wrong? Is that not allowed? Xia's mother raised her eyebrows coldly. As a citizen of Great Xia, I want to reward the young heroes who bring glory to the country. Is it too much to invite Su Chen for a meal? Is that what you call rewarding a hero? You just want him to call you mom. Xia Idong's lips moved, wanting to say something but hesitating. Meanwhile, Xia Shuelan watched the television, biting her lip, her expression complex. Su Chen has become stronger again. She was well aware of how strong Neon's Uchida was. Just looking at the speed at which he cleared the underworld ghost cave gave her some insight. Yet he was still easily defeated by Su Chen. Moreover, others may not know, but how could Xia Shuelan not understand Su Chen's character? While others thought Su Chen was just casually belittling the Neon people for fun, Xia Shuelan saw that Su Chen was serious. He truly believed he was 10 times stronger than Uchida Ichimu. The distance between Su Chen and me has widened again, he thought on the street. Damn, bro, you're amazing. Yu Dingwu looked at his phone, excitement written all over his face. This is for the glory of the country. Especially since he took down a little Neon. You definitely deserve a reward for this, he said, glancing up at the luxurious sign in front of him, Jundian Club. Then, as if a warrior preparing for battle, he strode in without hesitation. Yes, he planned to take the lead for Su Chen and test the quality of this place. If it was good, he would find an opportunity to invite Su Chen for a foot bath, to welcome him properly. In a private training ground of the Shinfeng group, Xiang Huo lay on the ground like a pile of mud, surrounded by empty liquor bottles. He reeked of alcohol, his eyes glazed. As the one who had let down his own captain, although the official review ultimately deemed it a mistake and not a deliberate betrayal of his teammates, ordering him to compensate to some extent, there were no further punishments. However, he was still kicked out of the team and faced countless insults and accusations, mainly because the Shunfeng group had exaggerated their early promotions. Xianghua ordered powerful equipment. Xianghua officially completed his gear change. Xianghua was about to challenge the hell-level Abyss. A series of announcements flooded the internet, building anticipation to the extreme, only to finally tell everyone, due to Xianghua's actions, the team lost a member and was unable to continue fighting the hell-level Abyss. What the hell was this joke? Damn it! It was just a mistake. Who would have thought that Li Xianghua wouldn't be on guard? Xianghua cursed as he smashed the liquor bottle in his hand, shattering it into pieces. This was clearly her mistake. Why is everyone blaming me? It's clearly not my fault. And this Su Chen, he picked up his phone, looking at Su Chen in the interview, his eyes blazing with anger. Turning the tide, eliminating the underworld ghost cave, defeating the neon captain, winning the bet. What right does a mere necromancer have to show off? As he watched the reporters start to ask Su Chen about turning the tide and resolving the underworld ghost cave, he couldn't help but smash his phone to pieces. Damn! Countless people from the Great Xia were excited and spirited, while some individuals were restless. Yet Su Chen didn't care much about it. The neon people's bets would take a few days to arrive. But Su Chen had other surprises. He had leveled up in the Orc Empire. Although he couldn't gain much experience from the simple difficulty, who could blame him for having accumulated too much experience before? Level, congratulations, you have automatically learned the skill bone grafting. A new skill. Yu Dingwu, wandering for half a lifetime, only regretting not meeting a wise lord. Yu Dingwu, wandering for half a lifetime, only regretting not meeting a wise lord. Bone grafting can be used to modify skeleton-type undead, replacing existing bones with special bones. A simple introduction. However, it was a necessary skill for modifying undead. Su Chen had tested it in the previous Abyss, finding that he could replace the bones of a minotaur's corpse into the body of a skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior would then gain attribute enhancements, and these would be permanent base attributes, capable of stacking with Su Chen's own attributes as a good brother. Speaking of which, I now have all the skills from the three major schools of necromancy, Su Chen thought to himself. The three major schools of necromancy are Commander, Ice, and Voodoo. The Commander school focuses on the rout of the undead army, relying on overwhelming military strength to crush enemies. Summoning undead skills and corpse poison belong to this school. The Ice school refers to using spells to deal damage, such as Su Chen's Frost Nova, which belongs to the Ice school. Finally, the Voodoo school, many people like to call it the modification school. Although there are some curse-type skills like bone grafting that modify the undead are at the core of this class. Su Chen's upcoming job change will follow one of the three paths mentioned above. This new skill is still somewhat useful. Su Chen glanced at the skill. It can enhance the attributes of my undead brothers, significantly increasing the speed at which I grind for attributes. But next, let's wait until the Skeleton Mage skill book arrives. Su Chen looked at his experience points. Once full, he would undergo a job change. Although the experience bar was long, he didn't know how many abysses he could still grind. There weren't many abysses left for his skeleton mage brothers. In the meantime, Su Chen was waiting for the bets from Neon Country while working hard to master his attributes. His strength control had lagged behind for a long time, and he also needed to work on his agility. Fortunately, after the Summon Skeleton Mage skill book arrived, he would focus on accumulating intelligence attributes, so he still had plenty of time for strength and agility. At the same time, Deng Penggang had also helped Su Chen acquire a lot of good equipment: legendary mage shoes for intelligence and agility, legendary mage pants for intelligence and constitution, and a legendary ring for intelligence. Su Chen's goal was clear: he wanted all intelligence attributes. As for the extra special effects, they were unnecessary. After all, he didn't rely on those useless effects to deal damage. This was different from most professionals. Ordinary professionals didn't pay much attention to the attributes provided by equipment. After all, the attributes brought by equipment of the same quality weren't significantly different. But special effects were what truly distinguished god-tier gear from trash gear. This led to the prices of the equipment Su Chen needed being very low, significantly reducing his expenses on acquiring gear. He was also preparing to sell the dragon crystal fruit that Deng Penggang had rewarded him. Is this the dragon crystal fruit? Xia Shualan's small mouth opened slightly, her face showing a hint of surprise. You actually managed to get such a good thing? Do you want it? I'll sell it to you cheap. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Yes. A crisp voice rang out, and Xia Shualan nodded without hesitation. But after nodding, she hesitated and said, "But are you really going to sell it? The base attributes are incredibly valuable, although it's not your main attribute, such things are hard to come by. If you sell it now, you might not be able to get it again in the future." This kind of controlled item, even she, a second-generation professional with a strong background, had only eaten one. It was exchanged by her grandfather using his merits. What about her father, Xiao Dong? He couldn't get such things at all. In fact, Deng Penggang had also put in a lot of effort to acquire such a good item, and it was only because his old leader helped him out due to the fight against the Japanese invaders that he managed to get it. Sell it, if it were intelligence, I would keep it, but this kind I don't need, Suchen shrugged. If you don't want it, I'll see if I can sell it to someone else. I want it. Xia Shualan couldn't maintain her icy goddess demeanor and quickly said, "I'll go home to get the money right now, you must save it for me." After saying that, she hurriedly ran home. Such a good thing couldn't be left for outsiders. In fact, not to mention Xia Shualan, when Xia's mother heard this news, she immediately concluded Su Chen must like our Shualan. How could he be so generous as to give away such a thing that enhances professionals in every way if he didn't like her? What? You say it's for sale? Hee, although this kind of controlled item can't be called priceless, if you really want to buy it with money, you'll immediately find it's simply not available. Su Chen, hasn't even eaten the dragon crystal fruit yet, but he's giving it to our Shualan. What is this? This is love. Even Xiaodong's old face twitched, and his gaze towards Su Chen became less hostile. Su Chen, however, didn't take it to heart. 10 points of agility attribute were just half a dead ghost brother to him, even calculated with mana recovery potions, it was only a few 100,000. In the end, this agility dragon crystal fruit was sold to Xia Shualan for 2 billion in cash. Although the price of the dragon crystal fruit is 200 million, that amount would only buy the skin of the fruit. The black market price is 2 billion, which is considered a friendly price, requiring a favor in return, and it's the kind of thing that is priced but not available. Therefore, Summer's mother simply gave Su Chen a key to the Summer family's training ground, making it convenient for him to train there anytime. Summer Dawn couldn't oppose this. This shows the high value of such rare treasures that enhance attributes. Even another physique dragon crystal fruit, Su Chen didn't plan to keep, he intended to sell it to Yu Dingwu. Yu Dingwu couldn't offer a reward of that level, and in the end, he could only look at Su Chen with teary eyes, hugging Su Chen's leg, shouting, "Old Su, I'll sell you my 100+ pounds of meat, I can even sleep in your bed tonight." Then he was slapped to the ground by Su Chen. Get lost, I don't like men. To be honest, Yu Dingwu had already received quite a few benefits from Su Chen. But the problem was that if he didn't give it to him, Su Chen wouldn't find other buyers. Dragon crystal fruits are special regulated items, and taking this reward would mean taking advantage of the official price, making it difficult to sell on the market. However, Yu Dingwu was also well versed in human relationships. He proactively handed over a job application with his fingerprint, indicating that he was going to sell himself anyway, and selling himself to those big companies was not as good as selling himself to Su Chen. Yu Dingwu, drifting for half a lifetime, only regretting not meeting a wise master. If you don't abandon me, I am willing to take you as my adoptive father. Su Chen. He endured for 3 minutes but ultimately couldn't hold back and slapped him down again. However, to be fair, this was indeed a good idea. Unilaterally bearing Su Chen's favor put a lot of pressure on Yu Dingwu, so it was better to directly sell himself and work for Su Chen to repay the debt. 1 billion in money is certainly not small, but if Su Chen helped him out and trained him, it wouldn't be impossible to earn it back from Yu Dingwu. Considering his own talent enhancement, this was practically a free profit situation. So Su Chen nodded in agreement. Although he still needed to start a company, get a business license, and deal with a series of troublesome matters, Su Chen had accepted his first employee. After the dragon-witted Yu Dingwu joined, he immediately offered a brilliant plan. President Su, our company believes that a team-building event is most suitable for the grand opening. Yu Wulong patted his chest and said, I have already investigated half of the clubs in Jianyang City and know all the information. President Su, please allow me to pave the way for you, ensuring you have a great time and enjoy yourself. Su Chen was very tempted upon hearing this. After all, which man could refuse a friend's invitation for a foot bath? Shall we go experience it? Let's go experience it. The two of them linked arms and sneakily walked out of the school. Just then, a call from Deng Penggang came in. Su Chen answered, overjoyed, forgetting about washing his feet. After all, my Summon Skeleton Mage skill book has finally arrived. The skill book for Summon Skeleton Mage was personally delivered by Deng Penggang. He clearly knew how much Su Chen valued this skill book and handed it over to him at the first opportunity. Su Chen didn't hesitate to slap it against himself. Summon skeleton mage, undead mage. Description: consumes 100 mana points to summon a skeleton mage. Maintaining this summon requires occupying 5 points of intelligence limit. Learning requirement, intelligence 50. Gather the intelligence brothers. Finally, I can level up my intelligence attribute. Su Chen's eyes brimmed with tears. Who could understand his struggles? As a mage, all the enemies he had defeated so far were done with his fists. Now that he had a new good brother, with a significant boost to his intelligence attribute, the situation would naturally change. Skills like Frost Nova would finally have a place to be used. So, first, let's find a dungeon to grind. Su Chen's eyes sparkled. Of course, dungeons weren't just any random place. Although Su Chen could almost solo clear any hell-level dungeon now, and he could mindlessly repeat battles in the ancient martial tower, if he really did that, it would be too wasteful. My experience bar is limited. I can't rely on failing to change jobs to accumulate experience. Su Chen thought to himself, in that case, the number of low-level abyss I can farm is relatively limited. I must sell these slots for a good price. After Su Chen shared his thoughts with Deng Pengang was equally pleased. Every year, there are abysses in Daxia that cannot be cleared, and many cities have offered bounties. Perhaps not as generous as the city of Jianyang facing the undead abyss, but still substantial. This is just the publicly offered reward. Su Chen is confident he can conquer the abyss, so naturally, he can bargain with the local government. Not to mention increasing the bounty, but he can definitely exchange the bounty's contents for equipment and items more suitable for him. Only top-tier elites are qualified to make the officials budge. The conquered abyss can also be selected to drop the types of equipment and skill books needed by Su Chen, the undead mage. Some troublesome abyss mechanisms that are not suitable for Su Chen can also be filtered out. After chatting with Deng Pengang and clarifying his needs, he asked this friend to help him search for abysses nationwide. Although Deng Pengang often has a shameless demeanor, he comes from a military background and has served in various units, with comrades in half of the cities across the country, making him the most convenient person for this task. Su Chen considered whether to offer him a reward. Deng Pengang, as a high-level professional, certainly isn't short on money, but Su Chen couldn't just use the association president as a free tool, could he? However, Deng Pengang laughed and declined. After all, you are helping to solve the abyss issues in various places, Deng Pengang said with a smile. Even without a reward, I would still do this for the benefit of Daxia. And I wouldn't be completely uncompensated. Those regions that truly benefit will owe me a favor. Sometimes, this favor can be more valuable than cash. If you solve enough abysses, I might even be able to get you a piece of intelligence dragon crystal fruit. Deng Pengang moved quickly. Or rather, professionals across the country are eager to solve the abysses in their regions. For example, in Jianyang, the person responsible for contacting other regions, Xiaodong, was running around various cities trying to find some external help. So soon, Deng Pengang returned with a large pile of abyss information. Icefield City was willing to offer a legendary quality staff, hoping Su Chen would solve the abyss of Village of Chaos. Jushan City was willing to provide a Bone Spear skill book, hoping Su Chen would tackle the abyss of God of the Fog City. Yuecheng Bay was willing to let Su Chen and Deng Pengang filter through, ultimately locking onto one. The abyss of Witch's Forest, in Jiangbei City. As the name suggests, the Witch's Forest is a mage-type abyss. It belongs to the most difficult type of abyss. It is also approaching its arrival deadline, so Su Chen can choose to open it, allowing him to earn a lot without needing to sell it to others. Previously selling the ancient martial tower had actually resulted in some losses. The reward Jiangbei City was willing to offer was also something Su Chen was in dire need of, a one-time scroll of Dispel Magic. This scroll was made by a high-level priest, and its effect is to dispel negative states. The priest who made this scroll is of a high level, and the dispel effect is significant, making it a powerful scroll that even low-level professionals can use, thus it is quite valuable. No one knows the situation of the job-changing abyss, who knows what special mechanisms might exist. Su Chen naturally needs to be fully prepared. This dispel magic is very necessary. This is it, Su Chen immediately decided. Since he had made up his mind, that day Su Chen quickly packed up and, in the evening, used Jingjing's teleportation magic to head to Jiangbei City. The president of the Jiangbei Professional Association was very enthusiastic. You all finally arrived. Thank goodness for your long journey. Old Deng, is this your genius from your place? Truly handsome and dashing. No wonder he can defeat that little neon hero. Come, please come quickly. I've prepared some local dishes for you all, hope you like them. President Jiang Bei was full of enthusiasm, pulling a few people along to the hotel. Various cuisines were served one after another, and soon, they were toasting and discussing their camaraderie from back in the day. Suchin took the opportunity to feast. This table full of dishes was all made by 5-star chefs using spiritual ingredients. The taste was quite good. This drinking culture also belongs to the atmosphere of the Great Xia. It's not that it's particularly good, but when one goes into the abyss, they risk their lives to deal with enemies, so having a meal is completely justified. Not only was there a feast, but they would also rest for a day, stay in a high-end hotel, and only the next day would they take the official vehicle to the abyss. Just thinking about his first trip to the ancient Marshall Tower abyss, when he was all alone, walking several kilometers, and being harassed by goblins, the treatment was simply incomparable. Suchin sighed a bit, glancing at the teammate he had brought along, who was somewhat restless. What's wrong, Lao Yu? Aren't you eating? Yes, this time Suchin planned to form a team to enter the abyss. He hadn't formed a team before mainly because he didn't want others to share in his experiences, spoils, and the risk of others discovering his talent. But now the situation had changed. He didn't lack experience. Or rather, if possible, it would be best to minimize experience gain so he could clear a few more abysses and prepare more thoroughly for his upcoming job change. So finding an experience-sharing pendant was quite necessary. Yu Dingwu was reliable in character, and as his employee, he was worth cultivating. He wouldn't participate in the distribution of spoils, just simply leeching off experience. Wasn't that the perfect pendant? It's mainly that I'm a bit unaccustomed to this environment. Yu Dingwu shrank his neck, looking at the resplendent buildings around and then at the big shots at the same table who were chatting and laughing. His family background was slightly better than that of the orphan Su Chen, but only slightly. He had never encountered such an environment. And he actually didn't have the qualifications to be in such a place. Just the price of this meal was calculated in the millions. How many times could one indulge with that? A simple calculation made his head spin. Hearing this, Suchin coughed and pretended to scold like a big shot. You uncultured guy, always embarrassing me. Stick with me, and you'll know that this little scene is nothing but a drop in the bucket. Hurry up and get used to it, or if you embarrass yourself later, watch out for how I'll teach you a lesson. Relax already. What a leader's demeanor. Yu Dingwu rolled his eyes at him, not in a good mood. Go to hell. However, his own tension eased quite a bit. Su Chen listened to his rebellious remarks and smiled slightly. As long as he relaxed, it was good. However, that night, while Su Chen was sleeping in the hotel, suddenly a phone rang. He groggily picked up his phone. Hello? Old Su, help me, I've run into some trouble. It was Yu Dingwu's voice. What happened? Su Chen jolted awake immediately. After all, they were in a foreign place, unfamiliar territory. If something really happened, should he hurry to find Deng Pengang? While searching for Deng Pengang's number, he said, what happened? Hurry up and tell me. Well, it seemed hard to say, and Yu Dingwu hesitated for a long time on the phone before finally gritting his teeth and saying, that, old Su, while I was helping a poor woman in Jiangbei improve her life, I got picked up by the police. On the other end of the line, a few snickers immediately followed. He could faintly hear some low laughter saying, soliciting is soliciting. I've never seen someone use so many words to describe it. Su Chen? No. I told you to relax, but not to relax this much. Su Chen felt a bit of pain in his liver. The second man to get stuck with a bug in his talent. The second man to get stuck with a talent. Outside the police station, Su Chen had a dark expression as he watched Yu Dingwu being brought out. Not only him, but Deng Pengang also looked awkward as he chatted with the president of Jiangbei City. Sorry about that. Yu Dingwu chuckled awkwardly. He felt no shame about visiting a brothel, even discussing the technician's looks, figures, and skills without a care in front of the girls. But getting caught while doing so and needing his good buddy to bail him out was quite embarrassing. No need to apologize, Su Chen said irritably. It's our first time in a different city, and you end up like this? Look at our club president over there, such a shameless guy, and now his face is all red. A bunch of outsiders came to compete, and on the first day, they went to a club to indulge, and then got caught by the police? Even someone as thick-skinned as Deng Pengang was almost unable to hold it together. Sorry, Yu Dingwu kept apologizing. It's mainly because I'm not familiar with how things work here. If it were in Jianyang, I definitely wouldn't have gotten caught. You really think you're something, huh? Su Chen almost kicked him. However, bailing Yu Dingwu out wasn't too difficult. After all, this wasn't a criminal case. Yu Dingwu still needed to help Su Chen solve the abyss problem in Jiangbei, so the punishment could be postponed for now. Once they resolved the abyss, he could serve his time. Although Su Chen had bailed Yu Dingwu out, he had no intention of using connections to help him avoid the trivial punishment. Even though it wasn't a big deal, the maximum penalty for visiting a brothel was only detention for more than 10 days but less than 15 days, and a fine of no more than 5,000 yuan. It would be better to let him learn his lesson. But when are you going to change this personality of yours? Su-chen couldn't help but press his forehead. I remember those big companies didn't offer you good treatment because you were out indulging the day before going to the abyss. No wonder those HR people didn't want to recruit a genius of your level. Turns out their actions were correct. It's only our first day in Jianbei, and you pull this stunt? Su-chen understood Yu Dingwu's interests as a man, but at least wait until after we solve the abyss and there's no pressure before you start messing around. Washing feet is also quite physically demanding, and we have to face the hell-level abyss the next day. What if you're not in shape? If something goes wrong, you'll be the one to suffer. Su-chen had been thinking of recommending Yu Dingwu to Xia Shualan to see if he could fill the gap in her team. Even now, bringing him along for upgrades had some factors related to Yu Dingwu not being able to keep up with Xia Shualan's level, making it impossible to team up. And you just go and mess around like this? Ahem, Lao Su, listen to me, there's a reason I sought out the technician. Yu Dingwu chuckled awkwardly and said in a low voice, once we enter the abyss, I'll give you an explanation. Su-chen's gaze shifted slightly, but he remained silent. After a while, Deng Pengang approached with a dark expression. The matter is resolved, Deng Pengang said irritably. Damn it, it's my first time handling something like this, and I feel embarrassed myself. Su-chen, are you really going to take someone like this to deal with the abyss? Be careful he doesn't end up like Xianghua and get you killed. He pointed at Yu Dingwu without any politeness. His words were incredibly straightforward, leaving no face for Yu Dingwu. Su-chen replied decisively, let's give it a try first. If it doesn't work out, I won't bring him next time. Even if he was a brother, he couldn't take a teammate who would hold them back. One wrong move could really get someone killed in the abyss. The next day, the group arrived at the entrance to the Abyss Witch's forest. The vehicle they rode in was a fine one produced by the mechanics, not much worse than Xia Shualan's family car, and it was extremely comfortable. Breakfast consisted of nutritious spirit plant ingredients, and they had everything prepared, including drinking water and dry rations, making it very considerate. However, the two involved, Su-chen and Yu Dingwu, kept their eyes on the ground, remaining silent the whole time, avoiding the strange gazes of the Jiangbei officials around them. They walked straight towards the abyss entrance. Well, let's go in, Su-chen said. Are you just the two of you? President Jiangbei looked on and couldn't help but say, the difficulty of the abyss won't increase with more people. Why not bring a few more along? Su-chen shook his head, no need, it's just a hell-level abyss, no need to make it so complicated. Su-chen had indeed considered bringing a couple more people to better share the experience income. However, reliable tools like Yu Dingwu were still rare, sending spies among the major countries had become routine, and some talented newcomers would be targeted. Su-chen was about to flip the Neon team's captain. Although he planned to use his sacrificial talent as a shield and wouldn't guard his talent as strictly as before, there was no need to deliberately create trouble for himself. President Jiangbei nodded. Although he didn't support Su-chen's approach, he didn't say much more, only reminding him, you can start with the difficulty to adapt to the abyss, challenging it step by step. Be cautious, after all, you are old Deng's people, and I don't want your lives to be lost because of my abyss. Su-chen nodded. It seemed that President Jiangbei had a good relationship with Deng Pengang. Even with the incident involving Yu Dingwu, he showed no indifference to Su-chen's life. It's fine, going straight to hell is my experience bar's value, and I can't just casually throw it away on the mere difficulty. Su-chen said softly, we're going in. With that, the abyss portal opened wide. The two figures disappeared into the abyss. President Jiangbei and Deng Pengang stared at the shrinking abyss portal, gazing for a long time. President Jiangbei sighed lightly, old Deng, is it really okay? These two from Jianyang are not very reliable. On the first day of their new achievements, the day before entering the abyss, they went to solicit prostitution. What's worse, they got caught. The other one shouted about soloing hell, showing no intention of being steady, even boasting that the mere difficulty was really very difficult. Are these two really okay? No problem. Deng Pengang paused and said, that kid who solicited prostitution aside, Su-chen is still very reliable. As he said, he can solo the abyss by himself. Even if Yu Dingwu performed poorly, it shouldn't be a big issue. Abyss, Witch's Forest, level, difficulty, hell, objective, kill the boss, flame witchiska, description. This was originally a forest filled with mysterious flowers and plants, home to a pair of sorceress sisters. They were gentle and lovely, kind-hearted, and had saved countless small animals in the forest. But one day, a fierce fire suddenly broke out in the forest. The next day, those who entered the forest found that the small animals had all turned into monsters, and the sorceress sisters, for some unknown reason, were left with only the elder sister. It was a typical forest. Towering trees blocked out the sun. Fresh air filled the nostrils, carrying a hint of earthiness. That was the breath of nature. Su Chen and Yu Dingwu appeared in this place. Su Chen looked at Yu Dingwu. So, can you tell me why you insisted on going to solicit? Yu Dingwu was indeed quite reckless and loved to solicit. But he wouldn't be so foolish as to mess around with something as significant as conquering a hell-level abyss. That's why Su Chen brought him along. If it were truly just Yu Dingwu's recklessness, Su Chen would absolutely not help him again. He wouldn't invest in skills, equipment, or rare materials even a bit. After all, while he had some reason of helping a good brother grow, and when the brother dies, it equals my growth, he didn't genuinely aim to get his own brother killed. Yu Dingwu understood this logic, so he decisively said, "It's not easy to explain just by talking, let me show you directly." As he spoke, he looked ahead. A dark green figure appeared before him. It was a goblin. But it was not an ordinary goblin, though its entire body was green, it had a hint of light blue. Its muscles were solid and powerful, and it was twice the height of a typical goblin, with a shiny, glossy hide. There was a faint magical fluctuation around it. Blue goblin, level, health, 5000, attack power, 300, skill, ice spike. Both the attack power and health were quite low, but the opponent was a magical creature. In the next moment, the blue goblin flicked its claw, which resembled a hand, and an ice spike suddenly took shape. It was about the size of a javelin, exuding a chilling aura, and came crashing toward him. Yu Dingwu did not hesitate, raising his large shield to meet it. What is he doing? Su Chen frowned. This is a hell-level abyss, and the enemy is a monster known for its attacks, a mage no less. Yu Dingwu was just an ordinary practitioner. If he wasn't careful, he could be instantly killed by a small monster. But since Yu Dingwu was confident, Su Chen did not intervene too much. Sure enough, in the next second, the ice spike slammed hard against Yu Dingwu's large shield, causing it to tremble 3 times. However, a trace of blood oozed from the corner of Yu Dingwu's mouth, yet he withstood the attack, his feet firmly planted on the ground, unmoving. Su Chen looked at the damage and was momentarily stunned. The number was not low, after all, it was a spell. But as a shield warrior, Yu Dingwu had over 10,000 health points when accounting for his equipment, so he could withstand this level of damage. The key point was, it shouldn't be this low. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. The spell output is supposed to be explosive. The monster shouldn't deal just this much damage. Could it be? His pupils constricted. That's right. Yu Dingwu took a deep breath. Su Chen, this is my talent, War Barrier. As long as I am in battle, I can continuously accumulate battle intent value, which can significantly reduce the damage I take from enemies. It can reduce up to 90%. This talent was perfect for a shield warrior. Everyone's expectation of him was simple, endure the enemy's attacks. But your talent is a bit too strong. Su Chen spoke softly. If there are no limitations, then this talent is too overpowered. Even if Su Chen used his talent without reservation in front of the analytical mage Jing Jing, he still couldn't guess Su Chen's true talent. The main reason was that, while talents could fluctuate, they generally stayed within a certain range. There was no such thing as an unbeatable talent. Yu Dingwu's War Barrier talent was simply too powerful. A maximum reduction of 90% damage? What a joke! How could such an exaggerated thing exist in this world? Well, although it wasn't as exaggerated as mine, but it was still too out of the ordinary. Normally, there couldn't be such an extraordinary talent. It must have some limitations. Of course, there are limitations. Yu Dingwu nodded calmly. The condition for my talent to activate is that I need to accumulate battle intent value first. But through my research, to accumulate battle intent value, I need to fight against an equally matched enemy, and it must be a decisive battle with full effort, not just casual sparring. At the same time, while battle intent value can be accumulated, the accumulation speed is very slow, but the consumption is very fast. For example, if I endure an hour in an evenly matched battle, the battle intent value I accumulate can grant me 1 second of 90% damage reduction. Also, the battle intent value can only be stored for a maximum of 3 days. Yu Dingwu spoke confidently, introducing his talent without any concealment. Su Chen's gaze softened as he looked at him. The laws of the Great Xia regarding the confidentiality of talents were very strict, so Su Chen had never inquired about Yu Dingwu's talent. His willingness to share and detail his talent's weaknesses was a sign of trust in Su Chen. This trust was quite heavy. Speaking of which, this is the first time I've seen someone else's talent, Su Chen thought to himself, quickly analyzing. Old Yu, your talent has quite a few limitations. Charging for an hour, using for just a second? And even if you are a shield warrior, it's still hard to withstand an hour of relentless bombardment from an equally matched enemy. The setting that lasts at most 3 days is also troublesome. It means you can't slowly accumulate battle intent over time. Su Chen finally commented, it's a rather useless talent, practically impossible to utilize under normal circumstances. But, he slightly turned his head, looking at Yu Dingwu, who had just activated his talent. How did you activate it just now? Battle intent is so difficult to accumulate, and the consumption is incredibly fast. Yet Yu Dingwu casually used it? In fact, while the two were talking, the goblin had already launched a second ice spike. But Yu Dingwu still calmly withstood it, showing no sign of seeking help from Su Chen. Even if the duration of his damage immunity was short, and he didn't necessarily need to maximize his talent, these 2 hits should at least require him to fight for an hour at the same level. But looking at Yu Dingwu's expression, he seemed capable of enduring more. Wait. Su Chen suddenly twitched his face. Old Yu, I remember you spent a long time with the technician the day before the basic trial, right? And when you normally dive into the abyss, you're a regular at the club. Could it be that Yu Dingwu was taken aback? Then he laughed heartily and said, did you guess it? That's right. Old Su, I accidentally discovered something. Fighting on the bed is also fighting. And this battle is incredibly evenly matched. The conditions for activating the war barrier, in an evenly matched battle, accumulate battle intent, men and women, the conditions are very equal. Isn't that evenly matched? The battle must be a decisive fight with all-out effort. Men genuinely want to defeat women, and women use all their tricks to defeat men. Isn't that a decisive battle, the kind where they give it their all? Battle intent lasts at most 3 days, so in the 3 days before diving into the abyss, wouldn't it be fine to find a woman and have a good fight? Su Chen stared at Yu Dingwu in disbelief. This dog actually managed to trigger his talent? Talent trigger failure? Talent can be triggered? Su Chen was very clear about this. Perhaps the threshold for triggering is high, but Su Chen didn't think he was the only lucky one in the world. However, he also didn't expect that Yu Dingwu would be that lucky one. No wonder you insist on going to the club at this time. Su Chen rubbed his head. For you, this is equivalent to preparing for battle, right? Yu Dingwu nodded without hesitation. Of course. Su Chen fell silent for a moment, recalling the many companies that deemed Yu Dingwu unworthy. So, when you had that big fight with 3 prostitutes the day before the basic trial, was that the reason? It seems those companies misjudged you. Also, if you were really that promiscuous, you wouldn't have been able to achieve a high rating. Don't be fooled by Su Chen's rapid rise, surpassing all city professionals. It seems like high-level ratings are common. But in reality, high ratings are very rare. Especially since Yu Dingwu, as a shield warrior, is at a disadvantage in solo abyss runs, making it hard to achieve good results like main warriors. Now that he thinks about it, perhaps he relied on this talent to achieve that rating. I underestimated this kid. Su Chen felt a sense of emotion. Then he saw Yu Dingwu shake his head. No, that day I was in a good mood after my job change and just wanted to test the endurance of a shield warrior. To be precise, I discovered this only after that day. His trigger also has requirements. Ordinary technicians wouldn't develop a head-on confrontation or all-out victory mentality. But Yu Dingwu, at that time, to test his strength after his job change, boasted to the technicians that he would defeat all 3 of them, which ignited their fighting spirit, unexpectedly discovering this. Su Chen said, but to be fair, if paired with it, Yu Dingwu's talent is still quite formidable. The percentage damage reduction significantly weakens the enemy's attack, and the effect is outstanding. The activation conditions are also quite simple, and accumulating battle intent isn't difficult given the physique of a shield warrior. Fighting on the bed for an entire day isn't out of the question. The key is that the way to trigger this talent makes men envious. Su Chen openly expressed his admiration. Yu Dingwu noticed the look in Su Chen's eyes but shook his head. It's not as good as you imagine. Not every technician sister has enough competitive spirit, or rather, most technicians don't care that much, they just go through the motions. It's only because I've had enough experience that I've slowly figured out how to ignite a technician's fighting spirit. But there are risks too. For instance, I got caught last night. Yu Dingwu said with teary eyes, looking pitiful. Su Chen's mouth twitched. However, to be fair, if it weren't for Deng Pengang bringing these outsiders to Jianbei, the higher-ups in Jianbei might not have launched a wave of crackdowns. Yes, their sudden idea of a crackdown was merely a mindset of cleaning the house before guests arrive. Moreover, if you tell Deng Pengang about your talent, perhaps after you go out, you won't have to sit in the police station's little black room. Su Chen said. This isn't a serious crime. Yu Dingwu's actions have their reasons. To strengthen his own power and solve the abyssal difficulties, what's wrong with being a little out of line? The laws in Daxia are strict, but such trivial matters aren't that severe. In fact, if he were to be a bit more grandiose, if Yu Dingwu joined a big company and confessed the activation conditions of his talent, he might even use to unleash his talent as a reason to request financial support from the company, which would likely grant it. Paid prostitution? What a wonderful talent! Su Chen felt a bit envious. I wouldn't do that. Yu Dingwu pouted and said, it's just a few days in jail, what's the big deal? Talents like this, how can you just casually tell others? I trust you, old Sue, but I can't trust others. The activation conditions for my talent aren't difficult, but they still have limitations. What if someone wants to target me and uses some underhanded means? I can't defend against that. Su-chen pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. Ordinary professionals are one thing, but those who aspire to be strong, which one doesn't hide their talents and weaknesses tightly? Isn't Su-chen himself like that? Yu Dingwu's actions are completely reasonable. But since Yu Dingwu himself isn't truly unreliable, perhaps the support for him can be a bit stronger. Let's consider it a way to repay his trust in me, Su-chen thought to himself, smiling slightly. Alright, I understand your situation, leave this abyss to me. He waved his staff. Skill, summon skeleton mage. A thick wave of necromantic energy surged forth, and eerie white bones rose from the ground. Grayish-white skeletal frames slowly appeared. Their bodies were slender and elongated, the pale bones resembling colorless jade. The spine stood straight, supporting the entire body. The ribs were clearly visible, protecting the non-existent internal organs. At the shoulder bones, they wore tattered black robes that fluttered in the wind. The hand bones grasped a staff embedded with a strange gem, cold and eerie. Beneath their eye sockets burned the cold flames of souls, as if mysterious power surged within. The jawbone opened and closed slightly, as if whispering a mysterious incantation. Skeleton Mage, Strength, 21, Constitution, 23, Intelligence, 50, Agility, 18, Skills, Frost Nova, Bone Spear, Bone Wall. 3 skills, 2 attacks, 1 defense. Invest in intelligence. Is this the worth of my new good brother? Su-chen smiled, feeling that his efforts to bring back this skill book were not in vain. Deal with it. Su-chen pointed at the green goblin attacking Yu Dingwu. The soul fire of the skeleton mages flickered, and several of them raised their staffs. Skill, Bone Spear. Multiple bone spears coalesced together, resembling javelins, and shot out explosively. In an instant, they pierced the green goblin, turning it into a target. Very good, advance. Su-chen nodded in satisfaction. Although he didn't rely on his good brothers for combat, the stronger they were, the happier he obviously felt. Is this the skill you won from betting with the neon people? Quite impressive. Yu Dingwu also put away his shield, looking around at the skeleton frames with curiosity. Of course, I put in quite a bit of effort. Su-chen chuckled, but what's about to unfold next is a different show. Yu Dingwu? Su-chen chuckled again, not saying anything. He dared to solo the abyss, relying not on the combat power of his good brothers. The two delved deeper into the forest and were soon besieged by monsters. Ice-type green goblins, fire-type red goblins, and the warrior-type big goblin army charged in. Su-chen waved his hand. Brothers, for me, bravely go forth. The League of Kings won't deduct your reputation points. Yu Dingwu? The skeleton mages? But since the enemy had arrived, Su-chen had already spoken. The skeleton mages exchanged glances and raised their staffs. The frost, bone spears, and fireball spells from the abyss monsters were not lacking in magical prowess, and the skeleton mages also primarily used spells as their main attack method. As they clashed, colorful magic erupted continuously, the dazzling flames illuminating the surrounding trees, turning them a fiery red. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions rang out. At the same time, Su-chen's wails echoed. Ah! Little mage! You can't die, little mage. Although we just met, didn't we decide to become brothers? How can you leave me behind? Beside him, Yu Dingwu? What madness was his brother up to again? Although Su-chen was crying out in despair, his face was filled with joy. The skeleton mages were his intelligent brothers. They provided him with the most suitable attributes. Was there anything more considerate than these good brothers? No. The spells of the skeleton mages were powerful, each possessing some magical prowess, though not on the level of Jing Jing, who could play with spells like an art. They were still stronger than Su-chen, who had relied solely on his fists and had hardly ever used magic. However, the enemies were even more troublesome. The skeleton mages, battling against hell-level abyss monsters, found it quite difficult. They were soon blown to pieces by the enemy's spells, suffering heavy losses. Very good. Su-chen's eyes lit up as he opened his attribute panel. Thank you, little mages, your sacrifice has become my growth, huh? Su-chen's words suddenly stopped. He frowned, staring intently at the attribute panel. After a moment of silence, he opened the historical prompt record, but both told Su-chen one fact. Attributes didn't increase? Why? Intelligent undead are not my Su-chen's brothers. Intelligent undead are not my Su-chen's brothers. Attributes didn't increase? My talent didn't trigger? Why is this happening? Su-chen furrowed his brows, pondering the situation. Meanwhile, Yu Dingwu's expression changed instantly. The skeleton mages were all wiped out? Wasn't Su Chen able to solo hell-level Abyss? How could the undead be completely annihilated right after the battle began? Without the undead, what combat power did this undead mage have? But he didn't think too much about it. Instead, he instinctively raised his large shield, blocking in front of Su Chen, while shouting, "Su Chen, retreat first. I'll hold them off. Let's fall back and regroup." Honestly, as someone who fought monsters at a higher level, even with unique talents, escaping from this group of monsters would be a difficult task. But he still resolutely held the rear. No matter how weak he was still a warrior, and his physical abilities were definitely above Su Chen's. Not to mention, as brothers, it was only right to. In the next second, Su Chen snapped out of his thoughts. He merely glanced at the ice spikes, fireballs, and other spells rushing toward him. Then he acted directly. With 2000 agility, he was like a whirlwind. One punch. The goblin fell instantly. Mages are typically high attack and low defense. Without a spell shield, there's probably no profession more fragile than a mage. The same goes for magic-type monsters. One punch, two punches, three punches. His figure seemed to flicker. Su Chen effortlessly cleared all the goblins in front of him. The whole process took no more than 3 minutes. After finishing, Su Chen calmly replied, "No need to retreat, the problem is solved. Just moments ago, Yu Dingwu had raised his shield, ready to fight to the death? What a problem solved. You damn necromancer, you killed the formidable enemy that just took down all your undead with your bare hands? Wasn't it said that a necromancer's combat power lies entirely with their undead? Textbook, you liar. Impressive." Yu Dingwu swallowed hard, glancing at the corpses scattered on the ground, taking a deep breath, instantly killing hell-level monsters? Just like that with a casual punch? "Su Chen, how did you do it?" Su Chen twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "Just a trivial talent. Alright, I'm going to meditate now, don't disturb me." The inability to trigger the talent was a big problem. He had to summon another batch to test it out and figure out the reason. Yu Dingwu blinked, looking at a deep pit created by Su Chen's punch not far away. This talent is even stronger than mine? Just an ordinary punch could take down hell-level monsters. And looking at it, there was complete damage overflow. But for a necromancer to raise a fist to fight, what kind of talent is this? Yu Dingwu was somewhat dazed. However, although he was carefree and not fond of thinking, he was very familiar with his good brother and quickly guessed part of the reason. He must have sacrificed his undead to gain a huge temporary attribute boost. Yes, he and Jing Jing thought of the same thing. Yu Dingwu was suddenly filled with emotion. What a powerful talent. No wonder he chose a necromancer with such sacrificial talents. It should match this profession. He also understood how Su Chen managed to solo the hell-level Abyss. He looked around the broken battlefield, raised his large shield, fixed his gaze on the surroundings, and began to escort Su Chen. Although he didn't think he could be of much use, at least he could serve as a guard. 2 hours later, Su Chen opened his eyes, his mana fully restored. "Let's go, continue forward," Su Chen said, "just keep fighting through." The Witch's Forest was an abyss with some intel gathered. Although no one could clear the hell level, they were somewhat familiar with the locations of elite monsters. Especially when Su Chen entered and found that the hell level was the same as the nightmare level. Both were that flame witch Iska. Therefore, her location wouldn't change. Yu Dingwu nodded, checked the direction, and walked towards one direction, clearing the way ahead. Although this was a vast forest where the cardinal directions were unclear, the two, having received 9 years of professional training, wouldn't get lost in such a place. The sun, the year rings, and the compass had too many means to determine direction. With the map provided by Zhongbei City, the two continued forward. Soon, they encountered a group of monsters. As before, Su Chen summoned a large number of skeleton mages, watching the skeleton mages and magic-type goblins exchange blows while shouting lines like, "How are you doing, little mage?" Yu Dingwu held his large shield, acting as the mage's guard. Then he looked at the battlefield. Is this the prerequisite for Su Chen to activate his talent? Yu Dingwu thought to himself, is that strange shout of his also to meet some kind of constraint? Although Su Chen hadn't truly revealed his talent to him, just by watching the scene before him, he had guessed some things. So why did Su Chen clearly want to downplay his own experience but only brought along Yu Dingwu? Because he simply couldn't trust other professionals. Even if Su Chen hadn't revealed his own talents, just by watching him fight, one could guess a few conditions. Once or twice might be forgivable, but if he kept watching with more precautions, it would eventually be figured out. Yu Dingwu was different. He would definitely keep secrets and wouldn't leak anything to others. His intelligence was neither particularly high nor low. Being able to guess the sacrificial talent like Jing Jing was already an extraordinary performance. This was only possible because he had known Su Chen for many years and was familiar with his personality. Under a barrage of spells, the skeleton mages suffered heavy casualties. Su-chen rolled up his sleeves, pummeling the monsters to death, then stared gloomily at his panel. Still didn't trigger the talent. Why? I clearly did the same as before. Why could the skeleton warriors do it, but the skeleton mages couldn't? Su-chen furrowed his brows and listed the conditions for triggering his talent in his mind. 1. The enemy must be a living being with sufficient malice towards Su-chen during the life and death struggle. Abyssal monsters have malice towards professionals, and the battle is indeed a life and death struggle. Condition met. 2. When the undead are killed, Su-chen must maintain a certain level of sadness. Although it was his first time using skeleton mages, his emotional brewing of sadness was unpracticed, but that would at most lower the probability of triggering the talent, not result in a complete failure like now. Condition met. 3. When the undead are killed, they must not have any resistance towards Su-chen. I didn't command the undead to go to their deaths. This condition is definitely, wait a minute? Su-chen's face darkened. Could it be? He remained silent for 3 minutes. Su-chen began to meditate. Then he continued to seek new enemies. Upon encountering foes, he summoned skeleton mages, engaged in battle, and the skeleton mages suffered heavy losses. Su-chen swept away the enemies, but this time, he deliberately left 2 skeleton mages alive, not allowing them to die at the hands of the enemies. After killing the last monster, Su-chen raised his blood-stained fist and silently stared at the skeleton mages. Do you have any dissatisfaction with me? The skeleton mages. They trembled, their pale skulls shaking as if they might fall off at any moment. But Su-chen's expression darkened. The telepathic undead mages passively informed him there was indeed dissatisfaction, and they were very resistant towards Su-chen. Speak, why are you dissatisfied with me? Su-chen questioned coldly. The skeleton mages tried to argue but failed. Su-chen snorted coldly, carrying the murderous aura of having wiped out monsters, pressing them. Speak. If you don't, I'll smash you. In the end, they could only helplessly confess. Skeleton Mage 1 stated, the undead race under your command is poorly matched. They are all skeleton mages, without a single meat shield, making it impossible to unleash our power. Moreover, the enemies are too strong, their levels are too high, they are simply not opponents we undead can handle. The odds are too low, yet you demand us to charge in. This is simply a death sentence. Skeleton Mage 2 nodded in agreement and added, and since you are so strong, why do you wait until we are heavily injured before you act? Other colleagues could have survived. Slap. Slap. Su-chen slapped the 2 skeleton mages to death. How dare you? You really are dissatisfied with me? You are seeking your own demise. But this is a bit troublesome. Su-chen took a deep breath. He finally understood why the skeleton warriors, zombies, and wraiths could become Su-chen's good brothers, while the skeleton mages could not. Because these spellcasting undead have brains. Am I truly a naturally evil undead mage? Am I truly a naturally evil undead mage? These spellcasting undead have brains. Having a brain means understanding how to seek benefits and avoid harm, and knowing how to analyze the strengths of enemies and allies. They will pursue personal gain and protect themselves, prioritizing their own interests, and will not easily develop feelings for others. Or rather, this is an emotion that any living being inherently possesses. Given this, how could those who died because of Su-chen not feel resistance towards him, the one who summoned them to this place? Naturally, this would also prevent Su-chen's friend's legacy talent from being triggered. As for why Xiaogu, Xiaoshi, and Xiaoyu could trigger it, it's because they lack brains. So, are the intelligent undead not my brothers? Su-chen's mouth twitched. But he quickly shook his head. No, it shouldn't be like this, at least not entirely. Although the skeleton warriors aren't very bright, they do have some intelligence and can understand the commands of the necromancer. They are just a bit foolish. Since they can trigger my talent, it must mean they have no resistance towards me. But even though I didn't directly order them to their deaths, the specific actions aren't much different. Even as foolish as they are, they can't truly have no resistance at all. There must be some reason that suppresses this resistance, such as they might have a certain fondness for me. Su-chen squinted his eyes, beginning to search for the reason behind this. Professions and skills might hide some details not revealed in the descriptions. Wait, I seem to have overlooked a question. As Su-chen pondered, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Why are these undead willing to be used by me, to be summoned by me? In the era of universal professionals, it's not just about grinding in the abyss for rewards mindlessly. In reality, there are many things that low-level professionals are unaware of or indifferent to, but they do happen, like the systematic analysis of various profession skills. This is led by intelligence-based professions like mages, strongly supported by the authorities, and is a key research project in various research institutes and universities across the country. This work aims to analyze skill details, acquire knowledge, and help professionals in the country better master their skills or better target enemies of their profession, among other purposes. The ultimate goal, it is said, is the achievement of mastering skills without skill books. As one of the basic professions, the necromancer's skills have long been analyzed by countless professionals. Taking the skill Summon Skeleton Warrior as an example, although it seems like a mindless summoning skill from an online game at first glance, it actually requires no consideration of details. But the essence of this skill is that the necromancer signs a contract with the undead plane, pays mana, communicates with the skeleton warriors of the undead plane, and after reaching a contract, summons them across space to stand before the necromancer, commanding them with the necromancer's own mental power. The mana expended by the necromancer during this summoning is the payment to the undead plane, the cost of crossing space. The limitation on the number of undead that can be controlled is essentially the maximum number that can be suppressed by the necromancer's own mental power. So the question arises, why are the skeleton warriors willing to accept the necromancer's contract? Even in a state of no base salary, no commission, and no wages, they willingly obey the necromancer's commands, almost without exception? This is very unreasonable. Suchen thought to himself, if they were newly born undead, it would be fine, the necromancer could easily suppress them. But if they are wild undead, according to the data, it would be quite troublesome for the necromancer to bring them under control. It might even be more troublesome than summoning a new undead. Yet the skeleton warriors summoned by the skill are neither newly born undead nor easily brought under the necromancer's control. Suchen thought for a moment but couldn't figure it out. Thus, he decisively summoned a skeleton warrior and immediately asked, "Why are you willing to be summoned by me? How were you summoned by me?" But the skeleton warrior looked a bit confused, its expression dazed, speaking in a disjointed manner. So Suchen switched to a skeleton mage and asked the same question again. The answer of the skeleton mage was, "I wish to bring death and destruction to other beings, and by responding to your summons, I can achieve this, so I have come in obedience to your call and am willing to follow your commands." So that was it. A look of understanding flashed in Suchen's eyes. Undead creatures are inherently filled with hatred for the living, a longing for death, and an instinct to spread destruction. Killing living beings brings them pleasure. An undead creature, even without being commanded, would instinctively attack the living. Initially, Deng Peng and the others believed that Suchen had exploited this trait of the undead to unleash a disaster, achieving a high evaluation. Since undead creatures possess such a trait, it follows that a necromancer who helps them attack the living would naturally gain their favor. The saying that necromancers are inherently evil isn't entirely wrong? Suchen couldn't help but laugh. He had been called a naturally evil necromancer countless times in the abyss before, and he never expected that his enemies would actually be right. Thus, undead creatures inherently have a certain fondness for necromancers who lead them to deliver death to other beings. The mindless skeleton warriors are satisfied simply by attacking the living, overshadowing their attachment to their own lives. However, the intelligent skeleton mages have higher demands. Their resistance to Suchen wasn't merely due to a fear of death. While undead creatures do not actively seek death, none of them are afraid of it. The true reason for their resistance to Suchen is that his actions not only failed to bring enough death to other beings but also resulted in a high casualty rate for them. The latter is an important reason, but the former is the biggest reason. Now that I know the reason, then, Suchen narrowed his eyes and slowly stood up. He summoned once more. But this time, he changed his strategy from focusing on a specific attribute to summoning a large number of different types of undead all at once. Skeleton warriors, zombies, and wraiths all joined the fray. Even Yudingwu was arranged by Suchen to act as a meat shield. Then he pulled in a large number of minor monsters. The battle began. A massive wave of undead surged forward, while the skeleton mages acted as spell artillery behind them. Undoubtedly, this was the correct composition for the undead army. There were meat shields, assassins, and artillery. As the leader, Suchen, while loudly crying out in sorrow, also occasionally made some micro-adjustments to the formation of the undead, trying to inflict greater damage on the enemy. However, this was still a hell-level abyss, renowned for its difficulty, especially in the magic-type abyss. After defeating a certain number of monsters, the weak cannon fodder undead on the front line were quickly wiped out, and the monsters soon breached the ranks of the skeleton mages, causing massive slaughter. The skeleton mages were immediately decimated, with only Yudingwu being pulled back by Suchen. Yudingwu's face turned pale with panic as Suchen was dragging him away. What went wrong? Why is Suchen running? Has he not activated his talent? Is there some restriction he hasn't met? Yudingwu's heart raced. Can we still fight in this abyss? What has Suchen encountered? This was the abyss. An abyss with no way out. Yet Suchen revealed a smile. Your close friend skeleton mage has died. Triggered talent legacy of a close friend. your intelligence increases by 50 points. It worked. In this wave, Su Chen summoned 10 skeleton mages, filling the rest with ordinary undead. But the death of just one skeleton mage granted Su Chen attributes. Though it's a bit less, it proves my guess was correct, Su Chen thought to himself. As long as I can let the undead slaughter freely, they can endure other issues, even if it means certain death. The undead's hatred for the living surpasses their own desire to survive. From this perspective, the undead with almost no morale settings are very suitable to be cannon fodder. Even gods would dare to step forward and swing a blade. Previously, the skeleton mages resisted Su Chen more because they believed he did not have a good grasp of killing living beings. Of course, a certain death situation will also lower their favor towards me, otherwise, a single skeleton mage wouldn't have brought me attributes. Although this was Su Chen's first time using a skeleton mage to gain attributes, he had the experience from the previous little bones. Not being able to maintain the best sadness emotion would definitely have some impact. But even so, it shouldn't be so miserable that only one attribute pops out from 10 good brothers. It can only be said that the certain death situation still somewhat affects the brotherly feelings, but the problem is, if they don't face the certain death situation, the sneaky skeleton mage good brothers at the back would find it hard to die. If the good brothers don't die, how can Su Chen progress? To prevent the skeleton mages from feeling like they are working hard without any results, Su Chen had to make the right arrangements, letting the cannon fodder intercept when encountering problems, and he couldn't let the skeleton mages see that he was slacking off. That would be infuriating. But this income is really not bad. Su Chen looked at the 50 points of intelligence attribute, his eyes shining. He was almost there. Without counting the equipment, his base attributes were only 90 points, directly increasing by 50. The boost from the intelligence attribute was far stronger for him than other attributes. As long as I can have a few more battles like this, my intelligence attribute might catch up with the others. At that time, will I finally be able to experience the thrill of being a mage? Su Chen's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he turned and launched an attack on the monsters that had just wiped out his skeleton mages. Previously, he chose to run away only because he was worried that if he revealed his power, the skeleton mages would know his strength and completely resist him, not giving him attributes. Now that all the skeleton mages were dead, he could clean them up. He skillfully swept away a group of monsters. Su Chen continued to meditate. Since he had already understood the thoughts of his skeleton mage good brothers, he naturally had to grind for attributes. Meditating, then pulling Udingwu to continue on the road, fighting monsters, continuing to meditate, fighting monsters, and meditating repeatedly became almost a habit for Su Chen. His career after changing jobs had been almost entirely about grinding in the abyss, except for the occasional disturbances from the ghostly spirits in the ghostly cave that couldn't form a cycle. The increase in intelligence attributes brought by the skeleton mage good brothers had an immediate effect on Su Chen. Not to mention the enhancement of spells, just the number of undead he could summon had increased significantly. With more good brothers, he could send them off. The enhancement of intelligence attributes allowed him to summon more undead, leading to more good brothers dying, which in turn strengthened his intelligence attributes. It could almost form a perfect cycle. That's why I pursue intelligence-based undead so much. Su Chen's mood was surging. He worked hard to accumulate capital, then fought in the ghostly cave, obtained the ancient martial tower, and even had a real fight with Little Neon, before finally getting the skill book for the skeleton mage. Now, the intelligence attribute finally revealed its power. Next, Su Chen encountered several monster attacks. In the first battle, Su Chen gained 50 points of intelligence. In the second battle, due to the increase in intelligence attributes, the number of undead he summoned also increased, resulting in a total of 100 points from that wave of undead being wiped out. In the third wave, he gained another 100 points. In the fourth wave, with good luck, he got 150 points. Su Chen's panel had changed to Su Chen class, Undead Mage. Level Health, 482,800 mana, 50/50 Strength, 25/10 Constitution, 48/28 Intelligence, 505 Agility, 31/21 in an Abyss. He hadn't even encountered the first elite monster yet, and his attributes had already reached this level. Strength increased by 500, Constitution by 600, Intelligence by 400, Agility by 800. It was simply terrifying. You have to know that a fully equipped mage, even with gear, barely reaches 300 points of intelligence. Other professions are similar, with their main attributes also around 300. But Su Chen's base intelligence is a full 500. After this abyss battle, his intelligence will surely exceed 1,000. But why have other attributes increased so much, even more than my main intelligence? Su Chen's eyes twitched. Normally, he should have summoned all skeleton mages, but to prevent the skeleton mages from thinking he was deliberately sabotaging them, he could only summon the undead in combination. He summoned quite a few skeleton warriors, zombies, and wraiths. When these undead died, they would also bring a large number of attribute points to Su Chen. They provided even more than the skeleton mages. It was clearly said that the higher the level of the undead, the better the cost-performance ratio, but I supplied a lot of my mana to the skeleton mages. What Su Chen lacked the most was, of course, intelligence. To increase the number of skeleton mages as much as possible, he even openly discussed the army composition with the skeleton mages, publicly negotiating the ratio of summoned undead. The skeleton mages always believed that there shouldn't be too many mages, the front line needed to be strengthened instead, as they couldn't withstand enemy attacks and wouldn't deal damage. The emphasis was on being alive to output damage. But Su Chen still forcibly allocated 1/3 of the mana to the mages. There was no choice, this was the highest ratio that he had slowly tested out in his recent monster fights, which the skeleton mages reluctantly accepted. Any higher would be seen as not taking the killing of living beings seriously, which would lower their favorability. Sure enough, those with brains are troublesome. Just like the skeleton warriors, everyone happily sent themselves to death, and I could happily improve, right? Why are you all so hard to please? Su Chen pouted, but on the surface, he still wore a face of I trust my skeleton mage brothers. I believe the power you can unleash far exceeds the sum of other undead. The skeleton mages looked at each other, surprisingly finding Su Chen quite agreeable. This man, he understands us skeleton mages. After all, we high IQ mages are far more important than those mindless undead. The skeleton mages were all quite happy, and their favorability towards Su Chen slightly increased. After all, every mage was quite proud and had a high sense of self-esteem. This was true for Jing Jing, and it was the same for the skeleton mages. Looking down on other professions was a common flaw among mages. Su Chen, however, didn't think too much about it. He gazed at the silent forest, his heart filled with passion. Come on, monsters, quick, help me kill this group of hard-to-please guys. Mr. Flame Treant, please do your best. Mr. Flame Treant, please do your best. The snowball is starting to roll. The increase in intelligence directly equated to granting Su Chen extra mana. It allowed him to summon more and more undead. Plus, with money, he directly purchased high-level mana recovery potions, instantly pushing the number of undead to the limit. High-level mana recovery potion quickly restores 1000 points of mana, with a cooldown time of 1 hour per bottle. Excessive consumption will damage health. One bottle costs 4 million dasha coins. That's almost comparable to some rare-level equipment. This is something only normal-level professionals would use high-level potions for. Yet Su Chen treated them like water. He led the undead army and swept away. In the fifth encounter with monsters, the undead army was already able to fight fiercely with the enemies. The sixth wave of monsters was no longer a match for the undead army. The seventh wave of monsters was even infected by Su Chen, becoming new undead under his command. This is really... Su Chen looked at the newly added undead, speechless. They actually won just relying on the undead army? However, the fifth wave was fine. Starting from the sixth wave, the casualty rate of the skeleton mages dropped significantly. After all, as rearline magic users, the survival rate of the skeleton mages was always quite high. As long as they are not completely annihilated, they will always be the easiest to survive among the undead army. This is a bit troublesome, Su Chen thought, looking at the wave of monsters that had been wiped out, yet only a few skeleton mages had died, and the structure of the mage group was almost perfectly preserved. He felt quite dissatisfied. With so many good brothers surviving, how am I supposed to improve? Just then, the skeleton mages gathered around him, expressing that the army needed reinforcements and hoped Su Chen could meditate and summon new troops to bolster their strength. They vowed that the existing army, combined with the reinforcements and the undead created after infection, would definitely be stronger in the next wave than they were now. You better not get any stronger, Su Chen shouted inwardly. Although his high compatibility had increased the skeleton mage's favorability, and since it wasn't a guaranteed death situation, the probability of triggering talents when good brother skeleton mages died had significantly increased. However, with so few skeleton mages dying, the overall gain was basically on par with the last wave. The next wave might even be weaker than now. On the other hand, attributes like strength, agility, and constitution had seen considerable increases because the good brothers were on the front lines, triggering their talents with a decent probability, resulting in a significant gain of 100 points in intelligence, while strength and agility averaged an increase of 200. Considering the new infected undead that had emerged, their attributes were much stronger than the cannon fodder summoned by Su Chen, and these strength and constitution attributes would see even greater improvements. Why can't the skeleton mages increase their numbers through infection? Su Chen secretly resented. But there was nothing to be done. The spread of corpse poison required physical attacks, and often the type of undead that dealt the damage would determine what kind of undead the deceased would revive as. The swords of skeleton warriors and the claws of zombies could achieve this effect, but the spells of skeleton mages couldn't spread toxins. Another wave of monsters appeared. This time, the battle was even easier. The skeleton mages only lost 2. If the enemies hadn't known the threat posed by mages and focused their attacks on the backline, perhaps even those 2 mages would have survived. This can't go on. Su Chen cursed inwardly. At this rate, the skeleton mages might come through completely unscathed. I need to think of a way. There were indeed solutions. The current success of the undead army was due to their initial numerical advantage, making it difficult for ordinary enemies to defeat such a large force. Su Chen quickly thought of 2 solutions. The first was to clear out his army and then summon a small number of troops again, which would increase the losses of the skeleton mages. However, that would also reduce the efficiency of attribute gains. The second was, let's go. It's time to fight some high-difficulty enemies. With a wave of his hand, Su Chen ordered the troops to advance quickly. If the enemies couldn't defeat them, they would choose stronger foes. They were already close to the first elite monster. After a rush, they took down a group of wild monsters along the way. Su Chen finally encountered the first one. It was a fire tree spirit. Its body seemed to be a willow tree, with rough bark displaying a deep brown or blackish-brown color, covered in strange fiery red patterns. The massive, ancient trunk was ablaze with fierce flames, radiating intense heat. The branches twisted like contorted arms, stretching out in all directions. Some of these branches were thick and powerful, while others were as thin as silk, but all were ablaze with fire. Around it, there were no other trees, only a parched surface. Fire tree spirit level health, 70,000 attack power, 300 skill, burning aura skill, flame whip skill, fire dragon storm. This was a monster with dual primary attributes of constitution and intelligence. Not only did it have a robust health pool, but it also possessed a fierce attack with additional fire burn damage. Undead mage? The voice of the flame tree demon was deep, and only the final rising tone made it clear that it was delivering a rhetorical line. Accompanied by the crackling sound reminiscent of flames consuming wood, it was filled with an indescribable sense of eeriness. Necromancer, is there something wrong? Su Chen blinked. The flame tree demon looked disdainful. A mere necromancer, who gave you the audacity to dare provoke the great flames. In the face of scorching flames, no matter how many undead there are, they will ultimately return to dust. It roared, and around it, a large number of goblins, venomous cat demons, and blood-red wild wolves all let out howls. The momentum was overwhelming. Yu Dingwu took a deep breath, raised his shield, and suddenly positioned himself in front of Su Chen. But the look he cast at the tree demon carried a hint of pity. Su Chen also narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded in satisfaction. He, you are quite confident, aren't you? I like this kind of confidence. The flame tree demon scoffed. Although fire was not as effective against the undead as holy light, it still had a certain restraining effect, especially since it was particularly skilled in area attacks. The long willow branches lashing with flames were something the undead could not withstand. And with a large number of small monsters following you, what could you do? Whoa! The expression of the flame tree demon suddenly changed drastically. In the next second, a chilling aura that even the flames could not suppress descended upon the scene. One by one, skeletal mages, holding ghostly staves, slowly emerged. The skeletal warriors raised their rusty blades, letting out soul-piercing howls. The zombies, with their hands exuding toxic blue, advanced slowly. Ghosts appeared among the undead, emitting cheerful sounds. Too many. At first glance, the seemingly vast ground was completely occupied by the undead. There were at least 200 skeletal warriors densely packed together. The number of heavy-bodied zombies was also in the hundreds. The figures of the ghosts overlapped, making it impossible to discern their numbers. This was an entire massive undead army. Behind them, goblin skeletons and cat demon zombies that had been infected as undead slowly surged forward. Like a natural disaster, the goblins trembled. The cat demon's pupils constricted. Even the flames of the flame tree demon seemed to pause for a moment. Come on, let me see just how strong the flames are that can turn the undead to dust. Su Chen said earnestly. Go for it, big brother on fire. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. The undead army was dense and overwhelming. The thick aura of death permeated the surrounding forest. The earth also suddenly took on a cold hue. How is this possible? The flame tree demon looked at the vast undead army and couldn't help but shout. What kind of undead army is this? How did you summon so many undead? This is impossible. It couldn't help but lash out with its willow whip at a skeletal warrior. Crack! How could a mere ordinary skeletal warrior be a small opponent? Instantly, it was shattered into pieces, broken bones flying far away. But the expression of the flame tree demon became much uglier. It did not want to kill an inconsequential undead. It wanted the enemy to be just a false illusion. But the sensation it felt upon contact only brought back troubling news. "Ah, Little Bone. What happened to you, Little Bone?" Suchen shouted from the back. "You dare to kill my Little Bone, brothers, charge." Saying this, he pointed a finger. The skeletal mages all acted in unison, dense necromantic energy coalescing on their staves. Frost Nova. Waves of spells came crashing in. The skeletal warriors, zombies, and ghosts also took steps forward, charging ahead. "Damn it! You little ones, charge!" The flame tree demon gritted its teeth and roared, leading the charge into battle. Soon, the undead army collided with the monsters. Instantly, chaos erupted. The flame tree demon personally initiated the charge. It moved with its roots, not quickly, but with an unstoppable momentum, rushing forward, like a war chariot crashing through. Target, Suchen and the skeletal mages beside him. Although the flame tree demon is a monster, it is quite clear-headed. It understands how much impact a group of mages can have on the battlefield when allowed to unleash their full potential. This is the most correct tactic. Suchen watched its movements, nodding in agreement. "That's right. Well done. Just like that. Quickly take down this group of skeleton mages for me." Although the attributes given by these skeleton mages were excellent, they were too difficult to manage. They needed to be eliminated quickly. Suchen sincerely cheered for the flame tree demon. However, the skeleton mages were not so easy to deal with. As highly intelligent beings, they immediately sensed the flame tree demon's intentions and responded accordingly. Endless spells were unleashed from the hands of the skeleton mages, with frost novas falling like meteor showers, overwhelming the flame tree demon, akin to the arrival of a blizzard. No matter how intense the flames, they would be covered by the frost. At the same time, urged by their gazes, Suchen had no choice but to control other undead to rush forward, acting as cannon fodder to obstruct the flame tree demon's actions, and a massacre began. The flame tree demon unleashed its various skills in succession. The burning halo surrounded it with heat. The flame whip lashed out, stretching and retracting like a dragon, powerful and forceful. The fire dragon storm summoned 3 giant fire dragons, sweeping across the battlefield. It broke through the encirclement of cannon fodder. Truly impressive. Suchen was very satisfied with the efforts of the flame tree demon. But the performance of the skeleton mages was less than satisfactory. This bunch of damn things actually chose to spread out, forming a loose formation to avoid being taken out by the flame tree demon in one go. "Are you even undead? You're actually playing formations and maneuvering? How unreasonable can you be?" Suchen's eyes widened in anger, but he was helpless. The skeleton mages were smart. They chose the most advantageous way to fight. While preserving their own living forces, they spread out to prevent being wiped out by the enemy, and they could still cast spells from time to deal significant damage. This was indeed the best choice. Except that it was unfavorable for Suchen. The corners of Suchen's eyes twitched. As a necromancer, he had absolute control over his undead and could force the skeleton mages to advance. But what was the point? It would only lead to resistance from the skeleton mages, preventing him from triggering his talents. But looking on the bright side, this flame tree demon is hard to deal with, Suchen thought to himself. In the end, this battle will conclude with the annihilation of the undead army. Truly a magic type. Their strength is impressive. As long as the enemy is strong enough to help him deal with the skeleton mages, what more could Suchen want? Well, there was something. Because damn, why is this guy coming straight at me? Suchen watched as the flame tree demon charged directly towards him, cursing in his heart. "Little undead mage, die for me." The flame tree demon roared, striding forward. "Capture the leader first." This is the standard tactic against necromancers. The skeleton mages were indeed tricky, but Suchen, the necromancer, was the real target. Suchen, what could he do? He could only run. Moreover, to prevent upsetting the skeleton mages, he couldn't lead the trouble to them. Although there were a few interruptions along the way, the final outcome was just as Suchen had imagined. Before the small ones, the undead of varying quality still fought joyfully. The skeleton mages were ultimately wiped out. And the flame tree demon, which had once chased Suchen around, was easily defeated by Suchen with 3 punches. Perhaps it never understood why the mage it had chased around so desperately could effortlessly kill it in return. However, despite the rocky process, Suchen still obtained what he wanted, 300 points of intelligence. It was the approximately 3,000 other attribute points combined that made him feel somewhat uncomfortable, mainly because, aside from the summoned undead, many of the undead had come from infections. These infected undead had a very low mana consumption but strong attributes, and the intelligence cap required to control them remained unchanged, making their cost-effectiveness frighteningly high. It was much simpler than increasing intelligence attributes, which were hard to come by. But overall, it's about what I imagined, Suchen thought to himself. Even if the undead army is a bit stronger, it doesn't matter, I can easily find powerful enemies to deal with. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. The stronger the enemy, the more I earn. This wave of income could be considered luxurious. Next, there are 2 small ones, and the final big one can come again. Su Chen was invigorated. I hope they won't let me down. Lao Yu, let's go. Su Chen waved his hand, summoning the undead army, and said, let's go fight. Oh. However, Yu Dingwu looked at the terrifying number of undead with vacant eyes. He still believed that Su Chen's talent was a sacrificial type. But could the temporary attributes gained from sacrifices actually stack? Sacrifice a wave of undead, temporarily increase attributes, and then before the temporary attributes disappear, sacrifice undead again to continue temporarily increasing attributes. How outrageous was that? No wonder he could handle hell-level abysses. As long as he rolled the snowball well and kept it rolling, what couldn't he defeat? However, he also understood that Su Chen revealing his talent in front of him represented a significant trust. Such a powerful talent would surely provoke frenzied targeting from other countries. I must keep this matter to myself, even in my sleep, I can't let it slip. Yu Dingwu silently vowed. No, this wasn't safe either. Su Chen, Yu Dingwu suddenly spoke, after you go out, get a contract item, and let's sign a confidentiality agreement. Your talent is too terrifying. I'm really worried that if I'm not careful, others will also learn your secret. He had a serious expression. This girl was simply terrifying. So strong. Su Chen's talent was truly too strong. Although he didn't know the details, it must be similar to his own, having hit some kind of wall. Yu Dingwu's expression grew grave. This was not good news. Su Chen's sacrificial talent required rolling the snowball to become so strong, sweeping through the abyss. But as everyone knew, the snowball was weakest at the moment it first started rolling. This weakness was far greater than his own concern of having poison inside. If he didn't get a confidentiality agreement to remind himself with the power of the item, he wouldn't even feel at ease. Su Chen pondered for a moment and understood what Yu Dingwu was thinking. He hadn't expected the effect of the intelligence attribute snowballing to be so significant that it scared the kid. Although judging by his expression, he probably still thought I had a sacrificial talent. Su Chen gently shook his head and said, no need, it's not necessary. He understood Yu Dingwu's thoughts, but he didn't need to care too much about hiding his strength while using the sacrificial type talent as a cover. The ability of the intelligence attribute to snowball was even stronger than he had imagined. While this left Yu Dingwu somewhat dazed, it also represented one thing: Su Chen's strength would increase at a rapid pace. He still needed to hide it for a short time, but as long as he was given a little time, he wouldn't care so much about exposing his talent. When Su Chen was invincible, what would it matter if he announced his talent to the whole world? Moreover, when Yu Dingwu first entered the abyss, he had proactively informed him of all his talent information. When he first discovered that all his undead had been wiped out, he even planned to sacrifice himself to cover the retreat. Later, upon discovering Su Chen's overwhelming talent, he also took the initiative to sign a confidentiality agreement. He had gone to such lengths, and if Su Chen didn't inform him of his talent, that was one thing, but to take precautions was a bit too much. Yu Dingwu pouted and said nothing, but secretly decided that once he emerged from the abyss, he would first find a confidentiality contract to sign. Su Chen's refusal was out of brotherly loyalty, but signing the contract was also for the sake of his brothers. The abyss still needed to be fought. A dense army of undead spread around. Su Chen, leading numerous undead, continued forward. The witch's forest had 3 small ones and 1 large one. The first small one was a fire tree spirit with dual attributes of intelligence and physique, which had already been defeated. The second small one was the blood demon wolf, which had considerable strength and agility, surpassing the fire tree spirit in one-on-one combat. However, when Su Chen brought the undead army before the blood demon wolf, their military might was even greater than before. After all, throughout this journey, his massive undead army had not concealed their movements at all. As they delved deeper into the forest, they occasionally encountered some monsters, which were then devoured and infected by the undead, transforming into new combat power. During this time, the skeleton mages suffered not a single loss. These small monsters could no longer reach their backline. Considering the new summons from mana recovery and the infection of newly added undead, Su Chen's forces not only did not decrease but actually increased. The next battle against the small ones was similar to that with the fire tree spirit, but much easier. The blood demon wolf had poor physique and weak endurance, and without wide area attacks, it was ill-suited to face the endless army of undead. Before it could truly unleash its power, it was directly ground down by the massive undead army. Among them, the skeleton warriors acted as mere cannon fodder to block the enemy's charge. The main output came entirely from the skeleton mages. Naturally, there were still quite a few skeleton mages left, not allowing Su Chen to gain much in attributes. However, the third small one, the agile poison cat king, performed remarkably well, giving Su Chen quite a surprise. It wasn't that it was particularly strong. In fact, although the three small ones had different focuses, the power gap was not significant. But the poison cat king belonged to the agile category, taking on an assassin role. It directly targeted the backline of its own side. After a fierce battle, some skeleton warriors remained in the front line, but the skeleton mages in the backline were nearly wiped out, greatly increasing Su Chen's intelligence. There are two professions that counter undead mages. One is the quick-reacting assassin-type professionals who excel at targeting the undead mages themselves, and the other is the spellcasters who specialize in wide-area attacks capable of mass extermination of their undead subordinates. Su Chen thought to himself, so, to discreetly send away all the skeleton mages, I need to rely on these two types of enemies. Understood. Next time when choosing the Abyss, I will select spellcasting agile types, especially the combination of spellcasting and agility, which has strong overall combat power and belongs to the more challenging Abyss. In the Abysses that cannot be resolved in various places, the most common are spellcasters, followed by agile types, which might also yield some bounties. Su Chen nodded slightly, feeling he had grasped the key to wealth. Just like before, he summoned the undead and continued forward. The final stretch was somewhat distant, but the battles became even easier mainly because the small monsters, upon seeing Su Chen's army, were directly frightened into fleeing. With the Abyss's malice towards professionals, it actually made the monsters flee in fear. I guess I've been a bit excessive. Su Chen smirked. No, should I say the monsters are too timid to run away? Can you even call this a monster? Su Chen scoffed. However, this also served as a reminder for him, perhaps he should hold back his strength in the future to avoid scaring the monsters away. He sighed but didn't pay it much mind. He headed straight for the end. The location of the fiery Witchiska was in a valley within a forest. The scenery was beautiful, with clear waters and lush greenery, birds singing and flowers fragrant, along with a quiet cabin in the woods, exuding charm. But today, a group of uninvited guests disturbed this tranquility. The sound of bones and armor clattering echoed sharply. A chilling aura spread from deep within the forest. The breath of the undead seemed to drain the very life from the trees, and the bones appeared especially pale under the sun. Is this the place? Su Chen squinted his eyes. He waved his hand, advance. Countless undead marched forward, carrying a rolling aura of darkness. Why are you disturbing my sister's peaceful slumber? A sharp voice rang out. The elegant cabin in the woods suddenly ignited in flames. A woman in a mage's robe approached, her face filled with anger. She had long red hair that burned like flames, wildly dancing as if it were flickering fire. Her eyes glowed a fierce orange, like two burning flames, sharp and full of authority. The luxurious robe, interwoven with red and black, bore patterns of fire, revealing her long arms and fair skin. Even the mage's robe could not conceal her figure, which was curvaceous and striking. Yudingwu's expression grew serious. Su Chen, be careful, there's something here. Su Chen was taken aback. What do you see? This seemed like quite the entrance, didn't it? Look at that chest, it's terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Yudingwu was on high alert, his face grave. Among the countless technicians I've encountered, she would rank in the top 10. You must know that many technicians have artificially enhanced figures, but hers is natural. Inconceivable, inconceivable. Yudingwu declared resolutely, this woman is simply terrifying, her strength unfathomable, she must not be left alive. Su Chen, you must be careful, do not let her charm you. Su Chen, there are too many points to criticize, I don't know how to start. But speaking of it, the Abyss world is very real. If we disregard the fixed templates when entering the Abyss repeatedly, there is no difference between the Abyss and reality. This unique aspect, completely different from game dungeons, means there are no rules restricting the enemies or oneself. Whether anyone has done anything to the Abyss monsters, Su Chen did not know. But he remembered his teacher once mentioned a female adventurer who was accidentally captured by goblins. According to her teammates, when they went to rescue her, she was covered in filth. Cough cough. In short, if one truly wanted to do something, one could indeed do it in the Abyss. There was none of that holy light or pixelation. Cough cough. Su Chen said sternly, Olju, how can your thoughts be so filthy? I am ashamed to be with you. Yudingwu, then why do your eyes keep staring at her chest? Su Chen, that's because I need to keep an eye on her spells to counter them. Saying this, he shot a disdainful glance at Yudingwu. Foolish brute, how could he understand the methods of a mage? Yudingwu. Yudingwu fell silent for 3 seconds, then raised his head to carefully scrutinize the enemy, not blinking. Su-chen, why are you staring too? You Dingwu, I'm a shield warrior. I need to be ready to block for you at any moment, so of course I must pay attention to the enemy's movements. Saying this, he cast a proud glance at Su-chen. Back row trash. How could he know the hardships of a frontline shield warrior? The two exchanged glances and smiled, feeling quite pleased. We are indeed excellent adventurers. When did you steal my sister? When did you steal my sister? Flame Sorceress Iska level health, 70,000 attack power, 2,000 skill, Star Flame Explosion skill, Flame Cage skill, Flame Storm skill, Flame Shield skill, Flame Spirit Infusion skill. As a mage, although her health was low and her attack power weak, she possessed a series of skills. Why are you disturbing my sister's peaceful slumber? The Flame Sorceress Iska shouted sharply, you will all die. Her distinctly elegant hand gripped the staff and swung it fiercely. A massive fireball formed above her head and then hurtled down. Boom! 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 The flames erupted, like cannonballs raining down. Each fireball could easily obliterate a dozen undead. This is the true worth of a mage. But Su-chen remained unfazed, waving his hand. Go! Endless undead surged forward. A fireball took away more than 10 undead, creating a series of voids. But the next second, more undead surged forward, filling the voids. At this moment, Su-chen's intelligence had already surpassed 1,000. He could control nearly 1,000 undead at most. But this was just the limit of how many undead he could control at the same time. While the Flame Sorceress Iska bombarded the area, Su-chen was continuously summoning new undead, pushing them to the front lines. These ordinary undead were not as delicate as the skeletal mages. When urged to advance, they did not recognize Su-chen as their good brother. Meanwhile, the skeletal mages in the rear were also constantly casting Frost Nova, attacking the Flame Sorceress Iska. Although the intelligence attribute of the skeletal mages was not high, equivalent to that of a half-baked intelligence class, the spells they cast were still quite powerful. The Flame Sorceress Iska had no choice but to unleash her spells while also raising a fire shield around her to fend off the attacks. Damn it! Evil undead mage! She fumed, her chest heaving with anger. The mage robe, which saved on fabric, made her movements even more pronounced, the large white almost blinding Yu Dingwu's eyes. So big, cough cough, I mean, as expected. Yu Dingwu coughed, really impressive. This damage is quite terrifying. But, he added, Su-chen, you're even more impressive. He couldn't help but glance at Su-chen, who looked sorrowful beside him. This was the final battle at the hell level. Yet Su-chen didn't even need to move, he simply summoned, commanded them forward, and continued summoning. Yu Dingwu had been to the abyss many times, but this was the first time he found it so easy. Mindlessly sacrificing undead, mindlessly stacking their numbers, mindlessly attacking everything in sight, pushing through the entire forest. As a shield warrior responsible for tanking damage, the most serious injury he sustained was when he first entered the abyss, demonstrating his own talents to Su-chen. Although it's not the first time I've seen it, this power is truly exaggerated. Yu Dingwu exclaimed. The magic class was known for being strong and hard to deal with. But at this moment, the Flame Sorceress Iska had a grim expression. Her spells could indeed deal significant damage, but in the abyss world, which adhered almost entirely to the rules of reality, there was no such thing as unlimited mana. What is the purpose of cannon fodder? Of course, it is to be sent in to consume. Among the undead army, there were plenty of cheap cannon fodder, merely used to exchange for the fireballs from the Flame Sorceress Iska, which was worth it. Moreover, among the undead were also skeletal mages, enemies that posed a threat to the Flame Sorceress Iska. The Flame Sorceress Iska had also considered turning her attention to Su-chen or the skeletal mages. But Su-chen was just a summoner, able to stand far away and maintain a safe distance. Although the skeletal mages were positioned at the front, they were scattered and always vigilant about their spells. Even if one of her fireballs hit, it could at most take down one skeletal mage, then immediately, another skeletal mage would be summoned by Su-chen to take its place. In the end, it was still a mana exchange. Unfortunately, while the mages had strong attack power, their mana consumption was also high. So, this abyss isn't even a match for Su-chen's undead? Yu Dingwu thought, startled. Other undead mages could be overlooked, but he knew what his good brother's strongest method was. Undead? Just sacrifices. But if you can't even handle the sacrifices, how can you deal with the main target? Su-chen was also a bit perplexed. No way? No way? It can't be that the final battle is being defeated by my small group of undead, right? My undead don't seem that strong. It was just that after killing 3 small ones, he inadvertently infected a batch of their little brothers. Then, on the way over, he casually grabbed another batch of cannon fodder. Plus, I'm currently using potions to replenish mana and summon undead. You, the final boss, can't even overcome this little difficulty, right? Su-chen was a bit dazed, not quite believing the result before him. But the flame sorceress Iska was indeed at a disadvantage. Don't do this, big sister. Su-chen twitched the corner of his mouth. If you die that easily, then who will help me deal with the skeleton mages? Come on, big sister with the staff. Don't lose. Su-chen couldn't help but cheer for the flame sorceress Iska. But thankfully, she was at the hell level. She couldn't be that weak. The next moment, the flame sorceress Iska waved her staff, Flamestorm. A scorching firestorm swept in. The lawn, the trees, and countless undead were ignited by the raging flames. The fierce fire erupted in the forest, turning the place into a world of flames. The undead that were not affected immediately felt uncomfortable. As death beings of the shadow attribute, they were very resistant to fire. The energy of the flames disrupted the energy of the undead. Their movements became a bit stiff. At the same time, there were many effects. For example, the frost novas released by the skeleton mages had their power reduced by 30%. The wraiths had to avoid areas engulfed in flames. The long-dead bodies of the zombies gradually dripped corpse oil in this high temperature, and in this scorching environment, the spell power of the flame sorceress Iska actually surged by 20%. Truly a hell-level spellcaster. So far, no one has cleared the level, and there's a reason for that. Just this method of creating a forest fire to shape the environment could easily secure an advantage. Meanwhile, the flame sorceress Iska glanced at the approaching undead, snorted coldly, and made a gesture with her hand. Come forth, my friends! Skill, flame spirit infusion. Several trees that had caught fire suddenly gained intelligence. Faces twisted out of the trunks, and roots emerged, guarding the flame sorceress Iska like a shield. Looking at the data, it was a small version of a fire treant. A skill to create minions. Su-chen stroked his chin, feeling relieved. Great! It seems that in this battle, I am still the loser. The reality was just as Su-chen thought. As a mage, having a neat shield and not having one were two completely different existences. With the protection of the fire trance, the flame sorceress Iska no longer needed to maintain the flame shield and quickly freed her hands. She even commanded the fire trance to drive away the undead, forcing them into one place before launching her spell bombardment to conserve mana. No one can disturb the slumber of me and my sister. No one! The flame sorceress Iska shouted fiercely, filled with killing intent. Hearing this, Su-chen tilted his head. He couldn't help but turn to look behind the flame sorceress Iska. There was a small cabin in the woods that had been burned down. It was something that the flame sorceress Iska had ignited when she first appeared. By now, this already small cabin had been nearly burned to the ground, almost completely consumed by flames, and Su-chen naturally saw the scene inside. It was empty. No one can disturb the slumber of me and my sister? She had said that line many times already. But hey, big sister with the staff, Su-chen couldn't help but say, your sister isn't even here, how am I disturbing her? The flame sorceress Iska paused, suddenly turning her head. She immediately saw the burned-down cabin and the empty remnants after the fire. The pupils of the flame sorceress Iska constricted, as if flames were burning in her eyes. Her fiery red hair stood on end, bristling with rage. Her voice suddenly rose, filled with endless anger. Evil undead mage, when did you destroy our house and steal my sister? Su-chen? Abyssal mystery. Su-chen wore a silent expression. Yudingwu also twitched the corner of his mouth. Stole your sister? What a joke! And didn't you burn it down yourself? Another abyssal mystery, Yudingwu muttered softly. Su-chen nodded. The introduction to the abyss was not without reason. For example, the Orc Empire was initially described as being in internal turmoil, and indeed it was in chaos. Practitioners could rely on this information to formulate their own action strategies. While the introductions to other abysses may not have revealed any key points yet, they still contained real information. However, this information belonged to the larger context and was meaningless for conquering the abyss. According to research by high-level practitioners, the broader context of the abyss might help trigger certain special encounters or rewards, or allow for easier ways to conquer the abyss, thereby reducing the difficulty of the challenge. Of course, it could also lead to stronger enemies such as the introduction to the abyss of the ghostly cavern, which mentioned that the source of the cavern was a dug-up coffin. Although Su-chen had defeated the final Ghost King, he had yet to see that dug-up coffin. This was something practitioners could not touch or grasp, like a puzzle, yet it truly existed and was vaguely connected to the essence of the abyss, referred to as the Abyssal Enigma. High-level practitioners speculated that perhaps the highest true-level abyss might involve similar situations regarding these origins. This place was originally a forest filled with mysterious flowers and plants, home to a pair of sorceress sisters. They were gentle and lovely, kind-hearted, and had rescued countless small animals in the forest. But one day, a fierce fire suddenly broke out in the forest. The next day, those who entered the forest discovered that the small animals had all turned into monsters, and the sorceress sisters, at some point, were left with only the elder sister. This is the introduction to the Abyssal Witch's Forest. If one were to follow the words of the Flame Witch Iska and continue to delve deeper, perhaps the true circumstances of how the kind sorceress sisters became the only irritable elder sister could be uncovered. However, it was unfortunate that doing such things in a mere hell-level abyss was utterly meaningless. Aside from the ultimate true-level abyss, it might be a reality. Other difficulty levels of the abyss were merely an incredibly real instance world. Here, no matter what one did, it would only yield ephemeral results. The second time entering the abyss, everything would reset. Therefore, Su-chen remained expressionless and did not refute the words of the Flame Witch Iska, merely continuing to summon the undead. Tell me, where is my sister? The Flame Witch Iska grew even more irritable, the scorching flames seemingly coming without cost. Coupled with the cooperation of the small fire treant, they quickly swept through the undead army. In the end, Su-chen's mana was completely exhausted, unable to replenish any further. The undead began to dwindle rapidly. As the numerical advantage gradually diminished, the rate of loss became even more pronounced. Ultimately, they were all consumed by the flames. Evil undead mage. The Flame Witch Iska was also heavily drained, panting heavily, with little mana left. Yet she still questioned fiercely in the angriest voice, "Where have you hidden my sister?" Su-chen remained expressionless, slowly tightening his grip on the staff. Then, charge! His movements were like the wind, his figure like a flash of lightning. In an instant, he appeared before the small fire treant. He raised his staff and struck directly. Bang! 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 The enormous agility gap left the treants no time to react before they were smashed into tree mush. The Flame Witch Iska attempted to bombard him with spells, but the next second, Su-chen appeared before her. As always, he raised his staff and smashed. The Flame Witch Iska quickly summoned a flame shield, but Su-chen paid no heed, smashing down along with that shield. Bang! 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 It was as if he were using a hammer to strike iron. Even the ground was forcibly smashed into a deep pit. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits, and on the 5th hit, crack. His staff was unexpectedly broken by his own immense strength. The staff in Su-chen's hand was a legendary quality high-level equipment, made of superior material. But no matter how superior the staff was, it was still a staff. It was not an iron rod. Or rather, even if it were an iron rod, in front of Su-chen's current attribute points, it would be almost the same as a wooden stick. The fact that this staff has lasted until now is already considered excellent quality. A legendary staff worth 300 million, destroyed. But Su-chen simply tossed it aside casually, then raised his fist and continued to fight. 3 punches and 2 kicks. After breaking the fiery shield of the flame sorceress Iska, the female mage, not known for her health, quickly fell under Su-chen's hands. Why disturb my sister and me in our slumber? She left her last words and fell silently. For some reason, Su-chen seemed to hear a hint of sadness and pain in her voice. She was a good sister who cared for her younger sibling. Yet, it was unclear why she had become like this. Yu Dinggu slowly walked over, looking at the ground that seemed to have been struck by a meteor. Su-chen, are you feeling down? He asked softly. A little bit, Su-chen replied after a moment of silence. I just don't quite understand what the abyss really is. He slightly raised his head, gazing at the sky that was indistinguishable from the real world. Yu Dingwu fell silent for a moment and shook his head. He couldn't answer that question. Or rather, no one from the era of professionals had been able to answer it yet. Su-chen shook his head, pulling his thoughts back. Regardless, it was already resolved at this moment, and there was no need to linger in the abyss any longer. Settlement. Calculating rewards for you. You have received spirit crystals, 5,000, you have received experience, 10,000, you have received materials, cat demon claw, goblin crystal bone, tree remains, you have received equipment, Iska's staff, epic, flamewood armor, legendary, you have received item, skill book flame shield, you have received special reward, abyss gate, witch's forest, settlement complete. Hell level abyss, conquered. The abyss gate expanded and contracted, and the figures of Su-chen and Yu Dingwu slowly appeared. Resolved? The president of Jiangbei City and Dengpeng had not gone far and were sitting nearby, waiting by the gate. Upon seeing the two, they couldn't help but stand up. Yes, resolved, Su-chen nodded. This is the Abyss Gate. As he spoke, he took out the certificate for the Abyss Gate. Good, good, good. The president of Jiangbei City couldn't help but praise, Brother Su truly lives up to being a hero of our great Xia, sweeping through the hell-level abyss in such a short time. Old dang. You guys in Jianyang are really talented. He sang praises for Su-chen, and even Yu Dingwu, who had previously looked down on him, gave a thumbs up in admiration. The witch's forest was very difficult, and the tricky nature of the magic-type abyss had always been a bane for all professions. Although it wouldn't cause a huge impact like the undead-type ghostly abyss if it descended into reality, it was undoubtedly a hassle for Zhongbei City. Su Chen went straight for the hell level without any prior familiarity with the abyss. Truly deserving of the new rating. It's terrifying. The president of Zhongbei kept saying, "You two have worked hard. I've arranged a hotel and prepared a celebration banquet to welcome the two young heroes." Su Chen slightly shook his head. "No need, I don't really want to celebrate anything, sorry." In the end, it left him feeling inexplicably irritable. Although it wouldn't affect him too much, he wasn't in the mood for feasting. The president of Zhongbei didn't mind, nodded, and said, "Since you both don't want to celebrate, then let's save the banquet for next time." And now, he waved his hand, and two police officers walked over. One on the left and one on the right. They flanked Yu Dingwu. "Please have this young brother accompany them for a while." Yu Dingwu, Su Chen. Speaking of which, after coming out of the abyss, Yu Dingwu still had to go to the station. "I still have to use my fists?" According to the previous agreement, after Yu Dingwu exited the abyss, he would still need to stay for a few days as a hero who resolved the abyss. A minor offense like soliciting was actually nothing serious. Sometimes, turning a blind eye was not out of the question. But at that time, Su Chen had no intention of pleading for Yu Dingwu, wanting to give him a lesson. There was no need to mention Deng Penggang, he had lost face in front of an old friend, so how could he actively plead for a man who was of no importance? The president of Zhongbei City was also a shrewd person and could naturally see the thoughts of both men. One was his old brother, and the other was a key player in dealing with the abyss. As for Yu Dingwu, who was he? Thus, Yu Dingwu's punishment was set, to be executed at the highest level of severity. However, Su Chen's lips moved slightly. If Yu Dingwu had gone to solicit a prostitute casually, he absolutely wouldn't care, and he might even wish for Yu Dingwu to be locked up a few more days to save himself from running to the station in the middle of the night. But the problem was, Yu Dingwu did this because of his talent. If one had to say, it felt somewhat like soliciting for the abyss. As Yu Dingwu's foster father and boss, it was already quite excessive not to provide him with funds for solicitation, and now to let him be punished, wasn't that a bit much? He hesitated for a moment but ultimately stood up, intending to plead for a reduction of sentence for Yu Dingwu. However, Yu Dingwu stopped Su Chen. With a carefree smile, he said, "Su Chen, life is an experience, a training. In the spirit of being responsible for life, to walk the path of life, one must always wear a smile. Whether in success, a confident smile to encourage oneself, or in the face of failure, a broad smile to show one's composure and detachment in the face of setbacks. We, the solicitors, are not the kind of people who simply obey. Gentlemen, lead the way." He held his head high, exuding confidence. "All outcomes are merely what my heart finds peace with." The two policemen exchanged glances. Although they couldn't understand what he was saying, they felt that this man seemed to possess a certain spirit. "Please." They gestured invitingly. Yu Dingwu stepped forward with great strides, full of charisma. In that moment, he seemed less like a criminal being detained and more like a leader being escorted. Su Chen thought, "This guy doesn't seem at all like the embarrassed person who was caught in bed and called me to the police station." He watched Yu Dingwu leave with an air of pride and finally sighed deeply. Indeed, a man who pulls up his pants is tough. The reflections from within the abyss and the surprises from outside were not worth dwelling on. This time in the abyss, Su Chen gained a lot. Especially since he had uncovered an epic piece of equipment. Staff of Iskar quality, epic type, staff, weapon, wearing requirement, intelligence 100 points attributes, intelligence special effect, 1, flame splash, fire spells gain splash effects, affecting 3 targets behind the main target, dealing 50 damage. Special effect, 2, 8 of Iskar, summons the special spirit Iskar to possess you, allowing you to cast fire spells without consumption, with a maximum limit of fire spells. Not only were the inherent attributes powerful, but the two special effects were also quite formidable. The first expanded the range of fire spells, making it extremely practical. The second was even more powerful. When it could release a spell for free, it was simply a waste. Mages could already use pre-carved magic circles to initially cast some extremely powerful war spells. They could serve as strong strategic spells on the battlefield. However, those spells consumed a great deal of energy, and even the most skilled mages found it difficult to sustain several. But with the Staff of Iskar, it could serve as a strategic weapon. Truly, it is an epic-level staff that surpasses legendary quality. Su Chen nodded slightly. Equipment is divided into 5 quality levels: ordinary, rare, legendary, epic, and mythical. Generally speaking, low-difficulty abysses produce ordinary and rare items. Nightmare-level abysses have a small chance of producing legendary equipment. Hell-level abysses have a small chance of producing epic equipment and a high probability of producing legendary equipment. As for the even higher-tier mythical equipment, they are all crafted by top-notch artisans, forged with a flash of inspiration and a wealth of rare materials, creating national-level weapons with the strength of an entire nation. Epic level, yet even second-generation professionals find it hard to obtain top-tier equipment. It's a pity this is a fire-type staff, Suchin pouted. As a necromancer, it's not very handy for me, but as an ordinary weapon, it can still be used. The attribute boost is far superior to the staff Suchen used before. As a mage, even if the two special effects are not suitable, he wouldn't let it go. Perhaps I can consider trading this equipment for something more suitable for me, Suchen thought to himself. In such a vast country as the Great Xia, there must be prodigies who have dropped epic-level necromancer staffs. If Suchen wants to trade, the other party would have to add money. After all, the popularity of fire-type staffs far exceeds that of necromancer types. Of course, besides this epic-level staff, there are also various other pieces of equipment, like the legendary quality flamewood armor. This belongs to shield warriors, and Suchen plans to support Udingwu. Workers should have tools for their work, otherwise, how can they make money for their boss? There are many other gains, such as the Abyss portal, and he can bargain with Jiangbei City. Perhaps they would be willing to offer resources for Suchen to open the portal in Jiangbei. However, for Suchen, the real gain is Suchen class, Necromancer. Level health, 1922-800 mana, 11,000 strength, 11250 constitution, 19228 intelligence, 1100 agility, 10121 over 1000 in intelligence, and over 10,000 in the other three dimensions. Indeed, the intelligence attribute is powerful, my brother. Suchen's heart raced. This wave is simply a huge profit. Previously, even if he attacked a hell-level abyss, the most he could gain was about 2,000 in agility. But this time, not only did his intelligence jump from 100 to over 1,000, but the other three attributes also increased from around 2,000 to over 10,000. The highest constitution is even close to 20,000. Just add a zero at the back. Suchen looked at the 2 million health points and felt a bit numb inside. He almost wanted to shout 3 times, "Who can kill me? Who can kill me? Who can kill me?" And that over 10,000 strength, such a level of power, is probably enough to take down hell-level foes, right? The speed is the same. Suchen tried it out and found that he could run past ordinary people so quickly that they couldn't even see his shadow. I have to start training my strength mastery again, sigh, what a hassle. Suchen said, but the corners of his mouth gradually lifted. This wave, I am directly invincible. However, I am clearly a mage, and this time in the Abyss, the main goal was to boost my intelligence attribute. But why did the other attributes increase so much more than my intelligence? Suchen's eyes twitched. He had thought that when his intelligence-focused brother arrived, his intelligence would soar rapidly. At that time, any spell would deal terrifying damage far beyond the other attributes. But now Suchen did the math. His spell Frost Nova could deal 200 damage based on his intelligence attribute. Without considering the enemy's resistance, this damage is 200 points. And Suchen's attack power is 10 based on his strength attribute. Similarly, without considering the enemy's resistance, this damage is 10 points. 10,000 damage. It even surpasses spell damage. Even without considering the cooldown, hit rate, mana cost, and other disadvantages of spells, just from the damage values, he should continue using his fists to fight. Is there something wrong here? Suchen looked confused. Before boosting intelligence, I used my fists to fight. After boosting intelligence, I still use my fists to fight. Was this intelligence attribute a waste? Modern literati Udingwu, Suchen looked bewildered. But he really had no choice. He couldn't just ignore the no-cost, useful fists and insist on using flashy spells, right? It seems that as a mage, I still have a long way to go. Suchen sighed deeply. But there's no need to worry too much. Suchen clenched his fists. Right now, it's just that I'm not used to using the skeleton mage, and my feelings of sadness haven't fully brewed yet. The attribute contribution from the skeleton mage is far less than that of other undead. Once I gradually get used to my good brother, the skeleton mage, my intelligence attribute will eventually become my primary attribute. By then, I will still be a suave mage. However, given the current situation, Suchen still had to rely on his fists. Moreover, he not only had to use his fists but also had to continue adapting to his rapidly increasing attributes. During the early stages of this Abyss expedition, Suchen once tried not to leave the impression on the skeleton mages that he is so strong. Why doesn't he help fight the enemies? Faced with enemies he could easily defeat, he even grabbed Udingwu to escape. As a result, when he grabbed him, the first thing he caught was his shoulder, almost causing Udingwu the greatest injury since entering the Abyss. Later, when he escaped again, he only dared to hold on to Yudingwu's clothes, but he still occasionally caused Yudingwu to get hurt. As for later when there was no need to run anymore, Yudingwu managed to survive unscathed, which was due to the overwhelming power surge that he couldn't control. Yudingwu still had to spend a few days in the police station. Suchen felt it wasn't right to just leave him and go home, so he stayed a few more days in Jiangbei City. Therefore, he borrowed the local training ground from the president of Jiangbei. The president of Jiangbei readily agreed and then began discussing the placement of the Witch's Forest Abyss portal that Suchen had obtained, hoping that Suchen could set it up in Jiangbei. The Witch's Forest is a pure magic type abyss, known for producing fire magic equipment with high damage, making it quite valuable and capable of attracting practitioners from all over. As a regional professional association president, how could he not be tempted? Not just him, but Deng Peng also felt the allure. Even after the news spread, practitioners' associations from other cities began to take notice. This abyss is worth much more than the Netherworld Ghost Cave. During the few days Su Chen stayed, a steady stream of practitioners' associations from other cities came knocking, offering prices. However, after examining the conditions offered by various cities, Su Chen ultimately decided to place this abyss portal in Jiangbei City. Jiangbei City is not an economically developed metropolis. Its economic situation is not much different from Jianyang, and the prices they offered were not particularly high. However, Jiangbei City had its advantages. Witch's Forest itself was located in Jiangbei and had been established there for nearly a year, so the practitioners in Jiangbei were quite familiar with the Witch's Forest. There was no need to re-explore this abyss, they could directly farm materials normally. Moreover, with the hell-level abyss strategy provided by Su Chen, it was possible that soon there would be a few talented practitioners willing to challenge the hell level. Although the hell-level abyss strategy Su Chen provided was generally not very useful, at least the data was complete. This itself was a significant intelligence advantage. In fact, many regions were unable to conquer the hell-level abyss not because the local practitioners couldn't defeat it, but because they were afraid to challenge it. Life is only one, and the abyss has no way out. Without a certain level of confidence, who would dare to challenge high difficulty? But if there was reliable intelligence, many people might confidently take on the challenge after carefully weighing the strengths of both sides. Therefore, Su Chen ultimately decided to keep this abyss local. The choice was similar to the Netherworld Ghost Cave, both charging an entrance fee. It was just an additional privilege of priority procurement of outputs at the same price. The president of Jiangbei was extremely grateful for this, repeatedly saying, "No wonder old Deng is willing to put down his work and bring you to Jiangbei to willingly give back to the local practitioners. It's worth it for him to do so." The price they offered in Jiangbei was certainly not as good as that of the developed southern cities. Yet Su Chen still chose to keep it here. This was no small favor. Su Chen spread his hands. The reason he chose to keep the abyss local twice was partly due to the prices offered by the developed cities in the south not being too far off, thanks to national support policies. Even if Su Chen kept the abyss out of town, the purchasing province would have to provide additional compensation to the local area. This meant that even developed cities couldn't offer excessively high prices. The others who took the abyss away were mainly not lured by the prices offered by the cities, but by the additional economic benefits. After all, most of the other professionals capable of conquering the abyss had company backgrounds, allowing them to profit from operations, unlike Su Chen, who purely sold the abyss. However, his continuous decision to keep the abyss local indeed caught the attention of many cities. Numerous associations worried about the local abyss sent people to contact Su Chen, offering quite favorable conditions. After all, professionals who usually cleared hell-level abysses would take them out of town. If they could stay local, it would undoubtedly be a huge bonus. Su Chen didn't think too much about it and continued to focus on his strength mastery training. The surge in strength and speed was somewhat overwhelming, and he needed more time to master it. Normally, an increase of several thousand attributes could take a month to train to a level of control. However, it had been said before that intelligence-based professions had an extra bonus in the delicate control of strength. Every mage could carve flowers on a grain of rice and dance on an egg. Su Chen's intelligence attribute also increased, and although he still needed to adapt to the impact of the sudden rise in intelligence, he became more familiar with strength control faster than before. On the day he finished his time with Yudingwu, he had basically regained the level of strength mastery he had before this abyss. Although it wasn't perfect, he no longer had to worry about accidentally harming someone. At the same time, while Yudingwu was in custody, Su Chen had just discussed with Deng Peng the next abyss they needed to tackle. They even selected a few abysses with good rewards that aligned with Su Chen's career development. Su Chen planned to keep going. Just in time, the tool Yudingwu was released. Su Chen pulled him along, ready to head to the next abyss. Wait. Yu Dingwu couldn't help but say to old Su, "Can you at least let me stay local for one more day after just getting out? Who gets dragged to work right after being released?" Su Chen thought about it and found it reasonable. So he said, "You should indeed rest for a few days. But why do you want to stay in Jiangbei for an extra day? Shouldn't we go home to rest?" No matter how good the accommodation in Jiangbei was, it couldn't compare to his own home. "No, I want to stay in Jiangbei," Yu Dingwu said with determination. "I just got here and was thrown into jail, then I accompanied you to fight the Abyss, and then I went back to jail. I haven't even spent a full day in Jiangbei? How can that be? Staying in Jiangbei is fine." Su Chen thought about it and felt it was a valid reason. After all, it was just one more day. So he agreed. However, that night, Su Chen suddenly noticed that Yu Dingwu, who was staying in the room next to him, quietly slipped out the door. After 3 seconds of silence, he silently followed Yu Dingwu. He watched him walk through the streets and alleys, enter a club, and approach a beautiful girl. "Su Chen, what the heck? You made me wait a day just to come here for this?" Su Chen's eye twitched, and he grabbed Yu Dingwu by the nape of his neck. "Had I known this, I wouldn't have waited for you." He could have left Yu Dingwu behind and gone home to rest. Yet, considering the impact of bringing a brother over but not bringing him back, he chose to stay. "And you had to stay an extra day just for this?" "Of course," Yu Dingwu said with righteous indignation. "I'm a man who has seen countless women. How could I fail in Jiangbei? I have to achieve something to change cities. Not playing around, I won't accept it." His face was filled with the dignity of a big spender. "You have to accept it." Su Chen raised an eyebrow and slapped him to the ground. "Change the flight, we're leaving now." After saying that, he dragged Yu Dingwu by the leg and pulled him away. Yu Dingwu looked despondent. "No, you can't do this. Old Su, as a distinguished figure from the grasslands, I came here but didn't experience the local customs. How can I face my friends who praise me as a great god? How can I continue to get by? This is simply a disgrace. I will be too ashamed to show my face." He kicked his legs wildly, desperately trying to grab something to stay behind. But he couldn't resist Su Chen's strength. As he saw the girl getting further and further away, Yu Dingwu looked at her with a face full of sorrow, his expression like that of an ancient girl whose parents forcibly denied her love and arranged her marriage to another man. This state continued until they boarded the plane, and he remained so melancholic. Yu Dingwu sighed deeply, as if reciting like a modern literati. The girl sat in front of the glass door. Winter had come, yet she wore so little. She gazed blankly at the passers-by, like a girl waiting to be rescued. I looked at her from afar, and the moment she saw me looking at her, I could clearly see the joy in her eyes. She stood up, and I wanted to go over and help that poor girl, but in the end, I was still held back by the mundane world. Before leaving, my gaze still lingered on her. I saw the disappointment and unwillingness in her eyes. There was nothing I could do. I knew there was a huge and difficult barrier between us, and I couldn't give her what she wanted. After I left, I vaguely heard her say to another person, "Handsome guy, come in and play. 140,000 physique. 140,000 physique." In the following period, Su Chen took advantage of not having reached the job transfer experience to explore the depths of various provinces and cities. He attacked to depth, trained his strength control for a while, and then went to conquer the next one, completely ignoring all low difficulties, heading straight for hell level upon arrival, striving for the best cost effectiveness, achieving the greatest gains with the least effort. Including the Witch's Forest, he conquered a total of 5 depths, Moonlight Ruins, Ice Heart Snow Mountain, Black Rock Prison, and obtained 5 depth portals. Most of them were left in the local area for cooperation. Only one Ice Heart Snow Mountain depth was taken by Su Chen to Jianyan. The president of the local practitioner association seemed to think that Su Chen would definitely leave the depth portal locally, so the offered terms were particularly low. However, because Su Chen had previously rejected requests from other provinces and cities to purchase depths, it seemed to make some economically strong cities believe that the probability of buying a depth was very low, and not many people came to bid. This allowed Deng Pangang, who had been following Su Chen, to score a bargain. The association president was furious and wanted to rush over to question Su Chen why the depth portals from other places were left locally, while his was taken away. But before he could burst into Su Chen's room and shout, he was slapped down by Deng Pangang. "Sorry, although most of our great Xiao's presidents are honest, upright, and cultured, it's quite normal for an idiot to pop up occasionally." Deng Pangang shrugged. "Originally, the compensation he offered seemed quite good, suitable for your job transfer, so I brought you here. Now it seems there aren't many familiar faces, which is a bit troublesome." Su Chen, he glanced at the righteous Deng Pangang, then at the president who had just rushed over to shout within earshot, only to be slapped down by Deng Pangang. Suddenly, he began to doubt whether Deng Pangang knew that the local president was a bit off and had deliberately brought him here. After all, the Ice Heart Snow Mountain is also a deep abyss of the magic system, quite valuable. Although Dengpeng just made a standard bid, it was relatively low due to the lack of competition, making it a pretty good harvest. His achievements next year will look even better. But it doesn't matter, the price difference isn't significant anyway. Suchen took the Dragon Crystal Fruit, Intelligence, that Dengpeng had applied for a couple of days ago, using the reason that Suchen has continuously fought against the abyss, contributing greatly to the country, and the nation should encourage such young elites. He nodded, indicating that in such a vast Xia, it's quite normal for an idiot to occasionally emerge. This is very reasonable. Then he swallowed the intelligence attribute Dragon Crystal Fruit in one bite. Although Suchen already had a good brother in the intelligence system, for every mage, having more intelligence is never a bad thing, especially as Suchen's mouth twitched, looking at his attributes. Suchen occupation, Necromancer. Level health, 14,190,800, mana, 51,000, strength, 87, 465 constitution, 141,908, intelligence, 5,100, agility, 82,051, strength, nearly 90,000, constitution, a full 140,000, agility also at 80,000. But that intelligence attribute is only 5,000? Suchen's eyes twitched. 5,000 intelligence absolutely crushes all other professions, giving him ample confidence for his upcoming job change. But having less than 1/10 of the other attributes is just too exaggerated, right? When strategizing in the Witch's Forest, he had good brothers supporting his intelligence, and after only one run through the abyss, he could still maintain a 10-to-1 ratio with other attributes. He should have been continuously catching up with intelligence, but instead, its proportion was decreasing. Suchen sighed. He had thought intelligence would catch up quickly, allowing him to realize his dream of becoming a mage. But there's a reason for everything. Although the intelligence brother is difficult, as Suchen became more accustomed to brewing sorrowful emotions when the skeleton mages died, his efficiency in gaining intelligence attributes began to rise rapidly. Theoretically, his intelligence attribute should be greatly enhanced. But the enemies couldn't hold on. Even if Suchen could perfectly brew emotions when his skeleton mage brothers died, it still required the skeleton mages to actually die. The more intelligence attributes he gained, the more summoned undead he had. The second abyss was manageable, but during the third abyss run, Suchen was astonished to find that the final boss of the hell-level abyss could no longer withstand the undead army under his command. Thousands of undead surged forward like a tide, directly overwhelming all enemies. The bosses exerted all their strength, attacking with everything they had, trying to inflict damage on the undead army. But in the end, they were still drowned by countless undead. The undead army did not suffer defeat, and the skeleton mages, being high intelligence beings in the rear, were, of course, well protected, with the lowest casualty rate in the entire army. Consequently, the attributes gained were also reduced. In the fourth abyss, Suchen considered hiding his strength, reducing the number of his undead army to increase damage. However, while the damage did indeed increase, the total number of undead was reduced, and the intelligence attributes gained not only did not rise but were slightly inferior to the harvest from the third run, which was what Suchen was most concerned about. The gains from the three frontline attributes of strength, constitution, and agility were even more lacking. Ultimately, Suchen still chose to go all out and sweep through the abyss. After all, even if he exerted all his strength, the intelligence gained was about the same as when he suppressed his power, plus he could add a bunch of other attributes. Why not? Looking at his constitution attribute, which was nearly 30 times that of intelligence, Suchen felt a headache. At this rate, when will I ever become a normal mage? Being a mage is not easy, Suchen sighed. However, my experience bar is almost full. Suchen looked at his panel, secretly thinking. After he leveled up, he had already cleared 5 hell-level abysses. When he first leveled up, he had only cleared 2 hell-level and 1 simple-level abyss. Now, after clearing 5, his experience bar was still not full, which could be said to indicate that the difficulty of leveling up was increasing. If it weren't for Suchen decisively pulling Yu Dingwu to join him to share the experience, he might have maxed out his experience by the third abyss. Looking at that insignificant gap in the experience bar, Suchen understood that if he cleared 1 more abyss, he would have to start his job change. So, which one should I clear? Suchen squinted. Currently, there wasn't a single hell-level abyss that Suchen couldn't defeat. He could even pick any one at random and pass it with his eyes closed. His series of sweeping victories in the abysses had attracted the attention of various cities, with countless cities troubled by local abysses coming to seek his help, offering substantial rewards. Among them were many tempting items, but Suchen's lips moved. Hell-level abysses were not the highest difficulty. The highest difficulty was the real level, which had yet to be cleared by anyone. What would a real level abyss be like? Or should I give it a try? I will keep an eye on our boss lady. I will keep an eye on our boss lady. Su Chen had been curious about this real-level abyss for a long time. There were countless professionals worldwide, with prodigies emerging from various countries, and in the Great Xia, there was even a legendary president. Among them, there might not be anyone as talented as Su Chen, but there were definitely many top elites with similar talents to Dingwu who were stuck. Yet, no one had managed to clear the real-level difficulty. This showed just how high its difficulty was. However, with my current stats, I shouldn't be unable to defeat the real-level difficulty, right? Su Chen frowned. Tens of millions in health. 800,000 damage per punch. Even the weakest intelligence attribute was dozens of times that of top mages of the same level. If he still couldn't win, then the real level difficulty was probably just for professionals to look at from the start, and it was impossible to clear. Moreover, Su Chen had now reached the peak and was about to undergo a job change, with no possibility of becoming stronger at this moment. If he didn't take on the real level difficulty now, when would he? Let's do it, Su Chen decisively decided. Of course, deciding to fight didn't mean he would do it immediately. After all, it was a real level difficulty that had yet to be cleared by anyone, so Su Chen still needed to give it enough respect. Therefore, he planned to carefully hone his control over his power. Although he had been happily clearing abysses during this time, his overall control over his power had decreased. Even if he trained hard for a while after clearing each abyss, it was the same. No matter how hard he trained, he couldn't keep up with the explosive growth of his power. From now on, I won't clear any abysses, I'll focus on training hard for a month. Su Chen gritted his teeth and decided. With his current intelligence attribute, if he trained hard for another month, he might not reach the level of Jing Jing, who could unleash 200% of her attributes and skills, but he would definitely be able to use his attributes freely and with ease. In addition, he also planned to settle other matters in advance, like clearing his browser history. Just in case he really entered the abyss and didn't come out, he could die with dignity, avoiding the tragic fate of dying a second time in social death. His good brother Yu Dingwu also needed to be settled. It was just the right time for him to join Xia Shuelan's team, as his progress had been quite impressive lately. So he did it. That night, Su Chen transferred the rare documents stored on his computer to his phone. Then he smashed and burned the computer, erasing all traces. If he cleared the game, he could always buy another computer and re-enter the data from his phone. And the phone would accompany Su Chen into the abyss, living and dying together. Su Chen was fully prepared. After all, this was the city. He sometimes wonders if the families, friends, and even the police of protagonists who go missing in urban novels ever check their computers. Normally, they would, as they need to find clues about the protagonist's possible whereabouts, such as whether they might have been deceived by an online girlfriend into going to northern Myanmar. Those protagonists who travel to other worlds can be disregarded. After all, they can't come back and can be considered lost. But what about those who travel for 3 years and return to the city? If they encounter such a situation, can they still continue to be the protagonist without changing their expression? Su Chen doesn't know and has no intention of experiencing the feelings of the other party. He has prepared thoroughly regarding Yu Dingwu's matter and has also brought in Xia Shuelan. Su Chen gets straight to the point. Haven't you found a teammate yet? Not yet, Xia Shuelan replies calmly. My level is a bit high, and the others haven't caught up. Those who have caught up already have their own teams. Recently, I've been soloing the abyss. Xia Shuelan is currently among the top students. This is mainly due to the level she gained during the official organization's runs in the Netherworld Ghost Cave. Although the abyss changes with the level of the practitioners, high-level practitioners find it easier to tackle the abyss. After all, many equipment and skill books have attribute requirements. These are all basic attributes. Without relying on rare treasures like dragon crystal fruits that ordinary people can't obtain, one can only rely on leveling up and allocating points. Xia Shuelan's relatively high level has led her to still not find suitable teammates. Of course, this doesn't mean she hasn't been doing anything during this time. She has started soloing the abyss by continuously honing her skills. Although she is only tackling the low difficulty simple and normal abyss, this still proves her strength. The captain of the Neon team, Ueda Kazuki, whom Su Chen once bet against, is only at this level. This shows Xia Shuelan's talent. Su Chen nods and suggests, since you haven't found a teammate yet, how about considering Yu Dingwu? His level is already up, about the same as yours. And since you're classmates, you should be somewhat familiar with his character. Although he can be a bit frivolous, he's still quite reliable. His own level isn't bad, he can keep up with you, and as a shield warrior, he's qualified. Xia Shuelan gently shakes her head. He won't do. Su Chen asks, what do you mean he won't do? Xiaoshualan replies, just look at his attitude the day before he went into the abyss when he was still at the club. You can tell he's not that reliable. I don't want to go through another Xianghua. Suchen slightly nods, so that's the reason. Although Xiaoshualan disapproves of Yu Dingwu's club-going attitude, she doesn't expect her teammates to be pure as jade. What she truly values is a practitioner's attitude towards the abyss. So Suchen says, he has his reasons for doing that, his talent is. Suchen describes Yu Dingwu's war barrier talent, providing an excuse for him. Of course, he had discussed telling others about Yu Dingwu's talent with him beforehand. Xiaoshualan's character is still trustworthy. With her black and white simplicity, unless a higher-up forces her to speak under the pretext of endangering national security, she wouldn't say a word to anyone. Suchen even considered not only sharing experience with Yu Dingwu but also giving her a share. Even if this girl is 100 times smarter than Yu Dingwu, she might analyze Suchen's talent. But Suchen still believes she wouldn't speak out. However, in the end, Suchen didn't say anything. He feels that even if he spoke up, Xiaoshualan wouldn't agree practitioners enter the abyss not just for experience. Even if a rich girl like Xiaoshualan doesn't care about the loot that drops in the abyss, she does care about her growth after experiencing life and death trials in the abyss. It would be simple for Suchen to take her along, but could she really compete with the undead for opponents? Wouldn't that just delay Suchen's attribute grinding? Instead, Yu Dingwu, as a shield warrior, could occasionally be sent out by Suchen to practice damage resistance. Once the other enemies were cleared away, the undead could come in to reap the enemies in front of Yu Dingwu. Xiaoshualan's eyes sparkled slightly. This talent is quite strong. The war barrier can accumulate battle intent for up to 3 days. At first glance, it seems that accumulating for a full 3 days is just 72 hours, which can only reduce damage for 90 seconds, not even 2 minutes. However, the attacks are not continuous but occur one after another. As long as Yu Dingwu operates properly, he can withstand just that one momentary attack, which would take about a second. Rather than saying it's a 72-second damage reduction, it's more accurate to say it's 72 attacks. And this is with a 90% reduction. If it were lowered to 50, he could withstand even more. Who can normally withstand 72 consecutive attacks? Not to mention other professions, if it were a mage, they might not even finish casting 72 spells before their mana is exhausted. Of course, this kind of reduction is most suitable for single attacks rather than continuous damage. Although it can accumulate for up to 72 hours, in reality, even Yu Dingwu couldn't possibly fight for 3 days and nights straight and still have enough energy to challenge the abyss. Generally, being able to accumulate for 24 hours is already quite impressive. But that doesn't detract from the excellence of the war barrier talent. If that's the case, then he can't be considered careless in his attitude towards the abyss. Xiaoshualan pondered for a moment. If that's the case, I would welcome him into the team. Without Yu Dingwu, Xiaoshualan would have to wait for others to catch up in levels to gain teammates. After all, she wasn't Suchen. She couldn't clear high-level difficulties alone. This was not what she wanted. And Yu Dingwu just happened to step out of Suchen's comfort zone and could start his own working journey. The two hit it off perfectly. This was a win-win situation. The kind where Xiaoshualan and Suchen both win together. As for Yu Dingwu, he had no regrets, not lamenting, Suchen, why didn't you take me along? Instead, he made faces at Suchen. Don't worry, boss, I'll keep an eye on our boss lady for you. Suchen? Yu Dingwu work report. Suchen looked at his good brother, who had a knowing expression, and his mouth twitched, feeling like giving him a punch. What do you know? Suchen said irritably, I just think you should start generating some profit for the company. It's just right to find a few reliable guys to team up with you to work for me. Yu Dingwu was the only employee of Suchen's company. If he didn't generate profit, what kind of company could Suchen run? Yu Dingwu chuckled and asked, so the materials I gather from the abyss next will I have to turn in? Suchen thought for a moment, no need, unless you think I can use them, otherwise, sell the rest for your own living expenses. Yu Dingwu chuckled but said nothing. However, his eyes conveyed, so this is what you call generating profit for you? So my real task is still to keep an eye on the boss lady for the boss. Suchen. This wasn't Suchen intentionally not collecting profits. Mainly, the income for new adventurers in the abyss wasn't high, and Suchen didn't care for such small change. In fact, other companies were not much different. In the early stages, a certain level of investment was needed to gradually gain profit. Especially for newcomers, many were money losers. Even those big companies, with established processes for training newcomers, could maximize the gains from the abyss. But their newcomers generally only reached a break-even state. After all, big companies are very generous with money to nurture talent, and their expenses are not low. To truly profit, it often happens after newcomers change jobs and level up, starting to reap rewards. Before that, it was more of a training process. Of course, the above applies to well-treated talents. Ordinary adventurers are still the ones being exploited. But Su Chen couldn't just exploit his good brother, could he? During this time, Yu Dingwu has gained quite a lot by following Su Chen. Although Su Chen usually fights in the magic-based abyss, not all monsters there are magic type. There are also some small and elite monsters that belong to the physical type. Moreover, Su Chen is fighting at hell level difficulty, which has a high drop rate. He has thus equipped himself with excellent gear, coupled with the fact that warrior skills are always cost-effective, making them the cheapest among all professions. He easily upgraded his skills, equipment, and attributes, matching the top talents of major companies without any difference. Such a person can still earn some money in the abyss. However, Su Chen, who has already collected 6 abyss portals, doesn't care much for this little bit. I haven't even paid you a salary before. If I don't let you earn some money now, you won't even have money to wash your feet, Su Chen said irritably. Initially, he had given Yu Dingwu a dragon crystal fruit worth 2 billion. If converted to salary, it would be enough to support Yu Dingwu for 10 years. So he never paid him, and Yu Dingwu never brought it up. However, while items, equipment, and attributes are indeed valuable, they can't be used as real money. Yu Dingwu has a high frequency of foot washing and even buys skills for himself. The little savings he had before joining the job have almost been squandered during this time. It wouldn't do to not let him earn some money. I understand. Yu Dingwu chuckled. It's all my brothers taking care of me. Then he turned his head and pouted. Sure enough, a boy who hasn't become a man is still so naive. If it weren't for you wanting me to watch over you and Xia Shuelan, why did you only break up with me when I was about the same level as her? What good would it do to be honest? What's there to be shy about? You don't see. If there's even one person in the class who believes you two are innocent, I'll take your surname, Su. Don't worry, I'll definitely keep an eye on your little lover, making sure she doesn't have anything to do with other men. Su Chen. Xia Shuelan is not a girl who would let personal feelings affect her public duty. Even though Su Chen introduced Yu Dingwu as very reliable, she still personally tested him several times, and only after confirming his strength did she nod in agreement. Then they quickly began preparing to enter the abyss. Although Xia Shuelan's team currently consists of just her, a fire mage, and Yu Dingwu, they are all elites of the same level. They can still tackle some difficult abyss challenges, even if they haven't fully coordinated yet. However, the young lady has endured for so long, not just for a mere difficult level. If Su Chen can handle hell level difficulty, so can I. Xia Shuelan's small face was tense, her gaze resolute. Perhaps my strength is not as good as his for now, but with a few teammates, we can definitely clear hell level. She comes from a scholarly family and has connections. Deng Peng was able to find Jing Jing to teach Su Chen the combat methods of a mage, showing him how to unleash his strength to its full potential. Her father, Xia Yidong, can also hire someone to teach her. In fact, Xia Yidong has secretly wanted to pull some reliable geniuses into Xia Shuelan's team for a long time. He just hasn't found suitable candidates yet, but it won't be long before she can gather a team to challenge the abyss. In the meantime, Su Chen is following his policy of self-training for a month. However, the Xia family's training ground has become completely useless. After all, this place was built by Xia Yidong to help Xia Shuelan lay a foundation. Although it cost a lot, the training tools here are almost ineffective for Su Chen's level of attributes. Not to mention the Xia family, the entire Jianyang city doesn't have a suitable training location for Su Chen. Although a professional's attributes greatly increase after changing jobs, even the current professionals may not compare to Su Chen's attributes. What he needs is a training ground that can be effective for professionals of this level. This is not something that a mere Jianyang city can possess, so Su Chen simply found a small mountain near the city outskirts to train, using the nearby rocks and trees as training targets. Then, every 7 days, he would return to school to attend classes on professional knowledge. Occasionally, he would also hear Yu Dingwu's work reports. Su Chen, the goddess of summer, took us to tackle the difficult level. Su Chen, last time in the abyss, luckily I was there to protect you, otherwise, your little lover would have been hurt. I did my job as a bodyguard well, right? Should I consider asking for a raise? Su Chen, the goddess of summer's father, has brought in a new recruit. His strength is decent, but I notice he keeps glancing at the goddess of summer. I'll find a chance to give him a beating to protect your precious cabbage. Su Chen, I gave that kid a beating. He didn't even know his own weight and dared to peep at my boss's woman. But to be fair, your father-in-law has good taste. The kid's strength isn't weak, but luckily my talent is even better. Su Chen, it's not that, as my employee, it's reasonable for you to submit a work report. But why is your focus entirely on how to keep an eye on Xia Shuelan? What about the abyss you fought? Not even a word about it, right? he couldn't help but point out, "Old you, isn't your report missing the main points?" Yu Dingwu was taken aback. "No, it's all in the main points. Aren't you just asking me to keep an eye on your little lover? If that's not the main point, do you plan for me to report her every move, what she eats for every meal, how much, and who she talks to? But wouldn't that just turn into stalking? Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Yu Dingwu felt a bit awkward. Although he was thick-skinned, he really couldn't do such a thing, especially stalking a girl who was his classmate. "Su-chen, is there any possibility that you could report the details of your Abyss entry?" "No such possibility." Yu Dingwu waved his hand. "A mere Abyss matter, how could it be something you want to know? You have no interest in anything unrelated to Xia Shuelan." "Yu Dingwu, no one understands Su-chen better than I do." "Proud, Su-chen, so was it right or wrong for me to let Yu Dingwu join Xia Shuelan's team?" Su-chen fell into confusion. His brother's behavior left him puzzled. It was as if he were some lecherous old man hiring someone to gather information on girls. However, his gaze eventually firmed up. Xia Shuelan's team was definitely the best in Jianyang City. Xia Shuelan was strong-willed and hardworking enough. Having his brother join her team would allow for greater growth. This was a good thing for Dingwu. As for Yu Dingwu's wild thoughts, let him be. As long as I pretend I didn't hear, it won't have any impact. Su-chen nodded, solidifying his belief. Then the next day, he regretted it. Because Xia Shuelan also came over. But she wasn't there to report work, she was there to complain to Su-chen. "Can you manage your good brother?" Xia Shuelan said with dissatisfaction. "Do you know? This guy has brought a technician to live at the entrance of the Abyss. I feel like the other professionals at the Abyss entrance are all pointing fingers at our team. Can't he tone it down a bit?" Xia Shuelan vented her frustrations, looking quite displeased. Although she had a cold personality, she was still a girl. The surrounding professionals were pointing at Yu Dingwu, who was thick-skinned and completely indifferent to others' opinions. But Xia Shuelan felt embarrassed. "Is it really that exaggerated?" Su-chen chuckled awkwardly. "But what are you complaining to me about? Aren't you his boss?" Xia Shuelan glared at Su-chen. It seemed that was indeed the case. Su-chen chuckled again and said, "But isn't it a bit strange to have a woman at the entrance of the Abyss? The professionals are those who live with their heads held high, relying on their wits to make a living. It seems that other male professionals often do the same." Su-chen had also lived in front of the Abyss portal for a while and was well aware of the situation of the professionals there. As a profession that risks life for a living, the pressure on professionals is comparable to that of soldiers in the wars of the past. Who knows, tomorrow could be their last day. Therefore, many indulge themselves, and there are plenty like Yu Dingwu who seek out women. And it's not limited to men. Many female professionals specifically call for escorts. Although Xia Shuelan had a cold demeanor, she was not an ignorant little girl, she should know about this issue. As long as they keep their distance, no one would affect anyone else. But to complain about it? Indeed, many professionals do this, but your good brother is particularly different. Xia Shuelan's eyes twitched with a hint of anger. That guy has brought people to the Abyss portal for 5 consecutive days, and each time he brings different ones. There are lowly types, young girl types, married woman types, and he always brings a whole bunch, which is very eye-catching. Do you know how he answered when I asked him why he brought so many different women instead of sticking to one? Su-chen asked curiously. How did he answer? Xia Shuelan, he said, to like Lolas, not to despise them for their small bodies, is benevolence. To like young girls, not to despise them for their youthful ignorance, is righteousness. To like married women, not to despise them for having been married to others, is sincerity. To like mature women, not to despise them for being older and more mature, is constancy. To like idols, not to despise them for being unable to accompany you, is wisdom. Therefore, a lecher has 5 virtues: benevolence, righteousness, sincerity, constancy, and wisdom. He claims to be a virtuous person and advises me not to meddle. Su-chen, goodness. No wonder he's my good brother who firmly believes that only by indulging in pleasure can one win. Xia Shuelan's chest heaved with anger, her face flushed, and her small silver teeth ground together. But actually, this was not the fundamental reason for her anger. The real reason was that when Xia Shuelan couldn't help but ask, why can't you be a bit more devoted and like just one type? Yu Dingwu not only failed to reflect on himself but also looked at Xia Shuelan and comforted her. It's okay, there are many types of men. My brother Su-chen is a devoted person, he likes your type, so you can rest assured. Xia Shuelan, rest assured my foot. With just one sentence, even Xia Shuelan was left feeling both angry and embarrassed. She drew her sword and fiercely struck at Yu Dingwu. Unfortunately, the other party was a shield warrior with excellent damage reduction skills, and Xia Shuelan couldn't really go all out, so the actual results were almost zero. Then, unable to contain her frustration, she ran over to complain to Su Chen. In any case, can't you do something about it? Xia Shualan huffed. Su Chen chuckled awkwardly. That's hard to manage. You know, his talent might mean he brings various types just to test out some effect of his ability. A man with an excuse for paid indulgence is simply invincible. He could push anything he did onto his talent, and even Su Chen couldn't say much more. However, he also understood the frustration of a pure young girl in her prime being viewed with disdain, as if she were a companion of such scum. So he kindly said, if you really can't accept it, how about I let him leave your team? A team that is forcibly put together can easily have problems. However, Xia Shualan moved her lips but turned her head away, her gaze slightly wavering. No need, just keep him a bit further away from me. There will definitely be all kinds of people in the team, everyone has their own temperament. As long as it doesn't affect the strategy for the Abyss, I won't get angry. You've worked hard to train him, it's not easy. Just let him restrain himself and keep some distance from me. Xia Shualan's gaze flickered, and she couldn't help but sneak a glance at Su Chen. Then she recalled the situation from a while ago when they were fighting in the Abyss. Facing the fierce attack, Yudingwu did not hesitate, raising his large shield to block in front of her, taking the hit for her. Even with his damage reduction talent activated, he was still sent reeling, spitting blood, and one of his ribs broke. But when he launched another attack, he continued to take the damage for her without hesitation. Until the battle ended, Xia Shualan had not been injured even once. This was deep into the Abyss. Although shield warriors were meant to take damage for the output, it was the first time Xia Shualan had seen someone protect the main damage dealer to such an extent, to the point where two teammates couldn't help but joke, Yudingwu must be in love with Xia Shualan, and otherwise, how could he fight so desperately? However, Yudingwu scoffed at this. What do I care about Xia Shualan? If it weren't for old Su insisting I come protect her, do you think I would fight so hard? But there's no way around it. My brother spent a lot of money training me, equipping me, giving me skills and rare materials. If I don't protect his goddess well, how can I face my brother? So Xia Shualan couldn't help but steal a glance at Su Chen. Is the reason you went to such lengths to train Yudingwu just to protect me? This kind of goodwill seems hard to refuse. Su Chen noticed the look in Xia Shualan's eyes and couldn't help but have 3 question marks float in his mind. So, what exactly is going on? The matters of Xia Shualan's team were just a small episode. Su Chen continued his self-training. After a full month, he finally mastered his own formidable attributes. With a determined gaze, Su Chen declared, it's time to challenge the real level. Challenge the predecessors of the real level. Since he had made up his mind, all preparations were already in place. Su Chen acted decisively. However, just as he stepped out of his house, he hesitated for a moment and ultimately wrote a note. It contained only one sentence. My punch can kill a physical type hell level, my body can withstand a full force attack from a strength type hell level, and my speed can make an agility type hell level unable to touch me. If even I cannot return from the real level Abyss, then please, the country should not attempt to conquer the real level Abyss anymore. He then quietly stuck the note under Yudingwu's desk. If I can walk out of the Abyss, then I will destroy it. Su Chen thought to himself, but if I still can't return from the Abyss, Yudingwu will probably find this note and naturally report it to the country. In case something unfortunate happens to Su Chen, this would serve as his final reminder to the great Xia as a citizen. After all, no one had ever conquered the real level difficulty. Although Su Chen was confident, he would not underestimate the predecessors among the professionals. He also couldn't claim he would survive with absolute certainty. Of course, the traces left by such actions were somewhat obvious. So Su Chen chose to sneak into the school late at night, sticking the note on Yudingwu's desk instead of his own, and he was careful not to detail his attributes or talents on the note. The next class at school is in 5 days, which should be enough time for me to clear the Abyss. Su Chen thought, if I still can't come back, then something must have gone wrong, and I won't care about exposing my own information. This action, resembling a last will, was something every professional challenging a more difficult level would inevitably do. After all, once you enter the Abyss, it's either life or death. Therefore, when professionals decide to challenge a higher difficulty, they usually have a good meal with their family, chat with friends, and some even indulge in a final madness, finishing everything they want to do. Many professionals, when caught by the anti-prostitution police, explain to their companies and families, I don't want to go to the Abyss as a virgin. By the way, during the month before the basic trials for new students, there are never any anti-prostitution operations because there are just too many new students wanting to go wild. If there were a sweep, a large number of new students would undoubtedly be caught. If you detain him, it affects the new students' exams. If you don't detain him, it undermines the authority of the law. All professionals face the Abyss with this attitude. Su Chen is very confident when facing an ordinary Abyss. But when confronted with a real level difficulty that no one has ever conquered, he doesn't dare to say he will definitely win. So he chooses to act like other professionals, not blindly trusting in his own strength, leaving himself with some regrets. Everything is ready. Su Chen gathers his energy and heads to the Abyss Ancient Martial Tower. Since this is his first challenge, he naturally chooses the one he is most familiar with. Without a doubt, the Ancient Martial Tower is such an abyss. Especially since the Ancient Martial Tower belongs to the physical type of abyss, which is the simplest type among all abyss types. Its hell level difficulty has already been cleared by Su Chen, so even if he fails at the real level difficulty, it won't affect reality. Moreover, the Ancient Martial Tower has been around for nearly half a year, so even if Su Chen temporarily fails to defeat the enemy, this time is enough for him to slowly grind for attribute upgrades in the tower. One could say that all conditions are very perfect, making it the most suitable target. However, what he didn't expect was that when he arrived at the Abyss portal, he found Deng Ping just waiting there. The moment he saw Su Chen, he directly said, "Are you going to challenge the real level difficulty? How do you know?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Deng Ping just shrugged, "You geniuses, aren't you all arrogant to the bone?" Any proud genius, upon learning that no one has conquered the real level difficulty, instinctively thinks others can't do it. This level has to be solved by me. Especially since you're about to change jobs, at this time instead of preparing for your job change everywhere, you calm down and train for a month. With such obvious behavior, how could I not guess? Su Chen smiled awkwardly. Well, one can only say that the performance of geniuses around the world is the same, naturally allowing someone like Deng Ping to easily guess his intentions. As for why he was waiting in front of the Ancient Martial Tower, it was clear that if Su Chen could analyze the advantages of the Ancient Martial Tower, so could Deng Ping. However, seeing Deng Peng's expression filled with worry and nothing else, it didn't seem worth it for Su Chen to run to school late at night to slip notes, which is normal. He just wanted to challenge the real level abyss, not to commit a crime, and the country wouldn't go so far as to send someone to track him. Moreover, with Su Chen's current attributes, although he doesn't have any breaking stealth skills, if someone wanted to quietly follow him without being noticed, it would still be quite difficult. Deng Peng took a deep breath, his expression becoming serious. "Su Chen, are you really going to challenge the real level difficulty? With your talent, as long as you level up normally, you will definitely have a good development. Wouldn't it be better to develop for a while longer before challenging the real level difficulty?" He couldn't help but persuade, his face full of sincerity. However, Su Chen shook his head. Perhaps he could still change into better equipment and learn a few better skills. But without grinding attributes in the abyss, even if he became a bit stronger, it wouldn't be too exaggerated. The remaining experience bar determined that he had already reached his limit at this moment. If he didn't dare to challenge the real level now, what kind of self would he use to challenge? One must know that the higher the abyss difficulty, the greater the challenge, the stronger the enemies, and the more complicated the mechanisms. This is the best time. Indeed, you geniuses, none of you are willing to listen to others. Deng Peng sighed bitterly, a hint of helplessness on his face. But the next second, his expression became serious again. "However, since you have made your decision, I won't say much more. Let me introduce you to the real level intelligence that the country has gathered over the years." A year ago, the fire mage Wan Yaden from Shishan City led his team to challenge the Abyssal Sky Blue Mountain, a power-type abyss where the monsters operated under a series of data he casually reported. Simple, ordinary, difficult, and even the final hell-level abyss detailed data, abyss mechanisms, and even the talents, attributes, and equipment of that outstanding fire mage Wan Yaden. No one, except for the president of the alliance, had managed to emerge from the real-level abyss. Even that president had only entered the real-level abyss once and had not been able to clear it, with the information obtained being limited. However, this does not mean that the Great Xia Kingdom knows nothing about the real-level abyss. Over countless years of the Great Xia's establishment, countless prodigies with strength have challenged the real-level abyss. Although they failed, failure itself is also intelligence. If the later challengers do not possess their strength, they might as well wash up and go to sleep early, rather than waste their lives. Su Chen's expression turned serious as he listened carefully, his eyes reflecting a hint of respect. The prodigies would certainly keep their talents as secret as possible, not revealing anything to anyone else. Yet at this moment, their data was meticulously recounted by Deng Pengang, indicating that these predecessors had also left their intelligence information before entering the real-level abyss, just like Su Chen. This was evidently also for the benefit of the Great Xia. Rather than calling them predecessors, it would be more accurate to call them ancestors. They were ancestors who worked hard to leave their final piece of intelligence for the Great Xia. The real-level Ancient Martial Tower. Commence battle. The real-level Ancient Martial Tower. Commence battle. The Fire Mage Wan Yaden challenging the real level Sky Blue Mountain. The Holy Knight Shen Baoying challenging the real level Demon Cave. The Berserker Hu Yen Xing challenging the real level Fishman Tide. After Deng Pengang provided a few examples, he paused and continued, Su Chen, it's not just individuals, in fact, the country has been exploring the real level abyss all along. You are not the only one with ambition, and it's not just our Great Xia. As far as I know, our Great Xia, along with the Eagle Empire, the Arctic Bear Federation, and the Gaul Divine Dynasty, 5 of the strongest countries on Blue Star, once formed a joint team with the best prodigy from each country to challenge the abyss. The 5 great powers joining forces? Su Chen was taken aback but found it not surprising. The name real level had always been present. From the lowest level abyss to the max level abyss that only top-tier professionals could conquer, such an obvious existence, how could the country not take action? The minimum standard for these prodigies is to solo the hell level abyss. And to conquer the real level abyss, they each possess at least legendary level gear, along with epic level weapons supported by the country, carrying at least 10 powerful disposable items, plus countless auxiliary items. Each person even has trump cards specially prepared by the presidents of their respective countries. To ensure their strength, top-tier professionals are also assigned to train them. But, Deng Penggang's voice was very soft, yet it carried significant weight. They still couldn't clear it, right? Su Chen took a deep breath. Deng Pengang nodded heavily. Su Chen immediately adjusted his perception of the difficulty of the real level abyss up a notch. That was a team fully supported by the country. One could even say it was a team fully supported by the entire Blue Star. Top prodigies soloing the hell level abyss, supplemented by various items and equipment. Their skills would absolutely not be lacking. And yet, even with specialized training from top-tier professionals, they still hadn't cleared it. This difficulty brought a serious look to Su Chen's eyes. It seemed he had underestimated the real level abyss. However, Su Chen, are you sure you still want to challenge it? Deng Pengang asked seriously. Absolutely, Su Chen nodded slightly. I won't feel satisfied unless I give it a shot. If he couldn't conquer this abyss himself, who else could solve the real level? And Su Chen glanced at his several-digit attributes. I think my strength is a bit stronger than those people. Su Chen gestured with his fingers to create a miniature universe. Deng Peng just smiled wryly. As expected, every genius never thinks they are weaker than others. You, and everyone else, he sighed deeply, are all stubborn. Deng Peng had come here not only to consider his friendship with Su Zhou and to offer some advice, but also because of the country's orders. The Great Xia didn't want its prodigies to seek death one by one. The officials had long instructed local leaders to keep a close watch on the local prodigies, providing timely information about the true level abyss before they entered it. As a form of advice, I've already told you how high the difficulty of the true level is. If you don't have some confidence, please decisively give up on the challenge. But if you know the information and still insist on challenging it, since you are so determined, then go ahead. Deng Peng's voice became invigorated again. Fight well, fight desperately. Perhaps the first person to conquer the true level difficulty will be our Great Xia's hero. It could be you, Su Chen. Su Chen, take a look at what you still lack. If there is anything, just tell me directly. Although the country won't fully support you, it can still provide some conveniences. There are some consumables that you can't buy right now. I can provide those for you. Solving the true level abyss is a matter of great benefit to the country. The country won't complicate things in this regard. Su Chen didn't hold back and reached out for a list. After glancing at it, he directly selected high-level mana recovery potions, 2 full boxes. Although he had prepared quite a few backups of mana recovery potions, free things are always welcome. After all, if things go poorly, Su Chen would have to prepare for a prolonged battle in the abyss. Better safe than sorry. It never hurts to be over-prepared. As for anything else, Su Chen didn't ask for more. You only want mana potions? Deng Peng was taken aback when he received the list. Yes. Su Chen nodded lightly. Just mana potions is 2. Deng Peng looked puzzled, then encouraged, Su Chen, you could actually ask for a bit more. After all, the country is footing the bill. He signaled with his eyes. Su Chen thought about it and agreed. So he asked for 2 more boxes of potions. Deng Peng, actually, Su Chen didn't have much else to ask for. The operation to conquer the true level wasn't organized by the country. Although they support it, they naturally won't provide too many resources. But low-level items don't mean much to Su Chen, while high-level items require special manufacturing for low-level practitioners, which is costly, and the country won't provide many. Since that's the case, it's better to just ask for mana potions. This is what will be most useful. Then I'll go in. Su Chen accepted the potions. Alright. Deng Peng nodded seriously. Go. The Great Xia Alliance looks forward to your return. Su Chen nodded and faced the Abyss portal. Selected, True Level. Then he strode into the abyss. Abyss, ancient martial tower level of difficulty, true objective, kill the boss, evil spirit description. An esteemed old abbot said to a group of martial monks, let's build a Buddhist tower together. Then let's study martial arts together. The martial monks all nodded, contributing their efforts, and eventually built a 9-story tower. Then they all disappeared. When Suchin opened his eyes again, he found himself in the familiar ancient martial tower. Looking around, the surroundings were the familiar scenes inside the tower. Dim candlelight, a chilling atmosphere, and a bone-chilling cold that was countless times stronger than the hell-level ancient martial tower. It felt as if Su Chen had been swallowed whole by a monster, that kind of cold emanating from the depths of a creature's heart. Even with Su Chen's physical condition, he couldn't help but shiver. Is this the true level abyss? Su Chen took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the abyss introduction. It's changed. The difficulty level is the golden body monk, while the hell level is the evil spirit monk. And now it has directly turned into an evil spirit. There is no doubt that this is a huge difference. I just don't know how big the difference is between evil spirit and evil spirit monk. No matter what, let's fight first and talk later. Suchin slightly raised his head and looked ahead. Beneath the dimness ahead, countless blood-red eyes flickered. Those are the monsters from the real level abyss. The abyss mechanism has changed. The abyss mechanism has changed. The sound of footsteps echoed. The blood-red eyes gradually emerged from the darkness, revealing a golden face. Another guest has arrived. I've been waiting for a long time. Little brother, do you know the way of the monk? Come here, let uncle explain it to you in detail. That was Su Chen's familiar old friend, the golden body monk. Their appearance was no different from the low-level abyss, but their expressions were even more twisted. Like a wild wolf that has just discovered its prey, their eyes were filled with excitement, yet they struggled to suppress their madness, trying hard to contain their killing intent, slowly waiting for the prey to fall into their grasp. Suppression and madness alternated on their faces, making their already ferocious features even more terrifying. Suchen quietly gazed over, his eyes slightly squinted. In a normal abyss, the attributes of the monsters were completely clear, but the characteristic of the real level abyss is that one cannot check the opponent's data. This is the same as reality. Practitioners cannot simply observe to discern the opponent's attributes or skills. Let's start probing from the details, Suchen thought to himself. Although my physique is strong and my margin for error is high, it's still better to proceed steadily. So, summon the undead. Suchen waved his hand. Thousands of undead instantly appeared throughout the tower's space. The already vast space suddenly became crowded. Sorry, I have no interest in your way of the monk, Suchen said with a smirk, but I hope you are interested in my way of the undead. The next second, he pointed his hand. The undead legion began to attack. Filthy life! How dare you defile the glory of the Buddha? The golden body monks immediately flew into a rage. They charged forward like a furious bull. Upon seeing the undead, they swung their fists to strike. Boom! 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 The undead were instantly knocked over, and even the skeleton mages at the back couldn't stop their frenzied assault. Suchen watched helplessly as the wraiths clawed fiercely, but only dealt 5 points of damage. Yes! Su Chen did not see it wrong. The damage dealt by his side was only a single digit. The attack power of the wraiths is around 150, so this damage reduction means that even a small monster has a physique that surpasses that of a shield warrior? Su Chen's eyes twitched. Su Chen couldn't see the enemy's attributes, but he could infer their approximate attributes from their performance. For example, the damage reduction from physique attributes indicated that this golden body monk's physique was roughly around 145. And the basic main attributes of normal practitioners are only around 100. Of course, practitioners can also wear equipment to enhance their attributes. But this is just a random small monster. And there are over 100 of these small monsters in front of him. I remember that in the hell level difficulty, the golden body monk's health is 10,000 points, Suchen calculated in his mind. So their physique should be around 100. And now it has become 145, an increase of 50. This attribute is already equivalent to many low-level difficulties. They charged in, with hundreds of them launching a charge together. But they can still be fought. Suchen's mind moved, and the skeleton mages at the back all launched their attacks. Frost Nova transformed into a meteor shower, falling wildly. A series of numbers appeared. Although the wraiths were slightly stronger than the skeleton warriors and zombies, in the end, they were still undead, and the damage they dealt to the enemy might not be as fast as the enemy's healing. But the skeleton mages were different. As expected of Su Chen's ace brother, he instantly dealt massive damage to the enemy. Of course, the spell output was already very high, but the cooldown time was quite troublesome, with many drawbacks. In a one-on-one situation, a mere 1,000 spell damage was nothing in front of a blood cow with over 10,000 health. But Su Chen was a necromancer. The undead excelled in numerical advantage. The monk gold men at the front were each greeted by dozens of frost nova spells, instantly being engulfed in ice. Can't fight. Su Chen nodded. With just his undead, he could kill all the monsters on this floor. Bastard! Damn evil creature! You dare to resist? This poor monk will send you to meet the Buddha. The monk gold men charged forward, roaring in anger. But they were blocked by the skeleton warriors and zombies in the front row. Trying to get past them, they were held back by the ghosts. In the end, they could only be bombarded by the skeleton mages. The skeleton mages knew very well that the undead summoned by Su Chen were weak, yet they still wanted to complete their troop types for a reason. Even if the skeleton warriors were incredibly weak, even capable of being instantly killed by the main enemy, as long as they delayed the enemy for a second, held them back for a moment, it would allow the skeleton mages behind to unleash more spells, causing greater damage. That was the meaning of their existence. No matter how furious the monk gold men were, they were quickly suppressed by the frost, shattering one after another. Su Chen stood at the back, maintaining his sad attribute grinding while assessing the battle situation, feeling slightly relieved. His strongest means had not yet been used, just the undead had cleared this wave of small monsters, they could win. Su Chen nodded, watching the last monk goldman being eliminated, and planned to sit down and begin meditating. Restoring mana and moving up to the previous floor was already his standard procedure for grinding the ancient martial tower. But before he could start meditating, suddenly the wind began to blow. The wind is rising? Su Chen suddenly looked up, a serious expression in his eyes. This was inside the tower. Although the internal space was large, it was still the inside of the tower. The edges had tightly closed windows. It was a closed space. How could there be wind in a place like this? Moreover, this wind carries a bit of Yin energy, it's a Yin wind. Su Chen squinted slightly. The Yin wind howled, growing stronger. Eventually, the howling sounded like a hurricane. Su Chen couldn't help but squint his eyes slightly to prevent the dust in the wind from getting into them. Wait, dust? Su Chen was taken aback. The ancient martial tower was actually the interior of a Buddhist pagoda. Although the place was vast, it was kept very clean, one wouldn't even step on dust with bare feet. Though the monk goldmen were monsters, they were also monks. This place was like a temple to them. How could it not be kept clean? When Su Chen entered the ancient martial tower, unless he broke something himself, turning it to dust, he wouldn't have a speck of dust on him. But now Su Chen frowned and reached out to grab. When he pulled back to look at his palm, this isn't dust, this is gold powder. Su Chen looked at the golden powder in his hand. It was the gold powder of the monk gold men. Although the monk gold men were called men, they were actually more like clay figures made of gold. This gold powder was actually their remains. But why were these remains being swept up by the gusts of Yin wind? Su Chen was puzzled. But the next second, the Yin wind suddenly contracted. Countless gold powders were swept up by the Yin wind, gathering in the center. A golden figure gradually took shape. The abyss mechanism has changed. Su Chen's heart sank. Su Chen frowned, feeling that things were not simple. The abyss mechanism had changed. Su Chen's expression grew serious. The abyss mechanism was a very important factor when attacking the abyss. For example, in the case of the Netherworld cave, if one did not target the endless ghosts and chose a quick battle strategy, even the strongest practitioners could be dragged to death by those endless ghosts. In contrast, the mechanism of the ancient martial arts tower is very friendly. Each level gives you ample time for repairs. This unique mechanism is one of the reasons Su Chen chose the real level ancient martial arts tower. And now, those golden particles have actually gathered into a human shape. Of course, it is not the original 100 golden monk figures, but only one humanoid form. However, Su Chen's heart sank even further. Because the gathering speed was very fast, Su Chen could vaguely see that the appearance of the figure was that of an old friend, Evil Spirit Abbot. Amat Ba. The Evil Spirit Abbot shouted the Buddhist chant. Even though his face had not yet been fully shaped by the golden powder, one could see his beast-like teeth when he shouted, but the voice still rang out loudly. Benefactor, have you come to submit to our monk's path? His faceless visage twisted with a hint of madness, and his breathing was very heavy, as if suppressing something. Make your move. Su Chen frowned and gave the order. The skeletal mages instantly unleashed their spells, all striking out together. What a pity, the Evil Spirit Abbot sighed deeply. Clearly, the benefactor has great wisdom. Why are you unwilling to join me in comprehending the monk's path? Perhaps I should first let the benefactor experience the beauty of the monk's path, and then you will understand the benefits of taking refuge in my Buddha. It's decided. Let me lend a hand for your refuge. As he spoke, his body was completely restored. Then he charged at the undead army. Boom! 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 Wherever he went, people were thrown into disarray. With his fists clenched, he struck at will. He swung his fists, his body shimmering with golden light. Not knowing what skill he had activated, his whole body seemed to be enveloped in a layer of golden armor, radiating magnificence in the dim light. He charged forward madly, like a fierce general who traverses the battlefield, crushing all enemies into minced meat and shattering any opponent into fragments. Even the iron-blooded, cold undead army, which only pursued death, would be scattered by him, let alone elite troops. The stats seem to have roughly doubled, and there are skills I don't recognize activating. This wave of undead can't hold up, Suchen thought as he observed the evil spirit abbot's battlefield prowess, calculating his data in his mind. It wasn't just the hell-level abyss that posed this kind of trouble. Not only could he not discern the opponent's attributes, but he also didn't know what skills had been used. However, Suchen could see a little. Any undead army that could overwhelm the hell-level final army was not a match for the evil spirit abbot. How terrifying! Suchen sighed, just the first layer of the 9-story ancient martial arts tower, and there is already a monster more fearsome than the hell level. Fortunately, Suchen was not relying on these undead to conquer the world. He quietly waited for the evil spirit abbot to sweep away his undead army before slowly walking over to stand in front of the evil spirit abbot. Oh, the benefactor has actually taken the initiative to appear before this old monk? The evil spirit abbot's voice surprisingly carried a hint of emotion. Could it be that the benefactor has found his way back and wishes to take refuge in my Buddha? No, Suchen replied calmly, I just plan to kill you. Upon hearing this, the look of emotion on the evil spirit abbot's face instantly vanished, replaced by furious rage. Benefactor, do you wish to experience the wrath of this poor monk's diamond fury? Suchen pondered for a moment and surprisingly nodded, sure. The evil spirit abbot grew even angrier. He swung his powerful arms, which shimmered with golden light, carrying the momentum to shatter mountains and rivers, and struck fiercely. Before the attack even arrived, a fierce wind met him head-on. This was clearly not a force that could be produced by normal physical strength. He had used some kind of skill. Suchen thought to himself, yet remained completely still. Then, bang! A muffled sound. Suchen's expression did not change, and his body remained motionless. Simple numbers floated up, as if mocking the evil spirit abbot. Hey buddy, did you forget to eat? The evil spirit abbot instantly grew even angrier. He threw punches like a berserker, each punch heavier than the last. But Suchen remained unfazed. A series of floating up. No harm done at all. It seems you are just like this. Suchen said calmly, I originally wanted to see if you had stronger attacks, but it seems you don't. The evil spirit host was very strong, with attributes that were a full 1 times that of a hell-level evil spirit host. But Suchen was stronger. His physical attribute was a full 14. Not 1400, nor 1, but 14. A mere 1 times attribute evil spirit host couldn't break Suchen's defense. The evil spirit host became even more furious, attacking wildly, throwing punch after punch, creating fierce winds, the assault incredibly ferocious. But what responded to him was still just the same floating up. After allowing him to strike a dozen punches, Suchen finally sighed lightly. It seems you have no other means left. Then, he raised his fist and struck out flatly. The evil spirit host snorted coldly, you want to hit me with your fists? A mere necromancer thinks he can hit people with his fists? He was a physical type. How could it be? Boom! A loud sound. A massive fist wind came crashing in. The evil spirit host felt a tremendous force, and before he could register anything, his entire upper body was shattered into pieces. Now he no longer needed to feel anything. Skill, a normal punch, Suchen casually said, then chuckled softly. It's not as strong as I imagined. His punch had a full 8 strength, representing an attack power of 80. The normal total health of a hell-level abyss was only a few 100,000. Even a real-level evil spirit host, though stronger than the final version of a hell-level evil spirit host, could not withstand an attack of 80. If he could take down the enemy in 1 hit, he could strike. Suchen chuckled lightly. The real-level abyss was much stronger than the hell-level. However, it was still not his match. But I can't be careless. Suchen thought to himself, this is my first time fighting a real-level abyss, one that can wipe out the strongest 5 nations of the Blue Star combined. It definitely won't be that simple. In fact, he had always been steady. Don't be fooled by his final resistance against the enemy's attack and then taking them down with a punch. He had already been observing the evil spirit host in secret for a long time. That undead army was a tool for brushing attributes, and it was also his cannon fodder to test the enemy. It was precisely because he noticed that the evil spirit host seemed to have no special abilities that he stepped out to conduct the final test, and even this last test was very necessary. After all, the single strength of the undead was still somewhat weak and might not be able to force out all the skills of the evil spirit host. What he could expect next was that Su Chen would encounter a series of enemies similar to the evil spirit host. If he didn't understand the full strength of the opponent, would he have to wait until the final moment to be ambushed by the enemy with some abilities? What seemed like a reckless resistance against the enemy was actually for a stable and safe victory in the end. And now, it's time to meditate. After meditating, I still have to go upstairs. Su Chen shrugged and was about to sit down on the ground to begin meditating. However, before he could sit down, the ominous wind rose again. No way, is it coming again? Su Chen frowned, feeling that things were not simple. The mechanism changed again. The mechanism changed again. The ominous wind howled, swirling countless golden dust. But compared to before, the movements seemed a bit slower. After Su Chen killed all the monsters for the first time, in just a few seconds, the evil spirit host had condensed out. But now, Su Chen counted silently for a minute, the ominous wind still blowing, the golden dust dancing wildly, yet it was unable to condense into shape for a long time, only a rough outline slowly taking form. Su Chen remained silent for a moment, neither meditating nor rashly taking action. Instead, he began to observe the situation in this place. The abyss had very special mechanisms, each abyss was different. For the sake of the upcoming battles in the abyss, Su Chen planned to proceed steadily, not going to the upper levels yet, but to see what the mechanism of the current layer of the abyss was before making a decision. About 10 minutes later, 100 monk golden figures condensed out. Benefactor, come and experience the way of the monk with us. They showed a mad look and lunged forward. However, they were quickly killed by Su Chen. Although he hadn't meditated and his mana recovery was minimal, he couldn't boost his attributes. But this actually led to the monk golems dying even faster. The sinister wind rose again, and a few seconds later, the evil spirit host materialized. Benefactor, when will you return to the Buddha if not now? He shouted, charging forward. Then he was once again taken down by Su Chen. Following that, the familiar sinister wind returned, time stretched, and golden powder filled the air. Is this the infinite monster respawn mechanism? Su Chen frowned. This time, the advantage of his meditation recovery was completely gone. However, after a moment of contemplation, he decided to test a few more rounds to probe the depths of this abyss. 10 minutes later, 100 monk golems reappeared. After being defeated, the cycle of the evil spirit host re-emerged, and Su Chen fought through 5 rounds. In the second round, he confirmed the timing. Monk golems respawn in 10 minutes, while the evil spirit host respawn in 5 seconds. In the third round, he began to experiment with disrupting the gathering of golden powder, including but not limited to collecting golden powder, shattering the gathering prototype, and freezing one golem to keep it alive, but ultimately all failed. Even when he summoned skeleton mages and ordered them to freeze a monk golem with frost nova, leaving one monster alive, that monk golem just smiled strangely and then turned into golden powder, scattering away. Then the sinister wind rose again, and the respawn countdown began anew. It seems there's no way to meditate in peace, Su Chen thought to himself. But I've tested the mechanism of this layer. I can go upstairs now. He drank a mana recovery potion, sat down to meditate for a moment, and timed it to step up the stairs at the last moment before the monk golems respawned. The monsters on the second floor were also monk golems, numbering 100. However, they were slightly stronger. Su Chen conducted a simple test and found that the attributes of the monk golems were roughly 10% higher than those on the first floor. Go! Su Chen waved his hand. Countless undead formed a formation and launched an attack. However, although the undead were fierce, their numbers were significantly fewer than on the first floor. Despite Su Chen drinking a high-level mana recovery potion, he simply hadn't meditated long enough. Relying solely on the potion was not enough. The attacks were scattered and somewhat dispirited. The monk golems charged forward, clashing with the undead, quickly overwhelming them. The skeleton mages fought back with all their might but were soon eliminated. Su Chen looked at the meager attribute gains and frowned. In a battle that was clearly destined for total annihilation, the skeleton mages were unwilling, and the probability of gaining attributes was very low. Nevertheless, it was still a form of gain. Su Chen only acted after the last undead was wiped out. Bang! 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 One by one, the monk golems were smashed by Su Chen, turning into corpses. Those corpses, as if decaying, transformed into golden powder, vanishing into thin air. Then, under the sweep of the sinister wind, the evil spirit host coalesced. Benefactor, must I display my Vajra techniques for you to understand the benefits of returning to the Buddha? He roared, suddenly erupting. His body shone with golden light, resembling a golden Buddha. His arms seemed to grow thicker in that instant. Bang! The numbers floated up again. But Su Chen frowned. Something seems off. It was normal for the evil spirit host to attack him, and for his defenses to negate the damage, resulting in zero output. But why does the evil spirit host use skills as soon as he attacks? Su Chen's brow furrowed. The abyss was a real world. A normal person, facing an unknown enemy, would first test the waters. Therefore, aside from mages, all other classes would start with normal attacks. Skills consumed a lot of mana, and in a normal battle, how could one casually use a big move? Mages used skills because they couldn't just rush in and hit with a stick. But even for them, the initial probing was just a minor skill, low in mana cost and weak in power. There were hardly any who came out swinging with all their might right from the start. What if the enemy had an evasion skill and dodged your ultimate attack? That would be a huge loss. Yet the evil spirit host in front of him came out swinging with full force. The golden special effects seemed to indicate some kind of status skill. A strike that instantly thickened its arm by 2 circles was a direct attack skill. Behind it, there were faint shadows, suggesting the use of some speed-related skill. With such a combination of skills, it was truly going all out. Why is it like this? Su Chen furrowed his brow. I remember in the first layer, that evil spirit host started with a normal attack, and only switched to this set of ultimate moves when it found it couldn't break through my defenses. Even with an ultimate move, facing Su Chen's physique over 14, it still fell short. It couldn't deal any damage at all. But this change was quite perplexing. So Su Chen hesitated, not resolving the situation quickly, but instead delaying for a moment. After recovering some mana, he summoned some undead to test the attributes of the evil spirit host. Su Chen's first strike was a one-hit kill, and even taking the enemy's damage head-on resulted in no harm, making it impossible to discern any changes in the evil spirit host's attributes. After some back and forth, Su Chen concluded its attributes seemed to be enhanced by about 10%, similar to the monk Golden Man. In terms of skills, it was identical to the evil spirit monk from the first layer, with no differences at all. As for the result after the kill, Su Chen delivered a powerful punch, and the evil spirit host let out a cry, shattering into pieces. Then its body quickly withered away, turning into golden dust. A chilling wind swept through, beginning to gather new enemies. Is it still the infinite resurrection mechanism? Su Chen nodded in his heart, then sat cross-legged and began to meditate. Based on the conclusions from the previous layer, the next resurrection should still be the monk Golden Man, with a resurrection time of 10 minutes. This time was just enough for him to meditate a bit longer and recover some mana. His mana pool had been empty for quite a while, and the cooldown for the blue potion hadn't even passed yet. He wasn't used to not having time to grind with his undead brothers. However, just as Su Chen was calming his mind and meditating without distraction, he suddenly felt a tremendous force coming from in front of him. Although there was no damage, he was still sent flying. Is there an enemy? Su Chen was startled, waking from his meditation. He looked up and saw that 100 monk golden men had surrounded him. I clearly haven't meditated for 10 minutes yet, and they've already resurrected? Had the mechanism changed again? Did the abyss also play tactics? Su Chen showed a serious expression. He was very precise with his timing. There was no chance of accidentally meditating too long. Meditating for less than 10 minutes, yet the enemy had already appeared and launched an attack. Clearly, the abyss had altered its mechanism. Then let's see what's different this round. Su Chen stood up, his expression calm. If it were a normal person, they might be severely injured and struggle to cope after such a sudden attack. But for Su Chen, even if he lay on the ground and let this group of small monsters hit him, he wouldn't break through his defenses. The monk Golden Men charged at him frantically, as if mad. Su Chen raised his fist and struck. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds erupted, the sound of the monk Golden Men being smashed by Su Chen. Aside from that unexpected sneak attack, these guys couldn't even touch Su Chen. Soon, they were all smashed to pieces by Su Chen. Then the chilling wind returned, and the evil spirit host resurrected. It seems that if I compare carefully, it's even faster than in the first layer. Su Chen stroked his chin, thinking to himself. Perhaps it changed from 5 seconds to 4 seconds? The difference was too subtle for Su Chen to have noticed before. However, when he began to discern carefully, he could slightly sense it. As always, he smashed the evil spirit host again and began testing once more. After repeating the process several times, he could confirm the resurrection speed of the monk Golden Men was indeed a minute faster than in the first layer. The first layer required 10 minutes to resurrect, and the second level only takes 9 minutes to revive. The revival time is shortening. Su Chen squinted his eyes. So what if I go to the third level? After a moment of silence, he ended his meditation just as the monk Golden statue was about to revive and ascended to the third level. After a battle, he quickly concluded the revival time on the third level is about 8 minutes. Each level revives faster than the previous one. 9 minutes and 8 minutes aren't that different, but if this ratio continues, the revival time in the last few levels will probably drop to a terrifying extent, leaving no chance to recover stamina at all. Suchin sighed deeply. From the moment he entered the ancient martial tower, the fighting began. This forces the practitioners to keep fighting until they clear the levels. However, if one can grasp this pattern and decisively choose to rush to the last level, ordinary practitioners might still have a chance, Suchin thought to himself. Of course, the standard for ordinary practitioners is those who can clear the abyss solo. After all, aside from the shortened revival time mechanism, the monsters also have the each level stronger than the last mechanism. The monsters on the third level seem to be about 10% stronger than those on the second level. And the monsters on the first level are already 30% stronger than hell level monsters. After repeated enhancements, the monsters on the last level might have attributes 3 times that of hell level monsters. No wonder so many top talents have perished before the real level abyss. The ordinary level abyss is only about 30% stronger than the simple level abyss, and the difficult level is about 30% stronger than the ordinary level. But the real level? It directly triples. No, actually, there's another special aspect. Suchin thought to himself, raising his head to look at the monk golden statues in front of him. In the previous round of battle, he summoned his undead army as before, but the monk golden statues completely ignored the existence of the undead and charged straight at him. Decapitation tactics. Of course, the final result was that the undead army was completely annihilated, and all the monk golden statues perished. This time, the monk golden statues let out a thunderous roar and charged straight at Suchin. They completely ignored the attacks of the undead, even the strongest skeleton mages were disregarded. They dodged if they could, and if they couldn't, they simply ignored it. Even the undead right in front of them were all ignored. There was only one target, Suchin. Suchin narrowed his eyes, and with a thought, a skeleton mage trembled but still came forward to block the attack under Suchin's forceful command. This was a rare instance of Suchin forcefully commanding a skeleton mage to take a hit for him. But, facing the open-chested skeleton mage, which could be easily killed with just a couple of hits, the monk golden statues actually paused, making a small detour to avoid the skeleton mage's position and continued charging straight at Suchin. The skeleton mage, who thought he was about to die, was bewildered. Isn't a backline mage like him always the target of warrior-type practitioners? Why now? As expected. Suchin squinted his eyes. These guys have my information. They are testing me. Previously, Suchin found the behavior of the evil spirit host using a big move right from the start quite puzzling. And now, their deliberate avoidance of the undead further confirms Suchin's suspicion. These monsters share information with each other. The evil spirit host used a big move right away, not because he didn't understand combat, but because the first level evil spirit host that died at Suchin's hands had already tested the waters, so he could immediately launch his strongest attack. And now, the choice to avoid the undead is testing the conditions for my talent to activate. Suchin thought to himself. Clearly, the monks already knew that their full-strength attack could not harm Suchin. A normal person would not think that their attributes differ so dramatically from those of an enemy of the same level. They would only consider whether the opponent has activated a skill, talent, or item with strict conditions. Whether it's the beheading tactics of the previous monks or the current situation of not harming the undead, they are all trying to figure out how to prevent Suchin from activating his talent. They are speculating on the limitations of Suchin's talent. After so many battles, they might have reached the same conclusion as Jing and others, that Suchin possesses a sacrificial talent, and the more undead under his command die, the stronger his own attributes become. This is why they would rather take a detour than glance at the skeleton mage. In this day and age, is the abyss playing with the whole map? Suchin's mouth twitched. However, to be fair, such actions are indeed very dangerous for professionals. The greatest advantage of professionals fighting in the abyss is intelligence. They will tailor their strategies based on the attributes and weaknesses of the abyss monsters, minimizing consumption to the greatest extent, clearing the abyss, and gaining profits. If the abyss also gains intelligence and starts to respond accordingly, the difficulty will skyrocket. Coupled with the enhancement of the monster's attributes, no wonder no one has been able to clear the true level abyss all these years. Suchin couldn't help but say, perhaps this intelligence advantage is a special mechanism unique to the ancient martial tower. But other abysses must also have their unique advantages. With so many prodigies teaming up, plus the strong support of the country, it is understandable that they still cannot defeat the true level abyss. But Suchin threw a punch. The monk made a mournful cry, and his entire being was instantly shattered. Just mere intelligence, even if you obtain it, what can you do to me? Suchin's expression was calm. His talent is not something that can be countered just because the enemy knows about it. Even if your attributes are 3 times stronger, attacks that shouldn't break defense still won't break defense. Next, it's my turn to sweep through the abyss. Su Chen's eyes flickered. He directly ignored the skeletons he summoned and killed the monk with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Then he swiftly eliminated the resurrected evil spirit host with another punch. He then ascended the stairs to the next level. Just like before, he killed the enemies with 3 punches and 2 kicks, swiftly dispatching the evil spirit host, slightly verifying whether the resurrection speed of the monks met his expectations, and continued to climb 1 level, 2 levels, 3 levels. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. He quickly reached the 9th level of the ancient martial tower. The final level. A humanoid monk, exuding black mist, sat quietly in front of the statue on the 9th level. This is the end, the evil spirit. The final boss can still resurrect? The final can still resurrect? That figure seemed to be composed entirely of dark energy. The pitch-black aura only allowed a vague outline of a humanoid to be seen. A chilling coldness emanated from it, making one feel as if they were falling into the abyss, losing all fighting spirit in the end. Su Chen's expression was calm, but his eyes held a hint of excitement. The benefactor has finally arrived. I have been waiting for you here for a long time. The evil spirit's voice was soft, as if a kind monk was speaking gently. Yet for some reason, it brought an overwhelming chill. You were waiting for me? Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. The evil spirit replied softly, yes, but the benefactor arrived much later than I expected. Clearly, those golden men were no match for you. Why did you delay for so long? Could it be that the benefactor has been somewhat influenced by the Buddha? If that is the case, then that would be wonderful. Its voice seemed to carry a hint of joy, as if celebrating, yet also mixed with a certain expectation. Unfortunately, that ever-present cold aura made its words laced with chilling intent. Sorry, I don't believe in Buddha, and Su Chen's expression was calm as he glanced at the statue in front of the evil spirit. Your Buddha doesn't seem to be a normal Buddha at all. The statue had a kind face, but it was not one of the Buddhas Su Chen knew. The offerings of 3 sacrificial animals and several incense candles before the Buddha statue were all prepared meticulously, treating it as a genuine Buddha for worship. Looking around at the chilling atmosphere, a hint of eeriness crept in. Hearing Su Chen's words, the evil spirit furrowed its brow, filled with cold displeasure. A Buddha is a Buddha, and my Buddha is also a Buddha. Benefactor, please do not insult my Buddha. Otherwise, I fear I cannot take you in, to comprehend the Buddha's teachings together. Instead, I must act as the Buddha's representative and unleash my wrath. It stood up. The figure formed from black mist was not tall, even somewhat thin, resembling a 16 or 17-year-old boy. Yet the dense, overwhelming aura of darkness seemed to pull everything around it into the abyss. Then let's give it a try, Su Chen chuckled lightly. Who knows, if you defeat me, I might just convert to your Buddha. In that case, I shall not hold back. The evil spirit clasped its hands together and bowed. Ah, indeed a polite evil spirit. Then, bang! It suddenly stepped forward with force. The ground, made of some unknown but incredibly solid material, was dented under its foot. The entire body shot forward like a black arrow, rushing fiercely. It stirred up gusts of cold wind, its palm transforming into a phantom, striking down hard. A pitch-black handprint came crashing down. As expected, it knows the information from the lower levels. Su Chen squinted. He extended his hand and simply slapped. Bang! The dark handprint was shattered by his palm. Su Chen didn't use any skills, but his attributes were more powerful than any skill. The next second, he charged towards the evil spirit. The real level was different from the normal abyss. In a regular abyss, Su Chen would slowly probe the enemy's skills to write strategies for others. But in the real level, Su Chen felt that even if he understood all the enemies and mechanisms and wrote a strategy, it might not guarantee anyone could conquer this abyss. So why hesitate? Directly defeating this enemy and clearing the abyss was the best choice. He had been probing slowly, worried that some special mechanism might appear in the abyss, causing him to be caught off guard and allowing the enemy to turn the tables. It wasn't that he couldn't clear it quickly. After so much probing, the abyss's mechanisms had been roughly deduced, and there was no special mechanism like one for one, so what was there to fear? Of course, to prevent any special circumstances, he still needed to reserve some of his power. So he would unleash half of his full strength. Su Chen's eyes sparkled. He almost teleported behind the evil spirit. His fist clenched tightly, raised above his head, aimed at the evil spirit, and came crashing down. A thunderous roar erupted, the air twisted, and the shadow of his fist almost instantly reached its face. The attack happened in the blink of an eye. Yet the evil spirit surprisingly managed to react. Before the fist landed, it lunged forward, stirring up gusts of cold wind and evasion skill of the monk, wind swift flash. Then, before it could steady its footing, it attempted to counterattack Su Chen. The bone-breaking technique, the thunderous flowing thunder fist, the cloud dragon tail sweep. A series of monk skills were unleashed, some Su Chen recognized, but many were unfamiliar to him. Its fist struck like a dragon, swift and fierce, movements incredibly precise, even more so than a monk teacher at Su Chen's school. It was as if standing before Su Chen was not an evil spirit, but a top-tier monk master. Not only were its movements precise, but its combat experience was also immensely rich. The moment Su Chen made any attacking motion, it reacted in advance. Given the disparity in their attributes, it could still evade several of Su Chen's attacks and even counter with a few strikes. It was terrifying. Although Su Chen was merely a mage and had spent most of his time mastering his own powers, he was not familiar with hand-to-hand combat, making it easy for the enemy to predict his attack targets. But even so, under the circumstances where all attributes were completely crushed by Su Chen, it was surprising that it could still create such a situation. It was likely at least a top-level martial arts master. Su Chen thought to himself, it possesses skills comparable to a top-level martial arts master. No wonder no one could pass the true level abyss. Not to mention that the challengers of the true level often fell short, with most attributes at a disadvantage. Even with a level advantage, defeating such master-level enemies was no easy task. But no matter how rich the experience, it could not compete with attributes that created a chasm-like gap. Su Chen slightly accelerated, and his whole person turned into a phantom. The evil spirit tried to dodge but was unable to escape, getting hit hard by Su Chen. Boom! With one punch, the dark energy was shattered. The evil spirit itself directly dissipated, leaving not even a trace. Although Su Chen had held back a bit, just to be cautious of any surprises. But that was still a power of 8, representing an attack power of 80. The Hell-level ancient martial arts tower only had a total health of 15. Even if the true level was a bit stronger, could it really have 10 times the health? Being killed in an instant was only to be expected. It's a bit easier than I imagined, Su Chen thought to himself. I didn't expect to defeat an enemy of the true level with just one punch. It's even weaker than I anticipated. No, I can't say that. Monsters at the true level are strong, but I am stronger. Su Chen had never stopped his actions of grinding attributes, especially since he was extremely cautious. This time, grinding the true level abyss was only after he had reached his limit that he chose to take action. If he had acted earlier, like when he just obtained the Summon Skeleton Mage skill book, he probably wouldn't have been a match for this martial arts master evil spirit. That would have been terrifying, as at that time, although Su Chen did not have the support of his skeleton mage brother, his attributes were still crushing all other practitioners of the same level. All attributes were over 10 times that of practitioners of the same level. Under normal circumstances, this was already invincible data, allowing him to mindlessly grind hell level. But at the true level, although his attributes were above the evil spirits, they still might not be able to compete with this martial arts master, especially since his physique at that time was not as exaggerated as it was now, and the enemy could easily break through his defenses. Rather than saying Su Chen found grinding the true level easy, it was more accurate to say he had steadily ground to the current extreme state before his class change, which allowed him to achieve such a crushing success in his first true level abyss. Stability is a good thing. I should try to be steady in the next wave as well, Su Chen thought to himself. But I have already cleared the true level abyss. Let's see what rewards I will get. Su Chen suddenly froze. Speaking of which, didn't the settlement interface appear immediately every time he cleared it before? Why was there nothing in front of me now? The next second, a gust of dark wind rose. A familiar figure was formed from the black aura. Benefactor, you previously said that if I defeat you, you would convert to my Buddha, the evil spirit grinned. You can't go back on your word. Su Chen's pupils constricted. This evil spirit wasn't dead yet? No, wait. This feeling was somewhat similar to the lower levels. It had died, but it had revived? Su Chen was a bit dazed. In the end, it can revive? Isn't that a bit excessive? Where was the evil spirit's true body? Where was the evil spirit's true body? Su Chen was confused. If you said a small monster revived, I could accept that. An elite monster reviving was also considered normal. I could even tolerate that. The ultimate goal of the abyss was to kill the final boss. And then you tell me that the final boss can revive? Isn't that a bit too much? Are you not able to handle this? Su Chen couldn't help but say, Benefactor, this is the greatness of the Buddha. The evil spirit opened its arms, as if embracing a comrade. Come and convert to my Buddha with me. Su Chen twitched the corner of his mouth, avoiding its embrace. He took a deep breath and quickly calmed down. In this world, there couldn't possibly be enemies that couldn't be killed. The evil spirit seemed to be resurrected directly, but there must be limitations behind it, just like the talents of various professions. On the surface, it appeared limitless, but in reality, there were restrictions. So what are the limitations of this evil spirit? Su Chen thought for a moment and quickly came up with a possibility: frequency. He didn't believe the opponent could resurrect infinitely, so he acted without hesitation, relying on his speed and strength, and killed the evil spirit in just 2 strikes. Then, the familiar cold wind swept up, and the evil spirit resurrected again. This time, Su Chen was not careless. He estimated the opponent's resurrection time. About 30 seconds, much faster than the lower-level monsters, but slower than the resurrection speed of the evil spirit's host. Su Chen thought to himself, then glanced at the recently resurrected evil spirit, not giving it a chance to speak, and directly killed it again. After another 30 seconds, the evil spirit resurrected once more, and Su Chen struck again. "I don't believe you can resurrect infinitely," Su Chen said confidently. 10 minutes later, looking at the resurrected evil spirit again, Su Chen fell into silence. "Damn, you really can resurrect infinitely?" In 10 minutes, Su Chen had killed it 13 times, but in the end, it was still alive. Moreover, there was no change in its resurrection. This was a significant point. Normally, such resurrection would generally consume some special energy, limiting the number of times it could resurrect. As the opponent continued to resurrect, the energy would quickly deplete, and the attributes after resurrection should weaken. Yet the evil spirit was completely unreasonable, having been killed dozens of times, still exuding an air of this is the greatness of the Buddha. This was indeed no, maybe I targeted the wrong enemy. Su Chen squinted. This guy might not be the final one, especially since the final one is an evil spirit, which is a special race. The evil spirit was not a specialty of the ancient martial tower, but rather the name of a race. However, this race was not a group in the normal sense of bloodline inheritance, but a type of monster born from a fallen abyss, tainted by evil energy. They possessed various abilities, some could possess others, some were intangible souls, and their abilities and appearances varied. This was the first time Su Chen had encountered such a thing. He assumed the opponent was the final evil spirit simply because in the past, the host was always the last one, so he instinctively identified it as the final one, that is, the evil spirit. But in reality, in the true abyss, it was impossible to probe enemy information. Naturally, it was also impossible to determine the opponent's identity, whether it was truly the final evil spirit. So did I target the wrong enemy? Su Chen thought. Could it be that the evil spirit is not the one in front of me, but some other existence? This evil spirit in front of me is just an elite monster? So under certain mechanisms, it can resurrect infinitely? The cost difference between large and small resurrections was significant. It's also possible that this guy is just a puppet. Because it was a puppet, killing it 1,000 times would be the same. Repairing the puppet would count as resurrection. Su Chen squinted, considering several similar possibilities, but regardless, they all represented one result: the enemy in front of him was not the final one. So Su Chen raised his head and looked around. The compassionate Buddha statue, the sparse incense smoke, the intricately carved stone pillars among them, the one most resembling the essence of the evil spirit was. Su Chen's eyes sharpened. The recently resurrected evil spirit clasped its hands together, looking confident. "Benefactor, do you now understand the greatness of my Buddha? Come, let us all take refuge in my Buddha. I will lead you into the true essence of the monk." "What are you doing?" Its expression changed drastically, filled with rage. But Su Chen acted without hesitation, raising his fist and smashing it down towards the Buddha statue. The corners of his mouth even curled up slightly. After all, the angrier the enemy got, the more it showed he was doing the right thing. Sure enough, this statue was its true form. The evil spirit rushed over in anger, trying to intercept him. But Su Chen's speed was something it could not compare to. He jumped onto the altar and delivered a powerful punch. Boom! The massive Buddha statue was shattered to pieces by his punch. To ensure nothing went wrong, he threw punches continuously. With 3 punches and 2 kicks, he smashed the enormous Buddha statue into dust. "What have you done? How dare you? How dare you?" The evil spirit was furious upon seeing this. It trembled with rage, its pitch-black, cold eyes wide open, and its teeth made a hissing sound. "Such actions, even if the Buddha could spare you, I, a poor monk, will not. You no longer have the right to learn the way of the warrior monk. I will kill you." It screamed in utter fury. The spirit charged at him like a madman, throwing punches without regard for its own defense. Su Chen sneered. "Even if you are still alive, the resurrection mechanism will surely." 30 seconds later, Su Chen looked at the evil spirit that was beginning to revive, utterly bewildered. Not only could the evil spirit revive, but its speed of resurrection was the same as before. "Wasn't that Buddha statue your true form? Did I hit the wrong target?" Su Chen was a bit confused but quickly regained his composure. "So what if I hit the wrong target? Your attributes are far inferior to mine, you could never kill me. I'll just try something else. Saying this, he smashed the incense and candles in front of him to pieces. The evil spirit lunged at him, only to be knocked out in an instant by Su Chen's punch. 30 seconds later, it revived again. Oh, the incense and candles aren't it? It must be this pillar. Bang! Su Chen punched, and the evil spirit began to revive. Not the pillar? Then it must be this mat. Bang! The evil spirit revived once more. I get it, it must be this curtain. Bang! The evil spirit continued to revive. It must be the platform under the Buddha statue, right? A mere evil spirit, you can't hide from me. Half an hour later, Su Chen looked at the ruins he had turned into a construction site, utterly perplexed. No, I smashed everything I could see, and the evil spirit was almost driven mad by me. Why haven't I caught its true form yet? Su Chen was bewildered. Did he guess wrong? That shouldn't be. This kind of resurrection couldn't possibly be unconditional, otherwise, it would be too much. How could a mere abyss achieve this? Even a true level abyss couldn't do it. Where the hell did this damned evil spirit hide its true form? Su Chen took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly. Alright, you want me to not find your true form, huh? Then I'll destroy this tower of yours and see where you can hide. In a fit of rage, Su Chen directly smashed the floor. I'm flipping the table. The face of the Buddha statue, is not without ways to deal with such an unknown true form. Mages have some unique spells that can specifically target this type of enemy, causing massive damage and even locating the opponent's true form. Especially necromancers who excel at manipulating souls have many similar skills in their skill lists. But without a doubt, these spells are all high-level spells, far beyond what a low-level necromancer like Su Chen could achieve. But it doesn't matter. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. All difficulties arise from a lack of strength. Since I can't find the opponent's true form, then I'll destroy this tower as well. Su Chen's eyes turned fierce. I don't believe you hid your true form outside this tower. What kind of ancient martial tower is that? He didn't hesitate and began to attack the ground. Bang! 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 He threw punches wildly, his strength shaking the entire ground. What are you doing? The evil spirit screamed. Are you going to destroy my tower? Bastard! I'm going to kill you. It charged at him frantically, throwing punches and unleashing various skills, looking desperate. But Su Chen simply ignored it. After all, in front of my level 14 physique, this level of attack is no different from my girlfriend playfully punching my chest. He just focused all his effort on punching the ground, one punch after another. The ground was shattered, bricks flying everywhere. The bricks were red, as bright as blood. The shattered stones emitted a bloody scent, as if they were not building materials for a tower, but rather the minced flesh of a human body. So hard. Su Chen looked at the results of his 2 punches, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. With his strength of 8, each punch delivered an attack of 80. A casual punch could kill 10 shield warriors in Dingwu. Yet, striking this tower only sent a few fragments flying? It felt less like demolishing a tower and more like breaking through space, an incredibly arduous task. However, this tower was peculiar in itself. A 9-story tower, each level clearly connected by stairs, yet there was a strange spatial isolation effect, as if each floor existed in a different world. Not only could Su Chen's undead not ascend the stairs, but even the monsters adhered to a layered system. The monsters on the upper levels never descended to chase enemies, and those on the lower levels would not surge into the upper levels to assist. Perhaps what Su Chen was battling against was the space itself that separated them? This thought barely crossed Su Chen's mind before he dismissed it. He continued to throw punches. Despite the immense power behind his attacks, they felt as ineffective as a regular worker using a hammer to break concrete. But even the smallest effect was still an effect. Su Chen became more aggressive, transforming into a human excavator, unleashing a frenzy of destruction. He didn't limit himself to just the area beneath him. The ground beside him looked good, demolish it. This load-bearing column seemed sturdy, smash it. This wall looked uncomfortable, knock it down. The nearby evil spirit was frantic, jumping around and attacking Su Chen wildly. Stop it. I command you to stop. This is my tower, you must stop. I won't punish you, I'll let you go, just stop, okay? You have to stop. Its voice grew sharper, tinged with a hint of impending tears. Su Chen immediately became even more invigorated. It was well known, the angrier the enemy, the more it indicated that he was doing something right. Although this logic hadn't worked with previous items like the Buddha statue, it didn't stop Su Chen from feeling that this time he was correct. First, he would destroy all the walls and columns. Then Su Chen launched a frenzied attack on the ground. After smashing down a dozen punches, with a loud bang, he finally broke through the outer wall. Ah, how could you? How could you? The evil spirit screamed madly, desperately attacking. "You should die. You truly deserve to die." But Su Chen ignored it, retracting his fist. Looking through the hole he had created, he saw the scene of the 8th floor. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. So the seemingly 9-story tower, divided by space, was actually interconnected? However, he didn't dwell on it and continued his demolition work. The evil spirit desperately tried to stop him. Its attacks were ineffective. It even reached out to grab Su Chen's hand, but it was futile. After all, their strengths were not on the same level. Even with such a trinket hanging from his hand, it did not affect his punches at all. With his overwhelming attributes, even if he let the evil spirit attack him freely, it couldn't break through his defenses, let alone stop Su Chen. Eventually, the evil spirit was pushed to its limits, even going so far as to use its body to shield the surrounding ground in columns. Then, with a single punch, Su Chen effortlessly eliminated it. Does this guy care so much about this tower? Su Chen wondered, but his movements did not slow down. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. It seemed that after he first created the hollow, the surrounding defense suddenly dropped significantly, making his subsequent demolition efforts much easier. Finally, boom! All the walls, stone columns, and ground were shattered by him. The 9th floor space collapsed directly, crashing down to the 8th floor. Strangely, the monsters on the 8th floor, which could infinitely respawn, now seemed as if they had never existed, leaving it completely empty. Only Su Chen and the evil spirit that had fallen with him remained, along with countless fragments of rubble. Ah, my tower! The evil spirit was heartbroken to the point of being unable to bear it, letting out a series of wails. It seemed like a madwoman, frantically lunging at Su Chen. It even disregarded its finely honed monk techniques, merely biting and tearing at Su Chen, leaving him dazed. It wasn't the behavior of the evil spirit that surprised him, but rather, has its power weakened? Su Chen looked bewildered. Although the evil spirit's attacks were all immune, making it impossible to discern strength from the data, he could feel its power when it tried to hold Su Chen back to stop him from tearing down the house. But now, Su Chen could clearly sense that the evil spirit's power was diminishing. It seemed to have weakened by about 10%, which was a significant reduction. It was as if it had gone from the final level of the 9th layer to the evil spirit host I fought in the 8th layer. Su Chen was shocked, and he threw a punch casually. Bang! The evil spirit was dispersed by his punch. However, soon a cold wind began to gather, initiating the revival phase. But a second later, the evil spirit was still reading the bar, not directly reviving. It has been weakened? Su Chen squinted. So I have heard its essence? I had destroyed so many things before, and it showed no change. Only when I broke through the 9th layer and fell to the 8th layer did it show signs of weakening. So its essence is this entire tower? Su Chen was startled. This evil spirit was actually the ancient martial tower itself? Before Su Chen could do much, the next second, it seemed he triggered something. His vision blurred, and an image appeared. It was a kind-faced old monk, holding the hand of a young monk, facing a group of martial monks. Let's build a pagoda. The old monk said with a gentle smile, if we all work together, we can establish a tower quickly. Isn't it a wonderful thing to explore the path of martial monks together in the pagoda? The old monk's face was surprisingly similar to the statue of the Buddha in the 9th layer. Ancient martial tower, what is this? The origin of the ancient martial tower? Su Chen was taken aback, and the introduction of the Abyss ancient martial tower flashed in his mind. An esteemed old abbot said to a group of martial monks, let's build a pagoda together. Then we can study martial arts together. The martial monks nodded in agreement, contributing their efforts, and eventually built a 9-story tower. Then they all disappeared. The image before him seemed very similar to this introduction. Su Chen squinted and continued to watch. The old abbot appeared to be a capable martial monk, with considerable strength and some prestige in this place. So when the martial monks heard his words, they pondered for a moment and nodded. They began to construct the pagoda. This place was not particularly rich, but fortunately, there were plenty of hands. You dig the soil, I chop the wood. I fetch water, he pours the concrete. Under everyone's efforts, a towering pagoda began to take shape. Although it was quite rudimentary inside, and the statues were all carved from wood, their craftsmanship was not very good. Both the statues and the pagoda were rough, but it was the crystallization of these people's sweat. The old monk led everyone in building the pagoda, guiding them in meditation, and teaching them countless secret techniques of the martial monks. He was selfless, pouring out all the skills he knew without reservation to teach everyone. His reputation grew, even attracting other monks from outside. He organized the martial monks, personally leading teams to hunt down the surrounding monsters, ensuring the safety of nearby villagers. As the old monk continued to hunt nearby monsters and the martial monks gathered, the nearby villages became increasingly safe, and villagers flocked from afar, forming new villages, and the population gradually flourished. Then these villagers, filled with gratitude, also contributed their efforts to the construction of the pagoda. Thus, the pagoda slowly grew taller and its interior gradually became more abundant, no longer the rudimentary form it once was, and the area gradually widened. Then, in the next second, the image froze. Su Chen's gaze returned to the 8th layer of the ancient martial tower. Su Chen was taken aback. What is this? A sudden stop? I just wanted to see what had happened to this pagoda. Just now, the 9th layer was shattered, revealing a certain scene. So if I shatter the 8th layer next, it should also reveal the next scene, Su Chen thought, decisively starting to act. The demolition operation was not much different from the 9th layer. The solidity of the 8th layer was considerably less than that of the 9th. He clearly hit a few less punches, yet he still created hollows in the floor. The evil spirit beside him roared, trying to stop him. Don't demolish it anymore. Don't demolish it anymore. Why are you unwilling to comprehend the way of the monk with me? Why are you destroying my tower? But Su Chen turned a deaf ear, his gaze fixed on the 7th layer space that was already becoming clear. According to normal speculation, this strange tower should reveal what the old monk did next, like causing the death of those who trusted him? He thought, with a mindset of binge-watching. He struck the 8th layer even harder. Soon, the 8th layer was shattered. The evil spirit and Su Chen fell into the 7th layer together. A familiar scene quickly appeared. Su Chen guessed wrong. The old monk hadn't done anything. He had died. He had died of old age. The old monk was very old, visibly aged. As a monk, the external manifestation of his own aging indicated that his lifespan was running short. Before he died, he passed on his identity as abbot to the little novice he had always carried with him. That was his disciple, the one he had taught his Buddhist teachings, the most knowledgeable in Buddhist doctrine among all the monks in the tower. He could replace the old monk to teach the other monks about Buddhism and martial arts. The little novice lacked confidence. He was very anxious, just a little novice, very young, feeling incapable of taking on such a heavy responsibility. But the old abbot trusted him greatly, even comforting him before his death, saying, "It's okay, although you are young, your wisdom is profound, and your understanding of Buddhism is the deepest among everyone. Only you can take on the role of abbot." The little novice still lacked confidence. "But master, I am too young." The old abbot smiled and said, "It's okay, being a little younger is not a problem. This pagoda is not just yours, your senior brothers will help you, and the villagers nearby will help you. Everyone who gathers will help you." Thus, the little novice became the little abbot. However, the little abbot was indeed too young. On the 7th day after the old abbot's death, monks from outside left. "At his age, why should he teach us?" they said, leaving without looking back. The little abbot wanted to retain them. He worked hard to prove that he had actually learned a lot, that he understood the way of the monk well, and although he was young, he could discuss Buddhist teachings with them and delve into the way of the monk. But the others didn't give the little abbot a chance to explain, leaving without hesitation. "It's okay, the gathered monks have left, but I still have my senior brothers to help me," the little abbot encouraged himself. However, a month later, the senior brothers also left. "Your strength is not as good as mine. What can I learn here? Why should I stay?" they said, packing their bags and leaving directly. The little abbot tried hard to retain them. He was too young, although he had great talent. His strength was indeed inferior to that of the older senior brothers. "Even if I can't teach you the skills of the monk, we can discuss and improve together. Moreover, my understanding of Buddhism is the best among everyone. I may not be able to teach you the way of the monk, but I can still teach you the Buddhist teachings." However, they still left, taking away a few martial arts skill books from the pagoda before they went. "It's okay, my senior brothers have left, but the eldest senior brother is still here. As long as the two of us are here, we will eventually carry forward the teachings of our master," the little abbot encouraged himself. However, 3 months later, the eldest senior brother also left. "Your strength is not as good as mine. Why did master make you the abbot instead of me?" Master brother said these words with a face full of anger and left in a huff. The young abbot tried his best to persuade him to stay, expressing that if master brother insisted, he could relinquish the position of abbot. He didn't care about the title, he just wanted to remain here, even if it was just the two of them. As long as they could quietly cultivate the way of the warrior monks together, wouldn't that be a joyful thing? However, master brother still left, taking with him several pieces of monk equipment left by the old abbot. "It's okay, master brother has gone, but the villagers nearby are still here," the young abbot encouraged himself. "I am still young, I can slowly recruit new disciples, teach them the way of the warrior monks, and then we can study the Buddhist teachings together. As long as I work hard, the pagoda will return to its former glory." But the villagers still left. Without the capable old abbot and the numerous warrior monks, the young abbot alone could not protect the villagers here. He desperately tried to hold on. Every day he fought fiercely against the surrounding monsters, often throwing himself into the next life and death battle before his wounds had even healed. But he was still too young, his strength insufficient. Alone, no matter how hard he tried, he could not meet the needs of so many villagers. So the villagers left, taking with them some of the wealth from the pagoda. This is all the tribute we offered you for your protection. Now that you cannot protect us, of course, we want our wealth back. Thus, the once crowded pagoda was left with only the young abbot. This time, he could no longer find words to encourage himself. The pagoda was tall, 9 stories high. It was also spacious, capable of accommodating many people practicing martial arts together. But within this pagoda, there was only one person's figure. Why is no one willing to practice the way of the warrior monks with me? Isn't it wonderful for everyone to study the profound teachings of Buddhism together? Why does everyone have to leave? The young abbot stood alone in the empty pagoda, his eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. Clearly, there were so many people before, and everyone had been so friendly, so devoted to Buddhism. As long as someone stayed, he would do anything. But why did no one ultimately remain? The young abbot looked at the empty pagoda, a space originally designed for many to practice martial arts, now took on an eerie desolation after losing its popularity. The young abbot had no pursuit in life. He just wanted to diligently study the Buddhist teachings and delve into the way of the warrior monks, and he would be very happy. But this was the pagoda left to him by the old abbot. It was clearly a pagoda that once had so much popularity. Why are you unwilling to comprehend the way of the warrior monks with me? The young abbot felt lost. He had tried hard for a long time but ultimately failed. Yet he did not want to see the pagoda in such an empty state. So he took all his bones and ground them into powder. Mixing it with his blood, the dirt from the ground, and the ash from incense, he shaped figures resembling his former brothers and placed them around the pagoda. Then he lit the incense candles in the pagoda, and the shadows of the clay monks he had made reflected on the windows, resembling the bustling pagoda of the past. He did not know how much time had passed. When a traveler passed by this pagoda, upon entering, he saw a large group of golden warrior monks inviting him in unison. "Benefactor, would you like to practice the way of the warrior monks with us?" The scene ended. Suchen came back to his senses, only to find that he had dismantled the building layer by layer, reaching the first floor of the pagoda. And the evil spirit, shrouded in black mist, was still frantically attacking Suchen. His strength had already dropped to a very weak level, less than a third of what it used to be. Yet his attacking posture remained incredibly frenzied. "Don't tear down my pagoda. Why are you tearing down my pagoda? Why are you unwilling to comprehend the way of the warrior monks with me? Studying Buddhism and martial arts is indeed a good thing." Suchen silently endured his attacks. The evil spirit, emanating a dark aura, still faintly resembled the young monk from years ago. After a moment, Suchen slowly raised his fist and struck. Bang! The evil spirit was shattered by his punch. This time, however, the evil spirit did not revive. Global announcement. Global announcement. Successfully killed the boss, evil spirit, completed abyss exploration. Total time taken, 3 hours 21 minutes, calculating rewards for you. Suchen looked at the ancient martial arts tower, now reduced to ruins. At this moment, the tower revealed its true form. Surrounding it were desolate mountains, with only scattered vegetation dotting the landscape, resembling a desert. He remained silent for a long time, allowing the frustration in his heart to dissipate. The real level abyss is indeed quite troublesome, Suchen sighed lightly. No wonder so many prodigies can't clear it. This was just one abyss. But what level were the enemies? Monsters that could revive infinitely, tough-skinned foes, and they could even share intelligence across the 9 levels, launching targeted attacks on practitioners. Especially, it was incredibly tricky. With an astonishingly fast revival speed, battle-hardened combat skills, and a plethora of exquisite techniques, Suchen was certain that an average prodigy team might not even be able to deal with the revival of the 9-layer evil spirit. No! They might not even see that 9-layer evil spirit. Yet, the 9-layer evil spirit was not the final enemy. The true evil spirit was the tower itself. Just think about how Suchen had to use over a dozen punches to break through the ground on the 9th layer. At first glance, it might not seem like much, but each of his punches dealt a staggering 800,000 damage. In other words, if the ground of the 9th layer were considered a monster, it would have a health pool in the millions. For a practitioner to deal millions of damage, even the top genius mage emptying their mana bar couldn't achieve it. This was without accounting for the potential defenses of the tower that Suchen might have overlooked, which could reduce damage. Meanwhile, during this time, there would be the 9-layer evil spirit, attacking you relentlessly. It was Suchen who directly crushed the attributes. Otherwise, there would be no hope of clearing it. Even 10 more teams wouldn't help. No, I can't say it so absolutely, Su Chen thought to himself. The strength of this ancient martial arts tower increases with each higher level. I started destroying from the 9th layer, so the enemies are quite tricky. But if practitioners only engage on the first layer, destroying it first, causing the second layer to fall to the first, the strength of the monsters would also diminish. In that case, the strategy would essentially be repeating the fight against the monsters of the first layer. With that, gathering a full team of prodigies, along with strong support from the country, might just allow them to clear it. Of course, in reality, Su Chen was just saying that based on the previous ancient martial arts tower mechanism at the real level, everyone would think the 9th layer was the final destination and wouldn't be idly digging at the first layer. Moreover, even if the enemies on the first layer were somewhat weaker, once the first layer was completely destroyed and the upper structure collapsed, they would face a life and death crisis. It can only be said that even if the best strategy was found, this real level abyss was terrifyingly difficult to breach for so long. It wasn't that practitioners weren't trying hard. Su Chen lowered his head, looking at the abyss settlement. You have obtained spirit crystals, 100,000, you have obtained experience, 300,000, you have obtained materials, monk gold powder, golden man relics, you have obtained equipment, evil spirits thought, epic, ancient martial gold armor, epic, light spirit boots, epic. You have obtained items, skill book 7-star flash, skill book instant shadow strike, you have obtained special reward, permanent abyss gate, ancient martial arts tower, source key, settlement complete. Not to mention the materials, the skill books were also exclusive to monks, so no discussion there. But just the epic level equipment alone yielded 5 pieces. Su Chen was astonished. Indeed, the real level abyss rewards were exaggerated. He had initially cleared 5 or 6 hell-level abysses, yet he only obtained 1 piece of epic-level equipment. And now, in a real level abyss, a wave of epic-level equipment was being handed out like a wholesale deal? Moreover, what on earth is this permanent abyss gate? An abyss gate that is permanent? Although it was the first time he had seen this thing, just by hearing the name, Su Chen could guess its uniqueness and the unparalleled significance it represented. And what about the key of origin? Su Chen looked at the unfamiliar name. What is this thing? But for now, he should just get out. Meanwhile, outside the abyss portal of the ancient martial tower, Deng Pengang was quietly sitting on the ground, silently watching the abyss portal. Aside from occasionally checking to see if there were any casualties in the real level abyss, he did nothing else and remained silent. It was the nearby Jing Jing, who had come over at some point, that complained to him, "What are you doing? Our Jian Yang has finally produced a top-tier genius, and you let him go fight in the real level abyss? Do you even know how difficult this thing is? It's an existence that has never been broken through from ancient times to the present. Is it that easy to conquer? You are letting Su Chen walk to his death. Why didn't you stop him? You are the president of Jianyang." The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Finally, unable to hold back, he grabbed Deng Penggang's collar and shouted angrily, "Su Chen is young and impulsive, but you are not a child anymore. Don't you know to advise him? Do you even know what the real level abyss represents?" Everyone knew the grading of the real level abyss, but no one had ever cleared this level. Various countries were vigorously supporting geniuses to tackle this abyss, and there had been rare collaborations attempting to clear it. From the perspective of human righteousness and national strategy, this was understandable. After all, the abyss had always been humanity's great enemy. No matter the cost, they had to probe its depths. However, that was a result considered from a national level. From an individual perspective, the real level abyss was an insurmountable dead end. Stepping into the real level abyss was equivalent to stepping through the gates of death. The only difference from the dead was that you still had a little time to struggle helplessly. Deng Penggang's expression was emotionless. Did he not know what Jing Jing was saying? Of course, he knew. In fact, among his colleagues, there were quite a few elites who had entered the real level abyss, and the results were quite significant. After several elite teams entered, they never came out again. Deng Pengang looked at the abyss portal. He did not want Su Chen to enter the real level abyss and had tried to stop him, repeatedly warning him about the horrors of the real level abyss, interjecting with mentions of Su Chen's bright future. Things like luxury cars, beautiful women, friends and family needing him, and that he had a bright future. He could say he had made the greatest effort, except for not directly tying Su Chen up. "I choose to believe in Su Chen," Deng Pengang said softly. "He is a smart person. I have shared so much information about the real level abyss, and he still chooses to enter it, which must mean he has some confidence." Jing Jing scoffed at this. "Information isn't something only you possess. Do you think no one told others similar information before they entered the real level abyss? But they all believed they were different, that they had the confidence, that they had the ability. They walked in full of confidence, and then none of them were able to come back out. Jing Jing wanted to scold Deng Pengang again, but after opening his mouth, he ultimately sat down honestly, accompanying Deng Pengang in watching the real level abyss. I choose to believe in Su Chen sounded very confident. But in reality, rather than saying Deng Pengang chose to believe in Su Chen, it would be more accurate to say he could only believe in Su Chen. After all, now, aside from believing in Su Chen, what else could they do? The two sat there, disregarding their image, staring unblinkingly at the abyss portal. Suddenly, the abyss portal contracted and expanded. A figure slowly emerged. Someone came out? The two were taken aback. They knew that when Su Chen chose to challenge the real level abyss, they had already ordered the official clearance, completely vacating the area around the ancient martial tower. This wasn't because Su Chen was special, but rather a standard procedure under national regulations. No one knew how to respond after successfully clearing the real level. But the country chose to treat every challenge of the real level abyss as if a professional might conquer it, making contingency plans. And then decided clearing the area would definitely not be a mistake. As for what if they were wrong, well, that was just too bad. After all, it was just a brief period of clearing, wasting only a little bit of time for the strategy. Normal teams could receive death notices within a few hours of entering the real level abyss. Deng Peng and the others naturally followed the rules and acted accordingly. When Su Chen entered the ancient martial tower, the clearance began. But now there was movement in the ancient martial tower? Could it be that there were professionals who had long entered the ancient martial tower and had cleared the way out? But the reports from the staff clearly stated that all professionals had come out. The next second, the two's eyes widened in shock. A familiar face appeared in their sight. It was Su Chen. How did he come out? Wasn't he in the real level? Could it be that he entered the hell level? Deng Ping opened his mouth, just about to ask a few questions. Suddenly, they saw the abyss portal behind Su Chen rapidly shrink. Then it transformed into a small door, landing in Su Chen's palm. At the same time, a clear and resonant voice, filled with great authority, echoed in the minds of every professional. Congratulations to professional Su Chen for clearing the real level abyss ancient martial tower. Congratulations to professional Su Chen for clearing the real level abyss ancient martial tower. Congratulations to professional Su Chen for clearing the real level abyss ancient martial tower. Was this a global announcement? Legendary professionals from all over the world had come. The sudden change in this moment was overwhelming. Su Chen looked at the small portal model in his hand, somewhat bewildered. So after clearing the real level difficulty, the original abyss portal would directly disappear and transform into this small door. Taking a closer look at the name of this small door. Permanent Abyss Portal, Ancient Martial Tower. Description: you can open an abyss portal to the Ancient Martial Tower at a certain location, which will connect to a world of the Ancient Martial Tower. You can choose the landing position and can close and retrieve the portal at any time. Compared to the previously revealed ordinary abyss portal with a 3-year validity, the description lacked the phrases along with the illusory dungeon world similar to the abyss and the portal can last for 3 years. Instead, it added the information can be closed and retrieved at any time. From this perspective, this portal might connect to the real world where the ancient martial tower is located. At the same time, retrieving also implied that it could be reinstalled after being taken back. No longer having the flaw of being immovable after a one-time installation was a bit interesting, Su Chen thought to himself. He was eager to see what the world of the ancient martial tower was like. But the announcement just now was clearly more eye-catching. Congratulations to professional Su Chen for clearing the real level abyss ancient martial tower. A message repeated 3 times. Although he didn't know the range, Su Chen had seen the change in expressions of Deng Peng and the others when he came out clearly. They had also heard this information. This meant the announcement's range was at least the city of Jianyang. It might even be a global announcement. No, it should be said that it was very likely a global announcement. It seems I can't hide it anymore, Su Chen thought to himself. But there was no need to hide anything. Information about clearing the real level couldn't possibly be concealed. Su Chen hadn't known that the portal would transform into a permanent abyss portal in his hand, but as long as the area around the ancient martial tower wasn't permanently sealed off to prevent outsiders from entering, this anomaly would soon be noticed by foreign spies. After all, the abyss portal can access the information of those who have cleared it. Of course, now that the abyss portal has disappeared, this concern no longer needs to be addressed. However, the fact that the abyss gate cannot be destroyed is common knowledge in the world of professionals. With such a large abyss gate suddenly gone, even if others are uncertain about whether it was a true level abyss clearance, they can definitely guess that something significant has happened. Moreover, the satellites in the sky are constantly monitoring every abyss portal, and even without a global announcement, it's only a matter of time before Su Chen becomes known to various countries. Therefore, he felt very calm inside, as this was something he had prepared for from the very beginning. Then Su Chen met the incredulous gazes of Deng Pengang and Jing Jing. Did you really clear the true level abyss? Deng Pengang's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. The true level abyss can still be cleared? Jing Jing also looked shocked, trembling as he took out a cigarette, instinctively wanting to light one for himself. But as a fire mage, he tried to ignite it 4 times in a row, yet he couldn't get it to light. After all, it was a true level abyss. Can that thing really be cleared? Most professionals thought this difficulty shouldn't be called true level, but rather waiting to die level. After all, once you enter, it's a death sentence. And now you tell me that the true level difficulty has been cleared? And it was soloed? I cleared it, Su Chen nodded. It was quite difficult, I almost didn't make it. It was really hard. If it weren't for his attributes being high enough to immunize against the opponent's attacks throughout, he wouldn't have been able to clear the abyss at all. Deng Pengang opened his mouth, looking at Su Chen, who was ragged but had no injuries on him, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Yes, Su Chen's clothes had been torn to shreds. Although he was wearing a legendary level robe, it was clear that the robe was far inferior to various types of armor in terms of damage resistance. Faced with the frenzied attacks of the true level, it ended up in tatters, its durability nearly zero. But a mere robe couldn't compare to Su Chen's own defenses. Although the legendary robe was destroyed, Su Chen remained completely unharmed. Deng Pengang and Jing Jing's eyes twitched. There is no mechanism for automatic healing after clearing in the abyss. If you lose an arm in the abyss, you come out with your arm still gone. Conversely, if you come out unscathed in the abyss, you remain unscathed. Just like Su Chen in front of them. Are you kidding me? You tell me that a body with not even the slightest scar is the result of finishing a barely made it abyss? But the two looked behind Su Chen. Although the abyss portal had disappeared and they couldn't check Su Chen's achievements, the mysteriously vanished abyss portal itself was proof of Su Chen's accomplishment. It really has been cleared, from ancient times to the present, both domestically and internationally, it has never been solved, Deng Pengang murmured, his eyes dazed. How is this kid, Su Chen, so strong? Jing Jing's eyes were vacant. When did he become this powerful? Su Chen, did you receive any rewards after clearing the true level? Jing Jing perked up, the curiosity of a mage taking over as he asked repeatedly, that vanished abyss portal seems to have fallen into your hands? Is this the reward for true level? It seems to be a door-shaped object resembling the abyss portal? Is there anything else? Anything more? Jing Jing's face was full of curiosity, his eyes shining. As a mage, he was incredibly interested in new and novel things. Su Chen smiled, this was not something that needed to be concealed. However, just as he was about to answer, Jing Jing suddenly shook his body and waved his hands repeatedly. No! Stop, don't say anything yet. He took 2 steps back. Su Chen, keep it a secret for now, don't tell anyone. Only you know about this matter, it's the greatest secret for professionals. Even if you have to tell the country, that would be considered a state secret. Wait a moment, although I don't know how extensive that announcement is, the news here should have spread quickly, and someone will be coming soon, he said, suddenly looking up at the sky. Su Chen also raised his head. The sky was overcast, swirling like a tornado, with faint rumbles of thunder. At the same time, there were glimpses of firelight flickering with dazzling colors. Su Chen squinted and, with his keen eyesight, vaguely saw countless magic circles forming in the sky, which then exploded, sending shockwaves that spread out, and he could also faintly see some unique creatures. Dragons, Shilans, mechanical spaceships, giants, and then, swish! Countless magic circles flickered around Su Chen. Instantly, numerous figures appeared above them. Each one, whether imposing, filled with authority, elderly, or clad in armor, exuded a strong sense of pressure. Su Chen was astonished to recognize their faces. Those were the faces of legends from various countries. Legendary professionals from all over the world had actually come. The Gathering of Legends. The Gathering of Legends. Legend is a rank, a symbol of the world's strongest military power. Although theoretically, after going through 4 job changes and reaching that level, one is considered a legendary professional. However, in reality, experience is the least valuable thing among professionals, because as long as you find a low difficulty abyss that you can defeat, you can gradually level up over time. So, in reality, although nominally anyone above that level can be called a legend, every legendary figure is indeed a unique existence. Only by reaching that level can legends be active in the outside world and show their faces. Before that, they would only focus on leveling up and maxing out their levels. And each of these regulars on the television in front of Su Chen was a top-tier big shot. The president of the Eagle Empire Professional Association, the chief of the Little Neon Martial God Temple, the lord of the Winter Fortress of the Polar Bear Federation, and the duke of the Gaul Divine Dynasty were all top-tier big shots in the world. Is this the abyss of the ancient martial tower? Yes, according to the intelligence. It seems the Abyss Gate has disappeared. Our country's satellites sent images capturing the moment of its disappearance. So, which one is Su Chen? Countless big shots exchanged remarks. Then they all turned their gaze to the highest ranked among the three, Deng Pengang. Be careful. Jing Jing's expression changed as he thought of something and was about to react. But before he could act, many big shots had already shifted their attention from Deng Pengang to Su Chen. It's this young man. Handsome and dashing, quite reminiscent of my own youthful vigor. He must be a talented professional. I didn't expect young friend Su Chen to single-handedly breach a true-level abyss. It truly shames our young people. Their fiery gazes seemed capable of igniting flames. Before the global announcement of the abyss, they had not heard Su Chen's name, let alone learned of his appearance in just a few minutes. But just by glancing at him, they had already locked their sights on Su Chen. It wasn't just because Deng Pengang had cleared the area, leaving only Su Chen as a qualified challenger for the abyss. But rather, my memories have been read? Deng Pengang's expression changed drastically. In that brief moment, these top-tier big shots had read his memories. Clearly, reading memories is a troublesome matter, yet Deng Pengang was completely unaware until he realized they had confirmed Su Chen's identity, suddenly recognizing the stark difference in strength displayed here. Su Chen's expression also changed. He did not hide his identity as it clears the game and did not care whether this group knew about it. But these legends, without any courtesy, had immediately pried into Deng Pengang's memories, their actions swift and decisive, showing no regard for human rights, completely disregarding others' feelings. He sensed a hint of magical fluctuations through his attributes. But it really couldn't change anything. Deng Peng's memories had already been examined. If these people were to do something to me, I probably wouldn't be able to resist. Is this the legend of foreign lands? So domineering. Classmate Su Chen, don't worry, we won't lay a hand on you. The chief of the Wuhuan temple from the Neon country, Miyamoto Jun, noticed Su Chen's resistance and smiled broadly, saying, "You are a man destined to sit on the throne. How could you be compared to such lowly professionals?" "That's right. Little brother is naturally different," chuckled the Lord of Winter Fortress, Sergeyevich Ivanov, a polar bear. "Nice to meet you. I didn't bring any gifts, so here, try our polar bear specialty, the water of life." As he spoke, he shoved a bottle into Su Chen's hand. It was a somewhat rough-looking container with no writing on it, appearing somewhat crude at first glance. But Su Chen's eyes narrowed. The polar bear specialty, the water of life, is quite famous worldwide. Made from a high-grade abyssal specialty from their region, infused with countless heavenly materials, and brewed using the traditional vodka-making techniques of the polar bear country, it is not only the highest-grade beverage globally but also a powerful recovery item. A single drop of this liquor is equivalent to consuming a bottle of high-grade recovery potion. It is said, drink a bottle, and even the dead can be revived. Classmate Su Chen, rest assured, we have no intention of offending a professional capable of breaking through the true-level abyss. We naturally won't do anything to you. The stylish president of the Orc Empire, Harel, smiled gently, but since we're talking about a meeting gift, I should also make some gesture. Let's send a little New York specialty to classmate Su Chen. Saying this, he took out his phone and sent a message. Su Chen was still confused. New York specialty? Does that place even have specialties? Before he could think of anything, he suddenly felt his phone vibrate. Taking it out, he saw a text message from the bank. Your account was credited with 100 quadrillion dasha currency on the day of the month at 17:15. The number of zeros was excessive. The phone screen displayed 5 lines. This wasn't just a few digits, it was several lines of numbers. Su Chen's mouth twitched. What a New York specialty. At first, Su Chen really thought it was some local product or souvenir, or perhaps some abyssal product from New York. But now, looking at it as the financial center of the Orc Empire, and even the world's financial center, wasn't the specialty of New York just money? Although in front of high-level professionals, money is basically just a number. The resources they valued were exchanged for abyssal resources as equivalents. Even more precious treasures were all bartered. There was hardly any possibility of selling them for a price. But this number was truly exaggerated. To put it bluntly, this number could paralyze the stock market for an entire day. Before Su Chen could recover from this shock, a deep, alluring fragrance wafted towards him. A tall and enticing figure settled in front of Su Chen. The female archduchess of the Gaul divine dynasty, Shirley de la Cour. She was dressed boldly, her white lace garment accentuating her graceful figure, revealing her snow-white skin. Her long hair was like snow, and her ruby-like beautiful pupils seemed to shine as they fixed on Su Chen. A pair of delicate hands gently cradled Su Chen's face. What a cute little brother, Shirley said, her lips slightly pursed, her gaze soft as water, as if it could draw silk. Little brother, would you like to go home with your sister? Sister will take you to spend the most wonderful night. As she spoke, her red lips gradually drew closer. The intoxicating musk filled Su Chen's mouth and nose. But before she could truly kiss him, the other big shots nearby couldn't help but curse. Bitch, don't break the rules. Exactly. Do you believe I won't stab you to death? Young man, don't get too attached. This promiscuous woman flirts every day, her jade-like arms resting on 1,000 pillows, her half-red lips tasted by 10,000, and no words can describe this lewd woman. If Brother Su Chen likes women, my granddaughter is not only beautiful but also pure as ice and jade, far better than this promiscuous one. The grand lady, Shirley, was so furious she wanted to kill, ready to retort. But before she could speak, someone next to her shouted even louder, "Why must it be your granddaughter? My daughter is even prettier. And she's about to reach max level, ready to change jobs to legendary. With looks and talent, she and Brother Su Chen are a match made in heaven. Whether it's a daughter or a granddaughter, what good is just one or two women? Brother Su Chen, there's an old saying in Daxia, a great man has no worries about having no wife. Come back with me to the Divine Eagle, and today I'll call over 10,000 fiery ladies for you, guaranteeing you'll be a new groom every day and change brides every night. Ahem, you can't just look at the quantity of women, you have to consider quality. In this regard, our women from Neon Country have a world-renowned reputation for serving people. Brother Su Chen, come to Neon with me. Don't you want to experience the techniques of those teachers that you only see on screen? What do you count for? Our Korean girl groups are also very famous. They exchanged barbs, not only promoting their own country's competitiveness but also disparaging others. They talked about how Gallic women are unfaithful, how Neon women divorce after their husbands retire, and how Divine Eagle women are only after your money, getting more and more agitated, their speech speeding up. Su Chen, with his attributes, found himself unable to understand what they were saying in the end. But he could see these big shots seemed to have touched on something sensitive, and he didn't know who was so angry they reached for their weapons, leading everyone to face off, swords drawn. Every weapon, whether it was a staff, sword, or something else, shimmered with extraordinary colors and unmatched might. These were the national treasures of each country. Su Chen's eyes twitched. If these big shots started fighting, the city would probably be gone. Although his attributes were high, he didn't think his physique could withstand the aftermath of these legendary big shots clashing. Should he slip away first? Just as Su Chen was pondering this, suddenly, as if a legendary battle was about to break out, their expressions changed, and they all retreated simultaneously, a hint of panic in their eyes. The next second, a mournful cry echoed in the sky, followed by a heavy object falling. Boom! A massive object crashed down not far in front of Su Chen, creating a deep pit in the ground. The shockwave blew so hard that people couldn't open their eyes. You dare to spy on the memories of my Daxia officials on our territory, discussing how to take away the pride of Daxia? Isn't that a bit too disrespectful to me? That was the president of the Daxia Practitioners Association, Shuaishan, who had a legendary experience like a protagonist from a novel. Su Chen's eyes widened. This figure was the most frequently seen on Daxia's television. And as he looked down at the object that had just fallen, his pupils constricted. It was a dragon's head. The head of a giant dragon. An invincible force in the world. An invincible force in the world. It was a majestic western dragon. Its eyes were wide open, filled with mystery and power. Its teeth were sharp, radiating a fierce glint. The overwhelming dragon might surrounding it was so intense that it felt like a massive stone pressing down on Su Chen's heart, making it difficult for an ordinary person to even approach. One could only imagine how powerful this giant dragon was. Legendary. Absolutely at the legendary level. Yet, this legendary giant dragon was left with only a dragon's head, dripping with dragon blood. The dragon's horns were broken, its eyes dim, its scales shattered, and its neck bore uneven cuts, all of which were caused by the man standing with one foot on the dragon's head. He was bare-chested, revealing a strong and powerful chest, like a mountain. A blood-stained broadsword rested on his shoulder, blood trickling down the hilt and onto his body, then continuing to flow, dyeing his pants a shade of crimson. The president of the Great Xia Professional Association, Shuaishan. The true number one of Great Xia. You lot, just barging into my Great Xia like this? And even laying hands on our official personnel? Discussing how to poach our talents? Shuaishan looked at the many legends, raising an eyebrow. Isn't this a bit too dismissive of me? Shuaishan, the many legends showed serious expressions. It wasn't that they didn't take this number one of Great Xia seriously, rather, they took him too seriously. So, at the moment everyone arrived, they unanimously sent people to hold him back. Those explosions still echoing in the sky were the top experts from various countries making their moves. Yet he still came. In less than 3 minutes, he had killed a fellow legend of the same rank. And it was the strongest among the legends, the Dragon Knight. Everyone looked down at the familiar dragon's head, Although only the dragon's head beneath the Dragon Knight was present, the Dragon Knight himself was nowhere to be found. As a Dragon Knight, with the dragon killed, he certainly couldn't have escaped. So it was highly likely that Shueishan had been completely obliterated. Shueishan, doesn't Great Xia not refuse others from poaching your people? Kamimoto Jun, the chief of the Wuhuan Hall from Neon Country, swallowed hard. I remember this is your national policy, not restricting the freedom of domestic professionals. Compared to other countries that forced their domestic talents to work for the wealthy, Great Xia was undoubtedly the country with the least oppression of its professionals. In fact, as long as professionals were not privy to any special secrets, they could be allowed to leave Great Xia and seek refuge in other countries. This was unimaginable in other nations that treated their domestic professionals as half-slaves. However, although Great Xia's policy was enlightened, the professionals were not foolish. While other countries could offer many good conditions, freedom was the most precious. There were indeed professionals who sold themselves to other countries, but true talents would never be willing to sacrifice their freedom to become slaves for other nations. We indeed do not restrict the flow of talent, Shueishan sneered, but things must be made clear. Saying this, he turned his head to look at Su Chen. Su Chen, don't worry, they can't do anything to you. He said calmly, you are a professional who has cleared the true level abyss. Although you may not know what this represents, I believe you can see from the people present that your existence is definitely related to enormous interests. Su Chen nodded slightly. Everyone present was among the top experts from their respective countries. With a single word, they could influence the livelihoods of millions. Their gathering could determine the future of this planet. If it were just for a tiny bit of information about the true level abyss, it wouldn't be worth their appearance. Not to mention so many people pooling resources to win over Su Chen, this one offering a granddaughter, that one offering a daughter, and the Grand Duchess even planning to take the field herself. Without sufficient benefits, how could they possibly act this way? While the legends present were unceremonious towards Deng Pang and others, directly searching his memories upon arrival, they had not laid a finger on the lower-ranked Su Chen. This seemed to express their goodwill? So what were these legends really after? Su Chen was puzzled. Actually, it's quite simple, Shueishan said calmly. Su Chen, do you know our ranks? I do, Su Chen replied. It was mentioned on TV. Yes, Shueishan sighed lightly, but do you know why we don't upgrade? Su Chen was taken aback. Isn't the rank the highest? No. Shueishan shook his head. In reality, each of us knows that some exist, but no one can level up. To level up, one must go through a special abyss, just like the job transition abyss you are about to experience. But we cannot enter this abyss. We are missing a key. He said frankly, without the key to enter the special abyss, we will never be able to enter that special abyss and thus level up to step into the realm of the divine. Su Chen's eyes widened. So that's how it is. I thought that was the highest level. That's why legends cannot upgrade. But wait, a key? Su Chen blinked. It seems that among the rewards for clearing the real level abyss, there is such a key. Its name seems to be the Key of Origin. Su Chen was taken aback. We need a key called Key of Origin to open the door to the divine realm. However, Shueishan didn't pay attention, thinking the news was too shocking for Su Chen, and said, but no matter which abyss, this item cannot drop. The only abyss we haven't successfully cleared is the real level abyss. He sighed deeply. According to our expectations, perhaps clearing the real level abyss is the only way to obtain this Key of Origin. After all, this is the only domain we have never conquered. So now do you understand why these people are all gathered here? Su Chen was silent for a moment and nodded slightly. The upgrade of a professional is undoubtedly the most desired thing for every professional. For legends standing at the pinnacle of the world, nothing is more important than this. They would give everything for an upgrade, whether it be their granddaughter, daughter, or themselves. Shueishan spoke gently. You don't need to worry about what they will do to you. You don't even need to worry about them deliberately harming you. They are more afraid of you not being able to improve your strength because they still want to clear the real level abyss when you become a legend and obtain the Key of Origin for the job transition. Su Chen nodded. There was indeed some truth to this. After all, for professionals stuck at the peak of legend, they would do anything for an upgrade. It's likely that even a legend would sell out their own country for this. You also don't need to worry about what the legends present will do to you. After all, we have deduced that to make you drop the Key of Origin, you will most likely need to clear the legendary level real abyss. Shueishan added, and when you can clear the real level abyss, you should understand how great the gap is between you and other professionals of the same level. To make you drop the legendary level real abyss, it is impossible to limit your strength. And when you can drop the legendary level real abyss, even if they combine their strength, they cannot defeat you. There is no contract in this world that can limit legendary level experts. They cannot restrain you at that time. So in reality, although there are some ruthless people among those present, as long as they still want to level up, they will not do anything bad to you. It can even be said that from today on, you can completely have power over us, as long as you don't go too far. Every legend will do their utmost to meet your demands. As long as you can give the legends hope for an upgrade, then the whole world will support you at all costs. Shueishan spoke very candidly, even almost bluntly. However, everyone present nodded in unison. That's right, we really have no bad intentions. You can have whatever you want, as long as I can do it. Power, money, beauty, everything you can think of, we can give you, as long as you can give us hope for an upgrade. Su Chen pondered for a moment and quickly understood. For these legendary professionals, nothing is more important than their own upgrade. So the matter became very simple. As long as they could be upgraded, they would do anything. So from now on, there are no enemies? Su Chen blinked, feeling somewhat bewildered. And it seemed that the true level Abyss could also fight. The most suitable necromancer skills, the strongest equipment, and secret Abyss intelligence could all appear before Su Chen. Of course, the premise was that he kept the key of origin hidden in his hand, otherwise, many legends would likely have to fight first, with half of them dying, to determine the owner of the key of origin before they would relent. But on the flip side, he was now an existence that was unmatched in the world. No enemies, no opposition, apart from the Abyss, there was nothing else to think about. Everything else would be actively offered to him. Such days were not bad at all. Su Chen's lips curled up. With someone serving him, who would want to toil? Next, he just needed to follow the steps to change jobs, grind in the Abyss, and fight at the true level, step by step, and life would have no other problems, all his needs could be met. As for the key of origin in his hands, if it's a job-changing item, can I use it for my next job change? Su Chen thought to himself. But no matter what, he no longer needed to care about anything else. There are two kinds of invincibility in the world. One is to subdue everyone with one's own fists. The other is to become everyone's father. When everyone needs you, you are equally invincible. Now, Su Chen had achieved the second kind. In the future, he would also become the first. But that is a matter for the future.